Table of Contents. Information. Chapter 1, Traffic Jam. Chapter 2, Passive Skill, Prophecy. Chapter 3, Tony Stark's Favor. Chapter 4, Recharge, RMB Players. Chapter 5, God. Chapter 6, Drops, Energy Recharge has arrived. Chapter 7, Lottery. I pump you to death. Chapter 8, Are you the nemesis sent by the monkey? Chapter 9, Main Quest, Battle 1. Chapter 10, The Amazing Power of Table Lotus. Chapter 11, The Power of E-Level Body Skill 0-Year Kill. Chapter 12, You Come Out of the System, Do You See Me Not Hitting Your Shit? Chapter 13, Mysterious Shop Rules. Chapter 14, That Cool Odin Holy Cloth. Chapter 15, Frankness Between Brothers. Chapter 16, Prophets Lies, You Have to Believe. Chapter 17, One Shot by Tony Accidentally. Chapter 18, Sea-Level Rule Fragments. Chapter 19, Exchange, Fire Done Fireball. Chapter 20, Zhonglan, I Want to Join SHIELD. Chapter 21, Urgent Mission, Obtain Nick Fury Eye Mask *1. Chapter 22, Get It Right Now. Chapter 23, Tough Chief Fool. Chapter 24, When Others Die Because of You. Chapter 25, Elementary School Student Nick Fury. Chapter 26, Vampire Nick Fury. Chapter 27, Chakra Upgrade Card. Chapter 28, Boss. Chapter 29, Successfully Grabbed the Boss Head. Chapter 30, I Asked, Who Else? Chapter 31, Battle Application from Iron Man. Chapter 32, Strong Kiss Natasha. Chapter 33, Grinding Goblin Natasha. Chapter 34, The Kindness of Superheroes. Chapter 35, This Nima style is a bit wrong. Chapter 36, 3 Amazing Talents. Chapter 37, World Difficulty plus 3 Power. Chapter 38, Weakness and Fear. Chapter 39, System, What is Your Morality? Chapter 40, Become Stronger. Exchange. Become Stronger. Exchange. Chapter 41, Different from the Plot School Attack. Chapter 42, Lizard Swarm. Chapter 43, Close to Zero Cost of Body Surgery. Chapter 44, The Hidden Features and Sequelae of the 0-Year Kill. Chapter 45, Fight Second Wave. Chapter 46, Restrained Sand Escape. Chapter 47, Accidents Always Happen. Chapter 48, The First Wave of GANK from Harry. Chapter 49, 0.0 of 10 Mature. Chapter 50, Foreshadowing. Chapter 51, The Second Wave of GANK from Tony. Chapter 52, Asphalt Soup with Braised Little Iron Man. Chapter 53, Earth's Phantom Thor. Chapter 54, Victor's Super Trick. Chapter 55, Speed of Sound Faster Than Sonic Boom. Chapter 56, Mortal Task. Chapter 57, Unload 8 pieces to see if you die. Chapter 58, Green Clouds Covering New York. Chapter 59, The First Consciousness of Thought. Chapter 60, Unusually Smooth Progress. Chapter 61, Killing Father. Chapter 62, Desperate Teaching. Chapter 63, Almost Fell into the Pit of the System. Chapter 64, Bet. Chapter 65, Generous Rewards A&D. Chapter 66, War Will Be Accompanied by Death. Chapter 67, Superhero Charity Fund. Chapter 68, Its Name, Breaking Dawn. Chapter 69, Weibo. Chapter 70, 4S Fantastic Four. Chapter 71, Propose Natasha. Chapter 72, Eventually Become Dependents. Chapter 73, System Binding. Chapter 74, Rules of First Knowledge and Rule Fragments. Chapter 75, Daybreak, Team. Information. Table of Contents URL, https://www.wuxiabox.com/novel/Naruto System in marvelworld.html. Zhonglan unwillingly transmigrated into another world. He reincarnated in Marvel World but with a Naruto system. The story begins here. P.S. Non-invincible, no harem, early reference to Naruto, adding new capabilities in the later period. Chapter 1, Traffic Jam. As an ordinary otaku, Zhonglan is content with the status quo, at least he rarely complains. Go to work during the day, it's fun, and after get off work at night, he turns into an online writer, stabilizes the codeword, and saves his manuscripts for his book friends. Although he is not well known now, he firmly believes that he can do in the future. But now, he is a little annoyed. The phone pops up a page, flashing a blue and red mosaic, the title of the book The Journey Through the World of Naruto. This is not the point is that the yes button on the page is flashing madly, and the barrage of the 50-cent special effect can't stop flying. Click to enter and take you through. Cross your sister. This group of programmers is getting less and less good. Vomited in my heart, and wanted to click the no button, my fingers were floating in the air for half a ring, and I didn't fall. What's special, has the no key been eaten by programmers? This Nima, forced prostitutes for prostitutes? I don't agree. Rubbed his eyes, brought his face close to the screen, and stared at the boss. Finally, I found a super small cross key in the lower right corner of the window. The image with a blue frame and a red background is bleak and perfectly integrated with the background. Small fight with your grandpa? With deep complacency, he did not hesitate to click the cross key to close the page. The screen flashed and black, shaking inexplicably a few times, and then turned on. A line of black appeared on a white background. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Want to understand the meaning of life? Think live more exciting? Yes/yes. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. This Nima scheming boy. With the frustration of the game programmer, Zhonglan pressed his thumb toward one of the yes and pressed it hard. A horrible thing happened. His mobile phone interface, turned into a flashing battery. This is the charging interface of the phone. It's boring, is this trick even being played? Complained in the mouth, but did not find the mobile phone in his hand. The power was from 0%, directly rushed to 100%, and the charging program still did not intend to stop. The consequence is boom. The phone exploded, and Zhonglan, who was the first to bear the brunt, was naturally the first victim. At the moment when he lost consciousness, he had only one idea. Does Sangzhen have a military factory specializing in bomb production? On the second day, Zhonglan got his reputation and got the headlines of major newspapers. The content is as follows. XM, a man charging Sangzhen mobile phone caused an explosion. Sangzhen mobile phone explosion power hits a new high. Sangzhen mobile phone, fighter in mobile phone. Of course, none of these Zhonglan had a chance to see it, and he had no time to take care of this at this time. He found that he still has some consciousness, but it may be concussion, because he feels that there is a voice in his mind that has been talking. Drip, host detected, meet the conditions. System certification. System certification completed. Drip, start a one-time crossing system, target, Naruto. Drip, meet an unknown obstacle, the new route is being planned. The new route has been planned. Drip, meet an unknown obstacle, the new route is being planned. The new route has been planned. Drip, meeting an unknown obstacle, planning a new route. The system has insufficient energy to land in the Naruto world. Drip, the emergency system mechanism is activated, and the target world is randomly selected. Drip, the target has been confirmed Marvel. Drip, has reached Marvel, one time through the system self-destruction. Self-destruction is complete, please host to issue new instructions. Fang began to think he was concussion. He heard that he was not right. White said that the concussion only heard the sound of buzzing, and it was impossible to form an ordered text paragraph. At this time, he realized one question. Isn't whiteness wrong? After a long period of traffic jams in his mind, he felt that his body was very tired, so he had to go to sleep. A cold wind blew, and he only recovered when he felt that his body was shaking and a mildewy smell. Drill straight into the nose. The drowsiness disappeared instantly. It's so cold and smelly. Opened his eyes tiredly, trying to stand up, but found that the body did not listen to his command, or that his body could not complete the instructions given by the brain. Blinked and looked down at his body. This is a very simple action, but at the moment it is a feeling of exhausting the power of the wilderness. It is very laborious. Zhonglan saw his naked body, young limbs, and the undeveloped Zhonglan. What's going on? How did he become a baby, or a naked baby? At this moment, his heart was dumbfounded. Recovered this fact for a long time, and gradually accepted this fact. He looked around and knew that he had been digging into the source of the nose odor. The smell of the trash can will not smell bad. What kind of ghost is this? Is it the ghost of the system that I just heard? Who's I guessed speculatively. Drip, the current situation of the host is indeed done by the system. A plain and unsound voice sounded in my mind. Who? Who speaks? What system? Zhonglan was shocked. Drip, hello host, the system is replying to your question. System? What system? Where did the call come from? Where is it going? How many people in the family? How many places in the family? Drop, the system's full name is Naruto World Traveling System, referred to as the system, coming out of the place where the system is made. The original goal is to go to Naruto World, because the energy is insufficient to stay in Marvel. The system has no home, so there is no family in Hishin. Naruto World Travel System? Is it? Lying trough. System, am I traversing it? Or go to Marvel? Zhonglan was the hindsight at this time. Drip, yes, the host is currently in the world Marvel. Let me digest it. Zhonglan's mind was a little confused, he needed to be quiet. For a long time, although he still didn't straighten his mind, Ling Yun's cold wind told him that there are more important things now. System, why do I turn naked into a baby and appear in the trash can? Zhonglan needs to understand his situation. Drip, the system encountered multiple unknown obstacles during the traversal. After many turns, the stored energy is not enough to support the arrival of Naruto. Randomly selected the Marvel world, there is only one energy point left. Meeting obstacles many times? Turning many times? Insufficient energy storage? Are you stuck in a traffic jam and changing the road? No gas? If you don't have energy, then recharge it. Do you add gasoline? Zhonglan was a little crazy. Drip, warning, the system will be shut down when there is insufficient energy. Take emergency measures. Drip, given that the host is too weak, special novice packs are being distributed. During distribution, novice packs are distributed. Drip, post novice tasks. *********. Efforts before adulthood. Please charge energy to the system before the legal age of the host reaches the system startup conditions. Current completion degree, 0/100. Task reward, adult spree *1. *********. Drip, the system energy consumption is completed, shut down the system, wish the host good luck and live a happy life. Drip, the system has been shut down. What the hell? System this is, fluttering the street? Too late to complain, a pile of information crammed into his own mind, with the basic seal of ninjutsu, about the application of chakra, the sequence of finishing of the three-body technique, and so on. The baby's body was fragile, and he shivered in the cold wind for a long time, and he was exhausted. This pile of information was stuffed into his brain, and his spirit was even more exhausted. The paralyzed body was suddenly a huge pain. Here, Zhonglan passed out without resistance. When I woke up again, I didn't know how long it was. Fortunately, he was no longer in the trash, but in a baby cradle. After seeing no one around, Zhonglan was not troubled. After secretly calling the system for a few times, he could only start to sort out the so-called novice gift pack. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Novice packages as follows. Chakra extraction asterisk 1. Avatar asterisk 1. Transfiguration asterisk 1. Doppelganger asterisk 1. Constitution asterisk 1. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Simply put, it is a chakra extraction technique. UU Reading Book www.uuganshu.com, a three-body technique, and an unidentified physical reform. I want to come to this as the source of the body pain before the coma. It is a kind of rush to solve the white mouse. Apart from this unknown physical reform, Zhonglan's evaluation of this novice gift pack can only be described in 2 words. Its real trademark. The protagonist of other people's novels is to write about the will eyes, the blood of Saint Seiya, and the fruit of the devil. How come he only has such a basic thing? I'm probably the poorest traverser ever. Zhonglan thought secretly. Suddenly, Zhonglan's face tightened, and he was no longer quiet, but cried out, "Ah!" With a rush of footsteps, a young white woman kissed Zhonglan's eyes. He comforted Zhonglan with English in his mouth and clumsily hugged Zhonglan, but Zhonglan was slapping with anxious face. White woman, the word "Ah!" When the white woman was unclear, she suddenly felt her chest warm, and Zhonglan stopped all movements in her hand at the same time. She wasn't sure if she had read it wrong. After all, how could a baby who was just born know what it means to be unborn? Normal babies do not, but Zhonglan Hui at the moment, because he just urinate pants. It's a shame, I don't know how weaned for a few years, but now I'm experiencing urine pants again. Zheng Sheng is in love. Zhonglan suddenly broke up again, because he found a problem more serious than bedwetting. He felt that he was going to pull it. Chapter 2, Passive Skill, Prophecy. Time flies, and Beijua passes. Has been adopted by Ben Parker and his wife for 17 years, 3 months before Zhonglan's 18th birthday. Is the time left to complete the opening task of the system. After that coma, Aunt May came out to pour out the garbage. Meticulous Aunt May always looks at the trash can before pouring the trash. This little habit saved his life. Aunt May thought that Zhonglan had abandoned her baby and found that he was still breathing. She was rushed to the hospital with kindness. The hospital diagnosed him with a very normal physical condition, which was even better than normal babies. Wake up and take it home. She decided to adopt this poor child. Then, the farce that Zhonglan woke up happened, which was kept by Aunt May. The matter has come to this point, and there is no way, then the so-called system is temporarily fluttering. As for recharge energy, after Zhonglan's unintentional electric shock twitched his hands and feet, he felt a little lost. Then he discovered that since he started practicing chakra after he was 3 years old, every time he celebrated his birthday, the progress bar would jump to 1/100. In other words, if he does not do anything, he will need 100 years to recharge. Let's play eggs. It was unclear whether he was alive at that time, what else needs to be done by the system. And after the age of 18, the task will fail. Although the system does not say the punishment for failure, but I want to come, since it can't be turned on, is it not a waste? Zhonglan can only do hard work first, and then think about the countermeasures. Not much he can practice, chakra, body, 3-body technique. The cultivation of chakra is very stable of course, jogging is steadily moving forward. Chakra is simply a combination of physical energy taken from cells plus mental energy, which is chakra. After extracting chakra, it can be used only after finishing. Body energy is nothing more than a desperate exercise. I don't know if it is the reason for the physical transformation. His physical recovery is different from ordinary people, and it is better than the previous life. Mental energy, which is completely enough for now, his mental energy is very abundant. After all, the previous life was also a 20-something soul, just as I was young, my spirit was still a bit. Although Zhonglan loved Naruto in his previous life, he was not obsessed with practicing the 12 fingerprints, let alone recite those ninja skills. Now he is terribly regretful. At present, the ninjutsu you know is only 3-body technique, which is the most basic ninjutsu in anime. The release time for these 3 ninjutsu is 0.8 seconds. In other words, there is a 0.8 second delay in ninjutsu. Ninja is only a basic skill, and it is rare that you can build up by hard work. Like the legendary ninjutsu spiral pill, he has only stayed at the stage of breaking the ball for 17 years. What about the protagonist Halo? Through the novel, YY came out and cheated. Has no shadow avatars, and there is no way to create multiple turbulences out of thin air in a small area, and maintain the shape of a ball, so Prince Naruto's tricks are not suitable for him. As for the shape and nature of chakra, let's just say that the trees in the yard are bare even in summer, and he doesn't feel anything special. The only thing that is gratifying is the application of chakra, such as climbing trees, stepping on water, and defending outside. It can already be retracted freely. As for more subtle control methods, there are no more cultivation methods, so you can only practice these basic skills day after day. In addition to doing these things, Zhonglan has 2 other big things to deal with. First, he wanted to write down the story of Marvel that he knew in his previous life, no matter how small it is. Then, using his crappy conceptual ability, try to see if you can gain something from it. After all, it's a rare trip to Marvel, is it just to experience ordinary American life? Then he can go abroad altogether. It seems that he had the financial ability in his previous life. Second, he is trying to write some famous works of the previous life into a script and publish it on the internet, because in the previous life he is a subtitle translator, familiar with the details of dialogues in many well-known blockbusters. The only golden finger for a long time. After crossing, do not steal some classic works of previous life and pretend to be forced. Is that still a complete crossing? Poetry is not for him, but when it comes to film and television creation, in the world of Marvel, he believes that he can be invincible. Logically, he established a literary website, named Zhonglan Literature Network. Yes, for no reason, without any moral, just use your own name as an endorsement. Of course, in reality, his own name is still used by Blue Parker, the name Uncle Ben gave him. The demand for this website is just to give him a platform. He never thought of making it bigger, making it like the starting point of the previous life in the country, and listing it as the dominant website. This is currently progressing very smoothly. After releasing some novels as a foreshadowing, it has attracted a certain popularity. He is waiting for the opportunity to prepare to release the very sensational Harry Potter series in the previous life. On the first point, Zhonglan perfectly explained what a third-rate writer's water product is. He found that, according to his current lame water product, he couldn't even beat the toes of those gods and demons. As for the local people, Hulk, but Loki is a good man with a hammer. So still back to the origin, he needs a certain strength foundation, like the 3-body technique that now releases an E-level ninjutsu, and can only release chakra energy 20 times, what can he do? I'm afraid Captain America can't beat it. If you want to increase your strength, the most convenient way is to recharge the system, which is less than 10 minutes. Evil capitalist. This is Zhang Lan's only comment. After many attempts, Zhang Lan determined that the electrical energy and other energy of technological products are not recognized by the system, or that the system is very picky, and he is unacceptable to the Earth's food. At present, the only thing that can recharge the system is Chakra. Who has been working hard? Zhang Lan has been struggling. Obviously his body is not weak, and the spirit still has a certain foundation. Why is Chakra so small? After a long study, it was found that at 12 o'clock every night, the hard-working Chakra would disappear inexplicably. Remove all the impossible phenomena, the rest is the only fact. It is the evil system that is absorbing Chakra. Therefore, Zhang Lan's Chakra has maintained the amount of releasing 20 E-level ninjutsu. Therefore, it was preliminarily concluded that the ration of this system should be supernatural energy, such as the Earth's electrical energy, stones, and soil. It has value in existence, but the system does not eat this stuff. If this is in the real world, Zhang Lan is helpless, but this is in the Marvel world, and there are many goals for rations. The most simple and clear is the universe cube, that is, the space gem among infinite gems. Detective Zhang Lan many times, that is, after searching the information on the internet, it is sad to find that Captain America has been buried under the ice for nearly 70 years. In other words, the US team is about to be dug up, but at least he has not been dug up yet. This is no hope. The rest, thinking about it, after applying the elimination method again, only one feasible plan remained. That is the cosmic energy storm that gave birth to the Fantastic Four. Observe the law of conservation of energy. As ordinary people, read, it is impossible for a few people to mutate such a powerful ability without any consumption or very little consumption. This is very unscientific and does not conform to the law. Although there is a so-called in Marvel, in Zhang Lan's eyes, it is just a group of relatively aliens with relatively advanced technology. Even if it's Marvel, the appearance of every superhero is justified. Gamma rays of the Hulk. Captain America's superhuman serum. Spider-Man was also his father, a biological spider genetic virus developed using his own genes. Therefore, Zhang Lan concluded that the cosmic energy storm must contain extremely terrifying energy in order to support the evolution of the Super Four in just a few days. So now the question is coming, he is just a child adopted by an ordinary couple, or even an Oriental boy, why should he let them take him to space together? What he can rely on at present seems to be only familiar with the future plot, that is, a disguised prophecy ability. After considering for a long time, Zhang Lan still decided to try not to disclose his ability in any non-essential situations. Know that this world is a Marvel world. Although there are many abilities, the truly useful abilities are controlled by high-end organizations. Iron Man is owned by Tony Stark, and his identity is the son of Howard, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the most powerful military weapons provider in the United States. His status is naturally indescribable, but he dares a person who teases members of Congress in the U.S. Congress. Captain America, that is a soldier of the military, a spiritual leader of the army, naturally supported by the government. Black Widow, Hawkeye, etc., that is also a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the ranks of Hulk and Thor, the former is currently invincible on the Earth, and the latter is the Prince of Aliens. Summary www.readaloud.com. The extremely valuable ability will be peeped. And the pseudo-prophecy superpower that Zhang Lan now masters, cannot be given up by any organization. Imagine which politician or leader does not enjoy the feeling that everything is under control. It can be said that if there was a person who could predict the Red Skull at his side, the world may now be Hydra. However, there are exceptions in all things, and Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. will be a good partner. If Zhang Lan really had the ability to make predictions, he wouldn't mind cooperating with organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, it was just mutual use. S.H.I.E.L.D. needed his prophetic intelligence, which he could accomplish with S.H.I.E.L.D. Some things that cannot be done by oneself. Like the position of RED's scientific research team, and even the universe's Rubik's Cube, they can be accessed. The problem is that he has no ability to predict. He only knows some plots. These plots are valuable information on which he will survive in the future. He will not betray them to any organization. He was also hesitant to decide. Now he can use this information for his own welfare. After all, it is difficult for a person to fundamentally change the direction of the world. Will the future Marvel still be the Marvel that Zhonglan is familiar with? After weighing it, Zhonglan made up his mind. And now, he thought of a compromise solution, which has been well implemented. He is waiting for the moment to harvest the fruits. Recommended votes. Don't vote for this book. The new book Naruto Has Made a False Master has been released. I hope you can support your collection. Chapter 3, Tony Stark and Number 039, S. Favor. Los Angeles, military base, helipad, a military aircraft is landing steadily. The hatch was opened, and a black man in a military uniform took the bandaged man with a bandage in his right hand down. The next white woman was watching the beardless man with concern. Be careful with Tony, go here. The black man in military uniform reminded that the man pulling the cheek with a slightly unnatural look gave way to the hatch of the hatch. Aren't you teasing me, Rod? The man called Tony pointed to the stretcher that was pushed, as if he had found an excuse to break the burning eyes of the white woman. The tone was a bit exaggerated. Hurry and let it leave me sight. Black men in military uniforms, that is, Rod waved to the medical staff, gestured for them to go down, and then let go of Tony. He felt that it was Tony in her old time. My eyes are red? Do you miss your missing boss? Tony felt his beard unnaturally and opened his mouth first. I am happy. The white woman's red eyes responded, the province will find a job again. Yet, your holiday is over. Tony quipped, looking at the look of the white woman, he was a little scared, so he took the lead to his car. Tony entered the car and found the yellow boy in the back seat at the first time. He was about 17 or 18 years old. Although his face was immature, he was very handsome. In the future, he will definitely be a fanatic. Zhonglan, wake up, hey, wake up. Tony pushed Zhonglan with his left hand intact, can you wipe your saliva? Zhonglan, who was awakened by Tony, looked around a little confused. He didn't seem to wake up yet. He looked at Tony's disgusted expression and blinked, like something was brewing, until a yawn broke out, and incidentally stretched a lazy waist. Comfortable. This action made Tony raise his eyebrows, the limit of patience seems to be broken. Well, Tony, don't do this. Before Tony broke out, Zhonglan finally said, it's very hard to protect you. I haven't slept well for a long time. Hearing the young man's words, Tony twitched his mouth involuntarily, opened his mouth, and said nothing at the end. I really want to thank the young man in front of me. In the past 2 months, it is true that he has been with himself all the time and has provided a lot of help for himself in that dark cave. This is the roundabout tactic Zhonglan has to do. Tony is a poisoned person, but someone who knows how to repay. Based on this character, Zhonglan found Tony. His address is not difficult to find, at least for Zhonglan. After all, in Iron and Steel No. 3, he personally announced the location, for which he paid the price of a villa. After finding Tony, Zhonglan did not even enter the door. After all, Jarvis did not have him in the visitor list, and Zhonglan was not ready to meet Tony immediately. He gave Jarvis a letter and left a sentence. Give Jarvis. Jarvis, please tell Tony, I have a design of a miniature arc reactor, I hope he can read this letter, and I will show up by myself later. Let him not need to find me. The design drawings of the so-called miniature arc reactor are naturally deceptive. Zhonglan's world has not yet seen this technology. Is just an excuse to arouse Tony's interest. The ultimate goal is to let him read the letter. There is not much in the letter. The main idea is that Zhonglan has heard through some channels that Tony will be attacked in the near future, and he will appear in time to protect Tony's life and safety. The commission is a condition. As for the conditions and the specific matters of the attack, they were not written on the paper. Tony was just looking at it as a prank at the time, and also randomly checked Zhang Lan's appearance. But Zhang Lan, who had been prepared for a long time, would naturally not appear with a true appearance, but he would be a person who could transform into a technique. His model is Hu Ji. Tony naturally can't find anything. Since then, Zhang Lan, who has been paying attention to the movement of Tony's private plane, followed Tony's disguise as a deputy captain when he went to Afghanistan. As for why it is important to pay attention to Tony's aircraft movement, not Tony's movement, this is very simple. He couldn't find it. And Tony's flight schedule is much simpler. After all, his website has begun to show scale, and even a small-scale working group has been established. Among his employees, fortunately, there is a good hacker. After Tony's experiment with his weapon, Zhang Lan killed an English-speaking robber, and then turned into a robber by using a transfiguration technique. He witnessed the process of Tony being blown away by his own weapon. Coincidentally, the missile was actually fired by the robber in disguise of Zhang Lan, and he shot it with his own hands now. Accidentally became a tutor of Iron Man's consciousness? The reason why did not stop this tragedy from happening is because the environment at that time could not do much. After all, he is just a scum that can release 20E level ninjutsu. With so many guns and ammunition on the scene, he can run away by himself, but Tony cannot be self-defeating. It is also important that Tony, who has not been injured by his own weapon, will be the Iron Man? Will be conscious? No one knows. Therefore, Zhang Lan followed the original plot and lurked around Tony for 2 months, creating a scene where he saved Tony, and gave Tony some help as much as possible. Tony also asked Zhang Lan in confusion, why didn't he directly ask for help outside? The military will rescue him. Zhang Lan's answer at the time was simple, do you want me to inform the military? Tony was silent at the time. Hope? No, he doesn't want to. Self-proclaimed as a genius, it is impossible for him to be a child who has sought help from his parents after being defeated. And he already has his own plan. This plan is also well implemented in the movie, but Tony does not know this, so Zhang Lan is very happy to rub a wave of goodwill. Building steel armor requires tools. Many tools Tony can't ask the robbers as he wants, but Zhang Lan can be used as a smooth way to blend in the original materials and give it to Tony. Sufficient tools unexpectedly shortened the original 3-month period to 2 months. As for the delivery robbers, Zhang Lan, who has the transfiguration technique, can become any robber at will. The premise is that the robber needs to be able to speak English, otherwise it will be exposed. Every robber Zhang Lan will not play him for more than a week, he will always use various requirements to participate in activities, and then cleverly death, and then kill another, pretending to be him. The only pity is that Ethan was still dead and could not rescue him. On the last night Tony was ready to start, Zhang Lan took part in an event and escaped from the bandit, and found the right time to reveal Tony's position to Rod. Contact information is naturally given by Tony. In this way, perfectly brushed a big wave of favors in front of Tony. Between life and death, the 2 people who accompanied Tony, Ethan was dead, so the adventure came to rescue Tony's Zhang Lan, naturally regarded as a confidant. Where are we going? Sir. The driver spoke at this time. Hogan, go to the hospital. Pipo responded in the first officer. No, don't go. Tony steals, Pepper, I won't go to the hospital. Tony, you have to go to the hospital, to check your body. I said no, don't force me to go to the hospital, I was imprisoned for 2 months. Tony refused directly, I just want to do 2 things now, one is. Before Tony finished speaking, the teenager who was forgotten by Tony suddenly reached out in front of Tony with a burger in his palm. Sir, are you the cheeseburger you ordered? Zhang Lan's voice rang in time. Tony smacked his lips a little, and after a pause, he picked up the cheeseburger naturally with his left hand and opened his mouth to Pepper. He needed to handle the second thing. Pepper, I still need. Hogan, go to the company, our press conference is about to start. Tony's words were again interrupted by Zhang Lan. I have notified the major media, use your account. Tony's account is naturally Zhang Lan given by Tony, used to inform Rod. The driver named Hogan did not know Zhang Lan. So instead of starting the car directly, he looked at Tony and nodded helplessly before starting the car. How do you know? Tony asked. Know what? Are you referring to this attack? Or Pepper thought you were looking for a woman when you came back? Zhang Lan replied unfamiliarly, and when he said it, Peepo was all flushed. Tony. Pepper in the front row spoke a little flustered, this one is? I'm sorry I don't know him. As Tony's personal assistant, she needs to know all the people Tony knows, not to change the subject. Zhang Lan, a Chinese American. Well, this time I escaped, he accounted for 12% of the credit. Tony introduced each other to each other. Lan, this is Pepper, my assistant. Blue, nice to meet you. Pepper turned politely in the front row, trying to shake hands with Zhang Lan, but Tony pulled his hand directly. Lan doesn't like women, so I just hold it with you. Can this be tolerated? Can't bear it anymore. Pepper, this trip was not bad. Tony and I spent 2 months together and found him sleeping at night, and he shouted a name in his dream, that is Pei Wu Wu. Although Tony, who was clumsy, covered his mouth, the appearance of the word Pei was already obvious, but Tony was still a little unprepared, so he was a little panicked. Hey buddy, there is no need to change the conditions you said before. Tony threatened. Before returning, Zhang Lan had already told Tony his request. Well, can I change it now? Zhang Lan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Pepper. My request is to let Pepper be my assistant, how about it? I give Pepper 10 times the salary. This sentence is a ridicule of Tony, after all, he can't afford such a high salary. Pepper in the front row is also tight, staring tightly at Tony from the rear-view mirror. She also wants to know the answer. No, you guys who are robbed by fire, this condition is absolutely not acceptable. Tony reacted very violently. Your original one was very good, I agreed. Tony was excited, seeing the teasing of Zhang Lan's mouth and Hogan snickering in the front row. He couldn't see Pepper's mouth because he was sitting behind Pepper. But he can see from the rear-view mirror that Pepper's eyebrows are raised, and he must be happy. Sir, we are here. Hogan interjected in time to relieve Tony's embarrassment. Was indeed at the press conference. There was a white-bearded old man knocking on the window outside the window. It was a baddie Stan who planned to kidnap Tony. Obadiah personally opened the door for Tony and hugged Tony, who got out of the car. He greeted enthusiastically in his mouth and cared about Tony's body. Didn't look like he wanted Tony to die. After a simple greeting with Abadi, Tony introduced Zhang Lan and Abadi to each other. Oh, Blue, thank you very much for saving Tony. Abadi exaggerated loudly, you saved Stark Industries, do you know? It's like saving me, and I don't die after I die. I will be ashamed of Howard. Is this a guilty conscience? Have you started playing emotional cards? Zhang Lan was not enthusiastic, but simply shook hands with Abadi and began to ask Tony if he should enter the field. For the plot needs, Zhang Lan has not told Tony Badi's true face, but this does not mean that Zhang Lan can wear a hypocritical mask and seek the skin with the tiger. This is not his style, he doesn't want to be so tired. And Obadiah, he didn't care about Zhang Lan's indifference, at least his expression didn't care. As a human elite, controlling emotions is a basic skill. He and Tony played haha and walked into the release hall. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. In the release hall, Zhang Lan did not take the lead, but stood quietly beside Pepper. He needed to know someone. Miss Potts, Mr. Zhang, how are you? Collison's tone of the ancient well sounded. What's the matter? Pepper responded politely. Can you speak to you? Collison invited politely. I don't need me for the press conference for the time being, but I want to see it. Pepper treated Collison as a reporter. I'm not a reporter, I'm Agent Collison, on behalf of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. A classic sentence is reproduced. Coulson handed a business card to Zhang Lan and Pepper respectively. Wow! Pepper whispered in a low voice, it's really round. We are also solving this problem. Ministry of Defense, FBI, CIA have all found us. We are an independent department. Coulson interrupted Pepper's words, the functions are more concentrated. We would like to hear the details of Mr. Stark's escape. I'll arrange it, will you? Pepper held Tai Chi. Thank you. Coulson thanked politely, then turned to Zhang Lan, so Mr. Zhang, are you free now? Zhang Lan looked at Coulson's signature unsmiling, and looked back at Tony who was already sitting on the ground. Coulson. Zhang Lan said, you shouldn't be busy? I think there will be a good drama to watch. How about we go after watching it? As you wish. Coulson replied politely. Recommended votes don't vote for this book. The new book Naruto has made a false master has been released. I hope you can support your collection. Chapter 4, Recharge, RMB Players. Zhang Lan looked at Tony with great interest. Tony is talking about his feelings about the 2-month tour of the cave. I know, I realized. Tony got up from the floor and walked to the microphone. In addition to making weapons, I can contribute more to the world. So, I decided to close the Stark Industrial Weapons Department, immediately effective. As soon as this remark came out, the reporters who hadn't responded to the floor were all ejected directly. They even forgot to ask professional questions. They were very surprised. And the old fox Obady got up very quickly and patted Tony on the shoulder, then pushed it away from the microphone and hit haha. Okay, everyone has news, our focus today is still, Tony is back safely, and. But who would bother to Obady's official answer? Naturally, they all went after Tony. After seeing the excitement, Zhang Lan glanced at Coulson and Pepper, who were also obviously surprised, and smiled deliberately. Pepper, are you surprised? Zhang Lan quipped to Pepper, do you like Tony better? Yeah, you're right. Pepper also had time to respond in the future, and he agreed to Zhang Lan. When she found that her answer was ambiguous, Zhang Lan was already greeting this Coulson and went to the parlor. 2. He's my boss. Pepper whispered. He didn't know who he was talking to, or he might just talk to himself. On the other side, Zhang Lan, who ridiculed Pepper, waited until Coulson reported this incident before he started to talk about it. So, Coulson, what do you want to know? Mr. Zhang, is it okay to call you like this? You all put the surname in front of you, I remember. Of course, your memory is very good. Relatively speaking, I prefer you to call me Zhang Lan, or Blue. Just like you, Zhang Lan glanced at the business card in his hand, Homeland Strategic Defense Attack with the Logistics Support Bureau? Shield. Shield? How about the name Shield? This name is very good, we will consider. Rao is Collison's professional, and also for the span of Zhang Lan's discourse, said that it can't keep up. So, Zhang Lan, we have received information that you came back to New York one day from Afghanistan before Tony and took one of Tony's special planes. But there is no record of you going abroad, what do you think of this? Coulson went straight in. Stark's poisonous mouth is so strict. Zhang Lan was a little surprised and blurted out, then realized that it was Tony who was covering himself, so he didn't say much. Well, I was on the same plane as Tony when I went. However, at that time, the plane did not have your registration record. We asked Colonel Rod and never saw you. Naturally, Coulson would not believe it. Then there is no way. I swear I'm telling the truth. Zhonglan shrugged and said that he didn't know roads of the Transfiguration, and naturally couldn't see himself. Then, Blue, can you tell me why you would return Tony first? How much do you know about the attack on Tony? My task is completed, and I will come back. Zhonglan answered naturally, as for Tony's business, why didn't you ask him? Just now I almost suffocated because of his business. Lan, I hope you can cooperate with our work. Coulson said that Zhonglan said all these words have no value for a dime. But I know so much. Zhonglan grinned his big white teeth and vaguely saw a glimmer of reflection. If this is the case, then thank you Mr. Zhang for your cooperation. Coulson saw Zhonglan's uncoordinated relationship, which caused Tony's relationship and could only stop, but the title was a lot blunt, so don't bother to do much. Follow. After getting Zhonglan's signal, Coulson directly pushed the door away. Is really a polite agent. Worthy of being a man who was evaluated as a agent template by whiteness. After going out, he saw Hogan, Tony's white bodyguard. In the previous life, but the director of Iron Man 1, Tony asked him to wait here for Zhonglan and invited Zhonglan to Tony's villa. The villa that was going out for the first time was stopped outside. Hi Jarvis, we meet again. Zhonglan smiled at a camera when he arrived outside the villa. He knew Jarvis could see himself. It is worth mentioning that the appearance of Zhonglan is the same as when he first came to the villa. They are another appearance of the transformation. The consumption of transformation is mainly when the ninjutsu is released. If it is to maintain a look and consume very little, Zhonglan's usual chakra recovery amount is fully enough to support. Zhonglan decided to temporarily use this look to contact the superheroes. Another real face is just to be an ordinary person. He doesn't want to have contact with anyone. Zhonglan's transformed model is a male star he liked very much, Hu Ji. As for the name, his legal identity in the United States, his name is Blue Parker, and now this look is to continue to use his real name, Zhonglan. Welcome you, Mr. Zhang from China. Jarvis's unique electronic sound started, and then the door opened directly, and Hogan drove the car into the villa. In the lobby, Zhonglan only saw Pepper. She was answering the phone, listening to what she had always explained, and it had something to do with Tony's speech. Tony didn't know how to find such an intimate Pepper. Pepper, how big is your hand? Suddenly, Tony's voice sounded, a fixed tablet on the bar. What? Pepper just hung up the phone and looked at his palm. Blue is here, do you want to come up to find him? Lan is also there? Hi, Lan, great, you are here too. Can you come down? I'm having some trouble. Tony was very happy to hear that Zhonglan was also there, and sent an invitation to Zhonglan. Pepper was obviously a little surprised that Zhonglan would go to Tony's own basement, but Tony's private research room, Obady could not enter. Pepper, you just go down, believe me, Tony needs you more. Zhonglan said that he didn't want to destroy Tony and Pepper's chance to get closer. Hey, Lan. I haven't hung up yet. Tony's voice came. Now, it's not very suitable for Pepper to see this, Before he finished, Zhonglan directly hung up. Zhonglan seemed to have done a trivial thing. He picked up an apple from the side and bite it down. Something from someone else's house is good. If you don't go on, Tony may die. Zhonglan saw Pepper still hesitating, making a few strokes on his chest, which made Pepper tight and trot all the way. Zhonglan can only help Tony get here, and it is passed around in the hall. There are many high-tech products in the hall. Zhonglan only saw it in the movie 17 years ago, and now it is very real to see it in reality. Curious. Studying things, the hurried Pepper apparently forgot to close the door, and from time to time there was a cry of exclamation from the basement, and Tony's fake cry. Zhonglan was also in it, and it was not long before Tony and the two left together. Come up. As Zhonglan looked over, Pepper was shaking off Tony's hand in panic. We are just, Tony is my boss, you know. Pepper is a bit incoherent. Zhonglan just smiled and understood it. Not much to say. The smiling Pepper directly fled with the documents. Why? Haven't you confessed yet? Zhonglan said to Tony. Before being in the cave, Tony had talked to him about his feelings about little Pepper. Why? Tony asked in reverse. Don't you think it's wonderful before the relationship is established? It's also pretty cute now. Well? If you think so, not because of embarrassment, okay, I believe it. Zhonglan has already seen Tony's mentality. Hey, don't say this. I have communicated your request. Tony quickly changed the topic. Wait a minute, I will let Hogan send you over. The little inventor is already preparing for the launch. I will help you get an identity and be his assistant. Paused for a while, then went on to say, this was bought from a device that cost me nearly $50 million. Can you tell me why you must go? Space is not fun. That's right, Zhonglan saves the country with such a curve. All he wants is for Tony to help himself board the Rider Richard, which is the Mr. Magic in the Magic for the Rubber Man's spaceship. As the richest man in America, Tony, the owner of the first weapons processing plant in the United States, has no doubt that he has this ability. Want to know? You can also go together. Zhonglan sent an invitation. After all, he was washed by the energy storm, and there was no harm. Tony refused this very directly, saying that for the next period of time, he needed to improve his steel suit, which he named the Mark series of steel armor. For this, Zhonglan can only say that it is not himself who suffers. Anxious for this trip to space, Tony, as the CEO of a company that manages so big, naturally sees Zhonglan's obvious performance, but he does not let people go, and also pulls Zhonglan down the basement, and he talk about the idea of Mark II. Mk1 is the steel pimple that took him out of the robber's den. Although it is ugly, its role is unquestionable. Now the robber leader over there is collecting its fragments. As for the issue of confidentiality, on the one hand, Mk1 was witnessed by Zhonglan, the materials were still sent by him in one hand, and on the other hand, it was Tony's intuition. His intuition told him that Zhonglan was not malicious to himself. Tony's original plan was to ridicule Zhonglan, but he couldn't understand it anyway, and he asked himself when he had consumed his patience. Is not about any face, conspiracy, etc. Tony simply wants to see Zhonglan's mouth to beg himself. However, the development of the fact was once again beyond Tony's expectations. Although Zhonglan knew nothing about the mechanical structure, he proposed a more accurate value than Tony's original setting in shape, system weapon ratio, and some flight data. Joke, Zhonglan was the man who watched the Iron Man series movies. Later, he translated the subtitles for a while. In order to make the translation more precise, he simply looked back at some of the Iron Man comics. Technology, he does not understand, but the shape and vision, but he has the idea of the future Tony Mark N+1. As a result, this chat was directly from more than 11 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhonglan, who is practicing chakra, is not under much pressure, but Tony, the ordinary person, can't bear it at last, claiming to invite Zhonglan to dinner. Zhonglan heard that he just looked at Tony with a smile, didn't refuse, but didn't go, just looked at Tony, no matter what Tony said. Okay, I made an appointment with the little scientist, Reed Richard? Let's have a supper together. As for the reason for your lateness, I will solve it. Finally www.readaloud.com. Tony is still the losing party, expressing his own pot and coming back. Where to eat? Seeing that the goal was achieved, Zhonglan accepted it when he saw it. Afterwards, Zhang Lan successfully met Red in a Chinese restaurant, and did not know how Tony had hired a fanatic scientist who was about to implement his own research plan at 11 o'clock in the evening. You must know that Reed's enthusiasm for science, but before he married Susan, played by the goddess Jessica Alba, was still repairing the positioning equipment the military wanted. After, Zhang Lan realized why Tony was called a genius. He was obviously an expert in mechanical weapons. But he could talk to Reed and talk about biological genes. Reed Richard is a genius? This is undoubtedly, in the film, Reed's setting is a talented scientist with a low EQ. After meeting another genius that day, the splashing sparks were no less than those of good friends. Zhang Lan did not intervene on the side, the ears listened silently, his mouth kept chewing, maintaining a day of transformation. He consumed a lot of physical energy. Finally, when all three parties were happy, the time to go into space was determined, just 3 days later. Zhang Lan is also very excited. Finally, although his golden finger is a bit unreliable, the golden finger is the golden finger, which is always faster than his upgrade. The adult gift pack that completed the task, he is also looking forward to it. After all, there is a big, how can it be better than the novice gift pack? Should it? Recommended votes. Don't vote for this book. The new book Naruto has made a false master has been released. I hope you can support your collection. Chapter 5, God. New York University. A university that can be named after New York City is naturally an affirmation of it. It is a world-class private research university, composed of 18 colleges and research institutes. It has a history of more than 100 years since its completion in 1831. As an entrepreneurial man who owns the first American literature network, Zhang Lan Literature Network, and self has created a game of rights struggle, Sisters in Bankruptcy, and Superhero, who has been filmed as a TV series and is in the United States. Hot broadcast. Zhang Lan, who has all these achievements, and the far-reaching results of the college entrance examination, basically the prestigious schools in the United States, gave Zhang Lan's legal guardian, Uncle Ben, an enrollment call. The reason why Zhang Lan chose New York University was that it was close to home, and second, the main reason was that Harry Osborn and Peter Parker entered the Department of Biology at New York University. At the beginning of the first uncle, Zhang Lan had not yet responded to the speciality of adopting his own family. Later, when Peter, the young Spider-Man, was sent to the couple's house by Peter's parents, Zhang Lan knew that the future Spider-Man seems to be his own brother. Peter Parker, 3 months younger than Zhang Lan. The Spider-Man in his time and space, Zhang Lan observed for a long time, and finally determined to be Super Spider-Man. Naturally, Zhang Lan, who went to and from school with Peter, deliberately knew Harry Osborn, the first generation of the Green Devil in the future. Afterwards, Zhang Lanqian implied Harry. Now that Harry has lost his weakness in the movie, after his father fell ill, he is now one of the helmsmen of Osborn. Even if he is a 17-year-old child. Damn, why didn't you give me a shadow avatar technique? The avatar technique couldn't be compared, hey. Zhang Lan was bitter about his pencil while studying at the library of New York University. The university courses were too difficult. After all, it was just copying the finished products of the original world. It is a little difficult to learn an industry from the beginning. Hey, Lan. A boy leaned out of Zhang Lan's head and glanced at Lan's textbook. Wow, have you started to prepare for the lesson? It is worthy of being a school bully among our 3 musketeers. Where did you go on vacation internship? Osborn. Peter, can you sort out your bird's nest? Also, have you made progress with Gwen recently? Zhang Lan quipped. The boy in front of him is Peter Parker, the future Spider-Man, and now Zhang Lan's friend. The rolling of the world's giant wheel, Gwen was also at New York University. Mentioned Gwen, which made the future superhero Spider-Man also shy. He smiled awkwardly but didn't answer. Why? Haven't you confessed yet? Or are you going to give it to Harry? Zhang Lan's tone was unbelievable, just because in the library, the sound was so low that it was a bit out of tune, and it sounded exceptional teasing. No. Peter's reaction was so great that he even forgot in the library, I won't let Gwen leave me. A clear cough came from the table opposite Zhang Lan. Here is the library, whisper. Was talking about a white girl with blonde bangs covering her big eyes, and at this time was staring at Peter, who had just lost her voice, and her small face was also reddish. And Peter is also extremely obedient, sitting down right reading the book. Ha ha ha. A magical laughter came from Zhang Lan beside him. Blue, did you know that Gwen was on the opposite side early in the morning? Peter said fiercely. Gwen. Zhang Lan did not answer Peter. Instead, he spoke to the opposite Gwen. Peter said he has 2 first-time viewing tickets for the upcoming movie Superman. He asked if you would like to. He went to watch together? Unfortunately, I was busy that day and may not be free. Zhang Lan's words made Peter's nerves tense and raised his ears to hear Gwen's answer. Peter? Is it true? Gwen's words were full of surprises. Is it the Superman written by Zhang Lan in Zhang Lan Literature Network? At this time, in front of Peter, Gwen, naturally is the true Blue? Parker, I was still very happy to hear Gwen worship himself. Of course, yeah, yes, that one. Gwen, are you free? Peter heard that he had to look up and responded to Gwen in a panic, without tight eyes. Dare to look at Gwen. Wow, this is awesome. I won't miss it. But I didn't get the movie viewing ticket for the premiere for a long time. How did you buy it? It's really amazing. Gwen come over and whisper in excitement. Yes, it's hard to get, ticket? Yes, I bought it, rest assured. Peter's heart was tight. Where did he have it? But he should still bear it. Okay, that's it. Gwen picked up the book happily and walked out of the library. Blue, I'm leaving first. And Peter, your book is reversed. The last sentence of Peter turned around and hurriedly turned the book in his hand. Blue, where do I have a premiere viewing ticket? How do you tell Gwen when you are like this? Peter smirked a few times before reacting. Where did he have a viewing ticket? Don't worry, you forgot who opened the Zhang Lan Literature Network. Zhang Lan comforted Peter. Let's go back to the bedroom. Harry asked us to eat together at noon. Okay, then please. Peter lowered his mind. The future Spider-Man looks a bit stupid. After Peter finished speaking, he also picked up his own camera. When he went out, he saw Gwen sitting at the headmaster's desk reading a book. This made Peter couldn't help but pick up the camera and took a few photos. Eat. On the other side, a group of students gathered to make a noise. Peter couldn't help but go past it. Zhang Lan saw this and quickly followed. Now that Peter is his own brother, he can't be bullied by Eugene Fleischer. The beginning of the extraordinary Spider-Man has also begun. Tomorrow is the day when Red is in space, and the 4 wonders are about to start. The future Iron Man Tony, who is studying his armor at home, has the data provided by Zhang Lan, and feels that the progress will be much faster. Why is there a sense of excitement about having a party? Today, it was the day of appointment with Read to God. Zhang Lan arrived at the Space Launch Bureau early. At this time, he was changing into the uniform of the 4 heroes in the movie, a kind of artificial fiber. In mathematics, there are variables and constants. Simply put, variables refer to variable factors, while constants naturally refer to invariable factors. Zhang Lan is not sure whether the birth of the Fantastic Four in the movie is just because of the energy storm, or there are other inducement reasons. What Zhang Lan can do is to restore the constant as much as possible, such as Victor's space shield, or now the artificial fiber. Clothes. As for the variables, the number of people who can go up can still be changed. After all, there is energy. Sorry, Lan. Reed greeted Zhang Lan, because I don't have the ownership and patent rights of this project, I can't give you the information of this project. Tony is a kind of raider who only needs Zhang Lan's university project practice, plus a lot of stark high-end equipment. For the honest man Rhett, he took so many things, even more than the $25 million more than Victor, but he could only accompany the sky to fly, which made him very sorry. Rhett. You don't care about these, you have given me what I want, haven't you? Zhang Lan said he didn't care. Really does not care, after this energy storm, Victor's companies are all closed down, where are the benefits? The biggest gain, Zhang Lan is ready to accept it. Red apparently thought that Zhang Lan was comforting himself, and he wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a farce. The captain is here. A loud voice sounded. Was sorting the luggage, heard the conditioned reflex and turned to stand upright, looking at its seriousness. The attitude was very serious, but it was the flash of the camera. Took a picture of a young man wearing the same tight-fitting clothes as Zhang Lan. Digital camera, $264. Memory stick, $59. The former tough guy commander's depressed expression because he became a subordinate, priceless. Such a frivolous opening remark is naturally the future Thunderbolt Fire Johnny. Ben faced with anger toward Johnny, and suddenly reached out to Johnny, scaring Johnny to reflex his head, but the expected attack did not come, but it was Johnny who pulled the collar on the neck. Oh, thank you, you are so nice. Johnny looked up and cooperated, his tone very proud. I can handle this spaceship. I can also handle this ambitious boy with yellow hair. Ben said very seriously and turned to the wardrobe, but I don't know if I should put on this dress, should I fly or swan dance? Said that Ben took out the man-made fiber tights from the closet. Indeed, tights like Captain America would not have been worn in space unless they could follow the transformation of the energy storm. I mean, who designed this trademark? Ben went on to complain. Outside the fitting room of its Victor, a beautiful woman took over the conversation. She was wearing a tights. The neckline zipper was not pulled up, revealing a deep gully. With its beautiful face and graceful body, it is simply the incarnation of the goddess. This kind of man-made fiber is like the second skin of the human body, which can adapt to the different needs of the human body. The goddess said as she walked towards the crowd, but her eyes always fell to Reed intentionally or unintentionally. Such a voluptuous goblin is naturally the future Invisible Woman Susan. Reed also involuntarily walked to Susan, sighing in his mouth. Wow, awesome! Susan heard the words, the smile on his face was even worse, and the eyes looking at Rhett were full of admiration. Materials made with unstable self-regulating molecules. I have been studying this for you reading www.ukansha.com. Obviously, the previous sentence was not praising Susan, which made Susan put away a bright smile and glanced at Ben silently. This scientific genius with a negative EQ. This is the common thought of everyone present. Well, hello, Zhang Lan. Susan shifted the topic to Zhang Lan and extended her left hand gracefully. I am the head of the genetic research department of this investment company, Susan. Nice to meet you, Susan. Zhang Lan was also slightly excited to shake hands with the goddess of the previous life. Rhett often mentions you, beautiful lady, but he doesn't seem to be interested in what he has said. Zhang Lan glanced at Reed, who was still studying man-made fibers, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. I don't know why the goddess likes this stupid boy. Thank you. Obviously, this sentence came to Susan's heart, and his liking for Zhang Lan increased a lot. After saying hello, Susan gave Ben the spacesuit in his hand, and the other one was directly thrown into his arms when passing by Reed. His expression of aggression made him aside. Lan couldn't help but look. After the farce, it was boarding. As far as technology is concerned, the technology of manned spaceflight is very developed, and there will be no crisis. Therefore, the process is very simple, but Zhonglan did not expect that for the first time he saw the whole picture of the Earth. It would be a bit airsick. Moreover, for the first time on a rocket, Zhonglan said that he is a bit unaccustomed to space now. Recommended votes. Don't vote for this book. The new book Naruto has made a false master has been released. I hope you can support your collection. Chapter 6, Drops, Energy Recharge has arrived. Until docking with the space station and landing on the space station, Zhonglan was still pale and walked into the space station with the help of Reed. Johnny on the side could not help but ridiculed, "Hey, little guy, look." Zhonglan followed Johnny's finger and looked out the window. You can see the corner of the Earth, the white atmosphere is dotted with azure water, the landscape is very beautiful, and then... Vague. Zhonglan retched, and the whole person softened like noodles and hung on Reed. This made Susan glaring at Johnny, and Johnny smiled embarrassingly, trotting all the way to chase ahead. Is he all right? Susan stepped forward with frowns on her eyes, apparently concerned about Zhonglan's situation. Susan, it's okay. Reed, don't worry about me, you have more important things. Zhonglan's weak voice sounded, looking at the beautiful Susan, slightly better, but never daring to look out the window again. Go with. Well, then you are sitting here to take a break. Reed helped Zhonglan to the aisle and sat down. In the room, everyone had already entered the space station, that is, the local space station with a protective cover. Although he cannot protect against the energy storm. From here, we can monitor the approach of clouds and conduct observation experiments, Susan said, pointing at the space shield. Is this safe? Ben is most concerned about. The protective cover on the space station should be able to protect everyone's safety. Red replied uncertainly. Should. Ben grasped the keywords keenly and looked back at the pale Zhonglan. He suddenly had an ominous hunch. What's wrong with you, Ben? I'm getting old and a bit paranoid. An untrained man interjected, and if he could go to this space station, there would naturally be only Victor, the big boss in the future. Let's start carrying the test article, prepare your work clothes, Ben. Reed changed the subject. Looked at this scene with great interest, and could not help but say, I think you are still doing these heavy tasks. Maybe you should be in the research room. The on-site work is never suitable for you. Was very uncomfortable listening to this and couldn't help but turn around and said to Victor, he commands, I will do it, understand? That's enough for you. Victor smiled contemptuously and directly played his home advantage, if possible, Susan and I want to have a private chat. Said Reed's expression was a bit unnatural, but there was no way but had to helplessly say, of course, and then turned and left. At this time, Victor noticed Zhonglan, who was paralyzed aside, and the look on his face was even more weird. Little assistant, are you, fear of heights? Victor was not sure, where did you find the assistant? It's not your responsibility, Victor. Zhonglan rested for a while, feeling better, and barely stood up. Victor, I'm not Reed. You are busy with the next things. Zhonglan is not really a small assistant after all, he pointed out a warning, and then walked outside. After all, this space shield is not as useful as imagined, and he came for the energy storm. Passing Susan, whispered, Victor will propose to you, but I believe Reed will stop Victor. Then ignored Susan's reaction and walked to the restroom outside, still a little soft. In the lounge, Reed, who is preparing for the job, is also busy green, and there is only one door separating the control room from the lounge. Blue, I don't understand, why are you here? What can you do like this? No, I don't need to do anything, wait for you to know, it won't be long. Zhonglan licked his tongue and looked at an alloy wall as if to see through him, it's as simple as taking a shower. Red is unknown, so, but the work at hand is still busy, and Zhonglan is ignored. And outside of this time, Johnny and Ben were discussing the possibility of Susan and Reed's old feelings recurring, but I don't know that Victor was thinking of Susan preparing to propose. Reed, who was beside the instrument, finally discovered that something was wrong and operated the instrument to recalculate the arrival time of an energy storm. The result was: it is 9 minutes and 51 seconds before the storm strikes. This is impossible. Reed said incredulously, there should be 7 hours left. In the space station, Victor was holding a gift box with all the rings for marriage proposal. Just when I was promoted to your position, I'm going to say 4 words that changed my life. Victor said affectionately. He realized that Susan seemed to be vacant to Rhett. He needed to persuade Susan make decisions. As long as he speaks these 4 words. The clouds are accelerating. Rhett's voice inserted suddenly, it will come in a few minutes, not a few hours. The shock made Victor withdraw his hand holding the ring, and looked at Susan with surprise. Victor, we must stop acting. Reed does not seem to destroy the consciousness of good things. Rhett, calm down, we have come a long way, but we were not panicked if there was a small problem. Victor took the opportunity to teach him, close the protective cover. But, Ben is still outside. Reed said very seriously. Then put him in. Victor commanded impatiently, we have a mission here, move quickly. Working outside also saw the energy storm coming from afar, and illuminated the dark universe around it a lot, which was bad. Ben, go back, has been shouting to the noisy Johnny. At this time, the energy storm had already touched the space station, and Zhonglan could feel the violent vibration. I can't go back, guys. Ben said desperately. Skip it. At the critical moment, Johnny was rather calm. This is the only way now. Jumped towards the hatch as originally meant. Soon after it jumped away, the place where it stood originally was raged by the energy storm that followed. At this time, Victor in the space station also began to close the protective cover to know that the protective range of the protective cover is not large, only the lookout. Susan couldn't argue with it. When Victor proposed a proposal just now, it instantly disappeared and ran out of the protective cover alone. What are you going to do? I can't help them, what can you do? At least I tried. Susan ran out without looking back. Victor just hesitated for a moment, that is, he resolutely pressed the button to close the protective cover. There are more women, you can find another one. And the other side of the book, at a critical moment, entered the cabin, and Johnny, who had been squabbling with it, was also very cooperative. When he entered, he just closed the door. Without this protective filter, no one knows whether they can survive if they are directly exposed to an energy storm. Waiting for a few people to relax, the energy storm actually looked at the space station's reinforced iron bones as if nothing, passing straight through, ignoring everyone's body. A very small part remained in the body, most of them penetrated again, go out and move on. The flush of this energy storm is like a sea wave, wave after wave, which makes everyone comatose directly. There is only one exception, that is Zhonglan. I saw that he was very pale, and his whole body was covered with bright yellow light that was raging, but the light near Zhonglan disappeared like a vacuum, and was inexplicably absorbed before entering Zhonglan's body. In this splendid energy storm, there is no way out. Zhonglan didn't take it seriously. His eyes were fixed on a spot. In the line of sight that only he could see, there was a set of numbers beating. That is a system task that he had never been beating in these years. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com has almost forgotten the gold finger. Efforts before becoming adult. Please charge the system before the legal age of the host reaches the system startup conditions. Current completion degree, 0/100. Current completion degree, 7/100. Current completion degree, 14/100. Current completion degree, 21/100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest before the end of life. The reward has been distributed, please check it. Drip, the system is restarting, please wait. During the system restart, the inexplicable attraction of the system also disappeared. The raging energy storm instantly overwhelmed Zhang Lan. Due to the passive attraction of the system before, Zhang Lan was exposed to more energy than the 5 people. Many. Drip, the system is turned on. Absorbable energy detected, energy absorption. The sound of this sound system sounded like the sound of the horn that had been assembled, and the energy storms that could have been skipped farther away from Zhang Lan were attracted and rushed to Zhang Lan. Rooted into Zhang Lan's body. The feeling of being baptized by an energy storm is not uncomfortable. It feels like being soaked in sea water for a long time and then jumping into the sky. Although the nose can't breathe, the cells seem to suffocate for a long time, greedily absorbing energy into Zhang Lan's physical energy, but only a small part is absorbed, most of them are still like the Susan 5. When he came out, he disappeared instantly when he left Zhang Lan's body. This is absorbed by the system. Zhang Lan heard at this time, finally closed his eyes at ease. He had long wanted to sleep, really comfortable. Chapter 7, Lottery. I pump you to death. Zhang Lan woke up again, already lying in a separate room, looked at the surrounding facilities, and wanted to come to the advanced nursing home that appeared in the movie. Blinked and did not move. He closed his eyes directly, and he had to take a good look at the system he had just started. Thinking so, Zhang Lan tried to call the system with his mind. Hello. No response. Can't you understand English? Aren't the fellow? The fellow gets up, did not respond. Do you want a special password? Open the door with sesame seeds? Pineapple jackfruit. Still no response. Tai Shang Lao Jun is anxious like a decree, such as Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Christ. There is still no response. TMD %UN number at number UN %. Zhang Lan's heart collapsed. Did the system shut down when he was in a coma? Drip, the system has started, the host has a task reward that has not been received, please get it in time. Just when Zhang Lan was muttering in his heart, the sound of the system's rigid sound suddenly appeared in his mind. How to start you? Waited for a long time, but still no response. Zhang Lan thought about it and changed the statement. System, how to start you? Drip, the host can call up the system interface by meditating on system. Lying trough, Zhang Lan's heart collapsed. Lift the table, do you believe it? It turned out so simple. System, open the interface. Zhang Lan said silently. Zhang Lan originally closed his eyes tightly, and there was darkness in front of him. With the meditation in Zhang Lan's heart, an interface suddenly appeared in front of him. From top to bottom, there are personal panel can query the host data. Mission system tasks and task rewards will be released again. Mystery shop, you can use the rule fragments to open the redemption authority and redeem the corresponding level items. Achievement system, achievements and rewards can be obtained for completing specified matters. More exciting, so stay tuned. Advertised. The other good understanding is what this 5th item is more exciting, so stay tuned. Zhang Lan is very curious, so thinking, Zhang Lan focused his attention on this one option. Drip, the host permission is insufficient, please try hard to upgrade. More exciting, so stay tuned. I just turned it on, wouldn't I be a trumpet of the 1st level? I obviously recharged energy. Zhang Lan saw this to no avail, the task options still flashed, making Zhang Lan could not help but focus on the task system, followed by a small hand click on the task system, and then the other options disappeared and emerged. Main line must be completed. Branch optional. Urgent random release, short time limit, high difficulty, big reward. 3 options, of which the main line option is flashing. Zhang Lan continues to click on with that little hand of thought why Zhang Lan feels that he has a feeling of playing a mobile game invested by San Mao. Is still charge and then try it. The visual sense of the computer version of the board game, is there a wood? After opening the main line, no branch finally appeared, Only a pre-adult effort emerged shining. Zhonglan continued to click. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the efforts before adulthood task. Yes/no to receive the task? Yes. Zhonglan endured the inexplicable emotion and clicked the yes option again. Drip! Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host, you will get a random lottery *1, yes/no lottery. Yes. Zhonglan's eyebrows are beating at this time. You can give me the program that develops this system, I promise not to kill you. This player experience is really bad. The system turntable starts, please host to draw manually. After the system prompts, all the text disappears. A super large turntable appears in Zhonglan's consciousness, but the turntable is blank and there is no option. System, what's going on? What do I do if I don't have a horse? Zhonglan said to ask the system if he had something. Please host to understand. The system does not buy the bill, directly Zhong choked back. Zhonglan felt that his temper was severely provoked, but this so-called system was invisible and untouchable. It was really irritated. However, the reward is more important. Zhonglan can only think about it himself. Soon when he finds the idea and clicks on the pointer, several options will emerge. The existing lucky draw opportunities are as follows. Blood Relay Limit *1. Ninjutsu *1. Body Surgery *1. Illusion *1. Special *1. Zhonglan tried to click on the most interested Blood Relay Limit. Immediately the entire option disappeared, and the text on the large spaces of the turntable slowly appeared. Right wheel eyes. Steel escape. Bing done. Magnetic escape. Wood done. White eyes. Red eye. Bone vessel. There are many kinds of, among which Zhonglan's very favorite writing wheel eye is also in it, as well as the powerful wooden escape and corpse bone veins. Zhonglan, who was already a bit impatient, was turning the turntable lightly with a small hand of thought. At that time, the entire big turntable was the windmill one wheel spinning up, and Zhonglan looked at the big turntable with his eyes no way, he with his eyes closed, this thing is directly projected on consciousness and can only be seen. After all, there is no power source, and the large turntable has been slowly stopped for a long time. At this time, it is skipping the corpse bone vein and slowly moving towards the long-awaited writing wheel eye. Hey, almost, yes, go in, good kind. Zhonglan watched the pointer turn into wheel eye and paused between wheel eye and death ceremony. He almost jumped out of bed. When he thought it was a foregone conclusion, the system's prompt sound also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the death ceremony, disabled. What the hell? Aren't you writing chakras? It turned out that when Zhonglan was excited, the pointer finally moved a small step and turned into the death ceremony, disabled. But what happened to the disabled? I don't understand the question system. Drip, it is detected that part of the system is lost, part of the system is rewarded or there is a defect. Please try hard to upgrade the host, trigger the main task to collect the scattered system. Zhonglan saw the explanation of the system, do you believe it or not? Even if it's Sanmao interface, or is it an unfinished product? System, which part of the death ritual, residual, is missing? Zhonglan finally asked weakly, if it is possible to obtain the undead ability in the anime. ********. Name, Death Ceremony, Disabled. Category, Forbidden. Rank, A. Introduction, it can make the host have the characteristics of immortality, but it cannot be recovered independently, so please be careful of the host and do not lose the body parts. Consumption, none. Remarks, the death ritual is divided into two parts, undead and ritual. It was originally an S-level forbidden surgery. Due to the loss of some systems, it currently has only the undead ability, so it was reduced to A level. The name of the skill in the system will appear as undead. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. After reading the introduction to the system, Zhonglan felt a deep maliciousness from the system, and continued to smoke. Long pain is not as good as short pain. Depending on the urination of the system, it is estimated that no good goods can be spit out. I simply cut the mess and chose all random draws. Suddenly the big turntable was divided into 4, all started to rotate and stopped together. Ding! Congratulations to the host's ninjutsu lottery for shadow art. Ding! Congratulations to the host body for the lucky draw 8-door Dungia table lotus flower. Ding! Congratulations to the host of illusion in the magic draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host's special lottery draw guardian of sand. Ding! Because the host completes the task in advance, the talent skill *1 is rewarded, and the S-level feature *1 is added to it randomly. The continuous 5-tone system prompts the sound. Zhonglan was surprised for a while, and then counted carefully. It was indeed 5-tone. You don't really say, this system is really kind. The art of Shadow Doppelganger is a cheating artifact, a simplified version of Prince Naruto's signature skills. 8-men Dungia is not to mention, but it was the strongest body technique that caused Kai to almost kick out a big ending. Ban had to recognize Kai as the strongest body technique. As for the illusion, Zhonglan did not have an impression. The guardian of sand seems to be the blessing to my love before the death of my mother, and that has always automatically guarded my sand defense, that is, the love of my mother. As for the last random draw of the whole category, you can also add features. It sounds like a very powerful look. But Zhonglan thinks this can't? Doesn't the hierarchical segmentation of the system come backwards? System, from low to high, list the ranks. Zhonglan asked tentatively. Drip, the system will include but not limited to ninjutsu, body surgery, illusion, blood relay limit, equipment, etc. divided into E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, 8 levels, the lowest E level, SSS the highest. The system answered this time. The system's answer made Zhonglan couldn't help but bemused. Doesn't this mean that the system directly sent him a 6th level reward? www.readaloud.com system, this time it's done well, start the talent draw. Zhonglan praised the system with satisfaction. With Zhonglan's intentions, the system appeared this time instead of a big turntable, but a big slot machine with 3 options and a big lever next to it. Zhonglan didn't need system prompts. The slot machine started to operate with a pull lever directly on the road, the 3 options in the middle also rolled up furiously, and with his eyesight, he was blinded and could not see a thing clearly. And finally just waited for it to stop. Wait for a long time, the slot machine is still turning happily, and there is no stopping at all. Will it be called manually? Thought of Zhonglan, and manipulated the idea small hand to pull the lever once. The 3 options of fast gallop immediately began to slow down until the 3 options appeared. Vortex Naruto Avatar. Body Technique 1. This made Zhonglan a little confused. Shouldn't they be the same? What does it count now? Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first time Uzumaki Naruto learned the body technique. The reward is being strengthened with S-level features. Please wait. Well, the first prince learned ninjutsu? I think it should be good. The first ninjutsu he learned was the technique of multiple shadow avatars? I already have it, right? Is it a 3-body technique? Zhonglan thought a little confused. Suddenly he thought of a keyword. Physique. He meowed, Naruto's first learning of body skills, which Kakashi would not teach him. Zhonglan has an ominous hunch, and it is very strong. Ding! Strengthening has been completed. Congratulations to the host for enjoying ***. Chapter 8, Are you the nemesis sent by the monkey? Chapter 7 System, Are you a nemesis sent by monkeys? Ding! The strengthening has been completed. Congratulations to the host for the enjoyment of the Wood Leaf Body Millennium Mystery Millennium Kill. System, I number UN percent, number. This time Zhonglan couldn't help it anymore. When he jumped out of bed, he scolded and uttered a word of national scolding. In the middle, he also held the Hokkien language of his previous hometown. He scolded for 10 minutes without repetition. For a long time, Zhonglan finally finished venting, which made the system resentful and let the system show the data of the 1,000-year profound mythology. *********. Name, Millennium Kill. Category, Body Surgery. Rank, E. Efficacy, both hands form a tiger's mark, launching an attack from the back of any person, and penetrating its backyard fully, causing the other party's energy cycle to be interrupted, depending on the duration of their will. Consumption, a little physical fitness. Characteristics, you will be able to instantly appear behind any enemy in sight, but the skills cannot be interrupted. Remarks, because of the enhancement of the characteristics, the practicality of this skill has greatly increased, but because it cannot be interrupted, it is used with caution. *********. There was a long silence in the room. For a long time, Zhonglan shook his head a little depressed. The evil taste of the system, really strong, but this Millennium Kill, plus that feature, but it is a displacement skill. More importantly, it is instantaneous, as long as the hands are printed into a tiger seal. System, how many other skills? Let's take a look together. *********. Name, Fantasy. Category, Illusion. Rank, E. Efficacy, the entry-level illusion can be simply implanted in the illusion to the subject. Consumption, Chakra *10. Remarks, the success factor is determined to be mental power. ********. Name, The Art of Shadow Doppelganger. Category, Ninjutsu. Rank, B. Efficacy, an independent avatar with self-consciousness can be separated, and it will be automatically released after receiving injury. After the release, all the feelings experienced during the period will be transmitted back to the body. Consumption, chakra of the caster is divided equally. Remark, due to quality improvement, this skill will not be automatically released due to ontology thinking and coma. ********. Name, Undead. Category, Forbidden. Rank, A. Introduction, it can make the host have the characteristics of immortality, but it is not because it cannot be recovered independently, so please be careful of the host and do not lose the body parts. Consumption, none. Remarks, the death ritual is divided into two parts, Undead and Ritual. It was originally the S-level blood relay limit, and was downgraded to A level due to the loss of the ritual part. ********. Name, 8 Doors Dungia Watch Lotus. Category, Body Surgery. Rank, C. Introduction, the human body has a self-protection mechanism, so normal people can only use less than 50% of their physical strength, and chakra also has 8 restrictions. It is called 8 doors. Opening the 8 doors to release the restrictions will get them in a short time. A tremendous strength. This skill is Watch Lotus, open the second door closed door, can be used. Consumption, physical energy. Remarks, the power of rapid expansion corresponds to its heavy price. ********. Name, Guardian of Sand. Category, Special/Passive. Rank, S. Efficacy, ability to use chakra to control sand. Mixing chakras sand will automatically defend against all damage that may damage the host. Characteristics, the release of the AI Luo series of ninjutsu reduces the energy by 50%. Consumption, none. Note, the host can only control the sand with the host chakra. ********. Drip, the reward has been determined and has been distributed to the host storage space. Zhonglan looked at the above skills, and then sadly found that the daily available attack skills, trademark only has F-level Millennium Kills. The Guardian of Sand is a passive skill, only to control the sand. He also needs to exchange the related ninjutsu of my ELO to be able to exert his attack power. 8 Door Dunjia e Yulian Hua. Speaking of appearing in the Huo Ying 2 times, they were both dissolved and felt so weak. Moreover, the self-mutilation of this trick trademark, even if he has any undead ability of the evil ritual, hereinafter collectively referred to as undead, but the undead ability does not provide recovery ability. I knew from watching the anime, the head was cut off. Yes, I can't die, but I won't grow back on my own. Such a long time, the body energy is exhausted. Is it still dead? As for the illusion of illusion, looking at its E-level rating, I think it is not very good. The last shadow avatar. Thought it would be possible to use the prince's human sea tactics, but the result was only a B-level shadow avatar, not an A-level shadow avatar. If there is only one, this kind of unavailable shadow avatar has little combat value for Zhonglan now. After all, Zhonglan's body surgery experience is not high, it is easy to be hit, and then his chakra total capacity is not much, even half points. How to play? Can I learn from anyone other than me? Zhonglan asked doubtfully. Drip, insufficient authority, please try hard to upgrade. Okay. Zhonglan said he was very hurt by the system. The storage space issued by the system is very small, only 1 cubic meter in size, and now there are only a few thin cards. With Zhonglan's idea, these cards immediately appeared in Zhonglan's hands. The cards are not big, and the styles are very similar to the game cards in the previous Game King. A Tai Chi picture is unified on the back, and the name and function of the card are introduced on the front. There are also pictures. Zhonglan only glanced at the picture of the Millennium Killing. After a yellow-haired child was surrounded by an adult man covering his left eye, the man's hand became a tiger seal, and he bowed and aimed at his target, the backyard of the yellow-haired child. Zhonglan seemed to hear it, Naruto's scream. System, how to learn? Eat directly. Zhonglan said he was very tired. Drip, just ask the host to place the card on the pineal gland. Pineal gland? Isn't that the forehead? It's so mysterious. Zhonglan despised the system very disdainfully, and then slapped a stack of cards in his hand directly to the forehead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning F-level body surgery, Millennium Kill, E-level illusion, B-level ninjutsu, shadow avatar, A-level ban, death ceremony, remnant, C-level body surgery, 8 Door Dunjia special skills of Olian Hua and S-level, Sand Guardian. With the prompt of the system, Zhonglan only felt that a lot of information poured into his mind, which was complicated information about the sequence of the handprint of ninjutsu, the perception of the practice of body skills, and so on. The point is, there is a lot of this information. Is not just a mental devastation, its body is also undergoing a transformation to make Zhonglan stronger and stronger. Of course, Zhonglan can only feel more painful at this time. There is no doubt that he gloriously passed out again. Soon after Zhonglan's coma, the room door was opened. It was Reed who came in. He looked at Zhonglan lying on the floor in confusion. Did the data show that he was awake? Reed was a little puzzled, and after he helped Zhonglan to the bed, he called on the doctor to ask him to do further examination. The inspection process naturally includes a blood test, which is performed every 5 hours. This is one of the key points of the key wards. The problem lies here. When the doctor wanted to draw Zhonglan's blood again, it was a magical discovery that there was a small pile of sand floating around Zhonglan's body. When the doctor wanted to draw him blood, he was surrounded by needles. Near the hole, the needle couldn't touch Zhonglan's skin at all. This special situation, Reed looked over and immediately responded, this is the mutation after being radiated in space. Know that his best friend is still in a coma. Waking up again, Zhonglan felt extremely hungry. When he opened his eyes, he saw a nurse sitting beside him and dozing off. However, he had no trace of interest in this sleeping beauty. All his eyes were focused on a little boy beside him. Thermos. Zhonglan knew that there must be a loss of porridge in it, prepared for the long-term unconscious patient to wake up. It was 3 days since he last woke up. Due to his sand guard, no needles could penetrate into Zhonglan's blood vessels, and even the feeding action of him was judged as an attack by sand. Therefore, there is no way for the hospital to ingest nutrients for Zhonglan, and can only adopt the most primitive method: wait for Zhonglan to wake up. Zhonglan's body was still in the process of transformation. According to the body's self-protection and self-control, he could not wake up before the transformation was completed. And Zhonglan, who woke up at this time, was extremely weak. He tried hard to lift his body, but he could not do it, so he could only look at the thermos longingly. In Zhonglan's extremely longing eyes, a small piece of sand swept from all around, gently holding up the thermos cup, and slowly flew towards his bed under Zhonglan's idea. This is... the sand of the Sand Guardian is in control. Zhonglan was also exposed to this supernatural phenomenon for the first time, and it seemed a bit veiled. This distracting, unskilled control of Shaji did not lead, and passively changed into a protective state, flowing back to Zhonglan's body and guarding his safety. Without the sand-holding box, naturally fell to the ground, making a sound, waking up the little nurse who was sleeping. The waking nurse was also aware of his negligence, and while notifying the doctor, he was feeding Zhonglan with nutrients, that is, liquid food in a thermos. Under Zhonglan's subjective control, the sand was not stopped anymore. Zhonglan ate the food smoothly, and thus ingested nutrients. Soon after Zhonglan woke up, Reed, Susan, and Ben rushed to the ward, greeted Zhonglan, and briefed Zhonglan about what happened. First of all, Zhonglan was originally awakened once a day after the energy storm, but because of the system reform, he was comatose and passed out for 3 days, and Ben also woke up yesterday. After hearing the story of his loyal patron who was almost forced to go on a hunger strike because of the sand, Zhonglan felt more and more that the system was a bit unreliable. Drip: if the host is about to die, the system will provide energy to the host and maintain the host's biological functions. Because Zhonglan's consciousness chanted the keyword system, the system made an answer. If this is the case, it's a little more reliable. Zhonglan nodded, and then realized another question: system, what am I doing now? The original appearance or transformation. Drip: during the host's coma, the transformation is maintained by the system, so it has not been released yet. The system gave good news. It's dangerous, not exposed. After discussing with everyone, Reed never misses Zhonglan's blood sample. He hopes to get a blood sample if Zhonglan cooperates. Zhonglan naturally didn't want to be blood drawn. After reluctantly agreeing, he was pleased to find that he couldn't control the sand at all, and gave instructions to give up guardianship. System, what's going on? Why can't I control the sand? Just ask the system if you don't understand. Drip: the defense of Sand Guardian is a passive skill, just like animals need to breathe, it is natural and cannot be changed. After no success, Reed can only leave with regret. Susan made an invitation in time to go to the restaurant for dinner. Zhonglan readily agreed, but before that he had some things to resolve. He needs to reassure his family. Thinking about it this way, Zhonglan first called home and answered Aunt May, because she said to Aunt May before that there was something wrong with the script of her new movie Superman and she needed to go to the theater to work for a few days, so Aunt May is not surprised that Zhonglan did not contact his family for 5 days. Oh, Blue. Are you coming back? Aunt May's voice was a little trembling, obviously emotional. Aunt May? Are you okay? Zhonglan asked very worriedly. Aunt May hasn't answered yet. There was a sound of dispute when the microphone came. Oh? You have something to delay. This is Uncle Ben's voice. Uncle Ben seems very angry, he rarely reprimanded people so loudly. Your aunt, Yu reading books www.yuyugonshu.com. My wife, a person, noon walked 5 blocks at 12 o'clock, the 5 most chaotic blocks in Queens. I can come back on my own. Aunt May didn't respond to Zhonglan, justifying Peter. You don't want to protect this child. The next words Zhonglan didn't listen anymore. He felt that he needed to rush back immediately, otherwise a lifelong pain would happen. Is Zhonglan rescued by Aunt May? Uncle Ben agreed to adopt him and spent 17 years with this beloved couple. For Zhonglan, whose parents divorced in the previous life, he cherishes the father's love. Although he was called Uncle Ben, in Zhonglan's heart, he had long regarded Uncle Ben as his father. He did not want to see that Uncle Ben guided Spider-Man to become a superhero at the cost of death. Zhonglan didn't have to worry about these things at all. After all, Peter had only one cycle from acquiring Spider-Man's ability to running away from home with his uncle, so Zhonglan didn't worry before, he would not around Uncle Ben. Who knows, that evil system transformation made Zhonglan comatose for 3 days. Zhonglan squeezed his handprint, and the ninjutsu taught by the system was very skillful. Ninjutsu, the art of shadow doppelganger. Separated a shadow avatar, told him to say goodbye to Reed and others, and then jumped out of the window by himself. This sanitarium is located at the border of Brooklyn and Queens, not far from home. Zhonglan's physical fitness plus chakra wall climbing and other characteristics is the fastest way to reach the scene. Uncle Ben, don't die, wait for me. Zhonglan was secretly anxious in his heart, exerting force under his feet, and quickly moved forward again, already having no regard for the problem of identity disclosure. Chapter 9, Main Quest, Battle 1. Is this a game? Is this a virtual world? Or, just a very long dream? Zhonglan had doubted this, and now he has no doubt at all, because he felt the pain of tearing the heart and lungs, it was a pain of tearing the soul. Looking at Uncle Ben's body in front of him, Peter wailed on the side like a abandoned child. Slowly, Zhonglan felt that his eyes were filled with a liquid. He thought it was tears. Did he cry? He didn't want to cry in front of Uncle Ben, wiped his eyes with his hands, but found that his hands were stained with a bright blood color. Blood tears. This is Zhonglan's last memory, and then he only felt a sudden pain in his eyes, and he was comatose again. Boom! A wave of smoke floated, and Zhonglan was really comatose this time. Without the help of the system, he could no longer sustain the transformation, and he was automatically relieved. At the moment when the smoke was about to dissipate, a black cloak followed Zhonglan's body, and was a shadow avatar. Before Zhonglan did not give the shadow avatar a direct release order, so he followed. Concealed it for Zhonglan at the last moment that he might be exposed. The shadow avatar resisted not looking at Uncle Ben on the ground, glaring at Peter who was immersed in extreme self-blame, and helped Uncle Ben to say the last sentence. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. After finishing speaking, he ignored Peter, hugged Zhonglan, and disappeared in a few jumps. Shortly after the shadow avatar left, an ambulance arrived at the scene. Someone called an ambulance for Peter. Unfortunately, the ambulance staff just shook his head and comforted Peter, then left again. The heart penetrates and breathing stops, and there is no hope of rescue. After the ambulance staff issued the death notice, Peter, who had been suppressing emotions, finally couldn't suppress it anymore, and he roared in pain. When woke up again, Zhonglan felt that his eyes were very dry. He blinked hard, hoping to moisten his eyes, but became more dry. Are you awake? The shadow avatar spoke, his voice very hoarse. How is the state? If no problem, I lifted the avatar. Without ID, we are now in a villa in Tony, New York. Tony is still in the basement of his Los Angeles villa, tinkering with his steel suit. Zhonglan didn't make a sound, but just nodded indifferently. Shadow Doppel Solution. Shadow Avatar squeezed the handprint, and with the sound of bang, it turned into a cloud of smoke and quickly dissipated. Zhonglan, who was originally indifferent on the bed, a small amount of memory information poured into his mind. Compared with the previous system skill information, it was much less, but he was mentally a little tired. Shook his head vigorously. With the experience of the system, he quickly got used to it, quickly browsed the information brought by the shadow avatar, and understood why he appeared here. He touched his arm indifferently, his expression suddenly. Just 3 hours ago, in order to hurry up, I over-applied Baimandungia under extreme fatigue. The capillaries of the body exploded a lot, but now it has recovered as before. The blood is washed away by the shadow clone, but the wound is automatically healed by the body. Undead ability is emphasized that it has no recovery ability. Shadow Avatar does not have permission to access the system, so he cannot understand why this is good, just some vague speculation. System, call up personal panel. Zhonglan said silently in his heart, touching his chest with his hand, where a heart was beating. He clearly remembered that his heart had already burst with capillaries, so he would not beat. *********. Name, Zhonglan. State, healthy. Chakra, 94/94. Skills. Class E, Doppelganger, Avatar, and Transfiguration. Class D, Illusion. Grade C, Table Lotus. Class B, The Art of Shadow Avatar. Grade A, Undead, Cell Riot, Passive. S Level, Guardian of Sand, Passive, Millennium Kill. SSS Level, Woodleaf Constitution. Comprehensive Ability, D Level, Combat Value, 94. Comprehensive Evaluation, Insufficient Combat Skill Reserves, Low Chakra Reserves, Low Combat Experience, and Low Psychological Quality. Current Mission, None. Current Property, Energy Points, 31,581, Rule Fragments, None. *********. Sure enough. Seeing his own attribute panel, Zhonglan found the reason for his body's recovery. He used his mind to check the A-level cell riots and SSS-level physical transformation. ********. Name, Cell Riot, Passive. Category, Super Ability. Rank, A. Introduction, in non-combat moments, it can accelerate cell division and reproduction. The smaller the total number of cells in the body, the faster the cell division and reproduction. Consumption, the upper limit of the number of cell divisions. Remark, the number of cell divisions in a person's life is limited. Excessive consumption will permanently lose the upper limit of physical strength, and will seriously cause the cells to die and die. *******. Name, Physical Reform. Category, Physical Reform. Rank, SSS. Introduction, automatically possess the full attribute Chakra attribute, under the appropriate environmental conditions, will awaken any constitution of Konoha. Consumption, unknown. Remark, as long as conditions permit, the host can even awaken the blood of Datong Mui. *******. Seeing the skill of Cell Riot, Zhonglan couldn't help but think of Uncle Wolf's terrifying recovery ability. Unfortunately, it is a non-combat skill. It can only take effect automatically when you are out of combat, or if you guarantee that you will not damage the enemy. As for the only SSS level skill Physique Transformation, to put it bluntly is a potential gift pack, under certain circumstances can awaken the existence of any limit of blood relay. Yes, resurrection. Zhonglan struck a spirit, he had to hurry back, and no one could cremate the body of Uncle Ben. When it comes to resurrection, there are really many techniques or bloodlines of the resurrection people in the Fire Shadow. The reincarnation of the mother-in-law of the Cho generation, the reincarnation of the dirt of Konoha, the outer path of the reincarnation eye, and the innate technique of reincarnation are all possible. Thinking about this, Zhang Lan quickly hurried towards the home. The location that the previous shadow avatar chose was not far away from the home. After all, Tony was rich and there were many places to choose from. Because he had to go home, he did not use the transfiguration technique. In order not to be exposed, he only moved forward at a faster speed than ordinary people. The police station also needed to obtain evidence, and certainly not cremated the body so quickly. There was broken glass at the door of the house, which was the product of Peter's fall before. Stepped on the glass and walked into the house. At first glance, she saw Aunt May sitting in the living room. 2 black police officers were checking with her. Seeing Aunt May, who was crying with red eyes, the sadness she had stopped could not help but emerged again. Each of them has a black dot in his eyes as Zhang Lan's emotion broke out, turning slowly around the black eyeball. Lu Ming didn't go to see Peter standing there, and walked straight to Aunt May. Aunt May saw him, covering her mouth, sobbing again. Zhang Lan didn't know how to comfort her, she could only hug her shoulders and put Aunt May on her chest. Looked at such a sad Aunt May, who had never belonged to the heart of the world, and finally pulled back from the previous life to the present. Since my previous life has passed, why don't I stick to it if I don't have much to worry about? At the same time, he secretly vowed that he would never let Aunt May be hurt. No way. If anyone dares to hurt Aunt May, I will never treat him lightly. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan squinted at Peter. Peter was obviously sad too. His eyes were all red and swollen. He wanted to cry for a long time before, but in front of Aunt May, he couldn't cry, so he endured no tears. At this time, Peter was asking the black policeman for a portrait of the robber. The black police officer understood Peter very well. This was just a copy, and the original was in the police station. One more thing, he has a star-shaped tattoo on his left wrist. The black policeman kindly reminded. Peter didn't respond, he stared at the portrait in his hand, and engraved the face in his mind. Drip, detected the host's emotional fluctuations, matched the corresponding mainline task, and released the mainline task, first battle. *********. The first battle, the host's emotions need to be released, hatred needs revenge, defeat Spider-Man, then find the murderer who killed Ben Parker, and execute your revenge. **********. This task fits Zhang Lan's intention very much, because he was supposed to do it. He wanted to coax Aunt May to sleep, but Aunt May just lost her love, how could she fall asleep? She took Zhang Lan's hand and said something that had no logic. There was no regularity on the east side of the road, and she said whatever she remembered. Seeing this, when he used to go to the bathroom once, he split up a shadow avatar and asked the shadow avatar to accompany Aunt May, while he walked upstairs, and he was going to make an appointment. Peter's door was locked. Zhang Lan knocked on the door, and he and Peter both needed to vent. Aunt May. Peter's voice trembled violently. He listened to sit behind the door. Is there anything? I'm going to sleep. Peter obviously didn't want Aunt May to see him cry. Boom boom. Zhang Lan didn't speak, still knocking quietly on the door. Can't quarrel Aunt May downstairs. Felt the determination of the knocker, Peter opened the door from inside, his eyes were more red and swollen, his eyelashes stuck together, and there was a trace of bright light reflection in the corner of his eye. It's you Lan, you. Before Peter had finished speaking, Zhang Lan lifted his collar and walked to the window of the room. Blue, let go of your hand, I don't want to hurt you. Peter didn't resist. He didn't know about Zhang Lan's cultivation. Zhang Lan kept hiding from his family and had just lost his uncle Ben. He doesn't want to hurt the other 2 relatives now. Zhang Lan turned a deaf ear and pulled Peter directly from the window. This action scared Peter a little. He was very responsive. He hurriedly grabbed Zhang Lan's shoulder. Instead of breaking free, he wanted to reverse his position in the air and keep himself below. His physical fitness was very strong and completely changed. Can serve as a human air cushion. Peter's arm exerted force, and was surprised to find that his body did not turn down as expected, and there was a force to counteract his force. To know his strength, accidentally pulled the faucet. Zhonglan dragged Peter to the ground steadily, ignoring Peter's surprise, and dragged Peter away. Blue, what's the matter? Have you ever been to the Oscar? Peter was incoherent and increased his strength a little, before breaking free of Zhonglan's hand. Zhonglan said nothing in silence, and after Peter broke free, he pointed to the living room and took the lead in the distance. Peter turned his head to look at the living room. Through the window, she could see Aunt May sitting there, and beside her was Zhonglan, who was clearly in front of her. Peter suddenly looked back at Zhonglan, who had gone far away, hesitating for a while, and watching Zhonglan's figure disappearing into his sight, he gritted his teeth, spread his figure and chased up. Peter became more and more surprised. He had awakened the physique of the spider for a few days. He knew how fast he was compared to ordinary people, but he found that the person in front of him had a speed of 60%. Is not as good as him, but it is terrible compared to ordinary people. Chased like this, came to an abandoned factory, where Peter knew, was the secret base of him and Zhonglan when he was a child. Yu read books. www.yuyuganshu.com. An abandoned steel smelting plant. Who are you? Why is it exactly like Lan? Peter asked Zhonglan when he finally stopped when he saw Zhonglan. If you don't know who I am, you will come with me. Zhonglan raised his brow and responded. Hey, brother, I just don't want you to harass my brother Lan, especially come over to warn you, do you understand? Zhonglan's heart fluctuated in Peter's words. Here, this frame still needs to be played, and the handprint changes in his hand. Ninjutsu avatar technique. In the next scene, Peter was a bit creepy, like a special effect. After a white smoke quickly faded, Zhonglan appeared in front of him. Are you a ghost? Peter was a little scared. After all, he was just an ordinary American boy a few days ago. Zhonglan didn't respond. The 5 avatars and the main body rubbed up and attacked Peter in unison. Although Peter was a little scared, he with a sense of danger could clearly sense that the other party had no obvious hostility towards himself. But there is, well, resentment. Peter's agility is higher than Zhonglan's, and he easily escaped Zhonglan's straight fist in a flash. He jumped upside down on an iron rope and watched Zhonglan running against the wall against gravity, more and more surprised. Hey, buddy, can't you say something? I'm in a bad mood today, I don't want to hurt you. Peter evaded Zhonglan's attack and warned with kindness in his mouth. He still didn't want to do anything to those who did not show maliciousness. Zhonglan also stopped his action. There is no way. Peter is too fast. He can't hit this guy. System, can you scan Peter's data? Zhonglan asked the system tentatively. Chapter 10, The Amazing Power of Table Lotus. Drip, start the scanning system, the scan is successful, the data has been released. ********. Name, Peter Parker /Spider-Man. Skills, Danger Sensing, Sea-Level Strength Strengthening, Agility Strengthening, Reflex Nerve Strengthening, Physical Strengthening. State, SAD. Comprehensive Ability, Sea-Level, Combat Value, 176. Comprehensive Evaluation, Agile and Responsive, but with a little lack of strength. He has just been awakened and he is still in continuous strength. His combat experience is his weakness. *********. It seems that there are still many functions of this system that have not been tapped by me. Zhonglan thought, but even Peter's weaker power is much stronger than me, and I can't do battle experience. Scanned Peter's information, then looked at his skill panel, thinking about tactics. Dude? Did you hear me speak? Peter hangs upside down on the rope, he prefers this posture. I really don't have the mood to fight with you today, is it alright? Beat me, I will tell you what you want to know. Do you really want to fight? I really feel today. Body skill Millennium Kill. Zhonglan directly released his only displacement skill. Now he has no long-range attack skills and must be close. He instantly disappeared into Peter's sight. Peter's danger perception that he had just received felt that the chrysanthemum was tight. This signal made Peter suddenly change color, and his hands and feet rushed to the ground. He looked back and saw Zhonglan's hands forming a tiger's seal, his arms stretched out, and he stabbed straight forward, with a little surprise on his face. Obviously he didn't expect Peter to be able to escape his instant 1000-year kill. Is a bit tricky. In 1,000 hairs, Zhonglan's fingertips touched the edges of Peter's crotch, but unfortunately still did not hit the target. Peter used both hands and feet and ran on the iron rope until he still felt that his chrysanthemum was still cold. What kind of tricks are you? So nasty, mean, don't force me, otherwise fuck. Peter warned again that Zhonglan in the line of sight disappeared abruptly. At the same time, the tight feeling of chrysanthemum struck again, and he could not pay attention to the warning. Atop hip, the entire abdomen was attached to the iron rope, and the foot was full of strength. Pedaling, shooting off the ground like an arrow from the string, with both hands on the ground, dangerously avoiding the danger of being intestinal. Peter shook his numb arm, which was shocked. His full strength impact on the ground was great. His eyes looked strange, and he was a little annoyed and rushed to Zhonglan without saying a word. 2. Peter didn't dodge this time anymore. Since this person didn't listen to the warning so much, then give him a hard lesson, just because he needs to vent. The two were fighting together, but the angry Peter had a lot of strength in his hand. He didn't have any moves at all, just punched Zhonglan. There was no way to dare to dodge with his agile skills. Peter noticed that each time the other party used that strange trick, he had to form a tiger seal with both hands before disappearing. Therefore, Peter's attack is a continuous one. He cannot let Zhonglan's hands idle. Originally thought that his power was higher than Zhonglan. Even if he gave up his agile strength, he could beat Zhonglan down, but the more he beat Peter, the worse it felt. The face-to-face boxing of the two men was close for a minute, and they blocked each other no less than 50 times. Both hands showed some unusual red-purple. But looking back at Zhonglan, his arms are still as clean as ever, with no trace of strange colors. The reason is that every time Peter's attack always hits a mass of moving sand, they remove most of their power, and Zhonglan also concentrates on chakra at the hit position, which can effectively defend against the attack. No, this guy has a weirdness and is stronger than me. Peter has a clear mind. After blocking Zhonglan's attack again, he jumped back immediately and pulled away the distance. The entire back was attached to the wall. This is to prevent Zhonglan's millennium killing. Zhonglan didn't chase, just played a set without skill, just vented his emotions, and then he should consider how to defeat Peter, which is the requirement of the main task. It seems that you can only use this. Zhonglan frowned helplessly, his attack skills are still too little. 8 men Dunjia Shu men open. There were blue muscles on his face, and the blue chakra on his arm became a little fuller. At the same time, his legs slowly emerged from the light blue chakra. The body is full of power. Feel the changes in his body. This time his body is in a normal state. He feels that he can maintain the current state of transition for as long as 3 minutes, and then the body will not bear the blood collapse. The body is still too weak. Can't delay the time anymore, quick battle and quick decision, use Watch Lotus Flower. Watch Lotus can only be used when the 8-door Dunjia Hume door is open, and belongs to sea-level body surgery. After making a good tactic, Zhonglan exerted force under his feet and rushed towards Peter in a flash. Peter on one side didn't know where was the chain of a thick finger, and he watched Zhonglan rushing with great eagerness. Boom! There was a muffled noise, Zhonglan covered his head and crouched beside the wall not far from Peter. The speed was too fast, and his reflex nerve could not keep up and hit the wall. Peter apparently calculated this result, brandishing Zhonglan with an iron chain in his hand, trying to tie the lost lamb. Waking up from the dizziness, Zhonglan had been wrapped by Peter with a chain of iron. His hands and feet could not be stretched. He tried to stand up. Peter at the other end of the chain dragged vigorously and dragged Zhonglan's unsteady center of gravity. Ground. Hey, how do you count now? Peter didn't chase after the victory, he felt he had won. Falling on the ground, Zhonglan raised his head with his teeth. His face was more painful than hitting the wall. His handsome face smiled coldly at Peter. Zhonglan raised his hand, and his hands were already held together, forming a tiger seal that made Peter suddenly change color. Didn't think at all. When Zhonglan hadn't disappeared yet, Peter jumped up, twisted his body in the air and kicked him behind him. He must teach this shameless guy a lesson. Did not have the expected shock. It turns out that Zhonglan did use the skill, but he used the avatar. The goal was to secretly move a small ball of sand under Peter. Only objects of the same quality with their own chakras can be used for avatars. So when Peter had a beautiful round kick, Zhonglan appeared under Peter. I saw that his body emptied into a handstand, slightly bent his hands on the ground, his waist exerted force, and a rabbit kicked the eagle on Peter's stomach, kicking the body that Peter was about to fall higher. And was relatively impacted by Peter. Blue, push your arm to a limit. The rich chakra filled his arm. As the arm burst out a lot of blood, Zhonglan slammed into Peter like a slingshot, and his powerful legs were full of chakra. When falling, they will be kicked into the sky again. The speed of the outburst at this instant was not caught up by the sand flow that had originally surrounded Zhonglan, and was left behind. The iron chain that was originally in Peter's hands has been put in the hands by Zhonglan. It's a long story, but this series of actions only happened within a second. Peter was hit directly in the abdomen in the air, unable to take advantage of the force, and directly dissipated his strength, and then hit the chained legs one by one. It made Peter unable to gather any strength to fight back. When Peter was taken by Zhonglan to 7 meters above the ground, Zhonglan's arm exploded and finally exhausted. Waving the iron chain in his arm, intending to use the iron chain as a bandage to wrap around Peter, and then cast the second half of Epiphany, that is, to help Peter rotate, and then his head fell perfectly. However, the previous explosive eruption allowed Zhonglan to jump so high, but the price was extremely high. The blood flower that burst out made the blood vessels of the entire arm withstand a large amount of chakra and burst after the extreme force. Opened. This caused the waving arm to be unable to perfectly control the aspect of the iron chain, and failed to bind Peter, giving him a reaction time, struggling to kick Zhonglan away from his side. There is no cushion of sand flow, Peter kicked directly on Zhonglan's stomach. Peter's feelings told him that without kicking the blue, he might die, but he would really die. Even Peter, who had been fortified, did not dare to approach the height of 2 floors at a height of 7 meters, spiraling his head against the ground. After all, he only awakened his ability for a few days, and has not yet reached his peak. Boom! Boom! 2 sounds of falling objects sounded one after another. Peter covered his stomach and lay prone on the ground. Even after avoiding the main damage in the second half, the series of combos in front were not in vain. As the attacker Zhonglan, but more miserable. The hands and feet have been stained with blood, that is, using chakra to protect important parts and prevent Peter's leg. However, chakra is already exhausted. Without the buffering action, without the protection of chakra, Zhonglan crashed on the floor. The impact force perfectly attacked his body, and then hit the internal organs through the bones. A spit of blood spit out, mixed with some visceral fragments. The acceleration brought by Peter's foot is not weak. S undead ability once again exerts a miracle effect. Even if he is already physically dead, he can still act. Zhang Lan was very lucky. Fortunately, his arm was injured. Fortunately, Peter's foot, otherwise the smooth and continuous feeling, may make Zhang Lan lose 2 relatives in a day. Look at the effect of this trick. The comics have not appeared very good in several appearances. I thought it was a small trick. Damn, even if this did not defeat Peter, it is no wonder that the battle value is 196 C grade. Evaluation. Lying silently on the ground to restore their strength, Peter also rarely got quiet. In the world, Peter's injury was not serious, but it was a little too slow. In contrast, Zhang Lan's internal organs were all spit out. Obviously the injury was more serious. First stood up was Peter, who was overstretched. He stood up from the ground with his stomach covered. He glanced at Zhang Lan's miserable condition, frowning a little. Can you tell me who you are now? My mood is really bad now. www.readaloud.com. Peter is still a benevolent American superhero after all, and it is not his style to kill casually. Who do you think I would be? Zhang Lan asked Peter instead. He needs to delay the time for the passive effect of Cell Riot to take effect. Now he feels that a sense of heartbreaking tear has struck him, and there is no way to continue the fight. Does not die, does not mean that it will not hurt. On the contrary, because I can't die, I can't pass out, but I feel even more painful. It won't be my brother anyway. Peter didn't notice Zhang Lan's intentions, frowning, if you don't say anything, but you're going to die, you spit bubbles. Listening to Peter's opening, he could not help but pick out the corners of his eyes. Isn't Spider-Man a funny one after wearing a balaclava? The bubble here refers to his meat fragments. His yes, do you think you want to call me an ambulance call? You can call the police. The action of provoking the eyebrow angle seemed to involve the wound, and the painful Zhang Lan couldn't help but take a breath. Peter was obviously impressed by Zhang Lan's suggestion, reaching for his mobile phone in his pocket. I think it's still the police, after all you are a violent element. Zhang Lan does not stop, Peter will not say his own name. Unknown to Spider-Man, he doesn't like being placed on the big stage. Hey, the police station? I found a violent person here, an abandoned steel factory on the streets of Queens *. He is here, oh who hit it? Ah, hurry up, I will start by. When Peter turned his attention, Zhang Lan had secretly entangled the 2 hands behind his back, silently waiting for the opportunity. Chapter 11, The Power of E-Level Body Skill 0-Year Kill. Zhang Lan's hands secretly formed a fingerprint on his back, and he did not immediately launch an attack. The fact is before him. He is obviously not able to fight Spider-Man with a battle value of 176. It was just that Peter had just awakened, and after a while, it would definitely be taller, and it would be more unbeatable by then, so he must seize this opportunity. Peter, do you know why I look so much like the blue in your mouth? Zhang Lan said suddenly. Well, are you going to say that? Peter posed for a deaf ear. Zhang Lan did not speak, but grinned, showing a blood-red tooth, and then disappeared in front of Peter. Peter deeply remembered Zhang Lan's insidiousness with his body. He didn't want to jump forward directly, trying to escape Zhang Lan's insignificant millennium killing. After Peter flew, he rolled back and turned his back, where Zhang Lan was posing in a frivolous shape, but the movement was obviously too slow to catch up with Peter. I said that you are really abominable, you. Peter didn't finish his words, only felt a sharp pain in the chrysanthemum, his feet were soft, and he fell to the ground holding his chrysanthemum. And behind Peter's original standing, there was also a Zhang Lan who kept the same posture as the opposite Zhang Lan. Peter didn't understand, the other party was clearly in front of his own eyes, why did he appear to attack behind him? His danger sense was that Zhang Lan's target was sensed, and it was very strong, but he didn't see Zhang Lan's figure disappear, so he hesitated for a moment. Is this moment, failed to escape Zhang Lan's millennium killing? Hi ho, it hurts. Peter clutched his chrysanthemum painfully. This kind of physical devastation is really too vicious. The most vicious is the spiritual devastation. One boy was stabbed by another boy, who would have a shadow if he changed. Zhonglan stood straight. Ken smiled, originally wanted to touch his hair to ease the embarrassment. He reached his hand halfway to reflect what it had just done, and quickly laid down his hand. It's not surprising that the scene just said it through. The one I saw after Peter stood up was always a phantom of Avatar, and Zhonglan was hiding behind a machine behind the Avatar, and the back of his hand was also intentionally shown to Peter. Yes, to make him think that Zhonglan will attack him with 1,000 years of killing. Then it's simple. When another lurking Avatar reaches behind Peter, the Avatar on the ground lays the posture to use the Millennium Kill, and then cancels the Avatar, and the body also uses the Millennium Kill to lock Peter, which will cause him 1,000-year kill has no hit effect. Then use the Millennium Kill when its danger perception has not dissipated. Really is a hit. All of the above categories are based on the Phantom, without any harm, so you can walk behind Peter without being discovered by his danger perception, and the connection between several skills should also be in place, and the timing must be grasped. Accurate. Of course, the most important thing is that Peter does not understand Zhonglan's skills, which is the biggest reason. Looking at Peter, who was still rolling on the ground, Zhonglan touched his with a little fear, and asked the system if the task of defeating Spider-Man was completed. Drip, Spider-Man currently has no ability to continue fighting. As soon as the judgment condition is completed, please continue to work hard to complete condition 2. Got confirmation from the system, Zhonglan was relieved, listening to the sirens from a distance, and hurried up to help Peter go. You walk away, hiss, what else do you want to do? Hiss fuck. Peter felt Zhonglan's approach, and as soon as he rolled in horror, he rolled out a meter away. It may have been squeezed into the wound during the rolling process, and he took a few breaths of air in pain. Okay, little spider, I am Blue Parker, your brother. The police are coming, shall we go home first? Helplessly called his nickname for Peter, which is the title known by Peter, Harry, and Zhonglan. How do you know this name? Are you really Blue? Peter was very surprised and realized that Zhonglan was not malicious, so he stood up along Zhonglan's strength and limped away. Shortly after the two left, the alarm was getting closer and closer, and then arrived at the scene of the incident, and found that there were no people except for some fighting marks. The police thought that they had to run again and would leave when they got on the bus. The police car did not drive away, but drove down a slightly older policeman from the master. He visited and observed all around. The young policeman also reluctantly got out of the car to check the scene together until the two were in Zhong. The place where Lan hit the wall stopped, looking a little horrified at the blurry face shape that was hit by Zhonglan. Because Aunt May and Shadow are still in the living room, the two can't walk the living room and can only climb the wall. Under the window of Peter's room, Peter was covering his buttocks, so Zhonglan must go up first. He didn't dare to put his back on Zhonglan. Zhonglan shrugged helplessly, chakra attached to his feet, and walked against the wall step by step against the gravity, and Peter was not so dashing, climbing up on all fours with the wall. There was no way, there was an injury body, can only choose the most secure. Blue, what the is going on? Before you, no, were you also bitten by that spider? But you are different from me, you. Just sat down. Peter's mouth fired like a serial cannon. A series of questions were asked. Fortunately, he restrained his voice and did not disturb Aunt May. Peter, you asked too many questions. Zhonglan interrupted Peter's shelling. Let me think about it. How should I explain it to you? Why don't you talk about your business first? After all, he became Peter's elder brother for nearly 10 years. Naturally, he has always been in a dominant position. Peter didn't hate Zhonglan because of the match just now. He sizzled and took a breath. He certainly didn't remember it. Then Peter simply repeated what happened in his own mutation, roughly the same as what Zhonglan remembered. Some small details are not in the movie, which does not affect the overall situation. Zhonglan took notes of these plots that need to be remembered. Although there may be a risk of loss, it is better than forgetting. 17 years, not everyone can remember. After all, the system is already very unreliable. It is better to rely on yourself. It's probably like this, Blue, now it's your turn to talk. Peter has simply finished his experience. Peter, I have more questions. I can tell you, but I need to declare that our affairs can't let Aunt May know. I don't want to make her sad anymore. Otherwise I will beat you like today. Zhonglan first get a shot. That's your ridicule. Peter replied with a chrysanthemum pain, we all know that you can't beat me, it's just your move, too ridiculous. Your combat experience is too little, this is your shortcoming, and you are not familiar with my ability, so you will lose to me. Zhonglan analyzed Peter rationally. I will talk about this later, and I will act as you agreed to my proposal, and then you will listen to me. You know, I was picked up by Uncle May from the trash can at the door. For some special reasons, I can remember my identity and know some ways of cultivation on our side. This is a cultivation system that allows ordinary people to defeat the strong. We call it a ninja, not a Japanese ninja. Don't confuse it. The basis of the ninja is chakra, a combination of physical and mental energy. If chakra must be turned into electricity, the adult is a battery, and with a special fingerprint, you can release special skills. Their names are many: ninja, body surgery, illusion, etc. Zhonglan slowly stated that Peter is his only relative in this world, and also a supernatural person. Zhonglan also needs a person to talk. He calls his other world a place in memory, and then the system the problem is directly pushed to the brain, saying that under certain conditions, he can memorize a combination of fingerprints from the body to possess a new skill. As for others, even his own pseudo-prophecy ability told Peter. That blood man is you that day? Did you see Uncle Ben? He only came back in the prophecy. After listening, Peter also recalled saying to himself that day, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility people. At the beginning, it was me, and I used the same ability as before, that is, body surgery. The latter one appeared as a shadow avatar. He is a physical entity, but it disappears as soon as it is hurt. Then, the one you changed to 6 all at once. Peter's eyes widened. Isn't that ridiculous? I thought your other 5 were illusions, and I couldn't feel their presence. No, that's a low-level ninjutsu, called avatar, but only virtual shadow. Zhonglan denied, I can only have one shadow avatar now. Your shadow avatar, can you use your kind of perverted body technique? Peter asked. It's not reasonable, but I'm more vulgar, maybe. Zhonglan thought about it seriously. You also saw www.readaloud.com. My body is special, even if the heart stops you can act when you are done. Hearing Zhonglan's answer, Peter blushed and suffocated, and finally could only squeeze out a sentence. You are a rogue, these skills are bunker, teach me to teach me. Zhonglan did not immediately answer Peter, but asked the system, can I teach skills to others? Drip, as long as the learner can make chakra, you can use the corresponding skills. Just. System, can not everyone learn from chakra? Zhonglan never thought of teaching others chakra, so I was very puzzled. Drip, chakra is a special energy composed of body cell energy and soul spiritual energy. Those who learn chakra must be able to perceive cell energy and soul spiritual energy, and have a certain amount of control to propose and mix before they can make chakra. And ordinary people do not have this ability. This system is very long, and Zhonglan understood it after digesting the meaning. The system, in short, is that only genius can make chakra. Drip, yes. Don't you think you have too much nonsense in the system? Zhonglan was very speechless. this system will try its best to serve the host and strive to solve the problem from the root. Zhonglan listened to this sentence and thought about it carefully. Is this system calling me stupid by changing the law? Hey, Lan, what's going on? Peter interrupted Zhonglan's thinking. Can you teach me? Yes, but it will depend on your ability if you don't learn. Zhonglan still decided to experiment with Spider-Man, who would use ninjutsu. I wonder if it will have a different taste? Chapter 12, You come out of the system, do you see me not hitting your shit? Zhonglan patiently explained the essence of chakra to Peter, and also chased chakra into his body along the skin of Peter like a novel, so that he could better feel the shape of chakra. Later, Peter went to try to practice chakra, thinking that the time would not be short. And Zhonglan didn't return to the room, just stayed in Peter's room. Don't look at Peter's expression of interest. Zhonglan could feel that he was expressing this intentionally. Got along for more than 10 years, he could feel it, and Peter was still immersed in sorrow. He just worked hard to keep himself busy. He couldn't be depressed, and there was an Aunt May who needed him and Zhonglan to take care of it. Sat in Peter's chair, closed his eyes and fell asleep, but his thoughts floated on the system. During this time, he was either in a coma or an emergency occurred. He hadn't had time to get a deeper understanding of his golden fingers. Think about it, he is also the first one who doesn't take golden fingers seriously. System, open the main panel. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Personal panel. Mission system. Mystery shop. Achievement system. Fortune column, energy points, 32,154, rule fragments, none. Is more exciting, so stay tuned. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. System, this wealth column? Last time I remember not. Zhonglan asked, very puzzled, and the interface is also a lot more refined. Last time it was the same as the 3-cent special effect. This time. For there are special effects for dime. Drip, the system will update the system in real time based on outside information and its host needs. Update the system? Remember to inform me when you update next time. Zhonglan is speechless and dislikes Lei Feng the least. He has done something good to say. Drip, accept the command. The new command has been recorded in the system. Zhonglan nodded with satisfaction. Check the personal properties panel. Very good. Combat effectiveness changed from 94 to 90. What the is this? Regressed without progress? System, how did my combat effectiveness decrease? Drop, the cell riot superpower has the ability to accelerate cell division, thereby healing wounds, rebuilding limbs, organs, etc., but the price is the number of cell divisions. The number of cell divisions in a lifetime is constant. Accelerated division will inevitably lead to accelerated cell death and combat power. It is a manifestation of the host's comprehensive strength, and the number of cell divisions is also included. Therefore, the host will reduce the combat effectiveness. Lying trough, for such a long period of time, I will shove. Simply put, the heavier the injury, the faster the death. Drop, correct. Is there any solution? Zhonglan asked anxiously. Drip, the host has undead characteristics. The cell itself has self-healing ability. It can be recovered slowly by supplementing energy, but if the number of cell divisions is exhausted in a short period of time, and there is no buffer time, the host will die directly. In this passage, Zhonglan can understand that the first generation of Naruto in Naruto was a battle with the spot, and the body died unscathed. That is, the accelerated cell division in the battle quickly restored the injury, and the result was too heavy. The battle was over, and the number of cell divisions depletion, direct cell death, is different from Zhonglan. Although his skill is similar to that of the first generation, it is a non-combat skill. There is no scene of burping while accidentally fighting while consuming. Great, although I can't fight now, but the survivability is good. Zhang Langzhen complimented himself a bit heartily. Which man does not have a heroic dream? Now that the concerns are resolved. Zhang Lan continued to look down. Click on the task system, roughly figured it out, and determined the function. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Main line, regarding the task of rule fragments. Branch line, optional tasks issued according to the current situation. Urgent, random refresh task, the reward is very attractive. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Currently, Zhang Lan has accepted 2 main missions. Other sidelines and emergencies have not been received, but the long days are long and I am not afraid to see them. Zhang Lan glanced at the mysterious store. Clenched his teeth, put it aside first, this should be the core of the system, good food, or later paid. There is no sub-option in the fortune column. Zhang Lan curiously clicked on energy points and regular fragments. Drip, energy points, the energy for the basic operation of the system, and at the same time can be used as currency to buy items in the mysterious store. Drip, rule fragments, you can open the right to purchase valuable options in the mystery shop. The energy points are the gold coins in the game, this Zhang Lan understands. As for the rule fragments, Zhang Lan asked the individual system once, and the answer he got was still this short sentence. Unknown, so Zhang Lan could only give up first, and naturally understand when he entered the mysterious store. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan couldn't wait to click Achievement System. Drip, Achievement System, the achievement system is invisible, and rewards are automatically issued when a specific scene is triggered. Each completed achievement task can increase 1 cubic storage space. Lying trough, storage space. He has always wondered why the system is so stingy, the storage space is only 1 cubic meter, now it seems that the way of growth is here, but the achievement task is not visible. Infuriated, lift the table. Reluctantly, Zhang Lan clicked the More Features, please look forward to option again, and got the reply of please work hard to upgrade. Finally, we have reached our core, which is our mystery shop. With full expectations, be ready to take a look at the system's gifts. Blue, I cultivated it. Peter's voice suddenly sounded, so Zhang Lan opened his eyes with a trembling shock. Looked at Peter, who was slightly excited. Zhang Lan could only turn off the system interface in frustration and check Peter's achievements in the past. Is it true that the practice is successful? Zhang Lan has the simplest and most direct way. System, scan Peter. Drip, scanning, data has been updated. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Name, Peter Parker / Spider-Man. Skills, danger sensing, level C. Strengthen strength, agility strengthen, reflex strengthen, physical strengthen. Chakra, 4/176. State, mild sadness. Comprehensive ability, C level, battle value 176. Comprehensive evaluation, quick agility and responsiveness, but his strength is a little insufficient. He has just been awakened and he is still continuously strong. Combat experience is his only weakness. Asterisk asterisk. Looking at Peter's new chakra field, 1/176 refers to the upper limit of Peter's body that can extract 176 chakras, which is exactly in line with his combat power. Zhang Lan, taught. I want to cry, what should I do? My upper limit is only 94 Zhang Lan felt like crying, without such a blow. Zhang Lan, tired of body and mind, wailed and fell directly on Peter's bed. He had only one thought at this time. Where is this? Who am I? What should I do? Hey, Lan, you are all covered with blood, don't lie on my bed. Peter came over and wanted to pull Zhang Lan up, but he didn't dare to force it. After all, Zhang Lan still has injuries. Shrugged his face and sat up. After teaching the 12 basic techniques to Peter, he dragged his tired body back to the room. He needed to take a good bath. First wash the blood off the body with a simple shower, then lie in the bathtub filled with hot water. The whole body slowed down, and the kind of comfort could not help but take a breath. Today is really too tired. I woke up in a daze and hurried away. My uncle died before my eyes. At night, I wrestled with Peter. Because the skills I just learned, I still have to compare with the real world in the future. An ordinary lotus that thought it was ordinary, almost killed Peter, who was seriously inexperienced in combat. The most important thing is that Peter is really a shocker. Chalan, who has been practicing for more than 17 years, has overtaken Peter in less than 10 minutes. This is really... I'll get you a fairy dog. Thinking like this, the spirit that was tense for a day slowly relaxed. He could not help closing his eyes slowly, so quietly, he slept in the bathtub. Is too tired, too tired. Woke up again the next morning and was awakened by the shadow avatar. Aunt May had been chatting with him until she came back to the room to sleep. The liberated shadow avatar naturally went straight to find the body. Ah, what time is it? Zhonglan stroked the still warm water a little confused. This bathtub has a constant temperature system, which will automatically drain and join the hot water. The shadow avatar ignored Zhonglan and directly tied his hands. Shadow Doppel solution. While Zhonglan, who just woke up, was still blurred, a stream of information poured into his mind, including the sleeplessness that night, and the comfortable water temperature around him. Zhonglan could not help but yawned. Oh, why do I think I slept white last night? Zhonglan shook his head, leaning on the remaining trace of reason, and turned on the cold water button of the bathtub. I saw a small vortex turned in the center of the bathtub, which was draining, and then a clear stream was discharged around the bathtub, making Zhonglan tremble. Damn, it's no wonder this shadow avatar is classified as a forbidden surgery. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is so evil. Remembered Naruto's bug again, and compared with him, he was weak. By the way, was there anything else that was not done last night? I think about it, forget it. Zhonglan always felt that he had forgotten something important. Wow la la la. Stepped out of the bathtub, washed out and prepared to eat breakfast. The surprise is that Peter was already in the restaurant and he was ready for breakfast. Early, Peter. Zhonglan greeted lazily. Early, Blue. Peter responded enthusiastically, Aunt May just went to bed, I let your shadow, the shadow avatar to wake you up, I learned all the movements you taught me last night, you see. Said that Peter and Zhonglan demonstrated a basic handprint, and the movement is very smooth. In addition to not being very standard and affecting certain spell effects, it is already possible to try to release ninjutsu with chakra. Whoa, I will teach you a few E-level ninjutsu later, and then you will learn how to learn it. The sandwich was biting in your mouth, and it didn't matter how you responded. He remembered what happened. This god-killing Spider-Man looks like a very talented person. Would you like to pass his chrysanthemum to vent his anger? Peter, who is having breakfast happily, the chrysanthemum that has not been restored has been tightened, as if he was remembered by something. Zhonglan, of course, just think about it, while drinking milk to moisturize his throat, while swapping the system to open the mysterious store, want to see how he quickly increased combat effectiveness. Poof! Directly sprayed the milk in his mouth on Peter opposite, and Zhonglan's face stood up angrily. The system comes out, do you think I don't hit your shit? Chapter 13, Mysterious Shop Rules. Drip, it is detected that the mystery shop is opened for the first time, and the rules are explained. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Mystery shop rules. Asterisk the redeemed items can only be used by those who own chakra, skill cards are for host use only. Asterisk the store provides redemption items randomly at 12 am every day asterisk 10, and refreshes at 12 am the next day. Asterisk energy points are the basic units for system operation and purchase. Asterisk for some items purchased for the first time, you need to open the right to purchase according to the corresponding law fragments. Regular fragments can be split into lower-level regular fragments 3, but high-level fragments cannot be synthesized. The same item can be purchased multiple times on the same day. The purchase energy point is the base number, the number of purchases on the day. Asterisk the system hierarchy is divided into level, the energy point range required for exchange. E. 1 to 10 energy points. D. 10 to 100 energy points. C. 100-1K energy point. B. 1K 3K energy point. A. 3K 1W energy point. S. 1W 5W energy point. SS. 5W 10W energy point. SSS. Insufficient authority. Asterisk Mystery Shop currently has the following card categories. Skill card. You can learn card skills after use. Lineage card. Allows the user to have the lineage of the card, and only one lineage card can be used in the same part. Prop card. There are all kinds of weird props, only the host can't think of it, and there is no prop card that cannot be done. Equipment card. You can get the equipment brought by the card. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. When I first saw this rule, I didn't think there was anything wrong. As far as energy points are concerned, he has 31,581 energy points, barely able to exchange an S-class card, right? Then he looked at the 10 cards refreshed today, and then the milk spouting happened. The cards in the mysterious store are very simple. They are divided into 2 rows, with 5 cards on top and 5 cards on the bottom, but most of them show a dull grayish white. Skill card, Strange Power, A. 4999 energy points. Lineage card, Right Chakra I, C. 1 Hook Jade, 894 energy points. Skill card, Shadow Neck Surgery, A. 3454 energy points. Skill card, Decapitation in Heart, D. 88 energy points. Skill card, Meatball Chariot, C. 500 energy points. Skill card, Sand Desert Float, A. 4000 energy points. Prop card, Blood Return card, E. 5 energy points. Skill card, Fire Escape * Hero Fireball, C. 564 energy points. Lineage card, Skeletal Vein, S. 8759 energy points. Equipment card, Combat Set card, D. 50 energy points. It can be seen from the number of occurrences of cards that skill cards appear the most, accounting for 6/10, and then 2/10 of lineage cards, 10ths of props cards and remaining equipment cards. 1. Seeing these 10 cards, Zhonglan's eyes are all bright, and every card is really wanted. Especially the long-awaited Writing Chakra, although it is just a hook of jade, but because it is a hook of jade, only 894 energy points. Zhonglan is very anxious to click on the card that writes the I, and wants to redeem this descent card, but Drip, please use the C-level rule fragments to unlock this option. Zhonglan. Then there was a milk spray. Peter's innocent successor was sprayed with white milk by Zhonglan. Oh no, God! Peter exclaimed, Blue, what are you doing? I just took a shower. Only Peter was still thinking that the inexplicable chrysanthemum was tight, who knew that the opposite Zhonglan sprayed milk, which made Peter, who was distracted, failed to avoid it in time. The system comes out, do you think I don't hit your shit? Zhonglan didn't respond to Peter's words, but opened the spray system. Come, you come out, don't be shy, I promise to kick you out. Drip, the system exists deep in the soul of the host. In a sense, the host is the manifestation of the system. The implication is that Zhonglan is the system, and the system is Zhonglan. Zhonglan, surprised face, don't lie to me when I am a little student. System, how to get that rule fragment. Drip, complete system tasks, change the fundamental plot, and pay important props, you can get indefinite order rule fragments. Complete system tasks and change the plot to understand, but what do you mean by paying important props? Zhonglan continued to ask. Drop, get an item with recycling value and hand it over to the system, and the system will break down the debris of indefinite levels from the item. Understood, that is, if Zhonglan obtained Tony's steel armor, and then gave it to the system to decompose, he could get the rule fragments. Those who hadn't planned to get Tony's steel suit now seemed to be thinking. Thinking about his chin, thinking about how to shade Tony. Tony, who was developing a steel suit in Los Angeles, suddenly felt that someone was staring at himself behind his back, but turned his head and saw no one. Quickly let Jarvis turn on all the lights in the house. Waiting to continue to understand the system, Zhonglan only felt a cold face and was wet with some liquid. Then he recovered, and looked at Peter, who was glaring at himself angrily, and smiled a little. Peter, if I said I didn't do it on purpose, do you believe it? Weakly defended himself. Of course. I don't believe it. Peter rightfully refused this reason, but he turned the words forward. However, if you can teach me what kind of shadow you are, I can choose to forgive you. Shadow avatar? This one has to wait, this technique is not simple. After the accident this morning, Zhonglan decided to wait first. I'll teach you the most basic first. Your chakra's induction is fast because yours already has a certain foundation. Now you just dig out your foundation, but the technique is not necessarily, not to say that the order of releasing the fingerprints is certain. Can succeed. Is indeed like this. Don't look at Zhonglan to learn B-level ninjutsu are all learned in one go, but that is the result of system help. If you simply squeeze out the fingerprints and output chakra to release the ninjutsu, then why is there only 4 generations of Naruto that can be learned except the 2nd generation? There is ninjutsu idiot Lee Locke, a body ninja who can't even master basic ninjutsu. There must be some conditions in it. Only when these conditions are met can you master a ninjutsu. Of course, Zhonglan doesn't have to worry about this, because he is a systematic man. Basic is also okay, then teach me now. Peter came to refuse. Looked at the sandwich that took a bite in his hand, and then looked at Peter's expectant expression, sighed, and made a difficult decision. Ninjutsu, the art of shadow doppelganger. Peter followed the shadow happily away, and Zhonglan was a splash of milk on his face, and continued breakfast time. His consciousness had drifted into the system again. Is like an internet-addicted teenager who plays with his mobile phone while eating. Opened the mystery shop again. This time there are no rules to introduce. I endured the pain and skipped the grey cards. He now has energy and no rule fragments. The wood is useful. Equipment card, combat set card, D, 50 energy points. Prop card, blood return card, E, 5 energy points. These are the only 2 colored cards. Click to go up, and the option of YSE/no will appear directly. I want to ask if I want to exchange it. Zhonglan first chose the return card that he was more concerned about and clicked yes, then the magic scene happened. Nothing happened. System, what about the card I just exchanged? Have you eaten it? Zhonglan asked fiercely. Drip, has been distributed to the host storage space. System, don't be silent next time, all relevant information will be fed back to me. Zhonglan thinks that it is better to set it to online, otherwise it will always be offline. What should I do if important news is missed? Drip, host instruction detected, loading instruction, loading completed. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the knowledge of Jody Benstead and gaining 1 energy point. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving Isato Wadalock's cognition and gaining 1 energy point. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving Rebecca Sampson's knowledge and gaining 1 energy point. Just after he issued the online command, there would be a ding prompt sound about every 5 seconds, which made Zhonglan very puzzled. How did this energy point come from? System, what is the way to obtain energy points? Zhang Lanmin's meaning reached the core. Ding! Congratulations to the host's knowledge of Rikacha and gaining 1 energy point. Drip! Based on the F-level ordinary people, the host and its relationship are different. You can harvest different energy points relationships. Recoverable energy points: strange, 0, cognition, 1, appreciation, 2, recognition, 5, worship, 10, belief, 100. According to different levels of people, the energy points provided will also be different. System: set only a single energy income of more than 6 points to trigger the system reminder. Although listening to the prompt sound is very cool, but frequent reminders are really annoying. Ding! Congratulations to the host's knowledge of Told Carson, and gain 1 energy point. Drip! Host instruction detected, loading instruction, loading completed. Nodded satisfactorily, although the exchange mechanism of this system makes people want to lift the table. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but the maneuverability is still very high. Is like a mobile game that was only developed. It can be slowly transformed into a game mode suitable for players, and then allow more players to recharge. As for the recognition of each energy point, Zhang Lan knows where it came from when he thinks about it. The new version of the movie he has written recently is creating momentum. As a creator, he will naturally be recognized by the masses. System: are you the rhythm that made me enter the entertainment industry? Zhang Lan thought a little bit depressed. Aren't you a star system transformation? Drip: fame has nothing to do with the entertainment industry, this system is an original launch, not a transformation. Such a reminder from the system, Zhang Lan is also aware that it seems that the celebrities of the past life, the only celebrities that can be reached are only stars. Now think about the future superheroes, whether they are Spider-Man or Iron Man, fans are calculated according to the global proportion, killing ordinary stars in minutes. System: if I don't use the original name, but a nickname, such as Naruto or something, it is not an energy point. Zhang Lan raised a concern. After all, he intends to use Zhang Lan, Hu Ji's face, to contact the superheroes, so the impact is still great. Drip: the system only focuses on the root purpose, not the name, etc. Oh, understand, it simply means no. Can't this system answer seriously? Every time he speaks the animal language that people do not understand. Drip: the system is to answer the question from the root, please host to analyze the information carefully. The system has a connotation that Zhang Lan is illiterate. Zhang Lan, surprised face, with the mentality of adults ignoring the system, Zhang Lan took out the props card that he had just exchanged from the storage space. Chapter 14, That Cool Odin Holy Cloth. *********. Name, Blood Return Card. Category, Props Card. Rank, E. Efficacy, instantly fill the upper limit of the energy storage of the E-level ability. Consumption, disposable consumables. Remarks: if it is a user who is a D-level ability, this time, at most, supplement the 9 energy upper limit of the E-level ability. ********. The picture of the blood return card is a small red bottle of potion. It is very simple to define this thing as the instant blood return bottle in the game. With this thing, I can finally get rid of the trouble of losing combat value every time I fight. It's too pitted. In addition to his passive combat skills, his current combat skills are life-saving. The rare attack skills are the insignificant Millennium Killing, and the 8-door Dungia that has injured 1000 enemies and destroyed 800. Thinking about this, Zhang Lan continuously clicks to buy a blood return card. E. Ding, deduct 10 energy points, get a return card. E. Dot. Ding, deduct 20 energy points, get a return card. E. Dot. Ding, deduct 40 energy points, get a return card. E. Dot. Blue like 6 points before stopping. No matter how much it is, 640 energy, you can change to a C-level fire escape and fireball, which is not worth it. After redeeming this blood return card, Zhonglan went to click on the battle suit card, D. Ding, deduct 50 energy points, get a combat suit card, D. Dot. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Name, combat set card, D. Category, equipment card. Rank, D. Efficacy, you can instantly dress the equipment preset in the card. Remarks, this card is the only one that holds cards. Each upgrade will randomly generate multiple characteristics, the host can choose one of them. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Seems to be very good. Remove the battle suit card. The pattern on it is an empty palace. Zhonglan placed the card on his forehead. He immediately felt that he was in the palace inside the card. Seen as an empty palace on the card, entering the card turned out to be still empty. System, how to use this thing? Shouted into the empty air. No respond. System? Shut down again? Anyway, give me a set of clothes, pajamas are also acceptable. Yes, he is naked now. Still didn't respond, but a set of pajamas appeared abruptly on the body, just like it was originally worn. Interesting, it seems to be playing a dress-up game? How about a skirt? Thoughts come true, Zhonglan immediately put on a pink princess dress, the picture was too beautiful, he was just a joke, all thought that it was really possible, immediately changed back to the previous pajamas. Then, Zhonglan, who found the trick, started a live-action dress-up game, from ancient armor to modern casual shirts, Han suits, Tang suits, and battle skirt chain mails. Waiting for the freshness to pass, Zhonglan is seriously considering the clothes to wear after the battle. Has the superhero costumes that have been seen in the movie, Superman's outerwear in red underwear, the glowing animation of Green Lantern, the Captain America's flag tights, Thor's handsome cloak. Finally, after many experiments, Zhonglan determined his choice. The sacred garment of Odin of Seia. With a sky blue cloak, perfect. This was seen when I translated Japanese anime in the previous life. I always thought that the saint cloth only had the color of gold, Zhonglan, and immediately fell in love with this independent special blue saint cloth Odin holy cloth. Unfortunately, the card does not provide weapons, otherwise it will be cool to match that sword. At present, this is just a set of clothes resembling Odin's sacred clothes. It does not give Zhonglan any extra special abilities, and even the defense is only a very ordinary strength. System, I'm sure. Zhonglan said. As the words fell, he only felt his eyes light up, and returned to the way he used to hold his forehead. Drip, the combat suit card, D, model has been confirmed, is being generated, has been generated. Drip, E-level features are being generated. E-level features have been generated, please choose one of them. Drip, D-level features are being generated. D-level features have been generated, please choose one of them. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Class E characteristics. Change size. Strengthening defense. Metal engulfment. Mental protection. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Class D characteristics. Physical recovery. Self-repair. Metal evolution. Strengthen the attack. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Looking at the generated features, there is no way to see the introduction of these features. I can only guess it literally, thinking for a long time, and finally chose the E-level feature, Metal Engulfment, D-level feature, Self-Healing. Metal Engulfment, it can engulf the metal of the same level of the card, and consume energy points to replace the original structure. Self-Healing, after the damaged equipment is received into the card, depending on the degree of damage, it will consume energy points for repair. Drips, special effects have been generated. The combat suit card, D, has been issued to the storage space. Taking out the battle suit card in the storage space, I saw the pattern of the original blank palace. It was still the palace. Zhang Lanyingzi stood in the middle, wearing a blue Odin sacred cloth, and the sky blue cloak flying behind. There are no friends who are so handsome. Can't wait to stick the battle suit card on the forehead. The card gleamed slightly, and then turned into a few blue phantoms flying out of the card. After turning around Zhang Lan, it was like a holy cloth in the comics, and there was a crackling sound. After that, it automatically dresses on the body. Cool. Involuntarily admired, hurriedly ran to his room, where there is a floor mirror. Looking at the perfect figure in the floor-standing mirror, Zhang Lan's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he took out his mobile phone Kaka and kept shooting. Good looking is good looking, but unfortunately I don't have any abilities yet, and I haven't even increased my combat effectiveness. Zhang Lan sighed and put away the combat suit card. Once the order was received, Odin's sacred clothing turned into a flowing blue light, gathered on Zhang Lan's forehead, and turned into a battle suit card again. System, can I change the name of the card? The combat suit card is too ugly. When Zhang Lan felt that he was transformed, shouting Odin's divine garment and shouting battle suit card were completely different things. Drip, after paying 1 energy. You can rename the card. WA wipe, so grandiose. Zhang Lan said exaggeratedly, then changed the battle suit card to Odin's sacred garment. Drip, during the execution of the instruction. Successful deduction of 1 energy point. The combat set card, D, has been changed to Odin Holy Cloth, D. Zhang Lan took Odin's sacred clothes card with satisfaction, and the vanity was greatly satisfied. He hummed in a small tone and walked slowly to Peter's room. Pushed the door into the room, and I saw that Peter was practicing his handprints, and the shadow avatar guided him carefully. How about Peter? Isn't it so good to practice? Zhang Lan asked proudly. Hearing Zhang Lan's words, Peter, who was still somewhat proud, flattened his mouth and didn't make a sound. He practiced the handprint silently and felt the connection between chakra and the handprint. Zhang Lan didn't bother to see this, he sat on the side and meditated. Now about the role of the system is probably clear, the current task is about 3. One thing, naturally is the main task, the second half of the first battle, grab the abominable guy. The second one is to find a way to engage in rule fragments, even if it comes to E, D, C, B, A level, S level he is temporarily not expecting. The third thing is that you can start to promote several of your collection of novels and scripts. Although ordinary people have only 100 energy points, even if they reach their faith, they can't hold up the foundation. Zhang Lan took out the pen and paper from the table, drew a horizontal line, and then marked the time. According to the matter, the markers were prioritized smoothly. It took half an hour to write and draw, and then it stopped. Closed his eyes, Zhang Lan thought back seriously, and ensured that he remembered all the contents on the paper before burning the paper with a lighter. He also wants to use ninja or whatever to burn the paper, but unfortunately, Zhang Lan does not have an offensive ninjutsu now. Okay, Peter, stop for a while. Zhang Lan stopped Peter. I feel like I will learn it soon. Peter said regretfully, so you are interrupted by you, I don't care, you lose me. Zhang Lan's mouth twitched unnaturally, when was Spider-Man so rude? But he didn't think about it. Spider-Man in the original movie didn't have an elder brother, so naturally there wouldn't be such a coquettish dialogue with his parents. Okay, don't make trouble, be serious. Zhang Lan waved his hand in distress, interrupting Peter's long talk. After lifting the shadow avatar, Zhang Lan once again split up a shadow avatar. This is a way to quickly explain the task. As soon as the shadow avatar appears, he jumps directly from the window. He has a lot of things to do. www.readaloud.com needs hurry. Hey Blue, where is he going? Peter asked curiously. Go get some things for you. Zhang Lan sold a pass. Peter, don't you think your attack method is too simple? Have you considered what weapon to use? Ah, yeah, I think so too. But I don't know what weapon I want to use, and I don't have any clue for the time being. Peter scratched his hair annoyedly. Well? You changed after you were bitten by a spider. What weapon do you think spiders use? Zhonglan induced Peter to think. He couldn't tell Peter directly, oh, what you want to do, just do it this way. It will make Peter dependent on him, although it is good for Zhonglan, but it is not what he wants. Venom? No, I don't want to bite. Peter tried to say a word, and then he denied it. So, is it the spider silk? Ah, yes, blue, spider silk, I finally know what I'm missing. Peter's reaction was still very quick, and he immediately thought of spider silk. Excited, Peter jumped barefoot from the bed to the ceiling and climbed from the ceiling to the computer desk. He queried the information with his hands and feet, and directly ignored Zhonglan's existence. Peter. Actually, you are still short. Forget it, I'll help you with this. Zhonglan originally wanted to remind Peter about the spider's suit, but as soon as Peter was so excited, he dismissed the idea of letting Peter make his own suit. He had a better idea. Zhonglan walked out of the room, took out his mobile phone, and was not accustomed to looking at the button mobile phone in his hand. Raised his eyebrows evilly, and Zhonglan dialed a call. Chapter 15, Frankness Between Brothers. Beep boo boo. Hey, is it Blue? Do you know where Peter is? He didn't come to class today, and the phone turned off again. The phone was answered a few times. Well, it's me, Harry. Both Peter and I are at home, but you may have to take a leave for us. Also, I need a few boxes of your company's Green Devil biological cable, and some more watch launchers. Speaking of asking for leave, Zhonglan could not help but pursed his lips. Of course it's okay, why take leave? Is it sick? Will you ask for a few days? I don't know on your side, but Peter and I are in a class. I've helped him get it. You don't need to worry about it. It's Professor Carmen, it's not strict. Harry agreed with a whisper, and he was easily teasing. Why take a leave? He couldn't speak for a while, and he really didn't want to say this reason. Was silent for a few seconds, and the sound of the school bell ringing on the phone. Hey, Blue? Are you still there? Class is coming, if you don't say I'll hang, I'm going to be a good boy with a scholarship. Harry hadn't listened to Zhonglan for a long time, thinking that the opposite was no longer there. Listen to the phone. Harry, Uncle Ben. He was shot last night by the robbers. Zhonglan opened his mouth hard. Harry often came to the house as a guest, and his feelings for Uncle Ben were not shallow. Harry on the phone was silent for a while, and did not speak. Instead, there was an older voice, asking Harry where to go. It was time for class. The older voice gradually went away, thinking that Harry got up and left the classroom. Blue, April Fool's Day is over, it's better not to make such a joke. It wasn't until then that Harry spoke, his tone with a tremble. Zhonglan has been the most sensible person of the three since childhood. He has always played the role of the brother of the two. He knows that Zhonglan respects Uncle Ben and will never joke about this. Harry still hopes that this is a joke. Zhonglan. Seeing Zhonglan was waiting for silence, Harry also gritted his teeth tightly, trying to say a few words of comfort, but he didn't know where to start. Just like this, the two of them didn't speak, and there was a rapid footstep in the microphone. Wait for me in half an hour. After Harry said this, he ended the call with the sound of a motor from a car. Standing in the corridor, Zhonglan held his mobile phone for a long time, listening to the hang-up beep sound, his eyes flashing. He didn't know what he was thinking about. Half an hour passed in the fingertips. The roar of the motor came from far away from the house, and the sound gradually approached. As the sound of the sudden brake stopped, the broken door of the house was opened, and a white boy pushed the door in, holding a silver white in his hand. Suitcase. The boy has an elegant temperament, but also has a hint of mild sunlight. People cannot help but feel a sense of intimacy, but now the boy's face is gloomy and terrible, no stranger to the face. Zhonglan sat in the living room, and the boy saw him at a glance. Blue, what's going on? Did the guy catch it? Harry asked eagerly, and the suitcase in his hand was still at the door casually. Harry, speak quietly. Zhonglan looked at Aunt May's room behind him. Aunt May just fell asleep and we went to Peter's room and said. 20 minutes later, in Peter's room, Harry's face glared at Peter mournfully. Just under Zhonglan's neutral statement, Harry understood that the death of Uncle Ben, Peter should take the greatest responsibility. Harry gritted his teeth, squeezed his fists tightly, and stared at Peter with uncertainties. He is trying to control his anger. He believes that the death of Uncle Ben, Peter, is the most painful of the three. For a time, this small space was quiet and terrible, except for the occasional sound of cars passing by outside the house, leaving Harry's heavy breathing. Has the murderer not caught yet? Are there any photos? Harry is Austin's acting CEO after all, and he finally controlled his emotions. Peter didn't dare to talk much. He handed a copy of the portrait from the police to Harry. Fearing to anger Harry, he still remembered the meal he was beaten by Zhonglan last night. He is the youngest of the three and has always been the party to be taken care of. He has a heartfelt respect for Harry and Zhonglan. Harry took the copy of the portrait. After a serious look, he made sure that he remembered the face and took a photo with his mobile phone. He wanted to use his resources to find this guy. After Harry simply arranged to put down his phone, Zhonglan spoke. Harry, today you are called by more than just materials and these two things. There are two other things that are the main reason why I called you. Harry did not speak, silently looked at Zhonglan, waiting for Zhonglan's following. This is usually how the three get along. Most of them are talking by Peter. Zhonglan and Harry are listening. Zhonglan occasionally inserts a few words. Harry cannot speak without speaking. But at a critical moment, Zhonglan, who was a man of the two worlds, showed him his experience many times. The first thing is to use your relationship to remove Uncle Ben's body from the police hospital mortuary, and then refrigerate it to ensure Uncle Ben's body will not rot. Harry did not immediately agree, frowning at Zhonglan with doubt. This requirement is unreasonable to ordinary people. Resting the dead is the greatest respect for the dead. Zhonglan continued to say, the reason lies in another thing, that is about the secret in me. I re-talked with Peter last night, re-talking to Harry, focusing on his own pseudo-prophecy ability, categorizing the scripts and novels he wrote before, and categorizing them as seeing these futures with prophecy maybe. He just wrote down what he saw. Blue, although I believe you very much. Harry touched his forehead with a little worry, making sure that he did not have a fever, but what you said is too ridiculous, and there is no scientific basis at all. Zhonglan also guessed that Harry would not believe it immediately. After all, he had not been mutated like Peter, so he had not been exposed to similar situations and could not immediately believe that it was normal. The method to convince him is very simple. After Peter exerted his speed and crawling ability that are different from ordinary people, Zhonglan simply released the transformation and avatar, claiming that this is the ability he learned in the future. The facts were in front of him. Harry felt some turbulence, and he still thought it was too weird. Harry, it doesn't matter if you don't believe it now, but please believe me for the time being, because what I will talk about next requires your trust. Zhonglan is not forced. He also has a killer. Harry, Peter, if one day I face death, you can all save me, and the price of saving me is that Peter may expose your special ability. Harry is, your father may have hope for a cure. Yes, Harry, is the hope to cure the genetic defects of your family. Are you willing to pay this price? Don't answer me now, think for a minute. Zhonglan's tone has never been serious. The next decision of Peter and Harry will affect his next decision, and whether they will be brothers in the future. 1 minute is not long, and soon passed. Zhang Lan raised his hand to stop the two who wanted to answer, and once again became famous. Be sure to answer me seriously. This is related to my life. Finished, reached out and motioned for Peter to speak first. Peter answered very affirmatively, it will definitely, regardless of any cost. After speaking, the two looked at Harry. Blue, I don't know where you got the news about the genetic defect of our family. In fact, I didn't know about it, Harry said solemnly. But my father was seriously ill. If it was to make me if you choose, I think I will choose you. After all, it is you and Peter. When I was abandoned at the age of 13 and sent to school, I have been with me so far. In this world, apart from my dead mother, the two of you are my dearest relatives, and it is only later that father who uses me as a tool of inheritance. YSE. Zhang Lan secretly congratulated in his heart, without losing my care for you for so many years, Harry. Zhang Lan's spirit is stronger than ordinary people, especially after practicing. He can feel Harry's sincerity, he believes that Harry is telling the truth. Once he got the answer he wanted, Zhang Lan had another action. This time he did not use words to describe, but his hands were sealed, and he launched the only illusion he mastered. Fantasy. This illusion is only the basic E level, there is no attack ability, can only simply let unguarded people into a pre-designed illusion. Will Peter and Harry be prepared for Zhang Lan? Obviously not, the illusion was a successful hit. In the illusion, the two experienced some of Zhang Lan's original scenes of watching Super Spider-Man 2. Harry started shaking his hands when he was young. Norman Osborn's precarious paralysis on the hospital bed, the family history he told Harry. Harry's hand of friendship extended by Peter's bereavement and death. Norman Osborn murdered Peter's father for the benefit of Richard Parker. The information left by Peter's father in the abandoned subway underpass. Reject his request to deliver blood to protect Harry. Harry faces the madness of death. Harry fights to directly inject the spider venom made with Peter's father's gene. Although he successfully cured the genetic defect by the treatment function of the green demon armor, it also disfigured and changed his personality. The battle between Harry and Peter, A&D. Gwen, who was indirectly killed by Peter. The illusion is over. This is a picture that Zhang Lan thinks they need to see. Wow, puff. While Peter and Harry were still digesting the information in the illusion www.readaloud.com, Zhang Lan suddenly spit out a big mouthful of blood, and also carried a large amount of internal organs fragments, his face pale quickly. This scene terrified Peter and the two, not taking into account the shock that was seen in the illusion, and surrounded by Zhang Lan eagerly asked what was going on. Blue? Oh, God, no, what are you doing? Don't look like this, oh my God, why are you vomiting so much blood? Call the emergency call, yes, call the emergency call. Harry touched his phone hurriedly on his body, dialed the phone number, and waited for him to speak. Zhang Lan suddenly burst into a blood mist on his body, and the entire human skin opened up. Then, the chest that was breathing hard, also the ups and downs that have stopped. Seeing this, Harry threw away his mobile phone in panic. The mobile phone crashed on the ground and could not take care of it. He rushed to Zhang Lan's side and went to his pulse very nervously. Pulse, stop. Breath, stop. Heart, stop. Harry and Peter were totally blinded. Wasn't they still having a good chat just now? Why did you suddenly die so miserably? Just when the two were at a loss, the door that the room closed was pushed open from the outside. Peter reacted quickly between the door and Zhang Lan. He thought it was Aunt May. He dare not imagine that Aunt May accept it, losing two relatives in a row within 24 hours. The door opened, but Zhang Lan walked in carrying a gourd with a big sand written on it. Is the shadow avatar sent by Zhang Lan before? Harry didn't know how to react at all, and froze at the shadow doppelganger and Zhang Lan, who had already died in bed. Who can tell me what's going on? Chapter 16, Prophet and number 039, S lies, you have to believe. In fact, if Peter observes carefully, he can find Zhonglan who died suddenly, and the scene of death is very similar to what he saw when Uncle Ben died. Last night, Zhonglan used the 8-door dungeon. He was overburdened and kicked by Peter with one foot. It was exactly the same. It's just that Peter can now calm down and observe carefully. Obviously, he can't. Lan, oh, no, Lan's shadow doppelganger, no matter, look, Lan, he's suddenly like this, he has stopped breathing, what's going on, do you know? Quickly think of ways to save him. Peter didn't care to explain to Harry, pulling the shadow doppelganger incoherently, hoping that the shadow doppelganger would know something to save his brother. Shadow Avatar pulled out his hand very calmly, then put down the big gourd on his shoulder, and made a muffled noise on the floor. This big gourd is very important. Emptied his hands, and the Shadow Avatar did not rush to check the body's injury, and then made a very calm summary. The heart is torn to pieces, and the dead can't die anymore. Hearing this very incisive summary of Shadow Doppelganger, Peter grabbed the Shadow Doll's neckline. Is this what you said? Can you save him? If he didn't know that the Shadow Avatar had the characteristic that it would be released when attacked, Peter would definitely beat the Shadow Avatar in front of him. In fact, I have no choice. Shadow's doppelganger smashed his mouth helplessly, looking to the side of Harry who was still stunned, and found it very fun. He took out his mobile phone from the body and manipulated it skillfully. He shot at Harry for a while. Has been very elegant since childhood, showing this expression, it is estimated that this time this life. Peter's side was so laid back that he was not at all worried about the death of the body. Obviously, he had expected it a long time ago, and he let go of the anxious heart a little. Hey, who? Just call me the first avatar, the amount of this spell energy will increase a lot in the future, I will directly number the avatars. Shadow Avatar is looking at the phone's photos, feeling that the pixels are not satisfied, looking for Peter's camera in the house. The number 1, you must know what's going on? Explain. Peter asked eagerly. Ah? Of course I know, this. Hey, I found you. Number 1 Avatar saw the camera strap outside Peter's quilt, and unscrupulously removed the body that pressed the quilt and took the camera out of the quilt. Actually, this me, or my body has long been expected. Doppelganger number 1 took several photos in a row to the body card wiper. Actually my body is not dead now, or body dead, but the soul is still there. It's just that the body structure has been destroyed, so it can't move. Look, the blood has stopped, and it will recover later. Just like last night, Peter. Peter heard the words and nodded, confirming to Harry, this is Harry. Last night because of Uncle Ben, Lan had a fight with me. At that time, I didn't know he was blue, he missed him by mistake, know that I can kick a motorcycle with that foot. Harry nodded dumbly. He still had a bad reception, but at least he gradually got used to it. But why is this happening suddenly? Also, can your magical immortal ability teach me? Knowing that Zhonglan was not dead, Peter wanted to learn excitedly. Number 1 Avatar looked at Peter very disgusted, but I didn't expect this guy's brain neural circuit to be so strange. Everything can't be accomplished by the mind, it needs to pay the corresponding price. I think Lan should show you that thing. Number 1 clone said affirmatively, that's when he suddenly died of blood spray. The reason is that this is to minimize the future that can be revealed, otherwise I can't guarantee that I can wake up next time. Had been stunned by Harry's words, and he was shocked, and immediately realized what, you mean, because Blue told us the future, and then suffered some kind of power punishment. Number 1 Avatar glanced at Harry appreciatively, but in his heart was happy, what punishment? However, when the two were immersed in the illusion, the body opened the 8 doors to self-mutilation, and then when the two woke up, they used a softness against their chests and directly broke their internal organs. This was the scene that Harry and the two saw. I have asked the system before to make sure that as long as it has not been burned to ash, even a complete cell is left, and then with sufficient energy, Zhonglan can regenerate through that cell. There are only a few problems in the middle. One is that his cells cannot resurrect him before exhausting the number of divisions. The second is whether he has enough energy to replenish the energy of the cells after resurrection. As far as the system says, even if he splits enough times, the energy required after that is too large to be incalculable. And Zhonglan's combat power will be very terrible. Don't think that this complicates a simple thing. In fact, Zhonglan does this for the continuity of the plot in the future. After all, today's extraordinary Spider-Man 2 will only be left with electro-optical people. If you don't forge some chips, it is likely that after saving Harry, his father Norman Osborn will also be saved. Was he the one who killed Peter's parents and had been tortured by the disease for so many years? Was he still alone? I'm afraid it's already a demon. For many years, Zhonglan could not have watched Harry die so painfully, or live mournfully as in the original play, and then his brother's love, Gwen, was killed by Peter himself by mistake. So what happened today can happen. No one split thought flashed. Harry was surprised to see Zhonglan on the bed breathing again, and his chest was gently undulating. In fact, Zhonglan's body must mean sober, but now it is not convenient for him to wake up. Number 1 Avatar naturally takes over his remaining work. Number 1 Avatar clapped his palms, attracting the eyes of Peter and Harry, before speaking. No need to control him, I will take him to recover later, but it will take a while, and now I will continue to tell you the next thing according to the arrangement of the body. First of all, about the ability to predict this ability, you have also seen that revealing the future will have to pay a price, and it is very serious. In fact, Harry should have died a few months ago, but was saved by the body. For this reason, the body disappeared for 2 months, and it was healing. The words spoken by the Avatar on the first deeply shocked Harry. He looked at the blood man on the bed in shock and made a very difficult decision. I understand, I will not be with me. Father said what happened today. Harry chose the former friend who had saved his dear friend regardless of death and abandoned his biological father from an early age. Me too. Peter assured him, I will never tell anyone, including Gwen. No. One Avatar just said nod, he couldn't say much, this is exactly the result he wanted. As for the so-called healing months, at that time he was in contact with some uncle who made iron in the cave. But who knows? No one knows except Tony. Naturally what Zhonglan said is what it is. This is the terrible ability to predict this ability, as long as it is reasonable, even if you are telling lies, others must believe. The second point is about Peter, your weapon. Harry brought the materials you wanted, and this one. Number 1 was talking, a stream of yellow sand poured out from the gourd mouth of the big gourd, holding a blue tights, and a card with an empty palace painted on it. The big gourd was pinched out by number 1 clone with yellow sand, and it was also filled with yellow sand. Because of the Guardian of Sand, Zhonglan's future is sure to use the ninjutsu of the Iroh series, and now he will start to cultivate sand with chakra. The blue tights are man-made fibers that Zhonglan wore when he received an energy storm in space, followed by receiving energy storm radiation. Therefore, it has the characteristics similar to Zhonglan's super ability, that is, self-recovery, and it has full rubber elasticity and high temperature resistance. The card is an equipment suit card, which belongs to no level and cannot be evolved. There is only one function, that is, a quick change, and only the one held by Zhonglan can be evolved. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The number 1 Avatar instructed Peter to put on the blue tights, and then put the card on Peter's forehead. At the same time, using the ability of the illusion, the future Spider-Man style of the extraordinary Spider-Man was transmitted to Peter's mind. Confirm after being correct, it is chakra. Must have chakra Zhonglan in order for the card to be recognized. I saw that the blue tights on Peter turned into fluid, and quickly flowed into the card. Zhonglan took away the card with satisfaction. The black striped red spider suit was in the center of the palace, 2 white filters Ultraman salty duck eggs. As for Peter, who was absorbed in clothes, there was naturally only one underwear. After the panicked Peter put on his clothes, the number 1 avatar instructed Peter how to use the card to dress up. In fact, it is very simple. Put it on the forehead and enter Peter's chakra, the card will turn into running water and cover Peter in 2 seconds. Body. Cool. Peter whistled happily, obviously he liked this card very much. Watched Peter exchange there, and the number 1 clone ignored him and turned to Harry. So, Harry, I have prepared for you, well, Peter, come here. Number 1 clone called Peter to come. After Peter came over, number 1 avatar took out an oversized syringe, without looking at the blood vessel, and directly put a tube in Peter's frightened eyes and stuck it on Peter's butt. Ah! Blue, how are you saying? Peter's screaming just started, and his mouth was covered by number 1 doppelganger who had already been prepared. Aunt May had just fallen asleep. Drew about half a tube of blood, about. The first avatar pulled out the syringe and held the syringe tightly. Harry, look at my eyes. Number 1 avatar said very seriously. Chapter 17, One shot by Tony accidentally. Harry, look into my eyes. Number 1 clone said very seriously. Now, I give my life to you because I trust you. This syringe contains data on the fusion of Peter and spider venom. The original DNA used in spider venom is the DNA of Peter's father. As long as you find out the DNA sequence and change it to yours, you can repair your gene sequence. In case of infringement, remember to put on your green demon armor when injecting new spider venom. I hope that replacing this DNA, I believe you can do it with your ability, it is not difficult, I hope that you do not let the 4th person know about it. Speaking of this, the number 1 avatar released the hand holding the syringe and spread it in front of Harry. Harry looked at the syringe in front of him, instead of hurrying to take it, but looked at Zhonglan's eyes, asked Zhonglan Chuo for a new syringe, and turned back to draw a small tube of blood on Zhonglan's body. Harry took over the syringe in the number 1 doppelganger. He was very careful to break the needle and placed it close to the inner pocket of his suit. Although there is no word of assurance, but his eyes and attitude have already explained everything. Number 1 avatar patted Harry on the shoulder, then hugged the body on the bed silently. The body was pierced with a tube without any warning just now, and the number 1 doppelganger looked painful, so I hurried away. Number 1 was running very fast. When the overexcited Peter reacted, the person had disappeared, so much that he forgot to ask Zhonglan about the time needed for recovery. Wait for the first split to confirm that Peter and the 2 did not follow, patted the body, indicating that he could wake up. Zhonglanli immediately opened her eyes when she received the hint, and she looked clear, where there was confusion waking up from the back. Zhonglan tried hard to perform this play, and originally restored the fighting power of 94, and shortened it to 87 fighting power again. Zhonglan's teeth grinned. System, if I use the blood return card, can I accelerate the energy recovery of the cells? Drip, yes. Zhonglan Wen nodded, but did not take out the blood return card. After all, the system can slowly replenish things, so don't waste life-saving cards. In this way, Zhonglan did not cancel the shadow avatar. The avatar number 1 carried the sand gourd, and went to the airport one after the other. There was a small airport nearby. The avatar number 1 who had gone out previously had contacted Tony. The special plane should be already waiting. There is a local tyrant friend, it feels different. The distance between New York and Los Angeles is still quite far. After all, the 2 cities are far away from each other, spanning the entire United States. Even an airplane has to fly for nearly 5 hours. Or Tony's steel suit is convenient. It can be worn around with you, and it only takes about an hour to arrive. After getting off the plane, Zhonglan saw Tony's white bodyguard, Hogan at first glance, Tony asked him to pick him up and send Zhonglan directly to Tony's villa. When Zhonglan arrived, Tony was still tinkering in his basement, but Pepper was in the hall, browsing some information, and it seemed very easy. "Hey, Pepper, are you on holiday?" Zhonglan quipped. Pepper sees it, naturally is the image of Hu Jie disguised as a transfiguration. "Hi, Blue. I'm Tony's personal assistant. Now every day, well, he's in the underground research room. The company doesn't have much business for the time being, so I rest here and help Tony sort out some trivia." Pepper explained it in detail. "I want to come to Tony and haven't confessed to Pepper, and Pepper is afraid of misunderstanding here. Tony's previous reputation is not good." "Pepper, I understand you." Zhonglan smiled and said, "It will be fine, at least Tony hasn't gone out again now, is he? I'm going down first, you keep busy." "Follow." Zhonglan turned to walk to the underground research room, the password had been told him last time. When Zhonglan went down, Tony was debugging a mechanical arm. The outer metal was not covered yet. The exposed steel lines and precision parts were full of high-tech feeling. Concentrated Tony didn't notice Zhonglan coming in, and Zhonglan didn't mean to disturb his work. He sat and watched Tony doing experiments with interest. Zhonglan never saw this scene full of technology. Ever. Tony's laboratory is not as rudimentary as in the movie. At least in Zhonglan's eyes, the precise instrument is very illustrative. The progress of the steel armor was exceptionally smooth. It was only 7 or 8 days since the last time Zhonglan saw it. In addition to Tony's robotic arm being tested, Zhonglan also saw one more party assembled on the test stand. The good leg exoskeleton armor, the shiny silver alloy shiny and shining, I believe it is not just a decoration. Zhonglan is looking forward to how powerful these exoskeletons seem to be placed randomly. For scientific researchers, time is just a counting unit. It passed very quickly in the experiments. Seeing Tony working while scolding his mechanical assistant, Zhonglan's eyes blurred, thinking about the coming crisis. Refer to your original plan and think about whether it is feasible. I don't know how long time has passed yet. Tony has assembled his own robotic arm and is preparing to test the function. At this time, Pepper comes to the basement. She holds a gift box wrapped in shea butter paper with 2 cups of coffee on it. "I've been calling you, haven't you heard?" Pepper began to complain as soon as he entered the door. "Okay, this is a little tight, you loosen a little." Tony finished the scientific research record to the recorder, and then the reaction came back, "What are you talking about, Pepper? Oh Blue, where are you two?" When answering people, look at the eyes of others. This is the subconscious behavior of most people when they talk. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Naturally Tony discovered Zhonglan's existence. "Zhonglan. Obade is waiting for you upstairs, how do you want me to answer him?" Pepper knew Tony well, and looked at Zhonglan's speechless expression to know what was happening. The exit changed the subject for Zhonglan. "Ah. Well, I will go up immediately." Tony did not wait for Zhonglan's answer. After replying casually, he lifted the exoskeleton assembled on his arm. "The palm energy injector needs to test the data. Don't you say you don't make weapons anymore?" Pepper looked at Tony's palm and moved forward, as if to launch something, thinking it was Tony's newly developed weapon. "This is not a weapon." Tony denies, "This is a flight stabilizer, which can't cause any harm." During the conversation, Tony subconsciously turned his side and turned his palm to the side to make the light bulb Zhonglan. This movement, Zhonglan, whose thoughts are still blurred, has not yet reacted. Tony's finger has pressed the energy switch on the table. I saw that the energy ejector in Tony's palm quickly recharged. After reaching the critical point, powerful energy erupted, and the original Zhonglanlian took the sofa under him directly to the corner. Unprepared Tony was powerfully propelled. Directly dropped to the ground. This power is already equivalent to the power of small soil explosives. The sudden explosion made Pepper cover his ears subconsciously, and then looked at Zhonglan in a very nervous way. Only saw a large cluster of yellow sand floating in front of Zhonglan. Zhonglan's embarrassed half kneeled on the ground, coughing unceasingly, and blood flowing from his fingers. This is Zhonglan's fourth major bleeding in 24 hours. Chapter 18, Sea Level Rule Fragments. Gosh, Blue, how are you doing? Pepper ran over in panic. Tony the creator, also ran over with a little panic. The exoskeleton arm was still in his hand. Blue, I didn't expect this to happen. Zhonglan now has no time to answer Tony's words. He is spitting blood cheerfully. The internal organs just synthesized by the cells are spit out again. If the sand cultivated by Fang spontaneously forms a sand shield, now he is afraid that it has been broken into 2 pieces. 2. With full of heartache, Zhonglan took out a return card, E, from the system space and attached it to his forehead. The card was transformed into a cool breath and merged into the cells of the body. The cells were like eating with hormones in general. The speed of division increased rapidly, but within a minute, Zhonglan's heart rebeat. Now think about it, what the system randomly arrived at is not immortality. I am afraid that it has already died 4 times. Zhonglan's heart collapsed. Is the marvel in the movie world so terrible? Hey? Blue? Are you still awake? Tony slapped Zhonglan's face, trying to wake Zhonglan up. Generally, it doesn't work. After all, he couldn't even touch Zhonglan's heartbeat, but Zhonglan really woke up like this. Tony stared at his eyes, looking at Zhonglan who was cleaning his mouth incredulously. Why? See how you would rather I die? Zhonglan's tone was very bad. No matter who he is, he sits on the sofa and is bombarded by somehow, spitting out his internal organs. No, of course not. Tony responded, Lan, I'm happy that you're okay. Well, would you like to take you to the hospital? Zhonglan refused without thinking. Compared to going to the hospital, you have a better way to compensate me. Now, give me a clean clothes, you have to deal with Obeidi's request first. Hey, buddy, you use this word very strangely. Tony raised his eyebrows and asked Pepper to take him to his room. 17-year-old Zhonglan is about the same height as Tony, already 175 centimeters, and has developed very well. He only has a face, and his body is still similar. Especially the slim figure, undressed flesh, so that the Pepper on the side raised his eyebrows, his face slightly ruddy, apparently surprised this little guy's figure, so unexpected. As a party, Zhonglan didn't expect Pepper to stand on the spot. He thought that Pepper would go out as soon as he undressed. He immediately pinched his jacket awkwardly and didn't know what to do next. Can't always continue to take off? Why is this so funny? I'll talk about Tony later. Fortunately, Pepper just feels that Zhonglan is very interesting. Just kidding. After seeing it, he closes the door and exits. After some washing, Zhonglan came to the basement again. Tony had sent a baddie who came to seek the miniature arc reactor. He was debugging the exoskeleton arm, which was the one that just blasted Zhonglan. Blue, are you back? Don't you really need to go to the hospital for a check? Tony greeted with a guilty conscience. Zhonglan discovered this as soon as he came, apparently waiting for Zhonglan. Don't even think about it, you don't give me a satisfactory compensation, this matter is not finished. Zhonglan will naturally not let Tony easily, otherwise how to blackmail him? Well, what do you want? Tell me first and listen. Tony let out a sigh of relief, he heard Zhonglan was not angry. I will tell you something first. Zhonglan did not directly ask for something. Then he showed his ability to control the sand, and then cooperated with Tony's simple experiment before speaking out his requirements. Tony, you saw it too. I went to space this time and unexpectedly gained a new ability. Zhonglan said a reasonable reason for his ability to control the sand. I can't do anything other than move them now. I think this may be a problem of energy. You know, the law of conservation of energy. I need a strong energy source to strengthen my ability. This did not deceive Tony. Zhonglan's goal was a miniature arc reactor. If he got it, he could redeem a rule fragment, and then he could redeem a skill card, which naturally strengthened his fighting power. Powerful energy. Tony touched his chest, and there was a miniature arc reactor there. So you want this thing? Yes, Tony, I can guarantee to experiment in this laboratory, and if I can't get anything, I will never take it away. Zhonglan assured. After all, he is not a researcher. It is impossible to directly remember the structure of the miniature arc reactor. Without taking it away, it will indeed not cause any loss to Tony. If you want to take it away, the nature will be very different, and its design drawings may be leaked. Tony didn't refuse directly, frowning and thinking. He was weighing the gains and losses. Zhonglan didn't say much anymore. Looking at Tony expectantly, he wasn't sure Tony would agree. If he didn't agree, he could only. Zhonglan looked at the laboratory tool table, where there was a cube box wrapped in craft paper. If you insist. Tony finally said, then you need to wait for us 2 hours. I want to make another one. I can't give you this chest. Under the guarantee that Zhonglan only experimented in the laboratory, Tony still chose to believe this, a friend who appeared at a turning point in his life. Yes, Tony attaches great importance to Zhonglan, because he believes that Zhonglan has caused a major change in his consciousness. This is the power of prophecy. For traversers who are familiar with the plot, it should be one of the easiest golden fingers to obtain benefits. The plot, after all, familiar with the plot is a weapon. If you cannot change it, try not to change it at will. The butterfly effect is very scary. For Tony, who can make a miniature arc reactor in a simple cave, it is very easy to make a miniature arc reactor under the premise of sufficient materials. In fact, Zhonglan just waited for an hour and got the shiny miniature arc reactor. Zhonglan also kept his promise. He randomly found a roadster away from Tony in the laboratory. He didn't want to be bombarded again. Although he wouldn't die, he would lose his fighting power, and it was very painful. Don't believe you blew yourself up with a bomb? See if you cry out. Hiding in a sports car, he seems to be researching the miniature arc reactor, actually communicating with the system. System, you come out soon. Can this thing be exchanged for rule fragments? Drip, detected low-level scientific and technological energy source micronuclear fission device, can be exchanged for sea-level rule fragments *1, no reuse value, can only be exchanged once. Yes/no exchange. Zhonglan heard the words and couldn't help but lost it for a while. I thought that there could be a steady stream of exchange rules fragments, and the system came up with such a trick. Yes, exchange it directly. Zhonglan confirmed the exchange instruction. Drip, the system is confirming, the exchange has been successful. As prompted by the system, the light of the miniature arc reactor in Zhonglan's hands was suddenly twisted, and then, like decomposition, the particles turned into particles into Zhonglan's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining sea-level rule fragments *1. Chapter 19, Exchange, Fire Done Fireball. What's going on? Tony appeared next to the car. Jarvis told me that the miniature arc reactor the decomposition disappeared. The whole laboratory is under Jarvis' supervision, and the situation here is naturally known to Tony. Well, how to explain? Zhonglan scratched her hair troubledly and didn't know how to answer it. The thought of redeeming the skill card was temporarily put away. I was so excited just now that I was about to have the first attack ninjutsu, and I forgot to consider covering things up. Since I don't know how to explain it, Zhonglan simply didn't say, beckoning the sand gourd leaning against the corner. The sand gourd rose into the sky, and in the middle of it was decomposed into a stream of sand, surrounded by Zhonglan's body slowly swaying. This is all the sand he can control now, and only the one half of it is displayed. Look, I don't know what's going on. In short, it's gone, it seems to be absorbed by me, and my ability has improved. Tony certainly doesn't believe this excuse, but Zhonglan's ability is indeed much stronger than before. He feels for a moment while touching his mustache, and doesn't bother to think. A person with a short heartstop can stand up without anybody else. This is already very unscientific. Since Tony chooses to respect the privacy of his friends, he doesn't want to pursue it anymore. I don't care what's going on, but you have to pay for my miniature arc reactor. You have to know that I am only giving you an experiment, but not for you. Tony's speaking style, I want Zhonglan to help, but I want to say that Zhonglan owes him the same. The cheap Zhonglan, naturally will not refuse, readily agreed to Tony, to help test the flight ability of the steel suit. Initially thought that he was going to get into an iron box, that is, the test version of Mark II. As a result, Tony just gave him a very simple steel suit stand. Exoskeleton arms and legs with bare internal structure are simply connected by several unknown lines, no armor, no helmet, and even no cushioning device. Tony, although my body is a little better than ordinary people, but it will also hurt. Zhonglan repelled a little, although it was difficult to die, but it hurts. Tony didn't speak, and somehow took out a miniature arc reactor, installed it in the middle of the humble steel suit stand, and began to wear it for Zhonglan. Seeing that he can't hide, Zhonglan will accept his fate, leaving Tony at his disposal. Tony, where did this miniature arc reactor come from? This? The one from the previous cave, which was to be thrown, was framed by Pepper. Zhonglan heard that, looking out at the tool table, the original package of the old version of the miniature arc reactor had been disassembled. Okay, Mr. Experimenter, do you have anything else to explain? Tony made a threatening speech. Can I ask, what to eat tonight? Oh, this is to ask Pepper, I don't know. Tony hands the two handles to Zhonglan and teaches him how to use it. Okay, how about we start with a simple test? Tony first placated, look at the 15% axial load support. What? Isn't it easy to start? Zhonglan felt that dinner was unnecessary, because there seemed to be no chance. Well, start manual control, countdown, press 3, 2, 1. Zhonglan pressed the button subconsciously, only to feel a strong propelling force pouring out from under his feet. His body pulled up from the ground, throwing away the sand to protect himself, and stuck to the ceiling like a mural. Oh! Tony, I feel my nose is broken. The late sand picked him up, then slowly approached the ground. Ah! This is an accident, Jarvis, check the data, and calculate a reasonable parameter. Tony shifted the topic directly, and could not help touching his nose. It must have hurt. After experimenting back and forth for more than 20 times, Zhonglan, who was about to collapse, finally flew smoothly in the air with the simple exoskeleton armor, and also accidentally flew over the Tonuna luxury sports car. Energy injector. The burning flame made Tony feel heartbroken. Under the data of Zhonglan's multiple experiments, Tony personally battled and successfully mastered the know-how of flying in the first experimental operation. Okay, I can fly too. Tony said lightly. He has more exciting things to do, and it is not time for excitement. Tony started directing Jarvis to dress him. Watching Tony put on the silver-white steel-colored steel armor with the help of the manipulator, Zhonglan felt very hurt. Tony, do you have protective armor? Not for me. Ah, I forgot. Put on the last mask. The electronic sound filled with metal texture came. Jarvis, turn on the helmet display, bring up the surrounding environment information, check the appearance control. The order was issued, and the armor on the surface of the steel armor opened and closed, testing whether the function was perfect. Through the gap between the armor, you can still see the faint blue energy light. This high-tech visual impact, every man cannot refuse him, including Zhonglan. At this time it is unusual to want to have a steel suit. But he also knew that Tony would never give it, which is different from the miniature arc reactor. In Zhonglan's envious eyes, Tony, or Iron Man, the energy ejector under his feet lighted up, his body was flying, and he flew out of the underground garage's driveway at a very fast speed. Indistinctly, Zhonglan could still hear Tony's excited cry. Suddenly feels abandoned. But finally there was time. Zhonglan quickly called out the system panel, found the mysterious store, and looked at the off-white 8 cards. Today is not yet midnight, so the cards in the mysterious store have not been refreshed. Is not prepared to wait for the refresh tomorrow. www.readaloud.com. The reason why he came here in a hurry is not for one of the ninjutsu. System, open the skill card for me, purchase Rite of Fire Escape Fireball, C. Drip, the command is being confirmed, the command has been confirmed and is being executed, C-level rule fragments are consumed successfully. Ding, skill card, Fire Done Fireball Technique, C. Purchase permission has been opened. Looked at the same number of his own energy points, 32,115 points, and calculated silently in his heart, I don't understand anything. Quickly click 3 times, and directly purchased 3 Fire Escape * How Fireball Technique. Ding, successfully exchanged the Fire Escape Hot Fireball Technique, C. 3, consuming 5,076 energy points. ********. Name, Fire Escape * The Art of Fireball. Category, Ninjutsu Fire Escape. Rank, C. Efficacy, chakra can be gathered in the throat and ejected in one breath, like a big fireball. The more chakra gathered, the greater the lethality. Consumption, 1 to 999 points. Remarks, the equal order is just the limit for you to release the injection of ninjutsu chakra, not the limit of ninjutsu itself. **********. Remove the card from the system space, and the pattern on it is painted by the second Prince Suzuki in the fireball. Urgently hopes that Zhonglan, who possesses the attacking ninjutsu, cannot appreciate it, and directly pastes 3 cards on his forehead. The familiar data stream poured into my mind again. This time there was only one C-level ninjutsu, so Zhonglan easily took it. This time, the amount of information is much less than that. Just standing in the same place for only a minute, I have been awake. Wake up Zhonglan, the first thing is to pinch the ninja. Chapter 20, Zhonglan, I want to join Shield. Fire Escape Fireball. Boom, 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 diddy diddy. Cough cough, lying trough. Just about to release a giant fireball to play out, ninja seals were all pinched, and almost spewed out. As a result, a silver-white object passed straight down from the ceiling and was hitting the sports car in front of him. The loud noise was approaching. All sports cars make a diddy sound. Somehow to straighten the air, look forward, the original silver-white Iron Man flew out wisely, now lying on the deformed sports car in a stable manner. This is the wrong calculation of the quality of the steel armor, which directly smashed through the floor of the first and second floors from the roof, and then fell into the basement. Hey, Tony, why don't you go through the door? Zhonglan asked with a chuckle. Tony didn't answer. He got up silently, and with the help of a mechanical arm, he took off the steel armor. Blue, the material you suggested is very good. It perfectly resists the problem of high-altitude icing. There is also the flight speed of the armor. You can't believe it, even reaching the speed of sound, even higher. It turned out that it wasn't not talking, it was because the external speaker was broken. Listening to Tony's chattering words, Zhonglan was very helpless and did not answer. She turned around and contacted Pepper on the first floor and asked her to send some ice cubes down. Tony might use it. When Pepper took down the ice, he notified someone upstairs to find Zhonglan. It was Coulson, and Pepper had seen him, so he knew. Put the bucket with ice cubes on the tool table. Zhonglan took his sand gourd and went up first. He is not used to making light bulbs. Coulson was exactly what he had asked for. Last time I received the business card, there was naturally a contact number on the business card. Fang went upstairs and saw Coulson sitting on the sofa, his waist straight. Hi, Coulson. Zhonglan first greeted, I'm sorry, I've asked you to come over so late. It's okay, Mr. Zhang. Coulson's usual politeness, you said that you suddenly remembered the clue about the hijacking of Tony Stark, what is it? Actually, I'm sorry Coulson, I lied to you. I don't have any information about this to tell you. Zhonglan directly admitted that he had deceived him. Mr. Zhang, I am a government official. You are suspected of illegally occupying the working hours of public officials. According to the laws of the United States. Coulson directly applied the law to make weapons. Coulson. Zhonglan interrupted Coulson, I want to join the SHIELD, which is the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack in the back. What is behind? It is the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, but we changed the name, called SHIELD, and thank you for the advice. Coulson first corrected, and then answered Zhonglan's first sentence. Aegis Bureau belongs to special forces and usually does not face ordinary people to recruit personnel. If you need a government job, you can ask Tony to introduce him. He can let you easily get a free job in the military department. Of course, Lan Lan knows this. There is no normal person in SHIELD. If it is not a planned requirement, many places in the future will need the identity of SHIELD. He will not consider going to this place that was seriously eroded by Hydra. Did not make too many meaningless arguments, controlling a cluster of yellow sand, which was simulated into a sand snake, wrapped around Coulson's body, and tied it strong and strong. This is the ability he just discovered, and it is super easy to deal with people below the D level. Although Coulson has won the attention of Director Fury and is a model of American agents, with strong organizational ability and mobility, he is just an ordinary person in a universe full of superheroes. Don't look at Zhonglan's internal bleeding that was kicked by Peter, or was directly blasted by Tony, but that was the early superhero Spider-Man and Iron Man against Coulson, it was in hand. Coulson was by Zhonglan and did not panic. After trying hard for a few seconds, he immediately gave up his resistance. Okay, Blue, I need to report to our director before I can decide whether to let you enter SHIELD. Can you let me go first? In fact, he has determined that Zhonglan can enter the SHIELD, and may not be an agent with too high authority, but by virtue of his special ability, he has no problem to become a 4th level agent. Agent level is divided into 1-3, passerby level, peripheral members, belonging to the grassroots. Level 4 to 5, public confidential level, which can be applied for by 3 or more level 4 to 5 agents at the same time. Level 6 to 7, top secret level, which affects national security, counterterrorism, intelligence and other sensitive secrets of all countries. Levels 8 to 9, black box level, only the equivalent confidentiality related to itself can be known, and other levels of the same level can only be known by submitting and applying for approval from the director. Level 10, 4 characters, no such person. Relevant news except that the level 10 agent himself informed, other agents cannot find relevant news, all information is collected by the director. Zhonglan ticked his index finger, retracted the sand snake into the sand gourd, and then waited for Coulson to talk to Nick Fury. Please wait a moment, I'll make a call. Coulson made a guilty complaint, and then walked aside and called. While waiting, Tony sent an invitation by voice and asked Zhonglan if he would go to the Disney Music Auditorium to participate in a donation party of the Fire Family Fund. Speaking of his legal identity, Yu reading www.yuyu.com. Blue Parker, also a well-known writer and script novelist, has also participated in such gatherings a few times, but it is not as high-end as Tony's. Moreover, he will have some good interest in revealing Kristen, a terrorist activity area in Afghanistan, to Tony tonight, to the female reporter in the play. Glanced at Collison, who was talking, but had no choice but to refuse Tony's invitation. This kind of high-class place, he rarely attended it, he was still looking forward to it. For this answer, Tony was obviously disappointed. He said angrily that the underground laboratory was going to prepare experimental weapons, so he was temporarily closed to the outside world, and then hung up the call directly. "It's a very boyish old boy." Zhang Lan smiled and commented on Tony's behavior. "Childish old boy? As far as I know, Mr. Stark only works with friends who are familiar." Coulson's voice sounded from behind. "I didn't intend to eavesdrop, I just heard it." Zhang Lan shrugged at it, said he didn't care, and asked his director's opinion. "Director Fury thinks you need to follow me back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to do a security assessment, and then you need to conduct a comprehensive test of your ability before you can make a final decision." "Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go." For this answer, Zhang Lan had expected it, so he agreed very readily. "Thank you for your trust in us, Lan. Congratulations on being a member of us." Coulson is very satisfied with Zhang Lan's so agreeable commitment to enter his base camp, and believes that he trusts himself and S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he didn't know that for the S.H.I.E.L.D., Zhang Lan knew more secrets than Nick Fury. Just a headquarters that was about to be destroyed by Rocky, there was nothing to fear. Chapter 21, Urgent Mission, Obtain Nick Fury Eye Mask *1. National government agencies are different, just call a helicopter. Looking down from a high altitude, Zhang Lan can be sure that Coulson is going to take him now, the one destroyed by Loki in Avengers 1. His sand gourd was taken away, but he secretly collected part of the sand into the system space. Was then taken to a training ground, not a parlor. In the company of Coulson, a psychologist, and Zhang Lan began to talk freely, using a question-and-answer style. Answered very casually, almost without much thinking. The psychologist in front of him can serve in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, and he must have a profound psychological attainment. However, no matter how strong his psychology is, his mental strength is only at the level of ordinary people. Zhang Lan's illusion can hypnotize him well, let him hear the most perfect answer he thinks subconsciously. Of course, it's impossible for every answer to be perfect, then it's too fake. 10 fakes and 9 true is the highest level of lies. Not very sensitive questions are answered truthfully, only insensitive questions, such as from where, what is the ability to wait for psychologists to answer their own. Who would answer the question that you got wrong? There may be a special person, but the psychologist in front of him obviously does not, so Zhang Lan successfully got a safe evaluation. Then, he was taken to a conference room. Before leaving, he could vaguely see the training ground, hiding several heavily armed agents. The S.H.I.E.L.D. people are really cautious in doing things. Unfortunately, no Hydra is cautious. After being taken to the conference room, Coulson then came in with a black man, black clothes, black pants, and black cape, plus a unique black eye mask, naturally the authority director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury. System, Drip, Emergency Mission, Get Nick Fury's Blindfold 1 in 10 minutes, Reward Instantaneous Surgery 1. System, Drip, Task Yes/No Accept. Countdown, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. The system issued an emergency task suddenly, and it was a very strange emergency task, but the countdown was only 10 seconds. Seeing the instantaneous technique, Zhang Lan subconsciously clicked yes. System, Drip, Successful Emergency Task Acceptance, Task Countdown, 600 seconds, 599 seconds, 598 seconds. Zhang Lan? Are you listening to me? Fairy Blackface waved his hand in front of Zhang Lan. After awakening Zhang Lan somehow in a daze, this is how to introduce myself again. Hello, Zhang Lan. You are welcome to take the initiative to join SHIELD. I am the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury. How are you, Secretary? Responded a little bit absently, secretly thinking about how to complete this pit-father task. Don't look at the two people in the living room now, only Fury and Coulson, but there is reason to believe that as long as you make extraordinary moves, you will definitely be killed in the first place. He didn't believe that as the king of the agent, Fury would have unprepared chat with him face to face after learning that he was a superhuman. Blue, can you tell me, what are you worried about? As the king of the agents, it is the most basic skill to observe words and look, and Fury can see that Zhang Lan is absent-minded. Zhang Lan's thoughts turned sharply, and the time in the upper left corner of his line of sight had passed for 30 seconds. Once he gritted his teeth, he had to give up the original plan and prepare to implement the backup plan. His backup plan is that, after revealing some superficial information and some letters that cannot be hidden, if he still cannot get the conditions he needs, he will appropriately say some cards, such as chakra cultivation method, ninjutsu, even part of the pseudo-prophecy ability. More than 90% of the world's things are tradable. If you don't trade, either you have the wrong chips or the other party has no desire. Is Nick Fury a man without desire? On the contrary, his desire is very obvious, is a sense of inexplicable mission to protect the Earth as his responsibility. So, Director Fury. Zhang Lan bypassed the previous polite set, how much do you know about my profile? Fury was a little surprised that Zhang Lan's approach was straightforward, but he wouldn't show it when he was experienced, and pushed the documents that Zhang Lan hadn't noticed in his hand from the table. You don't seem to exist in this world. Fury spoke as Zhang Lan looked through the documents. There is no information about where you came from, what kind of relatives you have, whereabouts, etc. The first information is that you appeared outside Tony Stark's villa and left a letter, after which Tony the attack was hijacked. Although you saved Tony afterwards, you used this to get Tony to help you get Ryder Richards' space program quota, and there were problems with this space program, leading to Ryder and others still in the observation period. The third appearance was in an ordinary shooting. We had contact with the robber, he obviously did not know you, and he was just an ordinary person. The only one who is in contact with you is one. The 13-year-old Zhang Lan Literature Network website belongs to a Chinese-American Blue Parker. The man who was shot before was his adoptive father. So, I now have reason to suspect that you may be a spy agent trained in a certain country, or a talent specially trained by some organizations. Speak, what is the purpose of your coming to SHIELD? During Fury's speech, Zhang Lan didn't answer, flipping through the material that was only one page away from his hand, and also lamented the ability of SHIELD in his heart. His previous data? Know that his face is the face of Hu Jie in the previous life. SHIELD naturally cannot find the life experience of a star in another world. But since his identity first appeared in this world, every time the information of using this identity is there, it really is difficult for the agent who collected Zhang Lan's intelligence. After Fury finally ended with a question, Zhang Lan looked at the time, with 450 seconds left. Is about to grasp. Thinking of this, he secretly released the sand that he put in before from the system space www.readaloud.com. Director Fury, I don't know if I can chat alone? Zhang Lan first put forward a request. Although Agent Coulson was very credible, he didn't want a second person to know. Alone? Why? Coulson is a very credible person, on the contrary, I doubt your credibility. You, what are you doing? Fairy was talking, and suddenly found that he was stuck in the neck with a hand, which was a hand made of sand. I didn't know when to lurking under him, and it suddenly burst out. He can feel that there is a sand needle in his heart, which makes him afraid to move. Agent Template Coulson, the response was also rapid. Before Fury had not responded, he had noticed the sand on the ground. You know, Zhang Lan's sand gourd was temporarily confiscated. Carlson's first reaction was to draw a gun and aim at Zhang Lan, to keep the risk open, to shoot, and to travel through the clouds. Bang 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 bang. M1911 pistol, also known as the 45 pistol, 1 shot in the barrel, 7 rounds of the magazine, and 8 rounds of skill were all shot by Carlson, but Zhang Lan remained unharmed. For this obvious attack, the Guardian of Sand will obviously not let the bullet hurt him. Zhang Lan only received the impact of the bullet after being buffered, making his chest a little stuffy. As Carlson's gun sounded, the door of the meeting room was also opened. A team of heavily armed agents rushed in. The surrounding walls suddenly showed shooting holes, aiming firmly at Zhang Lan. With so many submachine guns, even under the close shot of the blocking gun, Zhang Lan is also not sure if the Guardian of the Sand can stop it. Can I? Chapter 22, Get it right now. Stop it. Who told you to shoot? Put the gun down. A loud drink prevented Zhang Lan from being shot. Uttered a stop to Fury. He felt that Zhang Lan was not malicious, at least he didn't want to kill himself, because even with this change, the sand needle against his heart was still unmoved. Since he didn't kill him, the intention of this action was to remind Fury that the people around him would not be able to protect him if he was to be disadvantaged. Sir, he has a tendency to kill you. For your safety, we have a reason to shoot. Carlson did not put down the gun, but instead quickly replaced the magazine with a new one. Doesn't my words work anymore? Fury directly interrupted Carlson. Agent Carlson, I now order you to put down the gun and take this group of people out. By the way, the monitoring system is also turned off. Zhang Lan added aside, but time is running out. Sir, we need to assess your safety. Carlson heard that although he put down the pistol, he still worried about Fury's safety and tried to dissuade Fury's decision. The fully armed agent behind Fury retreated as a tide, and the speed was about the same as that of the previous breakthrough. Do you want me to say it again? Fury questioned Carlson, but the tone did not mean to blame. On the side, Zhang Lan saw that they still have a tendency to go down in ink. He glanced at the time and waved his hand, directing the sand on Fury's body and around him into a sand hand, dragging Carlson and then directly thrown out of the meeting room. Sorry, Carlson, I'm in a hurry now. Zhang Lan said a guilty sentence, controlling Sand Hand to close the door. At this point, only Zhang Lan and Fury were left in the room. Fury held his hand in his ear and asked a few times in a low voice. After confirming that the surveillance system was turned off, after giving the order that no one was allowed to enter, he took out a mini intercom from his ear, threw it on the ground, and stepped on it directly. Broke in. So, as you wish. There are only 2 of us now. Can you say that? Fury stared at Zhang Lan with that one eye. Well, can you give me your blindfold again? It is a guy who has a special hobby for you. Zhang Lan took the opportunity to ask. In order to show his sincerity, Zhang Lan called back his sand and put most of it into the system space. Fury looked at Zhang Lan doubtfully, without asking too much. Lasuo took off his blindfold and threw it to Zhang Lan. Is there anything else to ask now? Fury stared at Zhang Lan, his necrotic left eye, and a white clouded piece, which made people a bit panic. Zhang Lan happily picked up the blindfold in front of him and directly stored it in the system space. After hearing the system prompt to complete the task, he laid back his legs leisurely again. Next is the time for negotiation. Well, there is another one, that is, I hope that I will talk next. You cannot interrupt me, until I have finished speaking, you will express your opinion. Okay. Zhang Lan quite said embarrassedly. This requirement is necessary. Zhang Lan's previous life was just an ordinary citizen, did not receive professional training in this life, and negotiated with a king of agents. It is estimated that even the identity of his traverser will be knocked out. Fury didn't answer, nodded and stared closely at Zhang Lan, as if acquiescing this request, but told him with an attitude, "Don't be too intrusive." Zhonglan saw this, but pitied his lips and put down the opportunity to ask for more ideas. Then, control his sand and write on the table in front of Fury. He did not believe that Fury would turn off all the monitoring equipment, at least there would be recording equipment. It wasn't that he didn't believe Fury, but it was S.H.I.E.L.D., but there were people with Hydra. First of all, I want to make it clear that I am not a person in this world. I come from outside this world. As for my hometown, I will not give much introduction. Zhonglan felt that this could not be concealed, and that Thor, the world's alien, could join the Avengers. Obviously, as long as he was the one who protected the Earth, he was welcome. The premise is sufficient ability. And our race has a talent, that is, the ability of undirected prophecy. You can know some future phenomena that may occur, although it is not accurate, and you can only know about yourself. Zhonglan dropped a blockbuster and looked at Fry's expression like stagnant water. He didn't know if he believed it or not. He is telling the truth. Who hasn't seen a few movies, novels, anime in the world of the previous life? If you cross into these worlds, it is equivalent to having a talent for prophecy. Well, it's really boring to give an expression anyway. The reason why I joined S.H.I.E.L.D. is very simple, that is, some things in the future, I need to use the authority of S.H.I.E.L.D., so that I can more easily get some things I want. Of course, these things are only what I can get. For you, is just like air, invisible and untouchable. This thing naturally refers to the system's task reward. In exchange, I will make the contribution you need for S.H.I.E.L.D. You have also seen that in addition to my ability to predict, my combat effectiveness is also good. These are some cultivation methods in my hometown, right? Well, I'll probably talk about this. Now, Director Fury, do you have any questions? Zhonglan finally sorted out his thoughts and thought that Fury should start to participate in the dialogue, otherwise in the atmosphere created by Fury, he might say something more. Is really the best top agent, and the means of obtaining information does not stop at language. Can I speak? Fury asked again, pointing to his nose. Zhonglan reached out and gestured to Fury. The sand in front of him set up a blackboard, which meant that he should write it up. So, since you have the so-called prophecy ability, do you now know what I want to ask? I don't know. Zhonglan admitted very simply, what I can see is only related to myself, and the picture is very trivial, so only some know, some don't. Always have some evidence? Or how can I believe you? Fury asked tentatively. Evidence. Zhonglan tilted his head and thought for a moment. www.readaloud.com. Then the handprint churned. Fantasy. Originally wanted to show Fury some clips, but after some success, it ended in a few seconds. Illusion was broken. Fury's mental strength is not strong, and it is only the limit of ordinary people. It is between F and E levels, but it is unexpectedly tough. It only restores consciousness after shaking for a while. What are you doing? Fury woke up and immediately asked severely, is it hypnotizing me? As the head of the agent, Fury had very few confidential information in his mind, so he would react so much. Well, don't be nervous, let go of your hand, okay, you know that the pistol is useless to me. Zhonglan first prevented Fury, who had opened the holster, from taking the gun, and then a little tangled explanation. You may have misunderstood me. This is not hypnosis, in a sense, it can be a part of my mind projected into the mind of others, so that others can experience the future I have see. So, you see, you have to make a choice. If you want to see the evidence, you have to let go of your guard. Zhonglan gives a multiple choice question. Fury stared blankly at Zhonglan without knowing what he was thinking. His fingers beat on the table rhythmically. This was his little habit of thinking. Zhonglan is not in a hurry, take some sand from the system space, play with it in his hand, and exercise a microcontrol by the way. What are you going to show me? Fury Yui Long asked. Ah, nothing, just in the future, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I didn't know who it was before, and today I know that the black one-eyed man in it was you, just a fragment of your death. Zhonglan said amazing words. Chapter 23, Tough Chief Fool. Ah, nothing, just in the future, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I didn't know who it was before, and today I know that the black one-eyed man in it was you, just a fragment of your death. Zhonglan said amazingly. Dead? Are you sure? Fury's face fluctuated slightly. Who killed it? How did it die? Well, it looks like the American commando, but according to your status it should not be. Oh, you actually ran in the end, but was stopped by a man with a metal arm. There is one on the metal arm picture of, said Zhonglan, directing San to draw a circle on the table. Above the circle is a skull and 6 tentacles grow under his mouth. This is the metal of Hydra, Fury naturally knows. Fury thought for a long time, and finally he was not at ease, trying to ask the last question, then say that you are from another world. When did you come? Why did you come? Zhonglan heard this problem and scratched her hair a little bothered. After considering it for a long time, she made a decision. I hope you can help me keep a secret. Zhonglan said solemnly. Then Zhonglan lifted his transformation technique, revealing his original appearance. Lan Parker, the holder of Zhonglan Literature Network, has owned several classic works since he was 17 years old. Reed said Zhonglan's identity. Well, it seems that the name of this literary network was too random. Zhonglan was my real name, and the name of Blue Parker came from the time when Uncle Ben and Aunt May adopted me 17 years ago. As for why am I coming to your world, to be honest, this is an accident, I am not voluntary. Speaking of this, Zhonglan is also very uncomfortable. If he can choose, he should not cross it. Not voluntary? Is that how many people come to our world like you? Fury seized the information. How much? I'm really not sure about this, but according to the probability, I should be the only one. My original destination is not here, but on the road. Yeah, traffic jams, insufficient energy forced landing. He was quite speechless about his traffic jam. So it was an accident that you came to our world? Did you ever think of going back? Fury immediately asked. Go back? I think so too, but the machine that sent me over is a one-time one, it has been destroyed by itself. Can't you return? Do you say anything to me? After Fury said that the machine was self-destructing, his expression was obviously disappointed, and this was reflected. He was duped. Hey, the agent is amazing, don't do it like this, leave me some privacy, decide, do you want to see you die? Don't look down, send me back, I'm very busy. Zhonglan loves invisible attitude. I think it's hard for you to go back. Remember, don't look at something you shouldn't know. After Fury warned, it was an instrument that came out of his arms, that's it. When I fell into an abnormal state, I was given a booster. After explaining, Fury put the instrument on the table and raised his hand to indicate that Zhonglan could start again. Zhonglan first directed San to roll the instrument on the table, knocked carefully, and then put it directly into his pocket. This is your inquiry fee, help me prepare a doctor, and a clean clothes, I may need. I hope you can keep your mouth shut before I wake up. This sentence was not written in sand, but Zhonglan said it in voice, and then his hands changed and began to seal. Doctor? Clothes? What do you mean? Fury hadn't finished talking, he found Zhonglan in front of him was gone, he suddenly appeared in a car, the car he modified Chevrolet Suburban. Is in front of a crossroad, now it is a red light. What he meant was to ask about vehicle intelligence and ask where he was, but found that he could not control his body. Thinking, Fury turned his head spontaneously and was seeing the 2 policemen staring at themselves in the police car. Want to see my driver's license? This was himself, and Nick Fury's voice was correct. The police car made a funny siren, and then drove away first, and the green light at the intersection turned on. I started the car without being too slow, and just drove less than 3 meters. Another police car on the side came speeding, without the intention of slowing down halfway. It directly hit the side of Chevrolet and pushed it directly beside the driveway. The police car that was previously provoked by Fury was also speeding up and was stuck in the front of Chevrolet. Then the rear and the empty right side were also blocked by the police car. This is a premeditated assassination. Fury, who could not control his body, came to a conclusion. Several police armored vehicles hurriedly came and stopped steadily beside Chevrolet. The fully armed special forces rushed out of the car and soon surrounded Chevrolet. After some attempts to shoot, they found it difficult to break open Chevrolet's armor. Moved a police hammer from the police armored vehicle and fixed it next to Chevrolet. After that, Fry was not in danger. First left the window to the co-pilot, read www.yuyugonshu.com, and then when the window was 1% complete, the defense mechanism was activated, and a machine gun bounced from the driver's seat. Wiped out part of the enemy. After some shooting, the propulsion system was finally connected, and the car left the scene at full speed. Then a very sad scene happened. In addition to the air conditioning system, the flight system, the communication system, etc., this Fury's carefully modified tank was damaged. Under some chase, Fury killed many of the enemies who chased him, and just when Fury thought he could escape from birth, a man with a disheveled hair appeared in front of him, and he raised his gun. A magnet bomb was launched, and it flew over the Chevrolet under the car because of the magnet. Boom! With a loud noise, Chevrolet was directly blown over. Under the influence of inertia, he walked for 10 meters, but stopped, and the conscious Fry saw only one man walking towards the car. At this point, when the picture changed, he appeared in a dimly lit room, a man with a nervous look standing opposite him. Fury knew him and was Steve Rogers, the hero of World War II Captain America. Fry, who had not observed it carefully, only heard that the wall behind him shattered, and then his uncontrolled body was shot through by multiple bullets, feeling really painful. Then he passed out, and he woke up again, not in his uncontrolled body, but in the emergency room, on the operating table, and he was lying on his own. In front of the observation window of the emergency room, Fury could still see the nervous expressions of Steve, Hill, and Natasha talking. Eventually, Fury saw himself rescuing an invalid death, and the attending doctor announced the time of his death, at 1:03 am. Chapter 24, When Others Die Because of You. The screen ends here, and Fury returns to the meeting room with a flicker of eyes. Is that what you see? Fury asked quickly. If you can, I'm going to remove the air conditioner from the car now. What do you think? What's wrong with you? Fury just said a few words, and immediately realized that Zhang Lan's face was very poor, and he saw that the green muscles on his skin burst up, twisting like earthworms, and his face was also flushed, just like a quick movement. When Fury asked, it seemed that the critical point was triggered. Zhang Lan's violent green bar burst directly, and the blood dances all over the sky. After sitting 4 or 5 meters, Fury was all sprayed with blood red. Zhang Lan lifted his finger with difficulty and pointed to the conference table, and then a wow of blood spewed out again, mixed with internal organ fragments, and poured onto Fury's body very accurately. Fury now remembered what Zhang Lan said, why he needed a doctor and clean clothes. He hurriedly pressed a button under Anton's table. That is used to notify the alarm. The people in the meeting room were opened immediately, and Carlson pushed the door in the first place, holding a pistol and observing the situation nervously, seeing a Fury, and Zhang Lan, who had pretended to be unconscious. Make up a few shots. Boom. A quick 3-shot, very accurate aim at Zhang Lan's head, but unfortunately they were blocked by the sand shield. Only the impact of the bullet shocked Zhang Lan from the chair. Seeing this, A large stride hid Coulson's gun before he spoke. "What are you doing, Coulson? Did I allow you to shoot? And you are not allowed to come in. Go out, let me get out." Later, without waiting for Coulson to explain, he whispered to call in the ambulance personnel waiting outside. Zhang Lan guessed right before. Fry really turned off the camera equipment, the recording equipment was still turned on, and he passed through the body. The device can communicate with the outside world. After calling the ambulance crew, Fury took off his coat as if remembering something, walked quickly to Zhang Lan, covered Zhang Lan's head, and erased the words on the table. "The shield has a Hydra snake." After 3 medical staff came in, they quickly checked Zhang Lan's body, and all of them were uncomfortable. After many weak operations, he could only announce to Fury that Zhang Lan was dead. Fury sat deep on the table, looking at Zhang Lan with no undulations on his chest, and asked Coulson to prepare a clean set of clothes for Zhang Lan, and then left the 3 medical staff who had contacted Zhang Lan, close the door to the meeting room. The next step was to sink into a long period of silence. Fury sat quietly at the table as if meditating on something. The 3 medical staff who were asked to stay also understood what they were doing now is nothing more than conservative. They are secrets that they should not know at this level. They, who are also agents, although they are logistic, are sometimes more cruel. At this time, Zhang Lan silently counted the sheep there. His body was just blown up by his 8-door Dungia braces just now, and was exploded for the 5th time from last night to now. In other words, according to common sense he should die 5 times. Maybe it was too much death. Zhang Lan was already used to thinking without breathing. He felt no oxygen deficiency at all, because when he died, he briefly cut off the connection between the soul and the body's nerves. He can still control the body, but temporarily feel no pain. Seriously, there is still a feeling of returning zombies. It was like this. He lay there silently counting the sheep, and then fell asleep after counting. It was not known how long until Fry saw Zhang Lan's chest rise and fall again. The quietness of the room was broken. Fury stood up, pulled out his pistol from the holster, opened the insurance, and looked at 3 dead medical staff expressionlessly. "Your family will receive a generous pension, and you will also be honored with mourning and covered with the American flag." Frena's bland voice sounded like it was reading a textbook. "What are your requirements? I will try my best to meet you." The 3 medical staff are all trembling with fear, and most of them choose logistics agents. Most of them are less exposed to fighting. Now they have to face death directly. They have no courage to resist. Nick Fury waited quietly for a minute, with no joy on his face, and finally, after the 3 medical staff tremblingly said their respective requirements, they fired 3 shots smoothly, hitting the heart very accurately, which is considered to be 3. The whole body was left. Suddenly the gunshot awakened Zhang Lan in his sleep. One of his spirits stood up, reached out and pulled off Fury's coat on his head, and saw 3 medical staff with red chests. They have no system and no immortal skills, which is absolutely dead and can't die anymore. "Lying trough, I just slept, why did you kill 3? What's the matter?" Zhang Lan was stunned by the eyes, and didn't realize that these 3 people died because of him. "They contacted you who died, and you can't let people know your existence, so it is worth it relative to your value." Fury's tone is very smooth, without a trace of emotion. Zhang Lan is also an adult, and there are countless novels and TV series that he has watched in his previous life. From this listening, he knows the antecedents and consequences. Lan had contacted him during his death, plus a message before his death that there was a Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D., and there was no guarantee that there would be no Hydra among the 3. Although Fury is still not quite sure whether Zhang Lan's ability is correct, it is enough for Fury to kill his mouth just by resurrection. Zhang Lan, who wanted to understand the causes and consequences, looked at the 3 people still bleeding on the ground with an anxious heart. His expression was very strange. This is the 2nd time he has been exposed to death except Uncle Ben, and he died because of himself. His mood is very heavy. Then, there is no need to die? Even in captivity? Zhonglan said convulsively, then. Can I know the address of their family? I think, I can compensate a little. Captivity is not insured. As a logistics agent, this consciousness has long been known, and their family members will get very generous pensions, but you will disturb them and bring them danger. Then, okay. Give them my salary as a pension. Zhonglan finally made some compensation within his power. Subsequently, Zhonglan released his transformation technique and turned into Hu Jie again. The two changed a meeting room. The original meeting room was directly filled with gasoline, then burned in a closed style and disappeared. Then he used cement. The entire conference room was filled directly. S internal claim was that 3 people were carrying biochemical viruses, attempted to attack Director Fury, and were killed on the spot. Of course, there should be some kind of pension, Fury will continue to award. The death of the 3 people had a great impact on Zhonglan. Some special thoughts germinated in his mind, but it was very chaotic, and he didn't necessarily pay attention to it. Chapter 25, Elementary School Student Nick Fury. Fury Yui is a personal essence. I can tell by looking at Zhonglan's state that this must be a guy who rarely kills or even kills people at all. Even if a few people were killed, it wouldn't be as disturbing as Zhonglan now. See through it or not, Fry let people send dinner for 2, Chinese style, standard 4 dishes and 1 soup, rice renjia. After eating in a trance, Zhonglan finally eased up and remembered the main task tonight. Thank you, Director Fury. Zhonglan sincerely thanked Fury, that is, thanking him for helping him handle his feet, and also thanking him for his quiet meal, the length of a game, but there was no such idle time. No, you deserve me to do this. Can I discuss things now? This parliamentary room is specially made without any metal, so you can rest assured. Fury is still not used to the way of handwritten dialogue, slow say, tired. Ah, okay, what do you want to know? Ask first, and then I will mention my request. Zhonglan nodded, indicating that there was no problem. So first of all, why did you suddenly explode and die? Is it related to showing me that piece of information? Fury asked. Yes, you must understand how terrifying this kind of talent is, relative, and the price is also high. Zhonglan paused for a moment, thinking about the sentence. If it's just me who knows it and then does something for self-interest, then I will profit because of it, but if I tell others about the future, the greater the likelihood that the person who knows will change the future, I will be destined. The more severe the pressure is on. Zhonglan bite clearly, very seriously. Fury heard the words and took a drool in silence. Just like you told me that I might die in the future, and I knew it in advance, I wouldn't die, and I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Those who plan to kill me must have something more important to do, otherwise they won't move me so easily, and I'm not dead is likely to cause a major event that may happen in the future to be blocked, so you will be attacked by unknown forces. Fury was very clever, and also gave a chestnut, so Zhonglan was very worried, no need to think about how to continue to explain. Yes, that's basically it, and there is a feeling in me, just like I know to tell you about your future, I will be injured, but I won't really die, I can live, but if you let I tell you who is the Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. First, I don't know. Second, I can feel that if I tell you the full list, I may die before I finish talking. Added another condition, so that in the future he does not want or is not easy to say directly, he can use this excuse to stigmatize the past. So, what happened to you when you were resurrected? Fury asked the question he was most concerned about. Rebirth from death. If you can master this ability, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. will be the most powerful in the world, because they teach the brave to fear death. This is, Zhonglan stopped talking again, and only continued with a trace of blood coming out of his nose. Principles I can't explain for the time being, I can only tell you that this is an energy system in my hometown. I occasionally see some of these cultivation methods to master. Finally, Zhonglan squeezed the ninja seal and released 3 avatars. Fury was very curious to touch it, but just like touching the air, he passed it directly. This is N-level ninjutsu, called avatar. Zhonglan explained, there is no entity. If I say entity, shadow avatar. In his speech, Zhonglan released the shadow avatar again, summoned the shadow avatar, and then Yingfen shook hands with Fury. Rao was very deep and surprised, and asked about the characteristics of the shadow avatar. Zhonglan told Fry about the advantages and disadvantages. Speaking of shortcomings, also hoped that Fury can help solve him. Fairy did not let him down either. After listening, he pondered for a while and found a way. With regard to the good solution to the problem of mental fatigue, our agents usually only rest for 2 or 3 hours a day or even 3 or 4 days because of the task, but they are still full of energy. That is, the use of deep sleep medicine can reach extremely deep. One level of sleep, 1 hour is equivalent to 3 hours of light sleep, but the flaw is that you can't be alert to your surroundings. Zhonglan was very pleasantly surprised by this. It does not matter if he is alert. He can call the shadow avatar to be alert, and he can do some things by the way, so that he can have at least 24 hours of activity time a day. Blue, this potion doesn't matter. I can give you as much as you want, even other conditions. As long as I don't overdo it, I can promise you on behalf of SHIELD, what do you think? Fury suddenly behaved generously. But Zhonglan clearly smelled the conspiracy, and as soon as he rolled his eyes, he knew what Fury was paying attention to. Do you want to learn these ninjutsu? It's the abilities I just said. Zhonglan said, no problem. In fact, in addition to ninjutsu, we can also learn body and illusion, but the only thing I will use for illusion is the one I just used for you. Agreed very easily. After all, he is willing to teach, but also you can learn it. Really? Great Blue, the US government will remember your contribution. I believe the president will definitely be willing to award you a medal. Despite the doubts about Zhonglan's ease, Fury still boasted. Zhonglan didn't love this kind of medal of honor for a dime, and actually started to ask for it. That line, let me talk about my conditions first. First, you must help me to catch the robber who killed my uncle. I want to be complete and alive. This is very simple, no problem. Fury agreed. Second, I need you to arrange a person who is proficient in combat, psychology, and firearms. I want to learn these. Zhonglan continued to ask. This is simple, many people can do it in the game, Fury replied. Well, I want beautiful beauties to teach, big breasts, blonde hair, and a pair of charming eyes, well, for the time being. Zhonglan saw that Fury promised so easy, and added a few more. Fury has been in contact with Zhonglan for so long, Yu reading www.yuukanshu.com slowly figured out his character. Simply put, the personality is not much different from the ordinary residents of the earth, so Fury is also trying to slow down his serious face, hoping to be able to narrow the relationship with Zhonglan. After hearing Zhonglan's last request, he laughed exaggeratedly, and then said bluntly, he must arrange the most beautiful and powerful single girl of S.H.I.E.L.D. to him, and by the way learn the knowledge about ninjutsu with Zhonglan. Seeing that Fury suddenly became so good to speak, Zhonglan was also puzzled. After comparing Fury with the movie, he concluded that the Agent King can easily control his emotions. Normal expressionless face should be his real expression. With this in mind, Zhonglan didn't want to care so much either, and on the spot, he pulled Fury and began to teach Chakra to practice. The first time he taught Peter, it only took a few minutes to learn. Now he wants to see Nick Fury, who is the limit of ordinary people. Can he learn and how long will he learn? Facts have proved that it is really difficult for ordinary people to practice Chakra. 3 hours have passed, and Fury is still touching his own braised egg head, trying unknowingly. Boom boom. A rhythmic knock on the door sounded. Fairy, like a pupil who caught the opportunity to skip class, rubbed from the ground to the door to open the door. Agent Coulson saw him squint, and after a few words with Fry whispered, he left. From the beginning to the end, without staying in the house for a second, it is really a selfing agent template. Furry closed the door and asked Zhonglan unintentionally, the military just lost a fighter and was shot down by UFO. Do you know anything? Naked Temptation. Chapter 26, Vampire Nick Fury. Naked Temptation. If other Zhonglan might not know, but Tony said that he was going to the banquet last night, and then his own coma time plus this time to abuse Nick Fury, it is easy to connect a plot. Is the report talking about drones? Well, it was actually the fighter plane who rearranged Tony's steel suit. According to the traffic regulations on the ground, it should be the driver's full responsibility. Also, I can know some future things. But it's limited to random events around me. If you ask me if it will rain in Moscow tomorrow, then let me check the weather forecast first. Okay, I see. Fury confirmed without sincerity after receipt. Steel armor? Is that the one that helped Tony escape the robber's hand? Actually, that's MK1. Now I'm wearing the improved MK2. It's easier to use than that stupid guy. Also, I won't answer your other stuff. Zhonglan said that first-class nosebleeds came out of his nostrils. He shattered the capillaries in his nostrils with chakra. Don't say, it really hurts trademark. Wow. Do you need a tissue? Fury tenderly handed a tissue, although I don't want to ask more, I must test the importance of your ability to shield before I can decide how to arrange you in the future, so. The meaning of Fury is very simple. If Zhonglan can only say a little, then this ability can only prevent major incidents for shield, but if it can make prejudgment about some events without intelligence arrangement, it will be more practical. What Zhonglan wants is that you can participate in small things as much as possible, and big events can play a decisive role in speaking. Fuck, you vampire! Zhonglan whispered in a low voice, the beauty you sent is best to satisfy me, otherwise she will never want to learn something useful. Send Collison to the Stark Industrial Building, the one in the Obadiah office, and wait for Pepper to confirm the reason for Tony's robbery. Remember to wear more armor. After that, even if you dance striptease now, I won't say it again. Zhonglan mentioned the arrangement that would have happened in the plot, that is, Collison assisted Pepper to escape from the scene, and successfully sent Obadiah's commercial criminal evidence to the authorities. Then Opadri's dog jumped the wall and went forward. Steal the tiny arc reactor in Tony's chest. Fury shrugged noncommittally, it was enough to get an experimental plan, and then looked at Zhonglan's blood flowing more and more, asking a bit strangely. Do you often bleed so much blood? Then you will not be anemic? Do you need me to reserve some fresh blood for you? Leave it to yourself, vampire. Zhonglan replied angrily, before meeting you, I can decide whether or not to open my mouth. After saying this, Zhonglan directly opened the door and wanted to go, but was stopped by two agents. Don't you want to see the effect? Arrange a helicopter for me, and then give me a set of surveillance equipment, and then stand by your big and sit in front of the computer and observe it. Zhonglan's tone is very rude, like a child forced to do things. Attitude like this made Fury feel relieved. After all, Zhonglan was really just a child. If Zhonglan can do things now, and if he is flexible, Fury must consider Zhonglan's credibility instead. Fury gave him everything Zhonglan needed. The monitoring device was a button, which replaced one of Zhonglan's original chest. Before leaving, he also went to the arsenal of the security department, took a few M9 pistols, German MP5 submachine guns, and then picked a few boxes of grenades, and the magazines of the M9 and MP5 submachine guns that had been loaded with bullets were several boxes. Until the system space is full. M9 pistol, 15 rounds of detachable magazines for ammunition, systematic assessment of F-class weapons, combat effectiveness, 1 point. This is the standard pistol of the US Police, which is enough for Zhonglan. Why not choose the Desert Eagle? That stuff is too noisy. German MP5 submachine gun, referred to as MP5, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, and a system-rated E-class weapon, combat effectiveness, 5 points. As for the grenades, Zhonglan really does not know the model, but it does not affect the system's E-level evaluation, but the combat effectiveness is 7 points. Take a few boxes first. Pistols and submachine guns are just supplementary attacks for Zhonglan. They may be needed in the early stage. In the later stage, throwing a bitter thing is better than a pistol. As for the grenade, it is equivalent to a small fireball, or does not consume chakra, why not take it? Important, this is free. What? You and Zhonglan said that the Traverser does not use technological weapons? Don't be funny, is there anything more useful than this thing in the early days? Now Zhonglan's attack methods are too poor, and the fireball is a big consumption. Although he can control the input chakra, but the input chakra is less, it is not as good as a grenade. Zhonglan was out of business. As for the rest, let alone, either auxiliary, passive or self-destructive. Fairy, who monitored the whole process, also looked at the corners of his eyes. Zhonglan took the amount of ammunition close to the standard of 5 people. The point is that he still received the system space, which is equivalent to 0 load. Humanoid ammunition depot. Fury added a definition to Zhonglan. After filling a cubic system space, Zhonglan carried his own sand gourd on board the helicopter. Carlson was not accompanied this time, and apparently was sent by Fury to Stark Industries. Flew all the way to Villa Tony and got off the helicopter. After sending the pilot back, Zhonglan lurked outside the villa. He is on the visiting list, he will not set off the alarm, but Jarvis will still remind Tony Zhonglan to come. www.readaloud.com just saw Pepper coming out of the villa, thinking of it according to Tony's request, go steal Steve's weapons trading list. Seeing that there is still a period of time before the required story happens, Zhonglan took the opportunity to take out the reward obtained by the previous wonderful task instant skill card. ********. Name, instant skill. Category, body surgery. Rank, D. Efficacy, concentrated chakra erupts in the leg, moves to a linear target at a high speed in a short distance, the distance is chakra *1 meter. Consumption, 1 to 10 chakra. Remarks, instant, will increase the burden on the muscles, continuous use is not recommended. ********. Is really a simple and practical body technique. According to the systematic explanation, the skill level only represents the difficulty of learning, and the difficulty of acquisition, and it is not directly related to the power or role of the skill itself. And a skill, repeated learning to a certain degree, will reflect different special effects. Is just like the strange power of A level. There is definitely no avatar in the escape. Has no weak skills, only weak users. Zhonglan tapped his head and learned this skill directly. Then he opened today's mysterious store. The refreshed cards are completely different from yesterday. Among them, there are even S-class Flying Thor and SS-level Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel. It's a pity, a piece of grey and white. Obviously, even if Zhonglan's energy is enough, there is no rule fragment of the corresponding level, it is also a white match, and the Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel I has a prerequisite, which requires a 3-hook Jade Riding Wheel I to redeem. Among the 10 cards, there was one card that made Zhonglan's eyes furious and he wanted to exchange it. Chapter 27, Chakra Upgrade Card. Prop Card, Chakra Upgrade Card, D. 10 * redemption times, energy points. ********. Name, Chakra Upgrade Card. Category, Props card. Rank, D. Efficacy, improve the physical energy and mental power of 1/10 of the D-level limit. In order to raise the upper limit of chakra, the D-level limit cannot be exceeded at most. Consumption, one-time consumption of cards. Remarks, this card increases with the number of times the host exchanges. The exchange will be up to 10 times and then refreshed will increase the level, but the rules need to be reused to open the right to use. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Is easy to understand. For D-level, first unlock with D-level rule fragments, each card is increased by 1/10 of the chakra limit, which is 10 chakras, and 10 of them are naturally full. Then chakra card will be promoted to the C level, and then the C level rule fragments need to be unlocked again. According to the current Chalan upper limit of 94 points, as long as one can reach 99 points, the D-level limit, and then 9 additional chakra cards can be used by others. Is simply amazing. Now Zhonglan is terribly regretful. Why did he exchange the Hao Fireball so directly yesterday? Without chakras Howard Fireball, is that still the second Prince Sasuke's Howard Fireball? Grinned at the spot, he was very distressed, he must save money after secretly, and other good cards will not be stunned. Evil system, what a mysterious store. Indignantly closed the mysterious store, Zhonglan began to exercise his ability to control sand, this ability he had just mastered, and there is still much room for development. At least, I Love Luo in the anime can sit on the sand and fly, and now Zhonglan can only barely hold himself up to slow down the impact of his fall, but used to fly, helicopter is a very good choice. Now Zhonglan put out words with sand in the N+1th time, asking Fury if he had any eyebrows about chakra's cultivation, in order to avenge Fury's vampire behavior. Finally, something happened. It was completely dark, and a car came from a distance. Zhonglan entrusted the Aegis Bureau to investigate today. It was Aobeide's car. I have to say that Tony is also a careless person. Since he has begun to suspect Obeide, he did not remove Obeide from the accessible list, and the car drove into the villa unimpeded. Got up and patted the dirt on his body, and then walked slowly to the villa. He did not intend to prevent Obeide from taking the miniature arc reactor, otherwise where would he go to hit the boss? So Zhonglan went straight to the entrance of the garage, where the underground research room was connected, and it didn't happen that he had access to the basement. Easily found the nostalgic miniature arc reactor that Tony had experimented with yesterday, picked it up with one hand, and sat silently on the sofa sitting on the side. Waited for about 10 minutes, Zhonglan walked to the laboratory's elevator, where Tony's bedroom was connected. Is only 2 floors, and soon arrived. As soon as the elevator door opened, you could see Tony sitting on the sofa. Zhonglan walked slowly in front of Tony, and saw that his face was extremely pale, his chest was wet with a white shirt, and he looked at Zhonglan with surprise, his body was still paralyzed, and he could only work hard. Zhonglan made an eyeful. Seeing this, Zhonglan couldn't help but mourn for his friend for a second, then took out his phone, took a few photos under Tony's extremely angry eyes, and then pulled out the nostalgic version of the arc reactor. Are you looking for it? Zhonglan quipped, at first, you were going to throw it away. You have to thank Pepper for your nostalgic feelings. Finally, Tony was no longer amused, and it was a real accident if he dragged on again. After helping Tony click on the old miniature arc reactor, Zhonglan sat beside Tony. You said since you suspected a baddie, why not remove him from the accessible list? And, when he came, did Jarvis not inform you of a baddie's visit? Lan, Mr. Stark did not set up a visit notification function. The answer to Zhonglan's natural is not Tony, who is still stiff, but the intelligent machine steward Jarvis. Since then, Zhonglan finally knows why Obeide can sneak up on Tony silently in the movie. Thinking wise man, there will be a loss. Tony, who resumed his ability to move, immediately pulled Zhonglan to inquire about Pepper's news, and was very nervous. Waiting for Zhonglan to answer, there was a voice of Rod yelling Tony at the gate. "Hey, Rod, go to the basement, we are going down." Zhonglan shouted loudly, then set up Tony, and walked to the elevator. "I think you need your steel armor, don't mind if I take a trip ride a ride." The elevator door opened and was seeing the opposite roads rushing over, nervously asking Tony's physical condition. "Rod, Tony, are you okay?" "Tony, where is Pepper?" "Rod, she is fine, she is with 10 agents, and then on the way to arrest Obadi." Tony heard the words, and his expression became very nervous. They must be short of manpower. At this time, under the Stark Industrial Research Laboratory, Pepper was taking 10 agents such as Collison to arrest Obadi, but the identity card could not be accessed. Collison took out a bomb and prepared to break in, and took a few steps back with Pepper, holding his hands to his chest with cool back to the door. The blink of an eye when the bomb exploded was also cute. For this period of time, Tony, with the help of Jarvis's robotic arm, was about to dress up the steel suit Mk2. "This is the coolest thing I've ever seen." Rod on the side praised heartily. He was the first to see the steel suit. "It's okay, let's split up." Tony replied calmly, showing off a blue sports car that he had smashed a few meters away with a flamboyant palm cannon. "Show off naked. Do you need me to do anything?" Rod asked. "Clear all the planes from the sky." Tony coolly closed his helmet, and the electromechanical sound came. "Blue, are you really going to pass together?" "Of course, UU reading books www.uugonshu.com. You know my ability, I can at least protect Pepper." Zhonglan is not sure how to grab boss. After hearing that, Tony hugged Zhonglan a little, and said that after grasping tightly, an acceleration directly broke through the ceiling and rushed out. He needs to hurry. "Ah, your Uncle Tony, don't go in a driveway." Zhonglan howled across the sky. And Rod, in the garage, looked at the hole in the ceiling with envy, looking back at an unfinished set of steel armor with an eager look. After staring for a few seconds, he swallowed. "Come next time." Then he drove his car and left. Zhonglan in the sky also realized what is called rapid flight. He feels that the whole person is not good at high speed. He can't breathe at all. If he used sand to attach a layer to the surface of the body in advance, he might be caught by Ling Ling. The air pressure scratched a scar. Ming Ming TV series can run outside the flying plane. "Are you all right, Blue?" Tony asked with some worry. "I can still persist, rest assured." Zhonglan shouted reluctantly. The wind was too strong, and the volume was increased subconsciously. "That's good, I continue to accelerate," Tony said with confidence, making Zhonglan startled. Fuck. The sky in Los Angeles is swayed by Zhonglan's miserable screams. They are all deceptive in the TV series. Is it easy to operate? Because of Zhonglan's particularity, only Fury was responsible for monitoring this time. He now admires Zhonglan's screams with great joy. The depressed mood that Zhonglan ridiculed was all gone. When there is no one, he can take off his disguise to be his true self. Chapter 28, Boss. The sky was a lot lively because of Zhonglan's howling, and it was also lively at the Stark Institute of Industrial Research. The villain boss Obadi, wearing the enlarged steel war suit, rammed into the research room. 10 well-trained agents, in front of the steel war suit, even had no chance to fight back. The poor power of the standard M9 pistol can only leave a small pothole in the steel suit, which can't threaten the Obadi inside. Pepper, who had also run to the ground, was talking with Tony on the open space in front of the building, and spoke incoherently about the situation on the scene. Just as Tony urged her to leave, there was a violent impact from the floor behind Pepper, and a big pit suddenly appeared, just enough for Obadi's huge steel figure to crawl out of it. Pepper was obviously terrified. He watched Obadiah crawl out of the hole and pointed at him with the 6-barrel machine gun equipped on his right hand. He also forgot to escape. Then can the heroine die like that? Of course can. The 6-barrel machine gun has been turned up, and as long as a second of warm-up, Pepper will be torn by a metal storm. According to the original play, Tony should have screamed to attract the attention of a baddie, and then because of the flight with Zhang Lan, Tony's flight speed was slowed down a bit, and it was impossible to come. As a cumbersome Zhang Lan, he finally played his role at this time. In the middle of the time, Zhang Lan took out the Odin holy cloth to try on the dress, and he succeeded. The outer layer of Odin holy cloth it will emit a thin layer of energy cover, which is very fragile. I am afraid that the pistols cannot be blocked, but it is no problem to resist the air pressure where the attack power is scattered. Therefore, Zhang Lan was fortunate to see the scene in which Obadi raised his gun and pointed at Pepper, regardless of whether his finger was stronger than the steel armor of Obadi, and directly launched the Millennium Kill. I saw Zhang Lan teleport behind Obadi, poked his fingers with all his strength, and at the same time, his right foot kicked fiercely against Obadi's elbow. At the moment of the attack, Obadi didn't forcibly raise his arm and the 6 on it. In charge of the machine gun, Pipo's life was saved by danger. The price paid is that the fingers of both Zhang Lan's hands were completely twisted and broken, and it turned out that the hardness of his finger bones was far defeated by Obadi's steel armor. Obadi apparently did not know that someone suddenly appeared behind him, thinking that he had accidentally manipulated something, so he had to adjust the position of the 6-barrel machine gun, and was directly hit by Iron Man Tony without any slowdown. The impact of the sonic flight is not a joke. The two directly smashed through the floor, passed through the underground research room, and then smashed the basement exterior wall. They both rolled over the flyover beside the factory and penetrated the cabin of a large truck again. It fell from the bridge to the road. The two who had been confused by the rotation did not stand up immediately, but stunned briefly for a while, and a car that could not dodge was directly slapped by a Bayday. After a moment, a baddie took the lead to stand up, lifted up an Okuo parked next to him, and raised his head high to the Tony in the frightened scream of a mother and daughter in the car. "I really like this dress," Obadi said excitedly. "Leave them down. Tony cares more about the people in the car. It should be their luck, Tony." Obadi's attitude doesn't matter. Seeing this, Tony gave up the charge of the palm artillery and instead charged it to the chest. Before the energy of Obadi's reaction, an energy cannon blasted it away, which dangerously hugged the Austrian who lost Opadri's support. Wide. But the driver lady was obviously terrified and stomped on the accelerator. When Okuo had just landed, she was driving fast against Tony. Tony couldn't grasp the smooth hood and slid to the bottom of the car. Okuo directly crushed the past. Had accidentally been stuck in the head at the rear of the car. Tony hurriedly lifted the car with a pusher, which was liberated. Was kindly sticky, but no one was there. Delayed for a while, Obadi, who was blown away by Tony in the distance, also stepped on one by one and ran to Tony. He grabbed the motorcycle that drove past the two and slammed Tony. The battle situation between the two was anxious. In front of the Stark Industrial Research Building, Zhang Lan was flicking his finger there in pain, hoping to throw the misaligned finger bone back to its original position, which made the wound more painful. Pepper would only yell there, only then Zhang Lan asked her to help correct the wrong bone, stunned that there was no response. In the chaos, a figure beside the two flew up from the bottom of the building and rushed towards the sky. Obadi's seemingly bloated armor followed closely, and even had flying ability, and it was obviously greatly enhanced. Otherwise, his bloated quality, speed cannot just be comparable to Tony. Seeing this, Zhang Lan, who was shaking his hand in pain, gritted his teeth, put his palm on the floor, looked at the angle, and stepped on it fiercely. Seemed to hear a staggering sound of bones. The position of his fingers was forcibly corrected, but he only grinned in pain, and did not cry out when he gritted his teeth. Pepper, beside him, exclaimed. Followed by another hand, and stepped on it again. straightened the joints of the fingers. Zhonglan slowly knotted his handprints. It was so painful that he couldn't get up fast. At the same time, he looked up at the flames in the sky and hurried towards the building directly below. Pepper, take him to the center console now. Zhang Lanhong explained to Pepper. There is no one else here. Pepper yelled at Zhang Lan's back with some doubt. In English, male and female he and female she are different words. Zhang Lan didn't explain, the ninjutsu just released. Ninjutsu, the art of shadow doppelganger. A cloud of smoke dissipated, two Zhang Lan appeared at the same time, the shadow avatar remained, and the body was a jumping room. www.readaloud.com continue to rush to the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Lan could not cross the building, he was using the flash technique to get off the road. The larger flame in the sky has been extinguished. Obviously, Obade has not solved the problem of the steel battle jacket freezing at high altitudes. And the other flame is extinguished and lit, and Tony's energy is running out. After Tony's difficult fall to the roof, Pepper's voice was connected for the first time. Tony, are you okay? Pepper immediately replied with concern. It's time to run out of energy, I have to take off my armor, and I'll pass now. Tony pacified the chilly. No, Tony. The shadow avatar on the side grabbed Pepper's earphones. Don't take off your shirt, Obade is still alive. Apparently, it was too late. Tony had already taken off his left exoskeleton, and the news came to a halt. At this time, Obade also landed right next to Tony. Saw that Obade raised his right fist and slammed towards Tony, but Tony had not yet reacted at this time, and turned around. Art fire escape fireball. A huge ball of fire flew from the side of Obade. Before Obade hit Tony, he first hit the armor of his right arm under attack. With a slight explosion, it slightly deflected the attack track, only it was Tony's body that wiped Tony a few meters away. Zhang Lan flashed immediately afterwards and ran towards Tony. And at this time, the shadow avatar and Pepper have opened all the circuit switches, causing the reactor to be overloaded, and then the shadow avatar allows Pepper to leave first. Tony, take me out of the roof. Now, the reactor below is about to explode. Zhang Lan said, clinging to Tony's helmet, just in case Obade was heard. Chapter 29, successfully grabbed the boss head. Tony, take me out of the roof. Now, the reactor below is about to explode. Zhang Lan said, affixed to Tony's helmet, with the seal on his hand. Tony heard the words, but did not leave immediately, but shouted into the headset, confirming Pepper's safety. The figure of Zhang Lan came from the headset. Tony was surprised to look at Zhang Lan around him. He didn't know about the avatar of the shadow. And at this time Zhang Lan also endured the pain and sealed the seal, and entered all the remaining chakras. Fang Cai's heroic fireball used Zhang Lan's 30-point chakra, but now this shot is only 13 points, there is no way, half of the identity of the shadow, only so much left. This huge fireball is aimed at Obade's calf, successfully knocking it down to the ground. Don't you go yet? It's too late. I have no energy. Zhang Lan shouted anxiously at Tony, who was still in a daze. The word chakra Tony doesn't know yet, but he can understand the energy. Roared on his mouth, but his hand was not idle. Zhang Lan took out the grenade from the system space, lifted his chest flat with his left hand, and took out the grenade pull ring with his right hand just to be hooked by his left hand and then thrown it out directly. Confirmed Pepper's safe Tony. Without saying anything, he directly picked up Zhang Lan and soared to the sky. Before taking off, because of the convenience of the system space, Zhang Lan had thrown out 10 grenades. 10 grenades exploded in succession, and the power was much weaker than that of Zhang Lan, who made chakra at 30 o'clock to make a fireball. Press the button, fast, press the button. Zhang Lan snarled in Tony's arms. Tony is a little unclear, so he asked what button was pressed. The rhetorical question was clearly heard by the shadow avatar who had been on the phone, and pressed the main control button in his hand. Immediately, the reactor was immediately splashed with electricity and light, and a wave of energy rose into the sky. In the middle, he was still struggling to get up. Now he doesn't have to think about getting up. In the beam of energy, all the vital functions are directly scorched by the overloaded electric energy, so he can't afford to fall. Tony staying in the air, staying in midair and looking at the energy column connected to the sky, he was very sad and sucked his mouth. That was his property. Later, more unfortunately, he found that his power was insufficient. Zhonglan and Tony tragically smashed into the ground from midair. Tony is okay. It is protected by a steel coat. The only left hand without armor protection is also protected by Zhonglan on his chest. The last chakra is extracted urgently to form a protection for it, so fortunately only a fracture. And Zhonglan, he was not so lucky, hitting the ground straight, it just did not wake up. Personnel is not wrong, but if all physical functions, including the brain, muscles and internal organs are destroyed, Zhonglan still has no way to receive information from the outside world. This is the fifth death in a short period of time. I have to say that Zhonglan's most disdainful undead blood continued to play a super role. The only thing that made me happy was that before Zhonglan coma, he heard the system prompt. Ding! The host successfully killed the villain Obadi Stan personally, and obtained sea-level rule fragments *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, the first kill of boss, reward difficulty adjustment dice card *1. Then, there was deathly silence. Zhonglan is already accustomed to the habit of waking up from bed silently. When he opens his eyes, there is a fiery brownish red in his eyes. That is a beautiful girl. The figure was perfectly displayed, and the zipper on the chest was not fully closed, revealing a deep gully. The most important thing is that this baby, Zhonglan, does not happen to know. It is the famous Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. I saw Natasha was cutting an apple with an unknown dagger at this time. As for why Zhonglan didn't think it was a fruit knife, it was because Zhonglan didn't think that there would be a bleeding slot. While he was observing Natasha, Natasha also noticed that Zhonglan woke up, and her green eyes added a different style to her, making Zhonglan lose sight of him in less than 5 seconds. Blue, are you awake? Hello, my name is Natasha Romanoff, you can call me Natasha. Natasha's voice is very magnetic. Director Fury asked me to wait for you here, in addition, I will be your next fighting instructor. Wow, Natasha, of course I know you. Zhonglan said a little nervously, well, did the vampire tell you this? Vampire? Director Fury. Natasha was a little surprised. Zhonglan said to Fury, it's also quite appropriate. Director Fury also said that I need to learn something from you. I didn't tell me specifically. Yet, you think so? Zhonglan got up and looked around, he was a little hungry, also about my identity, did he tell you? Is Zhonglan? Director Fairy told me, the director said that your identity is more vulgar, there is no paper file, just dictated to me. Natasha swept away her concerns for Zhonglan. Zhonglan glanced around the room, but he didn't see anything to eat. In the room, only the apple in Natasha's hand could be eaten, but he swept Natasha's dagger and the bleeding slot on the dagger. You said you will follow me to learn next. Zhonglan confirmed again. Yes. Natasha gently stroked her forehead. Actually, you still need to teach you fighting skills. Zhonglan Wen nodded his head. Since he will learn from him later, there is no need to hide some abilities. Made up his mind, Zhonglan took a large piece of black chocolate from the system space and gnawed it. Zhonglan, how long have I been comatose? I feel hungry. Natasha, I arrived here at 10:30 last night, and it is now 11:30 the next morning. Your strange sand makes doctors helpless. Natasha was not too surprised by Zhonglan's ability to take out items at will, apparently knowing in advance. While Zhonglan was eating, the door of the room was pushed open. It was Fury with a tray in his hand. "Hey, vampire! What delicious food did you bring me?" Zhonglan said casually, not afraid of Fury. "Which person has no temper? It's your Chinese food." Fury responded with a black face, "You can call me Fury, or Director Fury." "Okay, vampire." Zhonglan took the tray and put it on the dining table of the bed, and was very excited to eat it. S side was obviously darker, and almost covered the original skin color, but there was no way for Zhonglan. "Fury, you made a lot of noise last night. Now Tony is holding a press conference. Carlson is over there, and the evidence has been made. You were on Tony's holiday island last night. There are 50 certifications. The Stark industrial reactor explosion was due to a robot failure, and Obade went to an exclusive and died unexpectedly." Zhonglan heard this arrangement, and it was basically the same as in the movie. He tried hard to stuff the food on the side. There was no time to reply, but the disdainful eyes completely sold his mind. "Fury, how? Blue, don't you think this reason is very good? It was arranged by Carlson." Zhonglan didn't answer immediately www.readaloud.com but tried to chew the food in his mouth and swallow it before asking Fury. "The excuse is good, and the response is very quick, but do you think someone as arrogant as Tony would read it in line?" Freen heard that it was also irrefutable, and already had an ominous hunch. Frowning and turning on the TV in the room TV, allowing live photography to access the signal. The picture flickered, and the voice of a woman appeared first. You could see the woman sitting on the side of the first row. She was a fierce beauty, Zhonglan knew, Christine, the female reporter who had slept with Tony. "Christine, you think we will believe that one of your bodyguards magically appeared, and you are still?" "Tony, I know this sounds suspicious, you can certainly question the official statement, but don't insinuate that I am a superhero." "Christine, I didn't say you are a superhero." Tony stayed in the picture, and asked something unexpectedly, "No? This is a bit too sci-fi. I'm not well suited to be a superhero. I have so many personality flaws and cause so much trouble for everyone." Sees that Tony has a long story when he sees Tony. He can't help but go forward and whisper something, obviously reminding him to read the manuscript. The actual situation is: raised the piece of paper in his hand, that is, the manuscript, and Fang read a small sentence, that is, stopped, and then thinking about it, apparently doing a ideological struggle and making a decision. Finally, under Fury's dripping face, when the reporter at the scene was overwhelmed and Christine's incredible expression, Tony said the last words of the conference. "I am Iron Man." Chapter 30, I asked, "Who else?" "I am Iron Man." With Tony's sentence, the deep-sea bomb dropped. This end of the TV was a shock of the scene that could be felt, and Fury turned off the TV with a black face. Is also difficult for him, because he has black skin color, and he can still see that his face is getting darker. Then, am I right? Zhonglan here is also simply filling his appetite, and is operating the system. Fortunately, Chakra lift card, D, is still there. Zhonglan directly split the C-level rule fragments contributed by Obade into D-level rule fragments *3, and then opened the permission to purchase 10 directly. 11 beeps sounded one after another, and a total of D-level rule fragments were deducted, and 550 energy points were deducted. Fury black face, blue, I did not think of this situation, but this is not an opportunity, it can allow Tony to solve some problems well, which will be against S.H.I.E.L.D. Hey, vampire, don't you deceive yourself. Zhonglan interrupted Fury's long speech and made a stroke to touch his forehead. Tony will work for S.H.I.E.L.D. for free? What do you pay for? Anyway, he is not Captain America. The meaning of Zhonglan's words is that Tony can't obey instructions like a soldier. Ding, use Chakra upgrade card, D, *1, Upgrade to 99 chakra. Drip, the host chakra has reached the D level limit, please break through or use the chakra upgrade card. See. You and Natasha should have known each other? Natasha absolutely meets your requirements. As for another person, in New York City, Natasha will take you after you return. Fairy on the side heard Zhang Lan's words, shrugged off a sentence, and a stinky expression left. Sample, the director is very good? You can't die. Zhang Lan still remembers the hatred of being forced to vomit blood. Until this time, Natasha, who had been silent, was not speaking. Blue, don't you seem to be afraid of Director Fury? Natasha asked tentatively. Ah? You said a vampire, he's very easy to get along with. Zhang Lan was very happy and he replied cheerfully to Natasha, so, Natasha, I'm going to Tony's side, do you want to be together? Finished, Zhang Lan jumped out of bed and looked around for his shoes. Natasha, my task is to follow you for the next period of time. I will not perform the next task until I learn what you have to hand over to me, and you feel that I have learned enough from me. So, then your mission may be longer this time, just take a vacation Natasha. Zhang Lan looked anxiously and couldn't find any shoes. But he couldn't help but find the stocks in the system space. He took out a bunch of pistols and grenades, but still couldn't find the shoes. He could only wear one's sick clothes, dragging slippers away. Blue, the ability to store weapons, will you teach me? Natasha followed behind Zhang Lan, very eager for Zhang Lan's system space. This one is also sent to me by a pit, I don't know the principle, I will teach you when I figure it out. Los Angeles, Malibu Street, Tony's seaside villa. Hey, Lan, I knew you would be okay. Zhang Lanfang came into the door after Shi Zhan's transformation, and received a warm hug from Tony. Thank you for protecting my hand that day, otherwise I will consider hiring a personal assistant. Pepper on the side was also greeted with a smile and a ruddy complexion. Blue, thank you that day, are your fingers all right? Pepper asked with concern. Ah, well, rest assured, I am very beating. Zhang Lan recalled with a bit of pain, beating but not painful. Tony, I saw you at your press conference today, but it's a pity Cole Sen, I will be scolded again. Oh, isn't it handsome? Is this beautiful lady? Tony stared at Natasha straight. Natasha Romanoff, you better keep your little eyes, Pepper is angry. Zhang Lan glanced at him, just like the performance in Iron Man 2. Look like a pig brother. Pepper on the side heard Zhang Lan's ridicule, and smiled awkwardly, not much to say, she knew deeply about Tony's dedication. Ah, Blue, your clothes were very handsome that day, did you make them yourself? Tony quickly changed the subject. Hello, Natasha, my name is Tony, are you interested in coming to work for me? Sorry, I will be with Blue for a while now, Miss Potts is very suitable for you. Natasha's face was harsh, and she was unsmiling to Tony. Touched the grey nose of Tony and didn't care. After Pepper greeted Natasha, he pulled Zhang Lan and walked to the side. Tony, Lan, is this your assistant or is it? If it is an assistant, let me give you 10 free ones. Zhang Lan, 10 are better than her? Deal. Tony, Blue, what are you doing today? Zhang Lan smiled at this. Isn't this Tony guy a poisonous attribute? Why are you so weak today? Better women than Natasha may have, but found 10? It's hard. Today, I came to say goodbye to you, I should go back, there are 2 younger brothers at home waiting for me, and there is a guy who needs to deal with it. Speaking of the back, Zhang Lan's eyes shot a trace of murderousness. You caught it. Tony was a little surprised, I had already caught him, but was robbed, was it yours? Did a good job without leaving a name, but not Tony's style. Zhang Lan was also very touched. Originally, he was close to Tony just for the space program quota. Unexpectedly, Tony had already regarded Zhang Lan as a true friend. Well, you didn't catch anyone, I can't admit this, love, so, you give me your private jet as compensation. Zhang Lan joked. Take your assistant, I'll change it. Tony's eyes still drifted toward Natasha. Zhang Lan was so helpless that a sideways blocked Tony's sight. Tony, the old way, I tell you a piece of information, your private jet will temporarily belong to me. Zhang Lan proposed the terms of the transaction. Oh? What is it? You talk about it. Tony is still curious about Zhang Lan's information. The gadget on your chest. Zhang Lan nodded. The reactor on Tony's chest, the main material used is palladium. That gadget is not edible. Tony heard the words, looked at Pepper with a nervous look, and lowered his voice slightly. Hey, the plane is at the airport, I will authorize you, but don't let Pepper know about this for now. Zhang Lan originally wanted to remind Tony about the new element, but since he was interrupted and achieved his goal, he was too lazy to say so. The reason why he must come to borrow a private plane with Tony is mainly because his sand gourd is so conspicuous. He must not be able to take the plane, but the ground is too slow, so it is the attention of Tony's private plane. Culturing sand with chakra is a long-term job, and plan for the future. Once Tony is done, Zhang Lan is ready to go, but he is left by Tony for lunch. I can't think of Natasha's more than just the figure, and his wrestling skills are world-class. Even the cooking is handy. At this time, I am in the open kitchen and Pepper. Busy green. Tony was pretending to use a tablet to check what was on his side, but his eyes were always aimed at Natasha and asked Natasha's initials. Zhang Lan is doing nothing on the side www.readaloud.com. He doesn't know how to eat Western food, and Chinese food is barely reluctant. In his free time, Zhang Lan took out the chakra upgrade card, D, from the system space. It is still very satisfying to stack a full of 9, but now Zhang Lan's chakra has reached the full value of the D level, so this 9 pictures will be considered for whom. Thinking about it, Zhang Lan put away the chakra upgrade card, and then took out a small dice. This is naturally not an ordinary dice, but after completing the first achievement, the difficulty adjustment of the reward dice card is taken out. A small dice. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Name, difficulty adjustment dice card. Category, props card. Rank, none. Efficacy, dice is divided into 6 sides, -10, -5, -1, 1, 5, 10. After throwing the dice, the difficulty of the whole world will be adjusted to the upward side. Remarks: if you shake to -10, you can find regular fragments when walking, but if you shake to 10, I hope the next host of the system will be a guy with good personality. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. It can be seen from Obadi that I am familiar with the plot. I am very good at grabbing the boss head. The simple copy is not interesting. I will ask, who else? Ah, who else? Do you want to bring the excitement? Zhang Lan played with the dice in his hand, and felt that it was necessary to increase the difficulty. After all, Obadi was really too simple, and he only gave a C-level rule fragment, too simple. Thinking about it, Zhang Lan still decided to put away his dice, and he wouldn't die if he didn't die. Just when Zhang Lan decided, he slapped a hand on his left hand holding dice from behind, because the owner of the hand could not damage Zhang Lan, and sand didn't stop him. Dice out of hand. Chapter 31, Battle Application from Iron Man. Blue, look, Natasha is still an underwear model. As Tony's voice sounded, the tablet screen blocked Zhang Lan's sight. It was a photo taken by Natasha in black underwear. To be honest, it was really charming. Zhang Lan's eyes were briefly attracted in the past. Finally, he still raised 100,000 points of willpower, or pushed the tablet away and looked at the ground. Very good, Zhang Lan successfully caught it with sand before the dice fell to the ground, but it was a false alarm. Then Zhonglan happily began to discuss the topic of Natasha's body with Tony. Really don't say that Natasha's body is not generally good, especially the unique green eyes, and the soul of Tony is almost gone. 2. The time passed in the discussion room. Natasha was not only beautiful outside, but also very attractive inside. Western food was very delicious. Tony wanted to own Natasha more and more. Unfortunately, this time Natasha's exposure, the undercover mission in Iron Man 2, is afraid to be replaced. Tony never wants to have an assistant like Natasha. Pepper is a good match with him. After satisfying some good fortune, Tony sent a challenge request to Zhonglan. According to Tony's consciousness, Zhonglan is hard to die anyway, just hone a Tony and steal armor. Your neuropathy. Zhonglan went straight to hear Tony's reason. It's true that it won't die, but it hurts, it hurts. Do you know how it hurts? And if it hurts too much, it really will die. So, are you refusing? Tony leaned back to avoid Zhonglan's saliva. Zhonglan, nonsense, of course. System, drip, post random tasks, challenge of the brave. System, drip, the task has been actively accepted. Zhonglan. *******. Challenge of the brave. How can the host of the system fear the challenge? Accept the challenge bravely and defeat your opponent. Zhonglan's heart is broken. Is there something wrong with this system? Why did you give Zhonglan a compulsory task directly, and he could only accept Tony's challenge? In the open space outside the villa, Zhonglan and the already dressed Tony stood face to face, and Zhonglan was still preparing. Looking at the Tony data given by the system, Zhonglan's face hurts. *******. Name, Tony Stark /MK2. Skills, Steel Battlesuit MK2. State, Mild Palladium Poisoning. Comprehensive Ability, C. Combat Value, 247. Comprehensive Evaluation, Technological Products, focusing on physical attacks and defense, weak mental defense. *******. Take a look at Tony's 247 combat value, and then look at himself because of multiple serious injuries, only 79 combat value left. Zhonglan silently took out a return card, E, added to 99 combat value. Opened the mysterious store, and opened the 2 done beheading of heart finger joint, bought 10 pieces and ate them. *******. Name, 2 done decapitation in heart. Category, Skill card. Rank, D+10, using C-level rule fragments can evolve this skill to C-level. Efficacy, acquire the ability to move in the soil in a short period of time, and give the first enemy contacted by both hands a similar ability, so that it can be pulled into the soil. Consumption, 1 chakra/second. Note, if you have enough chakra, you can also use this ninjutsu to penetrate the earth and reach the center of the earth, but please note that this ninjutsu can only allow you to pass through the earth element matter. *******. This earth escape allows Zhonglan to successfully add 7 combat points. After the final effort, there was still a difference of 141 combat power value. Zhonglan looked back to Natasha with an unbelievable face. Natasha, these are what I need to teach you later, you look at it well, and, after a while, take me directly to the private plane and fly back to New York. I almost recovered. After finishing, Zhonglan took out Odin's sacred garment and put it on his forehead. A burst of gorgeous blue light flashed over, which was the completion of the dress. Afterwards, he waved most of the sand into the system space. The sand was too slow to keep up with Tony's speed. Just leave some just fine. Completed the first achievement task, the system space is now 2 cubic meters. Are you ready? Tony, who was rubbing his hands across the face, could not wait to use the metallic electronics sound. Zhonglan didn't reply, for this initiator, now he just wanted to beat him well and strive to complete the task. How to complete it? The biggest bug Millennium was killed by titanium alloy grams. In the hallucination of fingers, a cloud of white smoke flashed over, and Zhonglan rushed straight toward Tony without any change. Tony obviously didn't quite understand Zhonglan's brain circuit. A small powerful palm gun wanted to fly Zhonglan directly. I saw that the palm gun directly penetrated Zhonglan, and then a small piece of ground behind him blasted a pit. Ninjutsu Avatar Technique. Tony apparently didn't know the existence of the avatar. He was doubtful, and found that the whole battle armor was directly buried in the ground. Zhonglan grinned out of the mud in front of Tony with a smile, but there was no trace of damage on the ground. Too done beheading in heart. Zhonglan, who came out of the string, didn't think he had won. He held the MP5 submachine gun in his hands and faced the steel helmet exposed by Tony. The poor power of the MP5 submachine gun, even the white stamps cannot be played, but the continuous impact, successfully angered Tony. This ability is very good, but not enough. Saw Tony lifted from the ground, the propeller under his feet fully opened, and took a bunch of objects directly into the sky. That was Zhonglan's hand grenade connected by a chakra line. 20 feet were full. The tab was stuck in the mud. When Tony rushed out of the mud, he pulled it apart. Booming! In a burst of explosion, the balance of Tony was destroyed by the impact of the explosion. He could not control the direction and rushed straight to the ground, directly hit the ground, and the dust was flying. Don't look at Tony's disgraced appearance, but Zhonglan's only tactic is to blow MK2's legs into the original silver metallic luster. I rely on. How can I still play? Zhonglan bluntly spoke directly. When Zhonglan complained, Tony did not stand up. Lying directly on the ground was an ignition, and the thruster under his feet drove Tony forward quickly. Zhonglan only felt that there was a flower in front of him. Before he responded, he was hit by a violent force on his waist, but he was directly hit by Tony. The violent impact made him toss in the air for a while, and he was on the edge of the cliff. Stopped the body. Tony's villa is a villa by the sea. If a normal person is left behind, it may be difficult to come up. Zhonglan covered his belly and knelt halfway on the edge of the cliff with his teeth grinned. The impact just now gave him a little bit of power, which is really super painful. Tony over there was flying into the sky, rushing towards Zhonglan. He did not take the opportunity to launch missiles. After all, in Tony's heart, this was just a discussion. And Zhonglan is his friend. Zhonglan obviously didn't think so. Seeing Tony approaching, thinking for a moment, he made an action that made Pepper, who was watching from the perspective of Tony in the villa, exclaim. He turned directly and jumped off the cliff. Tony was shocked when he saw this, and his figure was no longer slow. One acceleration was to rush towards Zhonglan. Reading www.uuganshu.com is obviously trying to catch him. The sea below is not so good to go. However, when Tony ran out of the cliff, he searched for a long time and saw Zhonglan. He was doubtful. Jarvis warned that there was a high temperature reaction behind him. Tony didn't think about it. He directly increased the energy input of the kicker under his feet, and a fierce figure was pulled high, dangerously avoiding a ball of fiery red sphere. Art Fire Escape Fireball. Tony, Jarvis, how much is the temperature of the fireball? Jarvis, sir, according to the scan, the center of the sphere is close to 600 degrees Celsius. Long-term contact can melt the outer armor of Mk2, and its center of the sphere is very unstable. If it hits a foreign object, it will explode. The conversation between Tony and Jarvis, Natasha, and Pepper, who share Tony's perspective, can also hear it. Pepper is just surprised, and Natasha is hot inside. This is her ability to learn? Can you really learn? On the battlefield, Tony simply asked Jarvis, and at the same time, he also adjusted his body to turn around, and saw that Zhang Lan was standing on the cliff wall, which violated Newton's law, and it was close to the angle of the sea below. "How did you do it?" Tony couldn't understand, and just spoke. "Want to know? Then come and win me." Zhang Lan grinned, and then his figure flashed, actually on this smooth cliff, and started running towards the sea. Tony has now put away the thought of despising Zhang Lan, and then flew to the sea. He is now full of curiosity about Zhang Lan's actions, which has successfully aroused his vigor. And Zhang Lan, who was running, was also quite excited. Just now, he got 2 system prompts, which gave Zhang Lan, who had no chance of winning, had a hint of confidence. Chapter 32, Strong Kiss Natasha? System, ding, congratulations to the host for completing hidden achievements, recognition from superheroes, reward Bayman Dungia Lilian Hua, B, *1. System, ding, congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the inactive writing wheel I, a hook jade, dot. ********. Name, Lilian Hua. Category, Body Surgery. Rank, B. Efficacy, only after opening the injury door and unlocking the prohibition of the body, the advanced body surgery can be released. You can even step on the air and fly around in the sky, wrap the enemy with a bandage to conduct a super high-speed continuous attack, and finally point the opponent towards hit. Consumption, a lot of body energy. Note, excessive use will overload the body and even consume too much body energy, it will cause sudden death. ********. Name, Right Chakra I, 1 Hook Jade, / Insight I. Category, Blood Relay Limit. Rank, C. Introduction, 1 Hook Jade, also known as Insight, can greatly enhance the dynamic vision of the human body. It is the eye of the fairy, and the spirit is strong, it can evolve, and the body of the fairy can evolve into the eye of reincarnation. Consumption, Chakra, Pupil Power. Remarks, the legendary cursed family Uchiha clan's blood succession limit, a family that stimulates itself with extraordinary events for a long time, thereby increasing mental strength. Zhang Lan, who was running, had a tadpole-like symbol in each of his eyes, and slowly rotated around the eyeball. The original fast-moving scenes around him were much slower, as if in slow motion. Sure enough, battle is the only fastest way to improve. As for writing chakra, the last time Uncle Ben died, it was already activated, but the strength was not enough. At that time, it was not yet mastered, so the system did not prompt. Zhang Lan raised the corner of his mouth, completely changed his face, completely unlike the previous fear of fighting, he was also aroused a hint of victory, like a secondary personality hidden in the body, suddenly awakened. What Zhang Lan didn't know was that there was a satellite of Aegis Bureau pointed at the battlefield in the sky, and Zhang Lan's slightly picky corner was also sharply captured by the satellite. Under Natasha's notice, Fury was at the SHIELD headquarters, watching the battle situation, and also saw Zhang Lan's expression. Now he said to Coulson around him, "This battle is interesting." I saw Zhang Lan ran down the edge of the cliff, jumped, and stood steadily on the rough sea. Tony also stepped on his own energy ejector, which was far away from it. Zhang Lan moved his body, his face was already blue, but it was not enough. I saw his skin glowing rapidly, and a little blue chakra emerged from his body, pushing the waves around him like a whirlwind. The third door, the birth door open. Is this enough? Zhang Lan didn't mean to stop at all. Only by opening the injured door would he enter the danger zone of Bayman Dungia, and truly enter the state of Bayman Dungia. The blue muscles on Zhang Lan's face blew up more and more, and even the eyeballs in the eyeballs gradually disappeared, only the Guya was still turning tenaciously. Fourth door, hurt the door open. At this point, Zhang Lan's preparations came to an end, and he stepped on his feet and stepped on a 3-meter high wave directly on the sea surface. Zhang Lan also kicked Tony at a speed comparable to that of instantaneous surgery. In the sea, he immediately rushed into the sea. For a time, at Fury's point of view, only one water column after another could be seen rising like a volcanic eruption. In the villa, Natasha shared the screen of Tony's vision in front of him, shaking and changing angles all the time, like being thrown around. Only in a vague way can I see a fiery red object wrapped in the remnants of the blue coat, and then Tony's screams that were so unbearable. "Oh! Jarvis, can't you capture the blue figure?" On the screen, Tony's words were intermittent, apparently he was a little dizzy with the sudden roller coaster. "Sir, the helmet only has a photographic function on the front, but land does not appear on the front. He only attacks from the side or the back. The armor has been partially damaged into the water. It is recommended to propose a suspension to Lan." Jarvis's words were very continuous. Will Tony, such an arrogant person, take the initiative to propose a suspension? Isn't that just confessing? On one side, Zhang Lan seemed to awaken the second personality, but he didn't mean to stop. "Tony, transfer all the energy to the energy ejector, wait for my order." After Tony gave orders, the instant the Zhang Lan once again flew him, the energy ejector was turned on at full load, which was regarded as running out of Zhang Lan's continuous attack. On the one hand, Zhang Lan stopped temporarily, took out the remaining 5 blood return cards, from the system space, and used them all to supplement the physical energy that were nearly exhausted. This was chasing Tony. Go with. Fury finally didn't need to look at the water column. On the sea, Tony sprang out of the sea first, but his appearance was a bit miserable. The steel armor jacket on his body was cratered on the outside, and even some of it could already be seen through the armor of the steel armor. Precision structure. Soon after Tony appeared, Zhang Lan also rushed out of the sea, and the violent look of Fury was surprised. Tony looked back, with the assistance of the instrument, he was seeing Zhang Lan stepping on the air, but was chasing Tony. This surprised Tony. He tried to launch several missiles to fight back. In the normal state, he may see that he can't hide, but in the current state, he is clearly seen by Zhang Lan's riding wheel. It is natural to escape. Finally, after some chasing, Zhang Lan still didn't catch up with Tony, his body has begun to call, and the last blood return card has just been used up, and he can only helplessly close the wounded door. "Tony, Tony, go back," Blue fell. Tony, who was running away, heard Pepper's voice. Tony looked back, and the three of them saw that the blue chakra coat outside Zhang Lan's body shrank back into his body, and his red skin gradually recovered his yellow complexion. He lost the ability to tread, straight from the air. Fall into the sea. Tony quickly turned around and caught Zhang Lan firmly when he was about to fall into the sea. This time, Zhang Lan did not explode to die, but the bones of the whole body were close to breaking up. www.readaloud.com. The muscles were almost broken, and it was better to die than the explosion. It's so painful. Blue, your ability is so cool that you can run in the air. Tony first praised it, and then seemed to keep it in good faith. Are you okay? Would you like to stay and recuperate? No, hiss. I want to see Natasha, you can go to New York with me. Zhang Lanyi said with his teeth, his facial muscles also hurt a lot, super pain. Jarvis, close the video connection. Then Tony and Zhang Lan discussed about Zhang Lan's ability. After Zhang Lan promised to try to teach Tony, he had already flown into the villa. I saw that Natasha was very natural. After taking Zhang Lan from Tony's hand, and putting Zhang Lan on the sofa, a pair of green charming eyes looked fiercely at Zhang Lan. Obviously she was fighting Zhang just now, very eager. Because, it is likely that she can also learn. This is enough for her to be fanatical. The Black Widow is not a white, violent cat. Seeing this from Tony, it also completely dispelled the obsession with Natasha. The woman of her friend, don't touch it. Apparently he misunderstood the burning in Natasha's eyes and thought it was a kind of love. And as the target of Natasha's scorching sight, Zhonglan also shouted. Although he worshipped Scarlet in his past life, this does not mean that something must happen with the Black Widow. In the past, he also vomited many Marvel fellows. Why did Marvel first capture the heart of the Black Widow? System, drip, host task failed, punishment matching, punishment confirmed, kiss the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff within a minute, otherwise random punishment will be initiated. Zhonglan. Chapter 33, Grinding Goblin Natasha. Zhonglan looked at the hot Natasha in front of her and swallowed hard. He doesn't believe that it is difficult for him to stand up to kiss Natasha, but it doesn't seem to be good to speak directly. Zhonglan, who is doing a ideological struggle, looked at Natasha, or her fiery lips, and there was no sound for a while. Natasha didn't know what Zhonglan was thinking, or what she was thinking about, and she looked straight at Zhonglan's eyes. Seeing this, Tony on the other side strengthened the unusual relationship between the two. For a time, weirdly fell into silence. Until System, drip, the host strongly kisses the Black Widow punishment, random punishment matching, punishment confirmation, world difficulty +3, temporary, dot. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. World difficulty +3, system specific punishment, the same function as the difficulty adjustment dice, with the passage of time, the increase in difficulty will be stronger, the end time is unknown. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Zhonglan. This is the rhythm to be finished. But Zhonglan doesn't need to tangle anymore, his eyes leave from Natasha's fiery lips, and Natasha's hot eyes are in contact. Less than 2 seconds later, Zhonglan was defeated, pretending to be like an injury, and now howling at the wolf with his teeth. Natasha heard and immediately came forward to care about the inquiry, and intimately helped Zhonglan to restore the position of the misaligned bones, and naturally there was some physical contact in the middle. Zhonglan, who was a virgin in his previous life, couldn't bear it immediately. He didn't understand that Natasha, who had been so plain, was suddenly so enthusiastic. However, Zhonglan did not know that as a violent female agent, she had been engaged in spy work before meeting Fury and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. It was impossible to trust anything, otherwise it would be death. She was cautious enough, so the agents who were trained with her at the same time, the gravehead was already 3 inches away. And the only thing she can trust is power. Only strength can give her a sense of security, protect herself, and allow her unconditional trust. This is probably the reason why Natasha has a special affection for Hulk in the movie, because he is the strongest in the reunification. Now, Zhonglan is the embodiment of power in Natasha's eyes. At least she has not yet met Banner, and Banner's power is after all an external force, and Zhonglan's power can be learned by her. So Natasha showed great enthusiasm. After a while of emotional communication, Natasha drove to the airport with Zhonglan on her back. As for Tony, they didn't know where they disappeared. Maybe they didn't want to be a light bulb. For this, Zhonglan said he was wronged. He was just thinking about whether to complete the task. Really, should, may not mean anything else. There is a certain distance from Tony's house in the airport. Natasha hit a taxi. Natasha gently put Zhonglan into the rear seat, and then sat down beside him, explaining to the taxi driver to go to the airport. The taxi driver turned back frequently from the rear mirror, and Zhonglan could clearly read his expression. Why are the cabbages being arched by pigs? Indeed, now Zhonglan took off Odin's sacred clothes. The original pajamas were also turned into holes in the battle. Now he is wearing a spare Tony suit. Can the Tony suit of Playboy be popular? Don't ask him how he put it on. Tony and Pepper in the villa will definitely not help Zhonglan to wear it. And now, it looks like a rich man with a physical disability. He marries a beautiful wife, who may have come to fight because of a broken family car or whatever. In the eyes of the driver all the way, Zhonglan and the two arrived at Tony's private parking airport, right next to Los Angeles Airport, which made the driver's idea more realistic. What makes Zhonglan more embarrassing is that Natasha still has no intention to fake his hand and directly carried him on the plane. The beautiful flight attendants on the plane even make people think that Zhonglan is really a stupid hard. Natasha. Actually, you can let the captain hug me up. Zhonglan said a little weakly, try to control his neck to lean back, and avoid facing Natasha's face. But Zhonglan, whose bones have not been restored, is just in vain. Instead, he swayed with Natasha when he walked, like deliberately rubbing Natasha's face. Zhonglan swears that he didn't do it on purpose, but the rise of masculinity made him wonder how to explain to Natasha, can she believe it? You know, Xiao Zhonglan is now on her waist. You are a boneless thing. Zhonglan scolded a little, crying and laughing, and said that the thing is really boneless. In a lot of ambiguous eyes, the plane took off and went to New York Airport. The road is long, Zhonglan is embarrassed to face Natasha, not knowing what to say, while Tony's royal space, with Tony's command, is also very considerate and does not come up to disturb the two. Natasha looked at Zhonglan generously, the burning in her eyes slightly converged, but the other people can also see that the amount of information is slightly larger. Zhonglan was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. This is really inexperienced. He would rather talk to Tony now. Cough, Natasha, you see it's quite a lot of time now, let me tell you something basic. Zhonglan can only think of this topic in the end. Okay, no problem. Natasha's eyes lit up, and she put on a deaf ear. Let me tell you the most basic thing first, that is chakra. Chakra is a 1:1 combination of cellular energy and mental power of the body. When it comes to chakras cultivation, I am afraid that only Zhonglan is the most experienced in the world. He said that he couldn't stop. During this period, Natasha didn't know where to find a recording pen. Lan's words were recorded without saying a word. From time to time, some questions were asked, and the relationship between the two also gradually eased. Until getting off the plane, Zhonglan had basically explained chakra's cultivation problems. Because the location was not right, Natasha did not experiment immediately, but she could also see her eager to try. After arriving at the New York airport, Natasha took the initiative to carry Zhonglan. Zhonglan's ghost was so miserable that he didn't refuse. In fact, although his body had not fully recovered, he walked vigorously. Smell the scent of Natasha's hair. www.readaloud.com. Zhonglan has a dim sum, and really, those students who say that crossing Marvel must not happen to Natasha, why don't you come and see? Can you resist the temptation of this woman? Shaking the gods, Zhonglan only felt that his shoulder was shot, and Sand had no defense, indicating that he was a friend. Hey, Blue. I think we are not in the right time. Harry's voice came with a trace of inexplicable excitement. Zhonglan turned his head and was seeing Peter and Harry smiling ambiguously, the two of whom he informed himself of the news of his return. Haha, Natasha, I suddenly feel better. Zhonglan hit a haha and jumped from behind Natasha. Some embarrassment was exposed, and they introduced each other to the three. Natasha was not surprised by Zhonglan's recovery. It seemed to have been expected to calmly greet Peter and Harry without any embarrassment. Then, under the guidance of Natasha, the three came to an abandoned bar in Queens. In front of the bar, Natasha gestured to Zhonglan with a charming look. Suddenly a hug came up. Zhonglan only felt that the jade was full, and then a remote control was stuffed in his hand. A certain amount of TNT is placed near the bar. It will explode 30 seconds after the button is pressed. The nearby are the products of S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't worry about the consequences. Natasha's voice rang here, with a hint of fragrance, blowing Zhonglan's ear itching, and itching in her heart. This grinning little goblin. Zhonglan held the remote control in his hand and looked at the two younger brothers with an ambiguous look in his eyes. Harry, Peter, Don't you know what you are doing here? It's time for revenge. Chapter 34, The Kindness of Superheroes? The equipment in the bar is still very new. There are a wide range of wine bottles on the wine cabinet, most of which are unopened. There are still a few glasses of unfilled beer bottles on the bar. All kinds of phenomena show that this bar is still open in recent days, and it was only recently abandoned, and it has such a large capacity. I want to come to other than government agencies, it is also difficult to do so quickly and neatly. 2. The robber was locked in a small private room on the 4th floor. Through the windowsill of the private room, the street where Uncle Ben was killed could be clearly seen. Aegis Bureau also took great pains for this task. Zhonglan's eyes flashed. On the one side, Peter didn't have that undifferentiated observation of the surrounding environment, and saw him swiftly rushed forward, rolled up the robber's left hand, and had a 5-pointed star tattoo on his wrist. Peter saw the 5-pointed star tattoo, his face twitched uncontrollably, staring at the unconscious robber, kicking him directly off the sofa, tumbling a few circles in the air and hitting the corner of the wall. This foot also made the robbers wake up immediately, the pain curled up around the corner of the body, and the mouth could not stop retching. "Oh, Fook, who are you? Why did you catch me?" The robber was still twitching, but there were a lot of words: "You are, vomit, kidnapping, vomit. Do you know that you are breaking the law?" "I broke the law? Didn't you think about this problem when you killed the innocent old man?" "Ah." Peter talked and kicked a few feet forward, but he controlled the intensity, otherwise he might be killed directly. "This robber. Tell me. You tell me. Have you thought about it? Breaking the law? Now how do you know what is breaking the law?" Zhonglan and Harry silently watched Peter vent on the side, and did not mean to go forward to beat the robber together. In terms of pain, Peter is the most painful of the three. Let him vent first, Zhonglan. It is expected that Peter will not kill the robber. Fury should know this reason too, so he gave Zhonglan a remote control. Waited for a moment, Harry finally couldn't bear to step forward and started to do it. Contrary to the usual gentle temperament, he kicked against the robber's head. Zhonglan was silently waiting on the side. He doesn't want to vent these things now. He just wants this murderer who killed his uncle to die. The kindness of superheroes? He just wants revenge. If you let the killer who killed Uncle Ben live in the world, this so-called superhero will not do anything. The two of them vented for 10 minutes. The robbers were completely curled up into a ball with a face that was completely unrecognizable. In addition to moaning in their mouths, they could no longer say words of begging for mercy. At this time, Peter just picked up the phone and wanted to call the 911 alarm. Harry's eyes on the side tried to stop Peter's movement. He reached halfway and stopped again. He believed that Zhonglan would not be so simple. The answer is to let go of the robber. Sure enough, Peter couldn't broadcast the signal successfully. Fry, who had a budget, must have shielded all the signals in this area. How could Peter be able to report to the police successfully? It may be that there is no signal in the room, let's try out the street. Zhonglan said the first sentence coming into the room. Peter obviously thought the same way, once again angrily glanced at the robber moaning on the ground, measuring that he would not be able to escape now, taking the lead to go downstairs. He desperately desires this murderer to be punished as he should. Harry also looked at the robber deeply, and then he still took out a small round ball like a pumpkin, and pressed a few times to set something, and then gently placed it beside the robber. In case, Blue, I set a 10-minute time. After Harry finished, he went downstairs. Zhonglan nodded and did not speak. After gazing at the robber with the afterglow of his eyes for a few seconds, he turned his head to go downstairs and pressed the button in his hand. The time was just right. After he finally walked out of the bar door, a series of explosions sounded, and Peter, who was still looking for the signal, turned back in amazement. Bursts of explosion sparks sounded, especially in the room where the robber was located. The explosion sound was endless. Even if he was inside, it was difficult to survive. And starting from the fourth floor, the explosion began to spread downwards. The people who buried the explosives must have studied architecture. It was very accurate that all the load-bearing walls and fulcrums were blown up. In the end, the original building that stood was only left. There was a ruin. The three stood at the place where Uncle Ben died, and there was a telephone pole on the side. Zhonglan leaned on it, looking at the bar flattened to the ground in the distance, speechless for a long time. He had a bottle of wine from the bar in his hand, which was the favorite drink of his uncle during his lifetime. Zhonglan picked up his thumb and directly lifted the cap off. The wine-red grape liquid slowly poured out. "Uncle Ben, I've avenged you. Go on your way." For a long time, there was another explosion, the bomb set by Harry, and Zhonglan finally received the news from the system. "System, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main task, first battle, rewarding Sandstorm Pot Cards 1, B-level Rule Fragments 1. Let's go, there is something else to do." After confirming that the robber was dead, Zhonglan took the lead. In a coffee shop, Zhonglan and three people sat face to face while Natasha took the initiative to sit at another table, ensuring that although they could see the movement of Zhonglan and three people, they would not be able to hear their conversation. Is really an intimate move. The big enemy had to report that the three of them were speechless for a long time. "Blue, thank you very much," Harry said. "I have injected a new spider venom serum, the effect is very good, now my hands will not shake as before." Finally, Harry shook his hands in front of Zhonglan. Sure enough, he would tremble unconsciously, and his hands were white and tender, which was smoother than the girl's hands. "So?" Zhonglan glanced at his little hand, his face black and black. "Are you here to show off?" "Oh no, Lan, I'm here to thank you, and this is for you." Harry reached out quickly, and then took a small metal box from the bag and handed it to Zhonglan. Zhonglan looked at Harry suspiciously, but Harry didn't speak, only motioned him to open. Seeing this, Zhonglan only felt that his head was going to burst. "You don't give me the password, how do I open it? Do you chew with your mouth?" Oh, the password is your birthday," Harry said afterwards. Zhonglan said his words without a word, and opened the metal box with a password. An ice fog floated. There was only a syringe in the box. The syringe was filled with a green liquid, and the stars were shining under the light. "This is a spider venom serum developed with your blood. Both Peter and I were able to develop our physical abilities very well after injection. I believe you can get something from Blue," Harry explained carefully, looking forward to Zhonglan very much, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhonglan saw this and secretly inquired about the system. He directly picked up the syringe inside and stuck it to his right arm, even the blood vessels were lazy to aim. Drip, detected foreign objects intervening in the host body, detected as beneficial serum, system absorption. Ding, UU reading book www.uugonshu.com system successfully absorbed the spider gene serum 1 to convert the host into C-level rule fragments 1. Sure enough, the system will not allow Zhonglan to be modified by what is called a serum. According to the host's prompt, it must be a pharmaceutical modification of higher order than the physical modification to be recognized by the system. And the physical transformation is SSS level. Constitutional transformation made Zhonglan Fang's awakening riding wheel eye, although it was just a hook, although Zhonglan could not but quickly become stronger, he could still accept this result. "How is it, Blue, do you feel anything?" Harry on the side widened his eyes, wondering about Zhonglan's calmness. It hurts a bit, and then, maybe it will be effective later." Zhonglan didn't know how to describe it. "Harry, what about your father? Didn't you tell him?" Mentioned Norman Osborn, Harry's emotions suddenly calmed down. Unhappy or not, sipping coffee did not answer Zhonglan's question. "Blue, Peter on the side took the lead. Harry's father, who is seriously ill, is now in the intensive care unit, and even Harry cannot see him. Zhonglan heard the words, and his eyes flickered. It seems that his previous actions were indeed effective. Harry chose him between his father and friends, but, after all, blood is thicker than water, otherwise Norman don't care about Harry since he was a child, and now Harry will not be like this. Even so, wouldn't it hurt to want to come to Harry? Thinking about this, Zhonglan felt that it was necessary to compensate Harry, but what should he compensate? System, scan Harry's data. After the system opened Harry's data, Zhonglan didn't even press directly, and sprayed coffee directly on Peter. Chapter 35, this Nima style is a bit wrong. ********. Name, Harry Osborn / Green Devils. Skills, all physical constitution, starvation cell. Chakra, 341/375. State, healthy. Comprehensive ability, E, combat value, 9. Comprehensive evaluation, its starved cells have 10 times the storage capacity of the same order, and with a large amount of ninjutsu base, it will be an excellent ninja. ********. Seeing Harry's data, Zhonglan took a sip of coffee directly to Peter's face opposite. He is only 99 chakra upper limit, Harry has 375? This is too shocking. And also, Harry, have you learned to extract chakra? Peter taught you. Zhonglan couldn't care about Peter and asked Harry directly. Yeah. Harry said with some excitement, especially those ninjutsu, super cool, but unfortunately there is less, and there is no lethality. You mean? Peter hasn't learned the three-body technique, but you learned it instead. The tone of Zhonglan's sentence is a little high, basically everyone in the cafe turned around and looked over. In the United States, it is extremely impolite to make a loud noise in a coffee shop, just as when eating chopsticks on top of a meal during Chinese meals. Zhonglan also realized that his voice was a bit loud, sorry to apologize to the surrounding customers, and then took Peter 3 to go out, and then a larger venue was needed. This was perfectly solved by Natasha. The Shield Bureau had just built a branch near Zhonglan's house. I wanted to build it for his convenience. Really good service. I'm not willing to pit that vampire from Fury. The training ground in the branch. At this time, Natasha replaced the previous dress and put on the leather tights in the movie. The enchanting figure made Zhonglan a little unbearable. Zhonglan's embarrassed diversion, Peter, so you haven't learned any ninjutsu yet? But under your guidance, Harry not only learned to refine chakra, but also learned all three techniques by the way. Zhonglan repeated the question again, which had been repeated dozens of times on the way, and still got the answers confirmed by Peter and Harry, and even Harry gave a live demonstration. Although the handprint can still be jerky, the release speed is very slow, and it is completely incomparable with Zhonglan, but Zhonglan left only 2 or 3 days. Is it 2 or 3 days? Harry is more than Chakra's pitiful 99 points of storage, even the speed of learning ninjutsu, this talent is really said that the good poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. In order to experiment, Zhonglan began to teach the 3 people on the spot, fire escape, fireball, body art, instant art, illusion, carefully explained all the details, and the best time to input chakra. After Zhonglan let Peter and Harry practice freely, he began to teach Natasha to practice chakra. Zhonglan took Natasha's first practice of chakra and needed counseling as the reason, held her hands happily, and then patiently gathered chakra on the palm of her hand to make her feel attentively. This is a very serious teaching. Although there is a suspicion of eating tofu brightly, but he does not care, who makes him feel the world. However, Zhonglan's heart was lying trough. Natasha holds the gun all the year round, but her palm is still so tender. While he was thinking about horses, the afterglow in the corners of his eyes was suddenly shown by a small fiery red light. Zhonglan turned around and looked shocked, just seeing a small flame dissipated by Fang Fang. The flame is very small, about the size of a thumb. But, fire escape how to fireball? Lying trough. Who put it? Certainly not Zhonglan, he still eats peas in his hands, teaching, so it can only be Peter and Harry. And Peter is practicing the instantaneous technique taught by Zhonglan, so only, Harry? Lying down again. Is there 2 hours before and after this? No? Harry's talent is against the sky. Why don't you go to heaven? Because Natasha was practicing chakra, Zhonglan didn't make a sound, but also looked at Harry from afar, watching Harry very uncomfortably with the ninja seal, and made some slight mistakes, this time without success release it. But Harry was not discouraged, and he continued to pinch the ninja seal, still failing. It seems that it should be luck. Zhonglan thought secretly. Then the next moment, Harry ejected a small fireball again, this time it was already the size of a marble. Papa! The sound of a face slap is crisp. When he had a little pain in his face, Peter on the side was like a ghost, tranced for a moment in Zhonglan's line of sight. Although the distance was very short, only about 1 meter, but it was indeed instantaneous. Zhonglan could already feel his face twitching and closed his eyes in disbelief. Right, a chakra eye open. Eyes appeared around of jade. Zhonglan looked at Peter again. Because Zhonglan's instantaneous body surgery is a type of body surgery, a kind of instantaneously strengthens the explosive force of the leg to achieve instantaneous acceleration, so that people's eyes cannot capture the figure of the operator, and the purpose of instantaneous body is achieved. So the instantaneous technique that Peter is practicing now is the body technique. Under the eyes of Zhonglan's jade writing wheel, he can vaguely capture Peter leaving a residual image in the air. Is body surgery, instant body surgery is not wrong. Who are these, this? Zhonglan was a little speechless in his heart. What talent is this trademark? Of course, Zhonglan knows that this does not mean referring to Harry and they can learn any ninjutsu and body skills instantly. Harry has a huge chakra and full attribute physique, plus Zhonglan who has been taught by the system. With patient patience, he may have a very high talent for ninjutsu, and he can learn in a very short time. Success. And Peter, himself is a sea-level ability, and it is also a physical skill. Physical explosion and agility are all satisfying the practice of D-level physical spell, and some talents can also be quickly mastered. After all, instant body surgery is only a skillful body surgery, and physical strength is the key point, assisting some body movements released by chakra. May not be so terrifying when he talks about it, but the talents of the body and ninjutsu are indeed beyond doubt. After the surprise given by the two of them, Zhonglan was shocked again, and he was still writing round eyes. And his sense of chakra increased a lot compared to usual. Now, he feels a weak chakra breath on Natasha, and then gradually grows. Although it is very slow, it is more than 100 times faster than Zhonglan's previous expansion rate. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Name, Natasha Romanoff. Skills, extremely close control. Chakra, 4/471. State, healthy. Comprehensive ability, sea level, combat value, 496. Comprehensive evaluation, wrestling skills with the limit of humanity. www.readaloud.com. For controlling the talent of chakra, it is like a monarch. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Name, Peter Parker / Spider-Man. Skills, danger sensing, level C, strengthen strength, agility strengthen, reflex strengthen, physical strengthen. Chakra, 397/540. State, mild sadness. Comprehensive ability, sea level, combat value, 648. Comprehensive evaluation, quick agility, responsive, extremely sensitive to danger, relatively weak relative strength, still in the awakening stage, he is still constantly strong, combat experience is his only weakness. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. Name, extremely close control. Category, super ability. Rank, A. Efficacy, it can control very fine control energy. Consumption, mental energy. Remarks, the natural control of energy is like a monarch's control of soldiers, which is prohibited. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Zhonglan. This Nima, Peter's chakra limit was more than 103 or 4 days ago. Is it 540 now? Natasha's chakra upper limit, is it 471 from the beginning? Is it really good? There is also the extremely tight control, it is Zhonglan's shortboard, otherwise he has learned to spiral pills. And Natasha's extremely close control is extremely suitable for practicing medical ninjutsu. Physique genius Spider-Man? Ninjutsu genius Green Devil? Medical ninja Black Widow? Zhonglan, this Nima, the marvel I entered, it seems that the style of painting is not right. Chapter 36, 3 Amazing Talents. After Natasha practiced chakra, Zhonglan quietly withdrew his salted pig hand and stepped aside to observe the three carefully. After thinking about it for a while, seeing Natasha want to practice chakra to the limit and woke up again, she made up her mind. Ninjutsu, the art of shadow doppelganger. Command shadow doppelganger to teach Harry to done beheading in heart. Ontology is past Peter's side. He can now teach Peter's body technique, only 8 doors of Dungia. First see if Peter can open the first door of the 8 doors of Dungia. Open the door. After some careful teaching, Zhonglan understood what is called the talent of terror. Peter knows nothing about ninjutsu, and even the 3 body technique has not been released yet. But the talent of body surgery is terrifying. While Zhonglan was still teaching in detail, Peter had already opened the door. It was just because it was opened for the first time, and the method was a bit rough. There was no step-by-step to get through the acupuncture points first, so there was a slight injury. Know that the door is located in the left brain of the human body, but this place should not have any carelessness. Warned Peter rigorously at the time, and he must be present to practice this body skill in the future, otherwise he will not be allowed to practice, and the use of this 8-door Dungia is temporarily prohibited. Knew that Peter had made a mistake, and Nono didn't dare to say anything. Anyway, he was reprimanded by Zhonglan like this, knowing that as long as he didn't speak and listened obediently. But this time Zhonglan was uncharacteristically stressed over and over again. Zhonglan saw that Peter's heart still didn't pay much attention, and he was very anxious. After all, he only used it a little more with the aid of immortality and cell rage, but Peter didn't. Helpless, directly ran away on the spot, opened the 4th door to hurt the door, ready to face Peter is a beating. Who knows how fast he can keep up with Peter a few days ago, and now he can't catch up with him when he opens 4 doors. Is still ahead of Zhonglan in speed, but Peter's sense of danger can always do dodge before he attacks. Cheating. Has Spider-Man evolved so fast? But it doesn't matter, he has a big killer. Peter, you said that if I drove the 8-door Dungia and used the 1000-year kill, would you be able to hide? If you don't want to be taken one by one, just stand still and stay calm. Peter's impression of the Millennium Kill is really hard to remember. I firmly don't want to experience it for the second time, and now I can't just dodge it and stand still. Zhonglan stepped forward for a while. The movement here attracted both Harry and Natasha's mind. After Zhonglan beats Peter well, in fact, the total amount of time before and after is only 20 seconds, and it will affect the next action force in a long time. Even so, he is still soft and his pace is vain, temporarily an ordinary people. Did you see it? Even if I just used it for 20 seconds, as if it were already like this, do you realize the seriousness of this body technique? Zhonglan asked Peter dignifiedly. Yes, I know, but you are too blue, heavy. Peter was a little sad. Anyone was beaten by Zhonglan, who opened the 4 doors. Not comfortable. Fortunately, hitting people without hitting faces, Zhonglan still knows. Do you remember if you don't have a good meal? Zhonglan didn't pity Peter. I'm very weak now, not as good as ordinary people. If you don't agree, you can beat me now. Do Peter dare? Peter looked at Natasha and Harry, who looked to this side, and there was a shadow avatar of Zhonglan, who decisively counseled, but the face was still unhappy. After all, he couldn't go out with all his strength. Why? Are you still not convinced? Natasha, Harry, the ability you just mastered needs to be exercised. Come and practice with Peter. Seeing Peter's unhappy face, Zhonglan immediately greeted Natasha and Harry. The two who had just got the novel ability were also very eager to move. This greet, happily confronted, was also injected with the spider venom potion. Harry did not have Peter's agility and strength blessing, but he magically obtained the starvation cell superpower. Ingeniously combined with Zhonglan's unique chakra extraction technique, a huge chakra storage is formed. The 3-body technique and the fire escape, the fireball, are basically uninterrupted releasers, and occasionally they will go down to the ground to make Peter dare not stay too long in one place. Yes, just half an hour, Harry has learned the technique of beheading in the heart of Tu Dun Heart. There is no system, no writing eye, no copy ability, and the talent is terrifying. The only shortcoming is the unskilled seal, but Natasha is still able to release the ninjutsu when she plays a cover. Natasha is a woman who has been systematically evaluated as having human extreme fighting skills. Although Peter is not as good in agility and strength, Peter certainly will not use all his strength in the discussion. So fighting skills, Natasha rectified a Peter who had 0 skill in response to the reaction. 4 or 2 pounds made him very frustrated. And chakra itself has a magical effect of comprehensive increase. Natasha, who has extremely close control, has mastered chakra's use in a very short time in battle. For her, chakra is a very good weapon. Know that even the late Spider-Man, although able to avoid bullets, will still be injured if shot by a pistol. Zhonglan hides aside, watching Harry and Natasha gradually mastering their skills in battle, and the more proficient they feel, the more relaxed. As for Peter, who cares about him is to teach him an unforgettable lesson. After this farce, the 4 people got along with each other a lot. Instead, Peter and Harry's rift before them disappeared. Natasha no longer discharges Zhonglan casually. She can see that Zhonglan is just a little mannish, but her interest in herself is limited to men's love for beautiful women, and occasionally takes a small advantage, nothing more. And the professor has no ability to guard against her. It is very frank, she does not need to use it at all, the one she used to get intelligence when she spies. In the training ground, all 4 were sitting on the floor, and Natasha and Harry were tired and gasping for breath. Facts have proved that Peter really is the strongest of the current 4. The 2 teamed up only to chase him. He also jumped up and down. This is also based on the fact that Peter did not fight back. Zhonglan, Natasha, I don't have the right ability to teach you now. I can only teach you some basic things first. Your talent is very good, but it is in the control of chakra, so it is not appropriate to learn too much. Ninjutsu or body surgery? Natasha smiled gently. Well, now you are a teacher, listen to you. Regarding Natasha, Zhonglan feels that Sakura's version is very suitable for him. But now he hasn't learned those, so there is no way. Zhonglan continued to say seriously, Peter, still that sentence, the 8-door dungeon can't be used casually, unless you encounter something that is difficult to let go, and you must be present when you practice, do you know? Otherwise I won't teach you the rest. Peter nodded his head seriously. Although the previous playfulness did not cause any harm to him, Zhonglan repeatedly emphasized that he dare not worry about it. After all, with the combination of 4 doors and 1,000 years of killing, he is not sure if he can escape it now. The instantaneous movement characteristics of 1,000 years of killing are too buggy. This Spider-Man was also killed by Zhonglan. www.readaloud.com nodded in satisfaction. Zhonglan continued to tell Harry. Harry, your talent is in ninjutsu, and it must be attribute ninjutsu. You can't learn quickly in the Shadow Avatar class. I don't have many attribute ninjutsu now. The main attack ability is still in physical surgery. Later, I will teach you a ninjutsu with Natasha. This ninjutsu, if you cooperate with each other, you should be able to learn it. I haven't learned it yet. Zhonglan refers to the spiral pill. Natasha's extremely close control, plus Harry's inexplicable ninjutsu talent, may have an auxiliary role in the cultivation of the spiral pill. It is not impossible to try it. After talking about the topic again, today's training is coming to an end. Peter has another date in the evening and is going to Gwen's house for dinner. It is said that Gwen's mother's specialty is lemon base. Now there is Zhonglan Zhe. Naturally Peter will not let him wear casual clothes. Anyway, Peter has the cross-dressing card he gave. Don't worry about the trouble of changing clothes. Speaking of which, Zhonglan also gave Natasha and Harry a cross-dressing card. Previously, he exchanged a dozen cards and put them in the system space. Next, the four went to the clothing store to buy a suit for Peter. This Harry is very experienced and recommended a lot of styles, and then reviewed by Natasha, an attractive woman, the one that is definitely suitable for Peter. As for the price? That's a question that Fury should worry about. Do you want Spider-Man for S.H.I.E.L.D.? If you want, you should reimburse the bill first. At this rare moment of leisure, Zhonglan received a call from Reed. Reed, Lan, we all have some bizarre gene mutations. Now Ben, there may be some problems with Ben, we can't find him, can you help us find him together? Chapter 37, World Difficulty plus 3 Power. After receiving Reed's call, Zhonglan's first reaction was that the Fantastic Four would also begin. The second reaction is the difficulty of the world plus 3 that he has forgotten. As Zhonglan was about to leave, Natasha caught up with him. Lan, I need to report the progress of the mission with Director Fury, about the things you taught. Speaking of which, Natasha stopped the sentence and stared at Zhonglan with questions. This is to ask him if there is anything that he can't report to the bureau today. Obviously Zhonglan's sincerity moved Natasha's double-faced spy. Moreover, Zhonglan is still a type of strong who she admires. There are still many skills to learn from him in the future. This is also with some obedient meaning. Oh, that, you just report it, it doesn't matter. Zhonglan said indifferently. Are all capabilities that will be used in the future, there is no need to cover up. As long as the information about the system will not be leaked, there will be no problem. Natasha nodded, and after indicating clearly, she stepped on the catwalk and left. Zhonglan couldn't help staring at Natasha's back, feeling a little dry mouth. Although she didn't feel that way about the woman, the goblin was so tempting. I'm afraid I can't help it. In the flying SUV, Rhett, Susan, glanced out of the window in the rear seat, eagerly looking for Ben's figure, and the co-pilot Johnny was much more leisurely. Although his eyes were aiming at this, but mostly concentrated on the bottoms of those skirts lifted by SUVs. It was Zhonglan who was the co-pilot, and he drove the SUV at S.H.I.E.L.D. at random. According to Natasha, this is the utility vehicle that S.H.I.E.L.D. has configured for him. Fury is really very considerate of his equipment. From this, we can see how much Frey valued Zhonglan's prophecy ability. Blue, can you really find the book like this? For a long time, there was no result, Rhett asked anxiously. Rhett, don't worry, you will find it. Zhonglan comforted Rhett. As for whether it can be found? In the movie, you just drove a taxi, and then drove to the bridge where you were. What Zhonglan can do now is to drive as far as possible to the bridges in New York. By the way, test whether the so-called fate really exists. The sand gourd, which had always been carried by Zhang Lan, was gone. You have to know that he never let go before. Thanks to a card, it made him a lot easier. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Name, the Sandstorm Pot. Category, Equipment Card. Rank, B. Efficacy, the input chakra can be changed in size, and the sand with the host chakra can be stored, and the capacity is unlimited. Consumption, chakra. Note, this is more than just an auxiliary equipment card. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Nowadays, a small sand gourd hangs on Zhang Lan's waist, like a peculiar keychain, but can absorb his chakra bottomlessly, warmly keeping the sand inside. Simple and easy to operate, complete the main task, the first battle, reward. Then there is a B-level rule fragment, there is no suitable card for the time being, so he saved it, otherwise he will encounter the problem of watching the card and not redeeming it like last time. Just as Zhang Lan wandered aimlessly on the street, Dr. Connors woke up from a coma on the biological research floor of the Oscar building. Before that, the company's CEO Norman sent Emma to take away the lizard potion, said that he was going to the Veterans Hospital for a human test, which made him take the risk and tried to inject the lizard potion himself. Unfinished potion, he was in a coma for granted. Woke up and was surprised to find that his lost right hand had grown back. This made him very excited. He called to inform Emma of the lizard elixir. After learning that he had gone to the Veterans Hospital in Brooklyn, he suddenly felt a little unwell, and his emotions were also irritable. The only remaining idea tells him to stop Emma from using lizard potions on others. In the SUV, the driving position of the car has been changed to ride, and Zhang Lan feels that if there is a destiny, it should be triggered by related talents. The idea was very good. On a cross-sea bridge going to Brooklyn, I successfully encountered a traffic jam. There seemed to be a major car accident in front. The car must not be able to drive. After the four of them got out of the car, without knowing the reason, Susan began to become invisible, and Reed reminded him to take off his clothes. Zhang Lan waited with interest. Sure enough, when he was taking off only underwear, Susan, who was so shy that she couldn't concentrate, showed her figure again. I have to say, it really is, it's crazy enough. Compared with Natasha, Susan is more slender and does not have the fullness of Natasha, but it has another flavor. Reed, wow, are you working out? Susan, shut up. Why don't you take off your clothes and let hundreds of people watch? This excitement caused Susan to hide her body again. This time she successfully took off her clothes and continued to walk through the crowd until she wore the clothes back to remove the invisibility. The four people successfully saw this, which is the appearance of a stone man. Susan and Reed were so surprised that only Zhang Lan and Johnny found the little one side and a red leaking jar next to it. Johnny quickly jumped over the car in front of him, held the little girl in his arms, and turned his back to the red jar. Boom! 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 At this moment, the red jar exploded, causing a chain reaction. The fuel tanks of several nearby cars also followed the explosion. The raging flames, carrying the car wreckage, etc., spread out to the surroundings. The first to bear, Johnny tightly hugged the girl in his arms. When the flames came, he used his fire control ability to isolate a safe area for the little girl. The flames swept over Johnny and rushed towards Susan. She reached out her hand in front of her, and wanted to stop the wave of flames in her mind. An invisible thought was generated, wrapped tightly. The flame shock wave in front of him formed an invisible shield, protecting her safety on the side. Nowhere to vent the flame shock. Following the gap of Susan Nianli's shield, swept toward the other side. One of the cars was flew by the impact of the flames, and it just hit the fire truck that came to the rescue. The fire driver was caught by surprise. With a dozen steering wheels, the front of the car dangerously escaped the flying car, but the sudden steering made the fire truck with the inertia of the tail, a tail flick. Most of the vehicles have rushed out of the bridge, and with the inertia, they broke through a large row of guardrails, and then stopped. But the trend is gradually moving towards the outside of the bridge. If there is no accident, it will inevitably fall into the sea, and the 5 or 6 firefighters on the fire truck are afraid to be more fierce. Zhonglan was standing behind Susan, the sandstorm jug in his waist was spitting sand, his hands were not stopping, and by the spider launcher given by Peter, he barely rescued several nearby cars and hung it by the bridge, but there are more cars flying out of the bridge. Susan, whose initial awakening ability, only felt that the whole body was soft and weak after the eruption just now, and the nosebleeds in her very nice nose, she couldn't help at all. Fuwashuan's High Z, misfortunes are not alone, at this critical juncture, the opposite lane is also blocked, a large green lizard is intercepting the vehicle, facing the car parked in front of it, no matter what, it is a grab to confirm whether there is him in the car the person looking for, if not, is thrown directly outside the bridge. Zhonglan didn't have any idea for a while. Damn, the consequences of the explosion on his side haven't been dealt with yet, and there's another Dr. Lizard over there. World difficulty +3. It must be the ghost of this thing. Even if he knew this, Zhonglan had no choice but to try to save more people with a spider launcher. There were constant small-scale explosions, and then several cars were lifted out of the bridge. There may be survivors in each car. How can they easily give up? What should I do? If people who died today, at least half of them died because of me. Just when Zhonglan was helpless and self-blaming, Peter in a spider costume descended from the sky. His speed is several times more agile than in the previous practice. I think this is his current strength. Zhonglan, who has opened the eye of the wheel, can only see the remnant of Peter in front of him. Peter could even release the instantaneous technique continuously. It can be seen how amazing its constitution is. Fortunately, I learned the instantaneous technique from Zhonglan www.readaloud.com. Otherwise, Peter could not help too many scattered targets in a short time. After the 10 or so cars that Zhonglan hung on the side of the original bridge, more than 30 cars were hung on the side of the bridge, but on the edge, it was really powerless. And at this time, the front of the fire truck was already upturned. Peter reached out to pull the front, but he was swayed by the front. His mass was too light, and the focus was not enough to pull the fire truck. All Peter can do is to slightly slow down the falling of the fire truck, but still slide down towards the bridge. Firefighter A, who had been holding the fire ladder tightly, was not strong enough to grasp the fire ladder. Another firefighter B quickly and eagerly wanted to hold him. As a result, he incorrectly estimated his strength and was pulled. Fall to the sea together. Equals 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 divider equals 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 equals. P.S. Regarding the issue of yesterday's update error on December 29th, no matter how it is Xiolan's pot, Xiolan has updated 4 chapters yesterday, and continues 3 chapters today. Then, some book friends said that the protagonist was too weak in the early stage. First of all, I can't see some of my book friends. I'm sorry I didn't have an appetite for him. Secondly, as a cute new one, Xiolan wants to finish the writing, fearing that the beginning will be too bad and the back will collapse. Finally, Xiolan has written to compare the manuscripts behind, and can clearly tell you that the last protagonist can hang Hulk. Ian, it's gone. I wish this part of the book friends can find their favorite book. Of course, this part of the book friends should not see the current paragraph. What I am reading now is willing to support Mensan Xiolan, and thank you for your support. Chapter 38 Weakness and Fear. Firefighter A, who had been holding the fire ladder tightly, did not have enough hands to grasp the fire ladder. Another firefighter B quickly tried to hold him, but he miscalculated his own strength and was pulled together. Fall to the sea. Originally supposed to grab the front of the car, but he was fighting with Dr. Lizard on the side. One skin was thick and the other had strong resilience. I was afraid that it would be impossible to finish. Little Spider Peter's strength is not strength after all. Although he tried his best, his face was full of blue muscles, and he couldn't change the slipping under his feet. He was too light and his heels were unstable, so he couldn't use any strength at all. At this very moment, Zhonglan has always released the sand and made achievements. He saw that the sand was transformed into two sand hands, instead of grabbing the fire truck, but piled up on Peter's lower body, forcing him to increase his weight. Peter's mass is too small, and his heel is not stable, so he can't use force. Under the stability of a lot of sand, Peter successfully stood firm, and with the recovery of some Susan, the fire truck gradually pulled back to the bridge deck. The liberated Peter immediately sprinted away and jumped directly out of the bridge. His danger sensor told him that a car over there was about to be in danger, and there was a little boy inside. On the other side, the rubber man Reed also successfully caught the two firemen who fell into the sea. Zhonglan tired spread directly to the ground. Just a while ago, using the sand to control the limit reached, not only consumes chakra as simple, but also a lot of mental power. This makes him very uncomfortable now. As if his brain was pierced by the battlefield, he barely maintained the transformation technique, which is already the limit. In this state, even if he opened the 8 doors, he would have no combat power. No matter how powerful the body is, there is no healthy soul to control it, but it is just a skin. Has always been familiar with the plot, so why are they all caught? The result is that the real battle is to realize that power is king. Reluctantly looked up at the battlefield between the Stoneman and Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard's right hand had already begun to disintegrate. This is an unfinished lizard potion. The sign that it is about to end. If it does not continue to be injected, it will degenerate to its original appearance. The broken hand Kurt Connors, biogenetics expert. Dr. Lizard, whose strength was waning, gave birth to retreat, glaring at a black Audi car, and then began to retreat. Does S instinct that has been fighting with him let him go like this? He is not agile but has been in a passive position. Seeing that he wants to run away, he directly wants to suppress Dr. Lizard with a flutter. Y is too heavy, yet unfamiliar with this, just grabbed Dr. Lizard's tail, and the other party didn't even look at it, broke his tail directly, and then fled quickly. Stood up with the lizard tail in his arms, glanced at the back of Dr. Lizard who was running away, and disgustedly shook the tail of the lizard still in his hands. At this moment, the little spider Fang successfully rescued the little boy. Red has been holding 2 firefighters for some reason. Zhonglan and Susan were unable to recover their bodies for the time being. For a time, no one could stop Dr. Lizard from escaping and let it disappear smoothly in the eyes of everyone. Looked at Dr. Lizard and fled, Zhonglan could only helplessly look far away, slightly mentioning a trace of the recovered spirit, controlling the sand to return to the sandstorm pot, just leaving some protection around himself and Susan. Police officers who are always late, Kankan rushed to the scene, raising his gun at his party, he could not help but guard. Lying on the ground. Now. Lying on the ground. Quick! A police officer shouted through a megaphone. Zhonglan ignored it, and tried to walk to Reed, shaking his head vigorously, forcing himself to be awake, and trying to use the spider launcher to stick the 2 names under the bridge. Fireman is too far away, his condition is too bad, he can't open the riding wheel, and he can't aim at all. Damn! Boom! Zhonglan scolded fiercely, followed by a gunshot. A police officer thought he was firing some dangerous items to the firefighters, and shot very nervously into his calf. The American standard M9 pistol was naturally blocked by the sand, but the impact of the bullet made him staggered and another shot of silk was not hit. Didn't even think about turning back. The figure of Red had already shivered slightly. Ben in the distance found this plight and rushed towards it. During the period, he also received a few bullets. No pain or itching. Zhonglan gritted his teeth, and the sand around him formed a sand chain around his waist. He jumped off the bridge, pulled it close by 3 meters, and aimed again. Has not yet fired, and he has maintained superpower for a long time. Fang awakened that he was obviously overspending. Finally, he failed to hold on, and the rubber body began to contract quickly. Red with his upper body down naturally would not let go, so he contracted with his lower body down. Zhonglan's hand quickly grabbed Red, who was passing by, and turned back to shoot spider silk towards the bottom of the bridge. After doing this action, he was also quickly pulled to the sea by Reed, wrapped around his waist with sand chains. Even if he did not resist, he was directly broken. Just when the 4 people wanted to fall freely to the sea, Fang Qianzhong the blue-fired spider silk successfully stuck to the bottom of the bridge, dangerously stopping the falling trend. Zhonglan in the middle of the hub, his eyes, ears, nose are bleeding. The sand chain that he broke just before he managed to maintain it. Before he was broken, he failed to release the maintenance force in time. Trying to maintain, the consequence is the rapid consumption of mental energy. And when the mental power is close to exhaustion, under the extreme squeeze mental power, if the normal person, it should have been congested and comatose, but fortunately Zhonglan has an undead body. However, the pain and injury should not be discounted at all. Left hand holding spider silk, right hand holding reed, Zhonglan Qiang maintained his energy. Rushed Ben grabbed the spider silk and pulled Zhonglan and the others up like water. As soon as Fang touched the bridge deck, Zhonglan had not yet stood firm, and his mental strength was extremely weak. Zhang Qian failed to stand in time and fell backwards. Fell down to the rough sea. The fast-responding fireman B, once again exerted his special ability, grabbed Zhonglan's tie in time. This was to prevent an accident. It's just the face that hit the bridge, it hurts a little. After being pulled onto the bridge again, Zhonglan's spirit seemed quite weak. The surrounding crowds spontaneously applauded, and the applause gradually spread. Finally, the police officers who even raised their guns to guard against the fire were all guns to the ground. Seeing the end of the event, Peter left the swing and left, hiding the merits and fame. Outside the crowd, a blonde woman squeezed in, with a slightly frightened look. www.readaloud.com looked straight at the stone man, and also noticed the familiar figure, and walked towards it with a meaning. Frightened her with this move. She shook her head involuntarily, making her stop involuntarily and staring at her from afar. He saw her finger stretched out to the engagement ring on the ring finger of her left hand. However, she didn't look at Ben's eyes. After gently putting the engagement ring on the ground, she turned her head away and stopped looking at Ben. Ben hurried away, wondering if she wanted to recover her or wanted to pick up the ring. The crowd applauding in front of them all meant to stay away from Ben. Realized that he is no longer a normal person. Bent over to pick up the ring on the ground, but he, with only 4 fingers, was not thinner than before, but he was much thicker and could not afford the small ring. Zhonglan controlled some sand wrapped around him, gently lifted the ring on the ground, and placed it in Ben's palm. He could only do it. Let, who was 1 step late, was also assuring him that he would definitely let him return to the original state. Looking at the farewell in front of him, Zhonglan felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Superpower is clearly the power that some humans desire. Why are some people afraid? Glanced up at the bridge and looked devastated. Although everyone tried to protect it, some people were still injured. A very small number of people lost their precious lives in the initial car accident and subsequent explosion. This made Zhonglan feel very uncomfortable, because he felt that at least half of them died because of his reasons. Then the difficulty of the world +3 recruited Dr. Lizard. The faint thought in my heart became clearer. Again, another seed took root in his heart, waiting for germination and growth. Chapter 39, System, What is Your Morality? Subsequent TV interviews made the 4 wonders known for the first time. Zhonglan also slightly increased a wave of energy points, probably at more than 1000 energy points, and the subsequent growth is also continuing, but it is relatively slow. Victor, who watched all this in front of the TV, was more and more imbalanced in his heart. His company, his proposal, everything about him, even himself, were ruined by an experiment by Reed. After refusing Rhett's invitation to go to his apartment to participate in the research, Zhonglan walked to his SUV. Fortunately, because the car was parked in a relatively backward place, it was just a daredevil who had no time to brake. After the crash, the others didn't have any major problems. After driving back to the base, the SHIELD people naturally returned to repair. Drive back home, Zhonglan caught up with the dinner time in a timely manner. Today is Sunday, the school is on holiday. If the dinner is not rushed back, Aunt May will be worried. After a simple dinner with Aunt May and Peter, Zhonglan and Peter went upstairs. Peter has obviously realized that the big gecko on the bridge today is probably the product of the lizard gene potion he participated in. After discussing with Zhonglan, he decided to visit the Oscar building the next morning. Harry, by the way, chat with Dr. Connors. It is worth mentioning that Peter finally confessed to Gwen, and it was officially formally separated from the single. This made Zhonglan, who was unable to guard, just eat a dog food. Oscar Building, created by Norman Oscar, has a total of 108 floors and each floor has a project under study. It can be said to be a large commercial research institute. It stands to reason that even if it is not overcrowded, Dr. Connors' Lizard Pharmaceutical Research Center will have a large number of researchers doing experiments. And today, when the two of them arrived, they were empty and there was no one. The research center is quiet and terrible. After the two of them walked in, they could still see the books scattered on the table and the computer still working. Peter picked up a syringe from the table. This is a lizard potion. It is empty now. I think it should not have evaporated. That is, someone has injected this potion. This made Peter affirm his conjecture more and more. It's not good to sneak. Dr. Connors on the side suddenly appeared. I took a long vacation for all employees. Peter was startled by the sudden sound. Seeing that it was Dr. Connors, Peter began to step forward and talk, and when the two were talking, Zhonglan, who had been silent on the side, quietly separated an avatar when Connors was inattentive. The room where SI came out. Peter, Doctor, how are you doing? Connors, it has never been so good, Peter. Now, if you and your friends don't mind, please leave here, I have a new project and need to stay alone for a while. Finally, Connors opened the research room with his left hand, and said to drop off. From beginning to end, for Zhonglan, there is no desire to know, there seems to be something more important, which makes him unable to wait to complete. Peter also got his answer, so he didn't say no, and Zhonglan, the shadow avatar that entered, had lifted his ninjutsu, and the message came that he successfully took 3 lizard potions and put them into the system space. The shadow doppelganger does not have permission to take things, but it can be saved. The 3 of them walked out of the inner room. Connors took the lead and walked very quickly. He was in a hurry, and his mouth always repeated, "Good things are coming." First, he pushed the door and walked out of the research center. The backward Peter seemed a little worried, and hesitated. There was a sound next to him. Zhonglan's angle can be clearly seen. The rat, which has been gigantic, is eating food. It can be seen from the surviving body that it is another mouse, an experimental rat that has not been injected with medicine. Zhonglan did not choose to go to the sewer with Peter, because of the fighting power of Dr. Lizard. He used to give food completely. ********. Name, Kurt Connors / Dr. Lizard. Current physical condition, mania. Skill, regeneration. Comprehensive ability, C, combat value, 789. Comprehensive evaluation, the MT of the meat shield type has strong strength and amazing recovery, but the agility is slightly weaker. If it cannot be killed by one blow, it will be entangled to death. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. 789's combat power value. Zhonglan's pitiful combat power value of 100, there is really nothing to fight. Actually, his skills are now rather than very lacking. What he lacks is the upper limit and physical capacity of chakra. More chakras can make Zhonglan's tactics more flexible. He already has B-level body skill in Lianhua, and he dares to exchange B-level ninjutsu. And Lianhua, although horrified, is still based on the body. Just like in Huoying, Li Look opens 4 doors, and may not be able to beat Kai in the daily state. Even if they open the same 8 doors, Kai can insist on breaking half of the body of the 6 spots, and Li Look is afraid to hit a few fists and will burp. But now Zhonglan, it is a pity that the 2 foundations are not there. The most powerful one should be the soul, but unfortunately it is ignorant of illusion and has little interest. He yearned for the ultimate body technique, or gorgeous ninjutsu. So Zhonglan and Peter Bing have 2 ways, he still has one thing to do. Bast Building, 9th floor. When Zhonglan came in, he was seeing Johnny wearing a charred hole costume and talking to Reed. It's Johnny's N+1 accidentally igniting his clothes, asking for help from expert Retta. Of course, Johnny will definitely not directly help him, just talk about the problem, and then the science madman Rhett will solve it naturally. And Zhonglan came by coincidence, it was when Rhett was studying countermeasures. Zhonglan, did I not take away my space uniform before? I found that it can also kiss my sand, it should be more suitable for us to wear. Everyone always thought that his awakening superpower was sand control, and he did not argue. This is indeed one of the abilities brought after that energy storm. So there is nothing wrong with this understanding. Was informed by Zhonglan that Red quickly confirmed through his professional skills that he was also exposed to the energy storm uniform, and also possessed the characteristics of deformation, fire resistance, invisibility, and toughness. There was a small episode in the middle. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was originally resistant to the new uniform from the beginning, so he refused to wear this uniform, and his figure was fixed, and he did not need this uniform himself. Susan's invisibility, Johnny's cremation, and Reed's rubber all require uniform coordination. Zhonglan went to that uniform for a reason. He thought that a green-skinned guy in the future would like the stretch function of this suit very much. Was originally a generous person and gave it directly to Zhonglan. Zhonglan will not naturally accept the gift in vain, but it is not suitable for him now, and he will return it to him later. Reached today's goal, Zhonglan stayed for a while, and left. He didn't really want to intervene in the plot of the Fantastic Four, because he now has a world difficulty of +3, and he may have messed up everything. After leaving, Zhonglan hesitated for a while in the driver's seat and drove to the base. I have to say that BMW is indeed much smaller than the SUV. Aegis Bureau Brooklyn branch, Zhonglan found Natasha at the very successful training ground. She was training to climb the wall. She was already able to run a dozen steps on the wall before falling off. This is only one day, Natasha has been able to learn this point, worthy of systematic evaluation. The control of chakra is really the queen's control over the soldiers. Zhonglan greeted from afar, and walked over to try to correct some of Natasha's mistakes. After all, she explored by herself, and he was certainly more familiar than he had no systematic teaching. System, drip, urgent task, kiss Natasha *1 within 30 seconds, yes/no accept the task? During the countdown, 3. Zhonglan, lying trough. How about your system? Chapter 40, Become Stronger. Exchange. Become Stronger. Exchange. System, drip, emergency mission, kiss Natasha *1 within 30 seconds, yes/no, accept the mission? During the countdown, 3. Zhonglan, lying trough. What is your system? System, 2. Zhonglan, is it okay if I don't pick it up? I refuse. System 1. Zhonglan, take, pick, I accept the task. System, drip, task has been accepted, task countdown, 30, 29. The ghost messenger accepted the mission, and Zhonglan looked at Natasha, who was approaching himself with some panic. Inexplicably, she began to panic. She was so hot that she didn't know how to act. System, 28, 27. Natasha, blue? What's wrong with you? Your face suddenly turned red? Did you have a fever? Natasha asked with concern, apparently very curious about how she blushed suddenly, and reached out to touch Zhonglan's forehead to confirm whether she had a fever. System, 24, 23. Zhonglan's psychological activity at this time is, what should I do? Do you want to kiss? Ah, how did she reach out? Slippery, no. Do you want to act? Ah, no matter. System, 14, 13. Seeing Zhonglan kept talking, instead staring at himself directly, Natasha was still wondering if her clothes were broken, and looked down at her clothes. Ah, Natasha, don't I mean to give you a new ninjutsu? You close your eyes and I'll teach you. Zhonglan said in a panic, speaking very quickly and clearly. System, 9, 8. Natasha heard the words, not much doubt, closed her eyes. Zhonglan looked straight at Natasha's flaming red lips, and hesitated suddenly, but this was his first kiss from the outside world. System, 5, 4. Zhonglan is still hesitating. System, 3, 2. Natasha closed her eyes for 5 or 6 seconds. After she noticed that there was no movement, she opened with some doubt, and she saw Zhonglan, who was near. By the side of his black pupil, there was still a symbol like a comma turning. Then, Natasha found that her lips were bitten by Zhonglan's lips. As a veteran, she immediately recognized that this was a kissing novice, extended her tongue inexplicably, and skillfully stirred in Zhonglan's mouth. Suddenly, Zhonglan felt that a fragrant softness poured into the mouth, and he could not help playing with it. After a full minute, some confused Zhonglan recovered, and hurriedly retreated, looking at Natasha in amazement, surprised at her opening. Kissed by someone who is not a boyfriend. Natasha smiled indifferently. First of all, she was in her 100s, only when Zhonglan was a little brother, and secondly, Zhonglan's ability also made her obsessed. For a kiss, she don't care. Zhonglan still could not accept it, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. This sound finger is like a signal. Natasha only feels that the surroundings are directly broken apart like lenses, peeled off piece by piece, and then changed into another world. Is still in front of Zhonglan, and his strange eyes. Fantasy. When he was about to kiss Natasha, Zhonglan released the illusion, and then when Natasha fell into the illusion, he kissed Natasha with a thunderbolt, and Natasha fell into the illusion. Naturally not aware. But the next illusion situation made him stupid on the spot, he couldn't withdraw his position in time, even the system prompt sound was ignored, and he stood blankly, almost touching Natasha. Was this girl so open? Although it is a phantom in the illusion, it can still be felt spiritually, so Zhonglan not only kissed Natasha in reality, but also in the spirit of the illusion. A French wet kiss was coming. Cough, that. Zhonglan withdrew his body awkwardly. Natasha, this is the ninjutsu I want to teach you, or illusion, which can pull people into a world you make yourself. Natasha nodded her head reproachfully, her face was dull, and there was not much expression. Nature is naturally an excuse. Natasha had been taught last time, but Natasha hadn't chakra at that time, so she couldn't practice, and Natasha didn't know the reason, and she didn't dissect Zhonglan's words. See through it or not? Naturally, there is also a full set to do. Zhonglan patiently taught Natasha all the skills about illusion, but still doing useless work. Just like Peter can't learn ninjutsu in vain. Successfully past the awkward period, Zhonglan began to formally teach Natasha about chakra's application skills. Natasha has absorbed this knowledge very well and can master it in a short time. Then came Zhonglan's fighting class. Both of them didn't use any chakras, they were fighting physically. Originally thought it would be a fragrant process. After all, Natasha had put on a little black vest. The fair skin and deep gullies made Zhonglan recall the French wet kiss. Facts have proved that Natasha is a qualified fighting coach. What she has done is called word and body teaching, and Zhonglan who played is a yell. He who can't use physical skills, is only half a caddy compared to Natasha in terms of physical fitness, but his fighting skills are. Simply put, Natasha can fight 10 of him. After infinite contact with the grandfather of the earth, Zhonglan began to let go of the thoughts in his heart and carefully studied the combat techniques of Natasha. To be more precise, it is murder. The move was deadly. Even if Natasha left her hand, Zhonglan was almost comatose after being beaten many times. But with an immortal body, only the damage to the spirit and soul can make him comatose, or the body has collapsed and died. And he also successfully used the function of writing chakra to learn quickly. Combat homicide is systematically rated as the basic body technique of E-level. After accepting Natasha's enthusiastic hospitality, Zhonglan returned home with exhaustion. The muscles that had been in the pain stage finally had time to rest. And at this time, there is also time to check today's emergency mission rewards. ********. Urgent task, strong kiss Natasha in 1 minute *1. Mission rewards. Designated card *1, you can designate any card and immediately refresh it in the mystery shop. Refresh card *1, refresh the mystery store immediately, the original refresh time of the mystery store remains unchanged. *******. Saw Zhonglan of the designated card, and his eyes brightened at the time. Take out the designated card from the system space and paste it directly on the forehead. System, drip, successful use of designated card, please host designated card. Zhonglan, chakra upgrade card, C. System, ding, refreshed successfully, please go to the mystery store to check. Opened the mysterious shop of the system immediately. In addition to the original 10 grey-white cards, there was another grey-white card, officially the chakra upgrade card, C. The introduction is exactly the same as the chakra upgrade card, D, except for the upper limit of the chakra upgrade. Zhonglan first submitted the 3 lizard potions obtained today to the system, got a C-level rule fragment, and directly exchanged the purchase right of the chakra upgrade card, C, and then the fingers were linked. System, drip, successful consumption of C-level rule fragments, chakra upgrade card, C, purchase permission has been opened. System, ding, succeed in consuming 100 energy points, get chakra upgrade card, C, card *1. System, ding, succeed in consuming 200 energy points, get chakra upgrade card, C, card 1. After the 11-tone system prompt, Zhonglan received 10 carat upgrade cards, C, deducting C-level rule fragments *1, 5,500 energy points. Zhonglan is not in a hurry to use the carat upgrade card, C, immediately, but continues to redeem the purchase rights. System, drip, successful consumption of B-level rule fragments www.readaloud.com purchase permission for Sandbonder, B, has been opened. System, drip, succeed in consuming 1200 energy, get sand binding casket, B, card *1. System, drip, succeed in consuming 2400 energy, get sand binding casket, B, card *1. 6 consecutive system sounds, purchased 5 pieces of sand binding casket, B, it cost B-level regular fragments, 17400 energy points. This is not over yet. System, drip, consume C-level regular fragments *1, open the purchase right of sand armor, C. System, drip, successfully consume 650 energy, get sand armor, C. Card *1. This time there were only 4 sounds, which were exchanged for sand armor, C. Cards 3, consuming sea level rule fragments 1, 4550 energy points. At this point, Zhonglan had only C2, D1, 6504 energy points left. These are left to prevent in case Zhonglan did not intend to move. Zhonglan glanced at the sky and it was almost time to go to bed. Peter would not come back tonight. The text message said that he was going to Gwen's side. Let him help cover it up. Pushing the fingerprint, summoned a shadow avatar, Zhonglan raised his head and swallowed a potion, a deep-level sleep potion given by Fuyui, which can make people fall into deep-level sleep and replenish mental power extremely quickly. Take out that thick stack of cards, full of 18 cards, with full of excitement, patted his forehead, a small piece of memory, and the transformation of the body, accompanied by deep level with the sleep potion in effect, Zhonglan fell asleep. Shadow was standing beside, silently guarding. P.S. Thanks. Reward 500 starting coins. Chapter 41, different from the plot school attack. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Name, Zhonglan. Current physical condition, healthy. Chakra, 751/999. Skills. Class E, Doppelganger, Avatar, Morphing, Millennium Kill, Illusion. Class D, Instant Body, Earth Done Beheading in Heart. Sea Level, Ou Lianhua, Li Lianhua, Riding Wheel I, One Hook Jade, Fire Escape Fireball Technique, Sand Armor. Class B, Lilianhua, Sandbound. Grade A, Undead, Shadow Doppelganger. S Level, The Guardian of Sand. SSS Level, Wood Leaf Constitution. Boundary of Blood Succession, Riding Chakra, C Grade, Single Hook Jade. Comprehensive Ability, C Level, Combat Power, 1024. Comprehensive Evaluation, Chakra's storage capacity is medium to low, physical quality is low, combat experience is low, psychological quality is too low, and the ability to suddenly increase suddenly requires actual combat to adapt. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Name, Sandbound Casket. Category, Ninjutsu. Grade, B+5. Efficacy, the sand quickly approaches the target, wraps it tightly in the sand, no action can be taken, and continuous input of chakra will continue to compress the sand. Consumption, 1 to 1500. Remarks, it can improve the speed and firmness of the sand extremely quickly, but the subsequent attack power will consume a great amount of chakra, making sand binding cascades more restrictive skills. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Name, Sand Armor. Category, Ninjutsu. Grade, C+3. Efficacy, use sand to cover the body surface, and use a lot of chakra solid words, you will get extremely strong defense, but the body will also be very heavy. Consumption, chakra, physical strength. Remarks, the longer chakra is strengthened, the stronger it will be, and the highest will be able to perfectly defend the attack power below 300. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. The original sandbound casket, the upper limit of chakra consumption is only 1000, and after swallowing 5 cards, it is now successfully raised to the upper limit of 1500. As for the sand armor, the highest perfect defense value originally noted was 100, and it became 300 after swallowing 3 cards. As for the chakra upgrade card, it is an artifact that directly raises the chakra upper limit. Unfortunately, you can only exchange up to 10 cards. And chakra is generated by mixing 1:1 physical energy with mental ability. If you want to increase chakra's upper limit, you must simultaneously increase your physical fitness and mental strength. The battle value jumped directly to more than 1000, compared with the previous 196, an increase of more than 800 battle value, a full increase of more than 5 times. But that evaluation. Okay, now Zhonglan is just like Peter once, just like ordinary people to the point of being a superhero, the control of power, etc., is much worse than before. No, Zhonglan pulled out another doorknob. This is already the 4th. The body's strength has increased too much, and Zhonglan really has a solution to this. Ninjutsu Sand Armor. A large stream of sand poured out of the sandstorm pot, swept over Zhonglan's body, and attached it to Zhonglan's original coat. Gradually, the yellow sand began to change to a similar color, but it changed to the original in half a minute. The style and color of his clothes are almost the same. The weight of Zhonglan's body has increased by more than 1 ton. He doesn't know the exact amount, and will slowly absorb his own chakra, warmly raising the sand armor, making it stronger and more heavy. No wonder the introduction said that he was heavy. This change can withstand Zhonglan's speed and power back to last night before it was strengthened. Not only that, Zhonglan also had to concentrate a part of chakra under his feet and continuously release chakra by stepping on the water to counteract the pressure of the extreme mass on the ground. Otherwise he will experience the bitter fruit of Tony smashing the roof and floor. This is not a small consumption of chakra. If the previous reply, it may only last for 3 or 4 hours. But now, his chakra limit has greatly increased, and the response has also increased greatly, plus the amount of chakra absorbed by the sand armor, it is quite flat. From such multiple perspectives, the function of sand armor-assisted physical exercise may be more cost-effective than its combat. I am in the anime, should also rely on the control of sand, to reduce the weight of the sand armor, to be able to walk. And it must be released a lot of time in advance, the sand armor will have greater defense. This basically eliminates the possibility of its appearance in combat. Was ready to work, and after seriously enjoying Aunt May's breakfast, by the way, he helped Peter, who had not returned at night, think of an excuse that he spent the night at Gwen's house. Aunt May is very happy. Oh, Peter has a girlfriend? He didn't even tell me. I will punish him well at night. Zhonglan smiled secretly on the side. This feeling of betraying his brother was very good. He was also looking forward to Spider-Man, who was taught by Aunt May at night. Maybe he would teach Peter how to use contraception. After all, foreigners are so open, right? Thinking so, Zhonglan said goodbye to Aunt May, and then drove to school. Today is Monday. He needs to report to school, and today there may be a help program, which requires him to go well with a green. The guy taught him to be a man. He has just expanded his strength, and his self-confidence is now also extremely inflated. The class in the morning was very stable, and there was no movement at all. Zhonglan also rarely enjoyed the calm time of the university, calmly thinking about his problems, and some future plans, writing on the paper, waiting silently with. As for the course, his achievements are much richer than those of the teacher on the podium. The teacher is very satisfied when he can come. There are no requirements for him compared with ordinary students. How many college students are envious of treatment? Is entering the world. The bell rang, and the get out of class this morning was over. There was a roar of noise from the building next door. It was the teaching building of the Department of Biology. After Zhonglan hid in a bathroom and performed the transformation technique, he walked leisurely. Peter's classroom was on the 2nd floor, and soon he arrived. Very calm. Peter saw Zhonglan. He recognized Zhonglan as Hu Ji, so he came to say hello. Peter, hey, Blue, you, how come this way? Zhonglan, well, I think there might be some things that I need to do. How are you doing yesterday? No problem. Peter, okay, drive. He is a little sober now, and accidentally caught him a few times. Zhonglan, oh? Did you get the rabies vaccine? Was joking with Peter. Gwen gradually came in the distance, she greeted Zhonglan enthusiastically, and then openly showed love to Peter in front of him. Zhonglan. Gwen www.readaloud.com. I'm still there. Zhonglan reluctantly reminded, can you wait until you are alone? Continue? Think about my single person. In fact, many people admire him in school, but Zhonglan seems to have a slightly different aesthetic for foreigners. So far, he has not found a suitable girlfriend. Gwen was a little embarrassed. Oh, I know you are here, Blue, just. I can't help it. Zhonglan smiled absently, looking around, and thought that Dr. Lizard's attack had not arrived, which made Zhonglan very distressed. Did the story change? This made Zhonglan very uneasy. According to the time node, it should be the one that appeared at this time. And just in his thinking room, the crowd was already out of the teaching building and arrived at the school's playground, not only the students of the School of Biology, but now is the time for lunch. A large number of students gathered there. After all, in the student era, the cafeteria is the choice of most people. The University of New York is very large. There are more than a dozen canteens in the school. Near the School of Biology is the number 6 canteen. It has a full 6-story window and hundreds of flavors to choose from. While the students were enjoying lunch excitedly, they didn't notice that a light green gas slowly drifted along the escape ladder on the top floor of the cafeteria. This green gas is obviously heavier than air, so it is from top to bottom, starting from the 6th floor and spreading out. P.S. Thanks. Reward 1,500 starting coins. Howling Moon Wolf reward 100 starting coins. Reward 100 starting coins. Thank you for your approval of Xylan. Chapter 42, Lizard Swarm. The light green gas gradually diffused, and a male student beside the escape ladder on the 6th floor was a black man. He was enjoying his lunch with his back to the escape ladder without realizing that he was in danger of approaching and included it. The gas was sucked into the body as the black classmates breathed. At this time, he saw the pale green gas that had drowned himself. He stood upset, looking back to find out who was making trouble. Americans always like to make some inexplicable joke. The object is always black majority, because what? Everyone knows. Who? What's the trick this time? You, yourself, come out, vomit, what the is this? Black classmates who have seen pranks are very helpless people who want to call out pranks. This is the best attitude. However, as he talked, he found that his body was a little painful and itchy, as if something had to be drilled out, and his tongue also became a little bloated, and he could not clearly understand the words. Finally, he even felt that his tongue was like a snake, can spit out his mouth close to 40 centimeters. Immediately afterwards, there was a nameless rage against the so-called white people, against Pete, Srina, Bob, etc. who had been teasing him. Looking back at the scene, he could not help but roar. After, there was no consciousness, or the body was controlled by anger. This series of movements only happened within 10 seconds. The light green smoke covered his figure, so others could not see his changes, but his roar reminded many people in the restaurant. For unknown things, people are always full of fear. After hearing the roar, most people turned their heads curiously, but they could only see the light green dense fog. This made some people have some fear, and quietly moved their footsteps towards the door. And some bold people think that this is an ignorant person, a joke. They were very angry and shouted, "Let the initiators come out and apologize. Hey, buddy, you are too much a joke. Stop before we lose anything. Yeah, otherwise we will sue the teacher. Is Bob you? Is this the surprise you said?" Everyone insisted on their own words, and the cafeteria was again noisy, so that they did not see it, and there was also some greenish smoke in the main entrance of the cafeteria, which got into the crack of the door. At the exit of the escape ladder, a tall figure stood up to a height of nearly 3 meters, which caused some students to take a sip of nervousness. This figure is too exaggerated, they do not want to be beaten. The figure gradually approached, is to walk to a screaming most powerful classmate. When the classmate came to see the figure, he clamored more and more, as if this could provide him with courage. This irritated the figure, and he ran up, and the speed was very fast, and he was close to the classmate in one breath, and jumped out from the smoke that covered him. What a monster! This is the coercion that has not yet understood the reason. Fuck, lie? Who is this prank? This is a classmate who still believes in pranks. A large green lizard, he ran on the ground with stout legs, dragging a long tail behind him, full of adult thighs, and covered with green scales all over his face. He could vaguely find out what he was doing. The silhouette of the black classmate. This scene terrified many people, including the clamoring classmates. Before the people had not reacted, they were directly flicked by the lizardman and flew off the wall behind them, hitting a large spider web. More people who had been exposed to light green smoke before were also changed. One by one rushed out of the smoke, all with bizarre anger in their eyes. As long as they are normal people, they will be attacked and flew. This is considered lucky. Some people are directly scratched by the lizard man's claws, at least one disability. But the premise is to survive. The confusion continued to ferment, and soon caused greater confusion. An entire cafeteria crowd, students, teachers, chefs, cooks, etc., all turned into lizardmen, rushed out of the cafeteria. The most recent goal is the building of the College of Biology where Zhonglan is located. As for what remains, there are only immobile dead objects. Zhonglan, who is still in the corridor, has not yet discovered this anomaly, but the system gave him a hint. System, ding, release the main task, New York Defense. *******. New York Defense Battle. Due to the host's world difficulty of +3, New York will fall into an unprecedented crisis. Before the end of the difficulty dice time, the fewer casualties in New York, the higher the reward. Up to SSS level rule fragments can be rewarded. ********. Heard the prompt, Zhonglan's first reaction was inexplicable. I feel something is wrong. Peter flirting with Ji Wen suddenly looked nervous. My danger sensor tells me that there is a big crisis approaching. An unprecedented big crisis. Heard the words, Zhonglan narrowed his eyes, and now he opened the sand armor on his body. Is like an Egyptian mummy coffin, opened from the side, and he stepped out from inside. Gwen! You go in, hurry! Regardless of the crisis encountered, it must not be a good thing for Spider-Man to say so. First protect Gwen as an ordinary person. Gwen obviously couldn't accept being locked in a mummy coffin, yet to explain what, Zhonglan suddenly had dilated pupils, an incredible look. He saw the playground outside, a piece of Wutong, the same as the classmates before get out of class, but now this time, it is a group of Wolong green lizards. The scene is very spectacular. Too late to explain what, Zhonglan directly pulled Gwen, tucked into the sand armor. Too late to take the next step. Next to the stairs on both sides, a large group of lizard people approached. ********. Name, Lizardman, Pseudo. Skills, low-level self-healing, low-level body increase. State, Anger. Comprehensive ability, D, combat value, 80. Comprehensive evaluation. After inhaling the diluted lizard gene agent, unfinished dilution, to obtain the lizard gene for a short time, because the agent is an unfinished product, anger dominates his body. After consuming the energy of the body cells, UU reading www.uuganshu.com will return to its original state. ********. Peter, delay some time. I arranged Gwen. Don't kill them, consume. Zhang Lan spoke very quickly, controlling the sand armor to follow behind him, jumped into the classroom, using the method of beheading and beheading in the heart, buried the sand armor side by side in the wall of a classroom, only left several pinhole-sized ventilation holes. Thank you for building this teaching building earlier. The blackboard in the classroom is thick enough and mostly muddy. After doing this, before taking a breath, Peter at the door was forced to escape into the classroom. He had already put on a spider suit. There were too many lizardmen, and he could not hurt them. The speed of the surge was much faster than the speed of his spinning, and he could only escape. Looked at the lizardmen pouring into the classroom, Zhang Lan cheeked. Is not afraid, but thinking of. The whole school should not be lizardized? What about other ordinary people, meeting this scene? Jumped downstairs with Peter, just the third floor. For him now, it is very easy. There are more lizardmen downstairs, but fortunately, both of them carry spider silk sprayers, swinging swings in the building quickly. Peter, I'm going to find a conspicuous place, attracting as many lizardmen as possible to attack me. You look around to help students get out of trouble. Ordered Peter, and no longer cares about him. He with more than 600 combat power will certainly not be killed by the 80 combat power lizardmen, despite their large number. After the corner, Zhang Lan saw the school's big playground. The number is not ordinary. Thanks. Silent and Death reward 500 starting coins. Chapter 43, Close to Zero Cost of Body Surgery. Chapter 43, Near Zero Consumption of Body Skills. Zhang Lan has opened the Eye of Writing, and the original clear movements are replayed in his mind like slow motion. Swiftly dodges and dials the phone number, just like a walk in the garden. The phone rang only once and was picked up. What happened on your side? Biochemical attack. Fury's voice was calm, and he could not panic as the director. No, it is a fixed-point experiment by Dr. Crazy. If you send someone along the underground waterway of the New York school, you should be able to find his laboratory, where there are research materials. Speaking of this, Zhang Lan ducked sideways to avoid a lizard man who flew upstairs before continuing to roar. I'm not telling you this. I'm telling all the police officers who came, that the lizardmen are students. Did you hear them? Equip them with anesthesia guns. Just subdue them, and when they are exhausted, they will return to their original condition. I don't know how much time, so, I'm busy now, hang up. Finally, without waiting for Fury to reply, he threw the phone directly into the system space, and did not intend to press the hang-up key at all. The movement here attracted a large wave of lizardmen, who turned over the fence of the playground and were approaching in large numbers. A large wave of lizardmen is about to strike. Remove Odin's sacred clothes card. After a stream of light, it is fully armed. I don't put on combat gear, I always feel exhausted. Here, Zhang Lan, who solved all his worries, finally arrived at the center of the school playground. Although a large wave of lizardmen came, it was not enough. Is there anything more striking than sparking in the playground? Pulled out a box of grenades from the system space. Even without opening the box, he threw it directly into the sky, avoiding the attack of the lizardmen and binding his handprints. Has to say that if there was no reinforcement from last night, then the current situation will be very different. Art fire escape fireball. Boom. Boom. The first shot of the fireball came first, and in the high altitude of 10 meters, it exploded on the box and detonated the grenade in the box. The dense explosion sound was like the same string of oversized firecrackers were lit. The violent explosion sparks and the continuous roar of ears successfully attracted a larger number of lizardmen, and the angry lizard circle stopped expanding outwards, and turned back to the sound source. They want to tear up the guy who dares to provoke. On the other hand, Zhang Lan walks orderly through the lizard group. The lizard group is actually not terrible to him now. The large group, when facing a person, can only attack him at the same time. Trouble is in the endless amount of trouble, so that he cannot rest a bit, and a long period of high concentration. If you can now release the quicksand storm, you can even bury a large group of lizards directly. In the final analysis, the individuals of the lizard group are too weak to fight the attrition. If there is no accident, this will be a protracted battle. But is it really that easy? The difficulty of world difficulty +3 is too low, right? Ah! Help! Don't get close, go away! There was a cry of crying for help in the distance, which made the relaxed Zhonglan spirit tighten, controlling the sand to form a loop around his waist, and then spread out violently, pushing the lizardman around him temporarily and launching spider silk. Swing towards the sound source. This is modeled on the mage's resistance to fire in the game. The sand resistance conceived by Smiley Face does not have much lethality. It can only force displacements of enemies below themselves. And chakra and mental energy consumption is quite large. It was a group of female students who made a noise on the roof of the number 5 cafeteria. It should be lunchtime, and they had dinner on the roof, so they escaped the attack of the green gas heavier than the air. Was also lucky to escape the second wave, the attack of the lizardmen. Now, the lizard swarms attracted by the movements made by Zhonglan are clustered together due to too much, and part of them climbed up along the wall and accidentally discovered this wave of trapped fish. When Zhonglan arrived, a total of 8 students had left forever. That was the only male student among them. He stood up bravely and showed his masculinity. But the reality is cruel, he was divided directly, and it was only a delay of less than a second. Has been deceiving himself, and there will be no casualties. Zhonglan, for the first time, saw civilians die in front of his own eyes and was torn apart in front of him. He didn't close his eyes, but opened very big. Witnessed the complete course of death for the first time. In his chest, there was no fear, only incomparable self-blame, anger, and murderous art fire escape fireball. This time the fireball, without reservation, used a full 300 chakras, flying speed and size, far more than before, with a diameter of 3 meters, bombarded between the students and the lizard group. The male student, with a second of life delay, made a gap of less than 1 meter. Boom! With a loud noise, the fireball burst and the scorching flame swept away. As AC +3 equal order, its explosion radius is diameter * learning times, that is, a radius of 3 * 3 equals 9 meters, a full 18 meters in diameter. This is the abnormality of system superimposed learning. The center of the fireball, within 18 meters, fell into the sea of fire. The 7 female classmates in the explosion center are naturally within the flames, but will Zhonglan lose his mind and conduct random range attacks? The sea of fire is coming fast, and if there is no material burning, it will go quickly. A sand wall stood on the wreckage of the male student. On the left, a female student with a terrified look and half of the male student's body. On one side, the lizards who were affected by the flames were lying on the ground in a darkened body. With a dying breath, the skin on his body was creeping slowly, trying hard to restore his fighting power. Lower-level self-healing saved their lives. This is also within Zhonglan's budget. After all, the fireball is a range attack. If it is averaged, the attack at each point is not enough to instantly kill the lizardman with a combat value of about 80. But the combat effectiveness must be lost, and after returning to human form, I am afraid that I will have to wander on the bed for a while. Zhonglan here, after releasing a lot of sand, controlled it from the sky and washed away like a sea wave, washing away the lizard people who have mobility around the girls. This time, the sand flow shock cost him nearly 200 chakras and a lot of spirit. After all, there is no cooperation of Ninja India, which is entirely driven by the control of sand, which will double the consumption out of thin air. This is the importance of ninja. There is no way. Most of his current skills are singles, the only group attack. Yep. No, there is another one that can be used as a group attack. Zhonglan thought of an extremely perverted skill, which has been succumbed to various matters recently, but it is more useful in the current situation. Write a glance at the eye of the wheel to determine the plan, and then use sand to wrap up the 7 girls. This is the seal of both hands. Ninjutsu, the art of shadow doppelganger. Body skill millennium kill, body skill millennium kill. 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 This trick is an E-level physical skill. www.readaloud.com. The use environment is very limited. After being added with an S-level teleport feature by the system, it has become the most deterrent skill of Zhonglan. Is physical and mental damage. Spider-Man is scared. Can this group of 80 lizard folk be able to hide? Sorry, they have no sense of danger, no quick responsibility, and they are controlled by anger, and they will not understand rational thinking. So, on this rooftop, I saw a black-haired boy in blue armor. Where his eyes were pointing, the figure flickered, and there was bound to be a big lizard covering the vital point and falling down. Equals 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 divider equals 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 equals. P.S. Gee, how can you forget such a cheap skill? Did everyone forget to vote for Xiaolan? The friends who have not forgotten are very grateful for their support. Those who have forgotten, hurry and smash Xiaolan with the recommendation ticket. Xiaolan's group of book friends, 6074698827, book friends in need can add it. Thanks. I smile. Red dust reward 100 starting coins. Relying on the bridge and looking to the south of the river reward 100 points. Reward 500 starting coins. Chapter 44, The Hidden Features and Sequelae of the Zero-Year Kill. Thousands of years of killing characteristics. Another key point is to cut off the energy cycle of the body. This happened to restrain the incomplete potions of the lizardman. Every lizardman who fell to the ground was wailing and shed his green coat, slowly changing back to the human body, and also restoring his reason as a human. There was no time for pain, fear, the rest of the life, and regret. The heartache and pain from the backyard directly caused them to wail on the floor. Unprecedented pain in life, remember once in a lifetime. This is also the hidden characteristic of the Millennium Kill, causing the energy cycle of the other party to be interrupted, depending on the duration of its will. The lizardman dominated by anger, the willpower is close to zero. The ordinary people who recover from behind will have unequal improvement in willpower, but they have no energy and there is no way to recover from their injuries. The pain of the injury lasts longer than the energy cycle breaks. Zhonglan, with a combat value of more than 1000, now has physical energy at the peak of the sea level, so can it be good? If he didn't take a small step each time he attacked, resulting in insufficient arm length, he could put his entire hand in. Millennium Kill only requires 3 elements: tiger seal, gaze, and idea. He has kept the tiger seal. After blinking and before attacking the target, he has turned his head to look at the next target. The speed is simply awesome. On average, at least 30 lizardmen fall down per second, but the entire balcony is cleared in 3 seconds, and then the 2 Zhonglan are collectively stopped. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Neat vomiting, the average of 15 times a second teleportation, is more enjoyable than the roller coaster. If the dynamic vision of the wheel eye is strengthened, the mind that has been turning around has long been unknown. Plus that the finger hits the local key multiple times, a strong smell. Spit directly. Vomited for 5 or 6 seconds, the body forced itself to stop vomiting, and the lizardman rushed up again, and could not stop the attack, otherwise the 7 female classmates would suffer. The body continues to use the Millennium Killing attack. This is the current effective attack method. It only stops for 10 seconds before stopping to change the shadow. Vomit, vomit, vomit. 10 seconds later, the shadow avatar stopped and changed body. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Cycled like this for 10 minutes, it was 10 minutes. Going to the back, Zhonglan's number of seconds changed from 15 times/second to 14 times/second, and lastly only 7 times/second. Under this battle of medicinal efficacy and endurance, finally, the time limit of Lizard Gene Agent, unfinished dilution version, arrived. A lizard can run out of human body and lie down on the ground softly. They did not coma, but the body was extremely fatigued, the cells were nearly exhausted, there was no energy, they needed nutritional supplements, and their mental strength was still sufficient. The emotions of remorse, fear, shadow, fear, remorse, etc. filled their brains. They are just innocent victims. Just now, they realized the darkest moments in life, and even killed their classmates by hand. Compared with another group of classmates, it was easier. Centered on the number 5 cafeteria, lizardmen lying down within 100 meters, each covering the back of the court, copying on the ground unintentionally, tumbling uncontrollably. The kind of sour, people who have not experienced it, absolutely will not understand, and those who have experienced. The trauma of the soul is a lifetime. Physical trauma, I don't know how the trauma of the millennium kills the soul. After realizing that the crisis was lifted, Zhonglan's numbness of gagging took out a bitter from the system space and handed it to the same gagging shadow avatar, and at the same time transferred the sand of the whole body far away from his own body. The shadow doppelganger realized that he had no choice but to cut the 2 hands directly to the subject. The blood was splashing, and a pile of sand arrived slowly, congested at the wound, and minimized the loss of blood. There is no way, the stabbing bile is all spit out. In the case of recovery, this hand can't ask for it. Can I have it? After that, I feel that I can smell it. Shadow Doppel Solution. As the shadow doppelganger couldn't stop lifting, the strong sense of dizziness was strengthened again. Zhonglan went down directly on his knees this time and began to retort, even the transfiguration technique could no longer be maintained. The last trace of reason left him covering his face with a blue cloak. The girls who have been protected on the other side, Huang Sha also lost control with Zhonglan's extreme dizziness, and automatically flowed back to him. The 7 girls finally saw a strange scene in front of them. Compared with the horror before, this is simply heaven. Saw Zhonglan squatting on one side, and one of the 7 girls stood up. She was older, so she needed to stand up and bear more. Like the sacrificed male student, he is brave and admirable, but often obscured. Are you all right? Sir. The girl's voice shuddered. Zhonglan reluctantly raised his arms, trying to stop them from approaching. After all, he is now in the state of the body and cannot be seen. What? Ah, your hands. God. Several screams sounded, and he forgot that his hand was broken. The cloak was blocked before, and the 7 girls didn't see it. This raised their hands, but they terrified them. Zhonglan was also slightly relieved at this time, standing slowly with his back to the women, and did not leave immediately. He is still collecting his own sand, which was all cultivated by Chakra, and cannot be lost. Ignored the greetings of the 7 women, and ran away coldly after collecting the sand. There was no way to perform ninjutsu. Body surgery was still possible. Ran back to the place where he started recently, that is, outside the classroom where Gwen was buried. Peter had already put on his normal clothes and waited there, except that the hairstyle was a little messy, and there was nothing wrong. It seems that this time Dr. Lizard did not attack himself. Became smart. Seeing Zhonglan's hands broken, Peter was obviously surprised, but the points of concern were not the same. Peter, Blue, your hand is broken, how to release ninjutsu. What about Gwen? Zhonglan, I'm going home first. Turning around and leaving, Peter quickly stepped forward to make a guilt, and after a good apology, Zhonglan took Peter to the wall where Gwen was buried. Peter's treatment was very simple. He took off his coat and wrapped it in his fist, bombarded the four corners violently, and directly unloaded a whole wall. Then Zhonglan controlled the sand's armor into yellow sand and recovered it from the sandstorm pot. For the rest of Gwen's life after the robbery, when he came out, he hugged with Peter. A long French wet kiss made the blue eyebrows on one side jump straight. Hey! There is another broken hand. Anyway, do you care? Showing affection in front of a single dog, is it really okay? Ouch! Still kissing? Helpless, he could only walk out of his pocket with his arms. Odin's sacred clothes have been put into the system space by him. As for the pockets, he still has to come to school in the future. How to explain his broken hands? Can already feel the itching of the broken wrist. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. This is starting to grow new cells, making flesh, bones, veins. Compared with what he can't do, he can only wait slowly. This passive is very cheap. The heavier the injury, the faster the recovery. But your injury is light, but the normal person's ability to recover is like breaking his hand now. He needs about 2 hours to recover. Of course, the hand that has just recovered may not have the toughness of other parts of the body and needs to exercise for a while. This is acceptable. Took the phone out of the system space smoothly, and it rang in less than 3 seconds, controlling the sand to become a sand hand, and successfully answered the phone. Blue, can you put the phone in your space? It's troublesome to contact you this way. Fury said slowly, just complaining, not giving orders or anything. Zhonglan, if you have something to say, I'll hang up. It's not very convenient to answer the phone now. Fury, well, yes, your sand control ability is very useful. Zhonglan looked around and then looked towards the sky, as if facing Fury at the headquarters. Fury, at the 14 o'clock, you read it wrong. Zhonglan, toot, toot, toot. Like him, he hung up the phone directly, and then he was ready to throw it into the system space. But at this time, the ringtone rang again. Zhonglan set different ringtones for each different person. This is a small habit of him. This time it was called to him. P.S. Thanks. I smile. Red dust reward 100 starting coins. Westlake Shu Juxiang reward 100 starting coins. Chapter 45, Fight Second Wave. Pick up the phone using sand hand. Zhonglan, Ben, what's wrong? Ben, Blue, I need your help. Red was captured by Victor. I need to make some preparations. Can you go to Victor Mansion first now? Help me. S voice was much softer, and not as thick as the previous stone man. Obviously, it has been changed back to its original body by the machine. But what the is lying in the trough? Yesterday, I was still discussing the problem of clothes. Today, TM's energy storm simulation machine was made? TM's direct story has jumped to the end? It's not so fast to build a model. Zhonglan, system, how do you explain? System, drip, world difficulty +3, the longer the time, the more terrifying the power. Zhonglan. This time, after changing the part of the story of the Extraordinary Spider-Man 1, he directly adjusted Reed's talent by n+1 times, and created the Energy Storm Simulator in 1 day? Now I only hope this super negative buff can disappear sooner. Otherwise, can't imagine the consequences. Today, this wave of school is afraid that no less than 100 people have died, which makes Zhonglan feel deeply guilty. Blue, are you still there? Can't wait for the answering book, a little anxious. Is this request too difficult for you? If so, then. Zhonglan, no, it's not embarrassing. I was thinking about some problems just now. Well, now I have some difficulties. It takes some time to catch up. It's okay, I can get there in time. Ben, thank you so much, Lan, I hope you can do it soon. The call ended here, and Ben hung up. In the distance, Natasha drove in a fiery red sports car. The speed was very fast. Zhang Lan did not dodge. The sports car was elegant and stopped steadily in front of Zhang Lan. This is the reason why he changed his mouth. He can't drive a car, but he can have a driver. Natasha smiled. Lan, Director Fury told me to take you back. It's urgent, go to the Victor building. Zhang Lan interrupted Natasha in a polite way, otherwise, there will be a power outage in New York tonight. The door didn't open. In fact, he couldn't open it. He just sat in the front passenger seat with a jump. Natasha looked at Zhang Lan with some doubt, and finally started the car. At the same time, she whispered and reported the current situation to Fury. Knowing Zhang Lan's ability to predict, apparently more respect for his opinion, let Natasha temporarily follow Zhang Lan's command. Mission Instruction Level, 8 Levels of Authority. Know that Natasha is only a Level 7 agent, and Carlson is only a Level 6 agent. Zhang Lan leaned over and laid his head on Natasha's right ear, where there was a talker with Fury, and he was still talking. Vampire, cut off all power supply to the 3 streets near Victor building, otherwise a lot of people will die there tonight. Natasha's ears seemed to be very sensitive. During Zhang Lan's speech, she unconsciously shrank her neck, which seemed to be itchy. After ignoring Fury's reply, he couldn't hear it either. He sat back to the co-pilot and closed his eyes to recuperate. Only after the school incident did he have to think about some countermeasures. This so-called negative buff will definitely not let the plot develop smoothly according to the original plot, and will definitely add to his blockage. Natasha's car skills are very good. The accelerator stepped directly to the end, in the city's downtown area, the feel of the highway buzzing. And it's speeding too. The result of is that it only takes 10 minutes to reach the destination. Was sitting in the car, and had not got off from the car. Over his head was a hot tracking missile flying out. The target was the Buster building not far away. The broken glass fragments have not yet landed, and a new upheaval has occurred. Only 3 seconds later, another hot tracking missile was issued, and another one after 3 seconds. Total 3 heat tracking missiles. Zhang Lan clearly remembered that there was only 1 shot in the plot. Fortunately, even if it changed from 1 shot to 3 shots, Johnny in the distance was still flying by the fire, which greatly increased his temperature. The heat-tracking missile automatically tracked the largest heat source, traversing 3 gorgeous trajectories in the air and deviating from the orbit. Natasha, let the vampire send someone to help Johnny. 3 fever-tracking missiles, Johnny can't resist it, let the vampire think about it. Is quite fortunate. I have won the trust of Nick Fury and obtained the support of S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, the current scene may be difficult to solve. After explaining with Natasha, Zhang Lan began to run on the wall of the building. The blue light flashed halfway, and Odin's holy clothes were already dressed. On the way over, he tried to replace the final seal with sand hands, which was slow, but he succeeded in transforming. Victor's office is on the top floor, and the floor-to-ceiling windows have a beautiful scenery. It is located in the center of the city, so that it can be condescended, and most of New York will be in the eyes. The office is very large, or empty, with only 1 ceiling light still on, and the light beam hits in the middle. There is a chair, covered with white frost reed, sitting on the chair, next to a small cooling device, maintaining the extremely low temperature of reed, preventing its ability to use rubber. From Reed's perspective, you can see that a large area of white light is shining on the top of the Bast building in the distance, which is the scene when the energy storm simulator is working. Bang! There was a sound, the floor-to-ceiling window was broken from the outside, and a figure broke through the window, rushing straight to the red in the center of the room. Is Zhang Lan in Odin's holy clothes? Red tried his best to signal with his eyes. Zhonglan seemed to see nothing, and continued to sprint. Just as he was about to come into contact with Red, a burst of electric light illuminated from the dark corner, and bombarded in a flash Zhonglan's body. Boom! A burst of smoke sounded, but this was just a shadow avatar. And after the shadow avatar was attacked, the body ambushing outside the windowsill received a message, and the clusters of yellow sand surrounding the building quickly poured into the top floor, precisely locking Victor hiding in the corner of the dark wall. Sand escape sand binding casket. The sand wrapped in Victor, with the command and a large number of chakras venting, the soft yellow sand stood upright, like magnets, attracting each other, restricting the movement of Victor inside. But that's all. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Name, Victor. Skill, magnetizing metal. State, malicious. Comprehensive ability, C, combat value, 907. Comprehensive evaluation, the essence of magnetized metal. www.readaloud.com is still a metal, his body is very strong and highly conductive, can store electrical energy. After storing a certain amount of electrical energy, through different release methods, you will get different effects. Note, subdue him before storing enough power, otherwise he will face a tank that will use long-range skills. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Although the combat power value 907 is less than him, but it is not a sand can be solved. His magnetized metal body is harder than the stone man. There was a wave of fluctuations on the sand binding kill, and Victor was releasing his electrical energy. Although it was released without any rules, the high temperature generated was enough to vitrify the sand, but it was mixed with chakra sand, which was more common than ordinary sand will persist longer. Taking advantage of this period of time, Zhonglan's body came in from the window, kicked the small refrigeration device with one foot, and then accurately kicked off the equipment that cuffed Reed. Can be very flexible without hands. Blue, ready. Natasha's voice sounded in her ear. This is Natasha, who can't stand Zhonglan always talking in his ears, giving him spare headphones. Heard the words, kicking them out of Red's horrified eyes. Know that the rubber that has been frozen quickly will break if it is subjected to excessive external impact. Even Reed's rubber superpowers, if they are broken, I'm afraid they won't be able to fight back. P.S. Thanks. I smile. Red dust reward 100 starting coins. Chapter 46, Restrain Sand Escape. Kicked Red out of the window without hesitation, letting it fall freely. Victor on the other side also made the sand bound into glass, and it shattered it directly after shaking it hard. Broken glass everywhere. Looking at the broken glass scattered on the ground, Zhonglan's heart hurts. These sands are already close to 1/3 of his total cultivation amount, so it is scrapped. Has become glass, how to control it? Blue? Did you choose to resist me with Red? Victor spoke lightly, like a lion reprimanding his prey. Oh, your hand. What a pity, if I remember correctly, you awakened in space. It's sand. After finishing speaking, he was not prepared to listen to Zhonglan's answer. He raised his hands and prepared to shock him. A ray of light emerged from his palm, but he swam back half a meter and shrank back. The refining sand shackles just consumed almost all of his remaining electricity storage. Seeing this, Zhonglan smiled sarcastically. Body skill, instant skill. The muscles under the feet exploded. At a short distance of 6 meters, using the instantaneous burst power, Victor kicked down the stairs with 1 foot. Victor's metal body is very heavy, and he can't fly, so he can only hit down with great potential energy, passing by the side of the reed spider web, and smashed into the road with a stunned head. On. Boom. A loud noise hit the ground surface directly and into the underground waterway. Standing by the windowsill and looking down, Reed was lying on the spider web woven out of Natasha. Zhonglan gave her a spider launcher. Peter, supported by Harry Capital, made many of these things. Harry was just holding 1 or 2 spares, but Zhonglan took a dozen. The system space is very large. Aimed at the spider's web and jumped straight down, which was much faster than running slowly down the top of the building himself. The spider silk is very tough, but although Natasha is nicknamed the Black Widow, it is obviously the first time to weave the web. The focus of the spider silk is not excellent, and it is directly ripped off by the second impact. Red has also recovered at this time, hanging Zhonglan hanging on a telephone pole, avoiding the end of the face. Wow la la! A pile of debris fell to the ground. Blue, thank you very much for coming to rescue me. Reed put Zhonglan down, thank you very much. No thanks, you should thank Ben, he called me. Zhonglan answered truthfully. While the two were talking, the surrounding light suddenly flickered, and the lights began to twitch in general, or that this piece of power was intermittent due to some reasons, insufficient voltage. Well, let's talk next time, I think we are busy. During the speech, Zhonglan's sand hand once again got the handprint. Sand escape sand armor. A sand stream came out of the sandstorm pot and slowly covered it. He needs this layer of sand shield to act as an insulator. Even so, the weight added out of thin air is still 500 kilograms, which is equivalent to 10 girls with a weight of 100 kilograms on the back of the foot. This time he did not deliberately reduce the pressure on the ground, but concentrated all chakra on the body, and the rest of the door was ready to go. Secretly lifted, while quietly discussing tactics with Reed and Natasha. There will be a hard fight next. Natasha on the side took a quiet step back. This battle was not something she could participate in. She could only wait for an opportunity to find opportunities, and at the same time drove the surrounding people away. Now Red is the boss of the Fantastic Four, which is still quite attractive. Zhonglan's dress was also broadcast on TV, and the people kindly named it Blu-ray Man. Regardless of whether others care or not, he refused the name. Even if he hasn't thought of a nickname himself, don't do it like that. People obviously did not realize that this is a battlefield, where would they leave? One by one, they wanted to take a photo together. They were stopped by Zhonglan's sand, and only a small part could be stopped. The remaining large part still poured in. As for the potholes with unknown gloss, crazy fans will not care. Look at the excitement, absolutely something is going to happen. Unable, Zhonglan pulled out several MP5 submachine guns from the system space and controlled the sand hand to shoot into the air. After breaking the glass of several buildings, the people were scattered in a panic. But, late. Taking the hole that Victor smashed as the center, a series of lightning bursts came out, and Victor, who touched some doorways, even with a huge current, created an electromagnetic layer around himself, slowly from the pit suspended in the hole. Is like a sea urchin that is completely in the air. Zhonglan, the system of your uncle lying in a trough, said good enemy bosses are mentally handicapped? Why is Victor so smart? System, drip, world difficulty +3 is about to enter the end stage, please pay attention to the safety of your life. Damn world difficulty +3. Finally scolded, looking at the people who were affected by the electric light, only ordinary people. When they were exposed to the high voltage, the internal organs must be burned to coke and died on the spot. These people are said to have died because of him. Thinking about this, Zhonglan finally yelled out, "Vampire, I will delay for at most a minute. If you haven't cut off the power of this block within a minute, you will collect me." This is through the headset, talking with the opposite Fury. Fury, Lan, the Power Supply Bureau is not under the management of S.H.I.E.L.D. The time is too short to get the presidential approval. Coulson is negotiating. You. Zhonglan, fuck, when did Nick Fury start to reason? Has your other eye also been blind? There have been civilian deaths. 1 minute, now there are 55 seconds. After finishing, put the ear-embedded intercom into the system space, the sand armor has been formed. 8 men Dunjia Shu men open. Under the sand armor, the green muscles on Zhang Lan's face burst, and the rapidly expanding chakra was more than 10 times more abundant than before. The increase in power directly offset the heavy weight brought by the sand armor. Ret. Remember the tactic we just discussed. After roaring, rushed to Victor using instant. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, who was once again interrupted in communication, stood by the podium. From the satellite image, he also saw that a small number of civilians were losing their lives. This made it difficult for him to take the responsibility of protecting the Earth. Seeing that Zhang Lan had already begun to act, Fury connected to Coulson's communication. Fury's voice was decisive. "Coulson, I am Nick Fury, www.readaloud.com, now the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., now authorize you to take down the power plant within 40 seconds and cut off the power supply in the target area." Coulson reminded, however, at the critical moment when the military research office over there is studying, the government has strictly forbidden to cut off the electricity. "Director, you are disobeying." "Fury Yui, you still have 32 seconds. After finishing the lecture, Fury hung up the communication directly. Looking at the screen, the battle over there has already begun. On the battlefield, Zhang Lan flew behind Victor, kicked this skill-only guy directly, touched a small part of his sand and immediately crystallized it, and dropped it uncontrollably on the ground. Had no time to take into account the loss, and once again went to Victor, who was still rolling, adjusted the direction, and flew it with one foot. The direction was Reed, who had elongated his body and changed into a slingshot. Victor was shot accurately on Rhett's body. The impact of the force allowed him to rush out of Rhett's elastic body part again, and then was ejected by Rhett at the moment of potential energy consumption. The destination of his ejection, Zhang Lan, is already waiting. Flew, kicked Victor again. Some dizzy Victor wanted to release electrical energy to paralyze Zhang Lan, but unfortunately his movement was too slow to catch anything. Is like a mage who was approached by the warrior, and seemed a bit incompetent. Repeated this several times, the time of 20 seconds passed. The price is that the sandstorm pot no longer came out of sand to add sand armor. There is no sand mixed with chakra, at present, he can't control it. Sand, only the set of sand armor left on him. P.S. Thanks. Reward 100 starting coins. Chapter 47, Accidents always happen. Without the addition of the sandstorm pot, the sand armor was soon insufficient to wrap the whole body. Victor had been full of current waiting for the opportunity, which made Zhang Lan, who was not completely in the isolation layer, hit by the current, and his body movement was delayed for a moment. Victor, who had been waiting for time, immediately noticed keenly and immediately increased the output of current. The strong current immediately connected the two of them. Zhang Lan's body was erected with electricity, and his body was numb. Victor sees this, and once again strengthens the output of electrical energy. The stored electrical energy is lost very quickly. First get rid of Zhang Lan, who is good at body surgery, the rest is easy to handle. Excited Victor didn't notice at all. On one side, Reed had secretly climbed a telephone pole, and he continued to climb up. There was no intention of helping him, although his eyes were full of worry. Victor and the two were entangled together for a full 8 seconds, and Zhang Lan's body was already showing a burnt black before letting go. He thinks Zhang Lan is already dead. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lan stood standing still trying to send a smiley face to Victor. There is no electricity, right? Small battery. This small battery greatly angered Victor, only to see him stretch out his hands. A powerful electric current was brewing alternately between the two palms, and it was brewing for 3 seconds before releasing it to Zhang Lan. However, 3 seconds is enough for Zhang Lan to release ninjutsu using sand hand. 2 done beheading in heart. Boom. A cloud of smoke rose. Where was Zhang Lan's figure? Victoria, although confident in his stroke, didn't blindly realize that Zhang Lan would be wiped out with that blow. Thinking about it, Zhang Lan, who was completely black, jumped out of Victor's body, kicked it with one foot before it did not react, and then the arm without the palm pressed the fracture to the ground, and the arm muscles quickly bulged, full force burst, the body followed Victor to take off. Linked feet are more ruthless than one, wrapping the last sand, sending Victor to a higher sky. This time, Zhonglan sent Victor alive to a height of 17 meters. This was exhaustion, and there was a tendency to fall. Natasha! It is now! Zhonglan roared. With Zhonglan's roar, a spider silk in the distance came and firmly stuck Victor. At the other end of the spider line, Natasha holding the Zhonglan spider silk launcher, standing on Rhett, smiled faintly. Is like a black widow spider, charming but toxic. Now Rhett's feet are in building A, but his hands are in building B. Natasha's left hand is holding a lot of spider silk, which is connected to each point of building A and B. With buildings A and B as the bow body, she was like an arrow, leaning on reed as a bowstring, and pulled out an extremely large half-moon. The power of bow drawing is exactly the pile of spider silk in Natasha's hands. Before Victor had reached the reaction, Natasha, who was the apex, jumped from reed. The spider silk that connected Victor had already been handed over to reed. Without Natasha as a fulcrum, Reed, who pulled the half-string of the bow, immediately flew into the sky. Of course, there was Victor on the spider silk. When the highest point was reached, Reed loosened the spider silk. Victor was ejected straight into the sky. Zhonglan below, watching Victor's high ejection, did not relax, standing on the spider web woven out by Natasha, watching carefully, until a figure jumped from the side of the building to Victor. This is to relax. That was Zhonglan's shadow avatar. Victor at high altitude, trapped by the shadow-like waving objects, is a long piece of rubber that can bind Victor well without being freed. And shadow avatar, wearing a complete set of sand armor on his body. The shadow clone hugged Victor, and Victor released a lot of electrical energy, instantly lit up the sky, and the bright light was like an oversized light bulb. The sand armor of the shadow avatar is unexpectedly thick. Even if the layers of yellow sand are peeled off by Victor's electric energy after being vitrified, the shadow avatar in it cannot always be captured. By the time it reached the top, it was already much taller than the Victor building. Under the control of the shadow doppelganger, the two of them fell head down and down, followed by a violent rotation. All chakras on the shadow doppelset were released through acupuncture points, making up for the disadvantage of being unable to open the door. Fuck, you yellow monkey is harder than chewing gum. Fuck me away. Victor is already in a hurry. Immediately he couldn't speak anymore, the high-speed rotation made his tongue only swing along centrifugal force. Had no idea that the shadow doppelganger would ever leave, he had only one role, to accelerate the rotation. This group of electro-optical gyros, carrying extremely terrible potential energy, rushed towards the ground incessantly. Boom! Boom! The two loud noises were very close. This time, the sewer was smashed directly, and a new pothole was added to the ground, and a large number of cracks were spreading around. At the end of the impact, Zhonglan witted the shadow avatar. Otherwise, the memory of how the shadow avatar was killed will also be brought to the body. He does not want to experience this kind of destined bad feeling. With the joint efforts of the three people, this tactic that Zhonglan initially conceived and supplemented by Natasha was successfully implemented. Looked nervously at the ground, Zhonglan didn't think that this blow could directly kill Victor. His original intention was to let Victor's power reserve run out, so he dropped countless grades. Victor's electrical energy reserve was indeed exhausted this time, but it was just 10 seconds, and the surrounding lights began to flicker again and again. This is because Victor, which has exhausted the power reserve, is absorbing power. Damn! Vampire! 71 seconds. Laozi delayed for 11 seconds, why haven't you cut off the power supply? Zhonglan, angrily corrupted, roared again in Natasha's ear. His earphones are in the system space, he has no hands, it is too difficult, and he speaks in the ear of Natasha, don't have a flavor. Natasha is very disgusted to push away Zhonglan. She feels that her ears are echoing. Zhonglan was really anxious and corrupted. The roaring voice was very loud. Seems to be hitting Zhonglan's face, and the next second, the lights of the entire block are gone. Electricity was cut off. Although it's late, it's still timely and beautiful. Zhonglan couldn't help complimenting. Natasha on the side raised her eyebrows. She and Carlson were on the same channel, knowing what the price Furry paid. Military projects can't be destroyed wantonly. Ah! Fuck! Victor's roar came from the pothole, and some of the attacks on his steel body. www.readaloud.com is only a spiritual fear. Zhonglan, fuck! Why is this guy so hard? Scolded, let Reed pull Victor up, still so shiny, even the sewer water cannot stay on the body, sliding down the body all the way. Like an iron loach. Victor, who did not store electrical energy, was defeated by Rhett. Although Rhett could not do anything about his steel body, Victor was even more miserable. Insufficient energy, Victor can only emit some electric light, and itchy to read. If it is the rubber that Rhett did not dare to do just now, it has been exposed to electrical energy for too long, because it has a higher electrical resistance and stronger heat absorption. Read, Victor, I'm sorry, but you also saw that the machine I made can help you recover. Who is going to recover? Victor directly interrupted Rhett's chanting, what's wrong with me now? This is the real me, I am God, do you know? Fairly, Victor laughed wildly. Zhonglan's heart, this is different from the Victor the first no. Is thinking about how to deal with this guy, an unexpected guest visited. A green skateboard aircraft flew in the distance. Standing on it was a person wearing green armor. Zhonglan knew that it was the Green Demon armor, that is, the Green Demon Harry. But the kinetic energy of the Green Demon armor seems to be the energy source used to convert electrical energy. Then the question is coming, assuming Zhonglan's guess is right, then, can Victor absorb this kind of electric energy? P.S. Xiolan's group of book friends, 6074698827. Chapter 48, The First Wave of GANK from Harry. Harry's flying skills are not very skillful, and he dangles from a distance. Victor, who was already quiet, was very keen on the capture of electric energy. Those silver eyes were staring straight at the flying Harry. Zhonglan, Reed, let go of Victor. The first reaction was to remind Rhett to let go, and wanted to stop Harry from being too late, the reinforced Victor, but before it was separated by 50 meters, it directly sucked electricity from the building into the body, not like a movie. Need to close up. Rhett didn't react and looked at Zhonglan in doubt. Harry also arrived at this time. Hi, Blue, I'm here to help you. Zhonglan. If it's an LOL, Harry's absolute teammate's best sixth man would rather you hang up at home. Victor stared at Harry excitedly, thank you for coming, can you lend me something? Harry stared at Victor who was entangled in a strange way, and glanced at the contemplative Zhonglan, but he still understood the truth. This should be the culprit tonight. Harry, no, I am not used to lending to strangers. Victor, then, I took it myself. At the end of the conversation, a vigorous current came out of Harry's Green Demon skateboard and was dragged to Victor, which was extremely fast. Reed, who had been binding Victor, received the high-voltage current for the first time. Shock, the body quickly became hot. The last hope is gone. Reed, who was late, immediately loosened Victor's body. Although he reacted a step later, fortunately, before Zhonglan's reminder, he avoided the iron that Victor wanted to grab him. Hand. If it was caught, it would be a teppanyaki meal. Reed fled away from afar, he was the one to be overcome, there was no way out. Zhonglan on the side approached Harry quickly, kicking it away from the Green Devil's skateboard with one foot. The main energy source of the Green Devil's armor was installed on the Green Devil's skateboard, which was learned from the system introduction. ********. Name, Harry Osborn/Green Devils. Skills. Class E, Doppelganger, Avatar, and Transfiguration. Class D, 2 Done Beheading in Heart. Class C, Fire Escape Fireball. S level, all attributes Constitution, Starvation Cell. Blood Relay Limit, no. Chakra, 1150/1450. State, Slight Electric Shock Twitch. Comprehensive Ability, C, Combat Value, 754. Comprehensive Evaluation, with great chakra storage advantages, the Green Demon Armor adds some battlefield mobility to it. Remarks, the main energy of the Green Demon Armor comes from the Green Demon Skateboard. **********. Seriously, these two people who inject medicine have a real increase in body size, and now Harry has more storage than Zhonglan's chakra. This made him very sad. After rescued Harry, the pig teammate, to prevent him from being electro-roasted, he kicked again on Harry's chest, where the Green Demon Armor had the best protection, ensuring that Harry would not be injured and would be kicked very much far away. After this guy came over and sent a wave of heads, he was stupid by his Green Demon skateboard leakage and completely lost his fighting ability. Was really stupid crying by him. This rescue delayed the opportunity to evade the first time, and successfully attracted Victor's attention. His hands were raised and the same skill, discharge. A beam of electric light flashed, and it was Zhonglan who flew. Harry failed to escape. He was stunned and fixed in place, suffering a continuous electric shock, and his body was numb. The picture is maintained. Victor keeps drawing power from the Green Devil's skateboard. After a lap, he releases Zhonglan and vows to kill it with one blow. Is also true. If normal people are concentrated by high voltage for such a long time, they must be familiar with them. Although Zhonglan's physique is much better than that of ordinary people, Victor's high-voltage electricity is not an ordinary voltage. Using steak as a metaphor, he is already familiar with 5 or 6 times. If you have a good appetite, you can already eat it. This drama of electric roasting has not been staged for too long. An invisible shock wave pushed Victor directly out of the defense. Zhonglan and the Green Devil's skateboard connected by the wire flew together. Stand up! Invisible Woman Susan arrived. The sight of Reed's eyes quickly stopped Zhonglan, and this was the rescue of his well-known end. However, the heart of the 5 or 6 cooked heart must not be able to beat any more. How many times did he die? 6th or 7th? He couldn't remember it, and he didn't want to count it. In short, his body died again. Fortunately, he has the ability to die, and he can continue to fight until his twitching stops. Zhonglan whispered Reed, "Fire, water." S original intention was to remind Rhett to use the original play routine to heat Victor and then cool it quickly to solidify his actions. But Rhett would obviously be mistaken. His eyes lit up, thinking that water can conduct electricity and restrain Victor. Reed, Blue, this is a good idea. Finally, Reed hurried to the other side, trying to open a fire hose. It is a pity that he obviously didn't have the talent to open the power, and he had no way to get the fire hydrant. Susan was puzzled. "Rhett, what are you doing?" Susan in uniform is indeed a real eye-catcher, really sexy. "Reed, I thought of a way to deal with Victor. Water can reduce his ability." "Oh?" Then I heard it all. The answer to Rhett was not Susan, but Victor, who had stood up. During this time, he had already absorbed the power of the Green Devil's skateboard, and now he was full of power. Seeing this, Zhonglan, who was still a ghost on the ground, felt a pain in his heart. Bosses that are not the enemy are all weak and mentally retarded. What are our teammates capable of? How did he get to him? It changed completely. Victor over there sent out an electric light, trying to heat Rhett to cook, and then slowly remediate Susan. Contrary to expectations, the current stopped a few meters in front of Rhett, could not enter. Is Susan's idea shield? Victor's kind reminder, no, Susan, we can't fight. Susan didn't appreciate it, no, let's fight. Finally, Susan once again launched a wave of Neon Lebo, wanting to knock down Victor according to law. This time Victor, who was prepared, was just repelled a few steps, and he stood firm. Victor immediately had a bad tone, Susan, you are fired. During the talk, the electric light flickered, and Susan flew with a single electric shock, broke the glass of the convenience store not far away, and rolled into the convenience store. Victor was carrying a trace of electro-optical light. This was a new skill he had just grasped. It covered the whole body with electric energy and could be perfectly protected from Reed's attacks, as long as he dare. Step by step to the convenience store. The store is not big, can't hide people, but it's not like Susan's figure, it must be hidden in a corner. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Victor moved slowly, trying to find Susan's position, and found nothing. Reed on the side also completed his preparations. He was lucky enough to find a fire truck, holding a fire squirt gun and spraying it towards Victor. Victor was showered directly, and there was no meaning to move there. His body is too heavy, and the water pressure of a fire hose is not enough. And the water flowed around, with some current released by Victor, and slowly flowed into the convenience store, but the floor of the convenience store was invaded in a moment. Now, water is indeed able to restrain Victor, but it is not used by Reed. The tactical talent of scientific research genius is basically zero. Now Victor can no longer use electric shock to carry out long-range attacks, and will be attracted by the water flow, but the water can conduct electricity, directly turning his skills into range attacks. Reed also meant his mistake. Restrained Victor's long-range attack but killed Susan, quickly shut down the fire hose. Victor walked towards Susan, paralyzed by the current step by step, grabbed her neck with one hand, and threw it towards Reed. Susan, say goodbye to your brother. Reed took Susan and hugged him in his arms. They watched Victor raise his hands high and walk towards the water-free range. As long as he walked out, the electric energy brewed on his body could be released remotely. Watching the sight of the blue is very helpless, he can be said to be the death of Victor. Body surgery is self-casting net, ninjutsu tickle, illusion level is too low to use. The only sand escape useful to Victor is also completely converted into glass slag. How to use sand escape without sand? It seems that there is nothing to do. Chapter 49, 0.0 of 10 mature. For a time, there was nothing to do. Dealing with this mage-type tank is currently Zhonglan's biggest headache. Even if he is the Hulk, he can kill for at least 1,000 years, can he poke it back to the prototype? But Victor, whose body is made of special magnetic steel, has no choice. The hard metamorphosis of the body will also be discharged remotely, which is basically Zhonglan's nemesis. Perhaps, the only person who can work with him is the stone person. Just like now, Victor, who was about to step out of the water, was directly hit back by a yellow object. One silver and one yellow rolled in the water to make a ball, which was very embarrassing. Was originally a stone man. He was rocky all over the body, including internal organs, and he was not afraid of Victor at all. Have you ever seen a stone burnt by electricity? Victor's biggest attack method failed. An array of light shot at Ben's body, even a trace of reaction did not give you, and spread along the water under his feet. Victor finally tried, Ben, didn't you get the real human body? Why should you give up? This is a strong voice, we are more arrogant, and we should fight now more than that. After all, Ben hit Victor for 7 or 8 meters with a straight punch. Just outside the area of the water circle, Victor was lying on the ground, groping to get up, accidentally stepping on a small iron rod, slipped and fell again. Victor not only was not angry, but picked up the iron rod thoughtfully, holding the end tightly with both hands, as if trying something. Zhonglan, who could only watch the battle on one side, suddenly had an ominous hunch. Approached, mockingly said, "What's wrong? Do you want to use a weapon? Should I change to a bigger one?" It stands to reason that Victor should be annoyed, but at this time he nodded indifferently, and agreed with a larger iron rod from the ground. "Victor, Rat, do you know electromagnetic acceleration?" Not expecting Rat's answer, Victor clenched the hands of the iron bar, bursting out a violent blue halo, spinning under his control and walking up the iron route, then a smiley face bar smashed in Ben's chest. The heavy book was hit by a seemingly flicky stick, like a baseball, and dragged a 10-meter-long tunnel on the road, and then stopped. The power of this blow is so terrifying. Zhonglan's heart, the breakthrough of consciousness in adversity, isn't it my protagonist's treatment? Why do I deal with boss so IQ? Wrong script. Victor, are there only so few tricks? Ben stood slightly trembling, taunting in his mouth. Victor ignored it, and walked to himself with an iron rod, the only thing the mask leaked with a full smile. "Goodbye, Ben." Raised his hand, this time it was no longer a hit, but wanted to poke through Ben's body with a stick, but after being stuck with a stick, he was blocked by invisible force. Susan in the distance came to ease from the paralysis at this time. A thought shield was born, blocked in front of Ben, blocking Victor's attack. "Victor, Susan, do you think this makes sense?" "I hasn't finished yet." Victor's figure is short, the whole person is caught in the road, and Harry jumped out from the other side of the road. "Too done beheading in heart." Looking at Victor with only one head left, Harry smiled proudly, throwing off the armored gloves that had been destroyed by electro-optics. "Blue, I'm sorry for the trouble, but now it's all resolved, isn't it?" "We." Click. Click. Wow! Harry was not finished yet. A burst of crackling sounded. Victor broke free from the road. His body is also steel. The principle of electromagnetic acceleration is also applicable, so that its power is greatly increased in a short time. This incisive talent, even more protagonist than the protagonist. Harry heard the sound, and the figure swayed, and 8 figures of Harry ran away in all directions. Ninjutsu Avatar Technique. Victoria was accidental, but it did not prevent him from launching an attack. The light generated by the light hit Harry's position at the beginning, and passed through. This was just a phantom. Victor's hands were linked, and the remaining 7 figures were not the body. It was doubtful that there was a pair of hands under Victor's feet. He wanted to pull it off the soil in the same way, but he forgot that his armored gloves were gone. Holding it by his feet before pulling, he was paralyzed by the electric body. Fortunately, Victor, who didn't understand its principle, struggled with his intentions and kicked away the 2 hands on the feet, otherwise this time he would be rash and let Harry experience the taste of teppanyaki. Zhonglan observes for a long time, and deduces that Victor's electric energy is running out, and secretly thinks about new countermeasures. "Natasha, notify the vampire, and quickly bring Johnny back. Are those 3 hot tracking missiles so difficult to solve?" Instructed Natasha. Zhonglan walked to Victor in a steady manner. Zhonglan mocked, "Hey, Victor, why should I wear a mask? Is it a shame?" Victor, who has always hailed himself as a successful person, was very helpful to Zhonglan's irony. He stared at Zhonglan, who was slowly walking, and he was very sharp in his counterattack. "Why, people who don't even have hands, still want to stop me? Are you afraid of dying? My handsome, I have a face to see people." Zhonglan continued to ridicule indifferently. "It seems, do you really want to die first?" Victor's voice changed, and his emotions were extremely angry. At this time, Zhonglan just walked in front of Victor, standing in front of him unguarded. The provocative look made Victor extremely disgusted, and the iron rod in his hand was directly inserted into his chest. Without any dodge, the iron rod penetrated straight through Zhonglan's body, but Victor was even more annoyed, because the texture in his hand told him that the one in front of him was a fake, phantom. Angrily, a figure of Zhang Lan appeared under him, just like kicking him into the sky before, kicking straight to Victor, as if to reapply the trick, but he did not open the door. The speed is unknown, but it is slower than usual. Slow to Victor's unfamiliar melee response. www.readaloud.com can grab Zhang Lan's leg. Do you think the same trick can be used twice for me? Victor, who was burning with anger, did not think about Zhang Lan's speed. After grabbing his feet, he was crazy to release electrical energy. His hands firmly held Zhang Lan's legs, even if Susan's idea was shocked. Did not let go. Fang Harry came out from there, and he was waiting anxiously for nothing. Their effective attacks on Victor are rare. Looking back at Zhang Lan, he silently endured the electric roast without any sense of resistance. He even gave up treatment and closed his eyes. 8 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. 20 seconds, Victor didn't run out of electricity. This was when he let go of his hand and looked at Zhang Lan with disdain, like a winner. Zhang Lan, who has been baking for 20 seconds, is already 100% mature at this time. Even through the distant Natasha, he even smelled a smell of meat. Natasha. The intercom in the ear, Fry's voice woke Natasha. Johnny has already rushed over. How is Blue? Well, Director Fury, I think I should do a new task. Natasha's uncertain tone. Blue, he seems to be electro-cooked. I smell it all, the taste of barbecue. Fury, drag his body to the branch and he will wake himself up. The intercom was also speechless for a long time before continuing. After all, Fury also saw Zhang Lan die once, and there is reason to believe that he can live again if he dies again. P.S. Thanks. Reward 100 starting coins. Reward 100 starting coins. Chapter 50, Foreshadowing. Outside the battlefield, the New York police, who had not been there for a long time, most of the police force was here. Gwen's father George was sitting on a helicopter at this time. The probe looked down. He's heading towards the Oscar building. A report from a police officer came from Secretary George's headset. All police officers, approach Spider-Man. Secretary George gave the order. Soon, Director George saw Spider-Man, who was running very hard. The searchlight hit him, and Director George picked up the helicopter's radio. You have been surrounded, please stop. Repeat, you are already surrounded, please stop. Between the speeches, a large number of rooftops, a large number of armed police poured out, leaning against the balcony with a submachine gun. Captain of the armed police, sir, the blocking team did it, and requested to shoot. Director George, the shooting is permitted. As the order was issued, one of the guns aimed at Spider-Man Peter began to fire. The shot was not a bullet, but a special bullet with a powerful electric shock. This is to catch alive. Gunshots flew one after another, and Peter swiftly escaped round after round of bullets. He with Chukra can no longer rely on spider silk to run on the wall, which makes his figure more flexible. With danger perception, basically know the gun can hit him. Peter shot a spider silk, swinging his body in a 90-degree sharp turn, avoiding 7 bullets, but unexpectedly hit the flying helicopter. The searchlight was shining on his face, and the strong reflection was that he could not without reaching out to block the light. This is the scene before me. Secretary George, also Gwen's father, pointed at himself with a submachine gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. At the battlefield of the Victor building, it was already 10 mature Zhang Lan, all of whom were smelled of heat, but still did not die, lying on the ground and dying at the expression of Victor's winner. All embarrassed spoke. Victor, I'm not dead yet. After the soundtrack was electro-cooked, the sound was unexpectedly soft, which made de Victor's laughter come to an abrupt end. His behavior was just like a clown. Victor said in horror, why didn't you die? Zhang Lan made a strange tone, you are not dead, why should I die? Finally, Zhang Lan still managed to stand up. Although his muscles were fully cooked, the bones were still very hard, and this kind of destructive damage that had whipped corpses made the cell riot run crazy. The more serious the injury, the faster the recovery. Finally realized the meaning of this sentence. Standing up, Zhonglan has already repaired the internal organs of the body successfully. After successfully repairing the left hand, the body has insufficient energy and began to slow down the speed of recovery. See this, take out a lizard potion, plunge into his heart, and slowly input the potion. The lizard medicament enters the heart, and is directly torn by the violent cells. Before the drug reaction occurs, the cells are used as the energy of division, and the cells are split again. The people around were all stunned, from when he stood up, to grow his left hand out of thin air, before the injection of medicine and the growth of his right hand, there was not a total of 20 seconds before and after. Is terrifying. Victor Taiking, who was standing opposite Zhonglan, looked at him. He understood why Zhonglan had no fear. The previous suicide attack was clearly to consume his energy. The previous words were only to irritate him. That's it. Thinking about this, Victor kicked out angrily, and as soon as he lifted his leg, the stone man behind him grabbed his foot and couldn't move. In terms of the power of the body, Victor has no physical constitution. The sound of this urn, don't hit my friends, especially in front of me. Finally, with a big wave of his hand, he threw Victor away, drew a beautiful parabola, and planted it straight into the second hole he hit. Blue, thank you very much this time. Seemed to complete a trivial matter, Ben reached out and patted Zhonglan on his body. Zhonglan, who had just recovered, was taken back by Ben, and he stumbled back a few steps. His dark skin brushed and pulled began to fall off, revealing a layer of baby white complexion. Ben, hey, Blue, your skin is better than Susan's now. Said this, Susan who came over couldn't help but smiled. Harry also ran excitedly and asked what. As for Victor, Red has gone down to tie him, and he without electricity has enough. Harry asked excitedly, Blue, is this your ninjutsu? Can you teach me? I want to learn. Zhonglan's speechless face, dare you say? If it were not for you, would I be so miserable? Do you think it would be fun to die? Will it hurt? He just checked the system just now. He doesn't even have a battle value of 80. Yes, I read it correctly. It is a double-digit battle value of 80. The energy of the cells has been completely exhausted, and the number of divisions is extremely close to the limit. He may be injured more seriously, and he will be killed by his own passive life. If it wasn't for last night that he increased the physical energy, now he is already a corpse, just like the first generation of Naruto. Fortunately, the system can slowly replenish energy. Now that the battle is over, you should be able to take a good rest. Harry is very embarrassed. Blue, I also want to help, not intentionally, you see. As an older brother, Zhonglan is still very generous. Okay, it's okay, now I just hope that nothing will happen, otherwise I will die. As the voice fell, the afterglow of Zhonglan's eyes saw that the trajectory of a flame jet on the sky rushed towards this side, but the size of the flame jet was not like Johnny's cremation flight. Cannibalized Johnny itself is a small sun that can illuminate a large area. Zhonglan turned his head and looked at the distant figure in the distance with terrified fear. Peter is in some trouble at this time. He is being threatened by his future father-in-law, Director George, holding a pistol and letting him give up resistance. Director George held a gun, no movement. Get on the ground. Hurry. Peter slowly stood up, his expression was very grim, he was very anxious. Gwen was in the Oscar building, and Dr. Lizard was going there to get the canary device, he might meet Gwen. Thinking of this, Peter stood up and turned his head slowly, facing Secretary George. His headgear had been removed. Parker. Seeing Peter's face, Director George read out his surname in amazement and lowered the pistol. It's walking towards the Oscar building, that big lizard. Peter hurriedly said, your daughter is still there, I must rush over. Because Peter stood up and raised the gun, he was put down again, his expression struggling and frightened, he didn't know how to make a decision. Peter slowly approached Secretary George. The spider's hood was still under Secretary George's feet. He needed to pick it up. You must let me go, please. Peter bent down slowly, picked up the spider's hood, and put it on himself. Although the gun in the middle of Director George's hand moved with Peter, there was no intention to shoot. Peter, wearing the balaclava, hurried to run up, he needs to rush to the Oscar building. Stop firing! Director George put down his gun and gave orders to the intercom. Then, there was another gunshot, and an armed policeman fired. This time it was not a special bullet, but a bullet was shot in the thigh of Peter, who was unable to dodge in the air, which greatly delayed the speed, but Peter still struggled, and his love was still waiting for him to be rescued. In a room, Troy happened to watch the live broadcast again, and he recognized Spider-Man. In the bridge incident, Peter rescued his child from the blasting car. The live broadcast showed that he was injured, but Spider-Man was obsessed and rushed towards the Oscar building. www.readaloud.com. At this time, a worker came in to ask him to evacuate. This was the police order. Your friend is in Matthews. Was he driving the crane on 6th Avenue? Troy ignored the evacuation order and asked his co-workers instead. Worker, yes. Troy, then let him answer the phone. Co-workers, police are evacuating everyone. Troy, let him answer the phone, now. If you want this job again. Finally, Troy ignored the co-workers and pushed out the door. His eyes were still on the TV, and Spider-Man was quite embarrassed. Charlie, connect me to John on 54th Street. Angelo, hurry up. Worski, you are working overtime. When Troy gave orders, when Peter jumped again in a building, his injured thigh made him lack strength, fell off, and fell on the fire ladder. The pain was very painful. He called out the pain, but his hands and feet crawled up slowly. Struggled to climb to the top of the building, and the scene in front of him was already frustrated, and became hot again. The farthest place opposite is the Oscar building. Peter, who had originally wanted to turn over the buildings, had no hope. However, at this time, between the building where Peter is located and Oscar, the tower cranes of each vehicle are adjusted to 90 degrees, and the neatly arranged columns are listed in front of Peter. Moved to the Oscar building. And the policeman at this time also blocked the passage that Peter needed to pass through. There is still hope, sure, we can catch up. Chapter 51, The Second Wave of Gank from Tony. Zhonglan looked at the figure in the distance that was approaching very quickly. Red and gold steel armor, a big round luminous circle on the chest, majestic descending from the sky, very self-feeling half kneeling on the ground, a typical American superhero landing action. That's right, it was Iron Man Tony Stark. If it is usual, Zhonglan is welcome with his hands raised, but now. A glance at the pothole where Victor was there, Zhonglan hooked Natasha's neck weakly, and said something in his ear whispered, then Natasha just helped Zhonglan to walk aside, before leaving. Still, by the way, Harry was taken away. Of course, he ran away with oil on the soles of his feet, and now his cells are almost extinct. He is seriously injured again, and he is really dead. Tony Fang landed from the sky and put himself in a cool shape, but found that the people around him looked at him dumbly, without the expected cheers and cheers. Is this stupid? Looked up suspiciously, and could only see the distant backs of Natasha and Zhonglan, as well as Susan and Ben's expressions. They also understand the process of Harry delivering food before, and now there is a guy who is bigger than Harry's energy source. Susan hurriedly shouted, "Rat, come out! Hurry up, immediately!" Ryde's voice came from a distance in the pothole, "Wait a minute, it will be okay, this guy is a little slippery, well, here I am." After finishing, Rhett's upper body slowly climbed up, and Victor was in the lower body, and he dragged it up with difficulty or, to help Victor climb up, because Victor himself also used both hands and feet climbed up. Had to be excited. He sensed a huge source of energy, which was larger than the circuit in New York. Tony on the side saw Victor's bloated body crawling up a little harder, and kindly stepped forward to pull him. It's almost death. Can Victor be polite? No. Victor was excited. Thank you, are you Tony Stark? Tony's electronic texture voice, whoa, it's me, do you want my signature? Victor, no, I want your energy. After that, the hand was already pressed against Tony's chest, which can draw energy faster, and poor Tony was kneeling on the ground with convulsions. If Victor's arm was supporting it, he was lying on his stomach. On the ground. Steel armor is anti-electric, and can absorb electrical energy into energy. In Avengers 1, after being lapped by Thor, it is full of energy and can be seen. The premise is that electrical energy exists in the outside world. And now Victor draws the power directly from the miniature arc reactor in his chest, without any line protection. The protective ability of the steel suit is greatly weakened, and although the remaining power is not fatal, it also makes him numb and unable to yourself. Zhonglan in the distance saw that Tony had done so, and could only pray for him silently, turning his head to teach Harry. Look, that's what you were before. Are you stupid? I'll ask if you are stupid. Harry no longer ignored the speechless Harry. Zhonglan reached out and took out her walkie-talkie from Natasha's ear, and stuffed it directly into his ear without any objection. Hey? Hey? Hey, hello anyone? Halo. Zhonglan played naughtily. Don't call me, what am I doing? Fury's hard-working tone, I'm in the combat command now. The meaning of the words, he is now in front of his men, give him some face, do not mess up. Ah, vampire, when will Johnny arrive? Zhonglan said, I didn't notice it. Zhonglan, hey? Hello. Hey, hello anyone? Halo. Fury, he arrived in about 5 minutes. He had flown far before. Zhonglan, ah, yes, that's okay, goodbye. Got the necessary answer. Zhonglan didn't care to put the headphones back into Natasha's ears. The movement was flowing, and there was no sense of violation. On the side of Harry, watching his brother tease such a beautiful woman, he is rare, stunned. Harry, the noble son, is currently single. Blue, do you still say that you don't have a girlfriend? This one is? Ah, why are you hitting me? Before he finished talking, Harry was beaten by Zhonglan's head and shouted in pain. Are there eyesight? Ah? Is this a girlfriend? Is this my sister? Does my sister understand? Zhonglan was very helpless. Natasha gave Zhonglan a good look and didn't say anything. He had some peculiar feelings about Natasha, but it was more of a cult of Scarlet in the previous life, and then with Natasha she has always been invisible to him, much like a big sister, all round, so it evolved like this. At least he knew in his heart that Natasha was not his taste. Harry no responded, no longer speaking, but was staring at Natasha. The charm of Natasha, few people could resist. After teaching Harry, he no longer ignored him, but looked at a few people fighting in the distance on the side. Missing Johnny's Fantastic Four, there is really not much threat to Victor now, and Victor is very smart, his left hand is always pressed on Tony's chest. Even if he is already full of electricity, he still does not let go. The right hand just released a light, and the left hand immediately sucked in the electrical energy to supplement it. Just like a perpetual motion machine, the three reeds were exhausted and had various skills to hide their skills. Seeing this, Zhonglan couldn't help Tony seeing death, thinking about it, and whispered with Natasha and Harry. After listening, Harry nodded and squeezed his handprint with Zhonglan. The whole person sank into the soil. Too done beheading of Hard Harry. The art of shadow doppelganger Zhonglan. Although there is only 80 combat power, Chakra can only extract up to 80 chakras, but the shadow avatar itself is a B-level ninjutsu that bisects chakra. Chakra has less, but it only greatly reduces the combat power and existence time of the shadow avatar. www.readaloud.com. It is not impossible to release. Shadow Doppel did not act, observing the battle situation casually with Zhonglan on the spot. Natasha on the side was not so leisurely. According to the tactics, she was now going to make some preparations. Victo had enough energy, and there was unscrupulous emission of electric light, and there was no fear of enjoying the fun before capturing prey. The powerful force is indeed very easy to commit taboo, and now Victor has committed taboo against the enemy. Zhonglan's crying, "This cargo is finally thinking like an enemy boss, otherwise it is not necessarily possible for the three of Reed to persist for 5 minutes. Victor, Ret, don't hide. Standing there, let me shoot." Ret's rubber ability allows him to dodge a flash of lightning in various poses. Victor regards it as a small performance and can't help exporting irony. "Victor, Susan, you promise me now, it's too late." For Susan, Victor still has a hint of thought. After all, there are many women he can get, but he cannot get it. At present, this is the only one. Unfortunately, his kindness only exchanges Susan for a wave of thought, although he couldn't be shaken, but it made him lose face. "Victor, Ben, you are useless, go to die, oh, you kill him again when you are close to me." Wasn't afraid of Victor's electric shock, but could Victor bring him closer? The perfect use of Tony in his hand as a threat makes it very daunting, and can only stand in front of Susan and try to block some attacks for it. Time, just after Victor's playtime passed, in the eyes that Zhang Lanwang wanted to wear, a fiery red light slowly hit the horizon. P.S. Thanks. Reward 100 starting coins. Chapter 52, Asphalt Soup with Braised Little Iron Man. The time passed between Victor's play. In the eyes that Zhang Lanwang wanted to wear, a fiery red light slowly hit the horizon. Johnny is back. Glanced at the dark clouds in the sky, it might rain tonight, or I would finish work early and go home. The shadow avatar who had been standing by Zhonglan finally acted. Without any ninjutsu, chakra is not enough. So slowly to the battlefield. Victor immediately noticed the shadow avatar coming, seeing that he had no fear, thought it was a conspiracy, looked at him in a haze, and attacked Reed with his right hand. Right now, Red is bullying. Johnny descended from the sky, the flame on his body digested instantly, revealing his tight uniform. "How can I be less? I am back." "Hey, Ben, welcome back, it will be fun." Victor slowly stood up from the ground, left his left hand away from Tony's chest, and instead stepped on his feet, moving his neck, preparing for a fierce battle. "So, welcome the carnival." "Ha ha ha ha." Victor raised his hands high, his whole body flashed, and some uncontrolled light shone to the side, smashing the ground out of a small pit. "This is... new skills have evolved?" You must know that Victor's electric shock was not impactful. The preparatory activities were completed, and Victor then fired a shot at Johnny, preventing him from taking off by cremation, and blasting it away with just one blow. Victor's single skill evolved surprisingly fast. Followed by another electric shock, smashing the Ben who wanted to get close, showing that the impact force is not ordinary. Susan saw this, propped up a shield of thought, and dangerously caught Victor's third shot, but his footsteps could not stop sliding back, and his beautiful face was covered with difficulties. "I can't hold it anymore." Saw this while the neglected shadow avatar finally spoke. "Shadow avatar, Red, I have a way, can I cover Victor?" "Reed, but, that Iron Man he..." "Shadow avatar, don't worry about him, do your business." Red heard that the forward pattern was increased a lot due to the success of the last tactic. He turned into a roller, evading Victor's attack, and quickly rolled to Victor. When he was about to approach him, a jump jumped up and turned into a thin rubber cloth in the air, trying to wrap Victor. "Harry, it's now!" the shadow doppelganger screamed. Harry, who had been waiting on the ground for a while, immediately reached out from under the soil. This time, smartly he put on a set of rubber gloves for daily dishwashing, and pulled Tony under Victor's feet into the soil with one hand. Without leaving his head, he then released Dun again, and took Tony to continue to dig deeper into the soil. According to Zhang Lan's statement, as deep as you can drill, Tony's steel armor has the function of assisting breathing, and the harried Harry can also breathe in the soil without fear of suffocation. Tony's abrupt disappearance left Victor's unprepared feet under his feet, and an electric shock aimed at Reed's head was distorted. Only a small hole was opened in the rubber cloth, and then he was wrapped up by Reed. Ben pulled Ryder and found a chance to drag him out. "Johnny, Super Planet, Susan, try to cover Johnny's flame, don't let it leak, otherwise this area will be over." Shadow Dopant continued to give orders, almost a long paragraph of tongue almost knotted. "Johnny, Supernova?" Reed said that the thing can't. "Susan, now! Hurry up! Reed, hurry up! This book, hurry up! Shadow Avatar, hurry up!" Before Johnny finished speaking, he was interrupted by the four people's binge drinking. "Now time is life. Reed's body has started to emit white plumes of smoke, and then it will burn." Johnny shrugged innocently and ran forward. The sprint was full of fire and flew directly against the ground. On one side, he took Rhett's hands in time and threw them away as soon as he threw them. "Too fierce," Rhett screamed on the wall. Victor, who had just been liberated, had not yet seen the situation clearly. Johnny flew quickly, surrounding Victor, and the temperature of his body was also increasing. The high temperature of the aftermath is considered as an attack. Victor released a few shocks in a meaningful way. He only had this skill, but they were all in vain. The eyes were all a fiery red, and he could not see where Johnny was. Seeing that the plan was implemented smoothly, Zhang Lan let out a small sigh of relief. Susan had already started to wrap the scorching ball of fire with his thoughts. Although it seemed very reluctant, the tip of the nose was bloody, but it is indeed wrapped up. Maintained a warming for about 6 or 7 seconds, Susan finally couldn't support it, his body was weak for a while, he fell down and was hugged tenderly by Reed. "Shadow Avatar, Johnny, okay, let go. Natasha, you? It's you." Hearing the instruction to stop, Johnny rolled out of the small sun directly. Even the temperature was unacceptable to him. As Johnny stopped heating, the small sun with no burning matter burned the air in that area and slowly dissipated. Victor's figure appeared, a silver-white shiny magnetic metal, and although it does not melt at a temperature close to 8,000 degrees Celsius, it is also exercised into a bright red iron block. Now whoever posted it, the absolute teppanyaki is the kind that is cooked immediately. The asphalt roads around were all turned into liquid and still rumbling slightly. "Asphalt soup with braised little iron man, I just don't know who has an appetite. Do you have any skills?" Victor could still make a sound under such high temperature. Avatar glanced around, 4 fire trucks had stabilized not far away, and several firefighters were building fire hoses. This was urgently transferred by Natasha Fangke, and the suspended heart was also put down halfway. Cheng Zhu was on the chest and Victor popularized basic knowledge. "Well, Victor, you know, what happens when you heat the hot metal quickly." Victor heard it, looked around in horror, and reached out to attack the fire truck. Susan was in a tired state at this time, and he could not stop being shocked, but could Zhang Lan on one side make him wish? A handful of sand has been prepared to withstand the must-have road of electric shock, and steadily blocked this wave of attack. This is the sand that Zhang Lan left his hand before to simulate the palm to release ninjutsu. It is his last. A little bit of sand. www.readaloud.com. Victor sees this and wants to continue the attack, but the opposite attack is already coming, 4 fire water guns, plus the one originally found by Reed, a full 5 put the water gun and shoot at Victor Kikai. Tsitsizi. The water touched Victor, making it sizzling, turned into steam by the high temperature on his body, and buried his figure. The fire water gun fired for a full minute, and the rising water vapor began to decrease. And slowly a stream of water flowed out from it. Johnny's good-spoken statement, "Thank you for your help, I think it's okay, you can turn off the water gun." However, no one paid attention to him, the fire gun was still spraying firmly, so that Johnny touched his nose a little embarrassedly. The shadow on the side observed quietly, and did not mean to stop Natasha immediately. The previous water was transpired by the heat of Victor. The surrounding asphalt soup has not been cooled. Harry may still be below, and this piece must also be cooled. He has already been able to think about the problem comprehensively. This is the wisdom of battle, and he has grown rapidly in battle. It was another half a minute. After the water had begun to flow out of the pit burned by Johnny, the shadow avatar tried to test the water temperature and the temperature was warm. "Okay, let's turn off the fire hose." With the sound of the shadow doppelganger, Natasha in the distance motioned everyone to turn off the water flow switch. The water vapor had dissipated, and Victor, who was submerged by the water flow, finally showed his figure. Like a statue, the right hand still maintains the posture of firing an electric shock, while the left hand points to the sky, like a lightning rod. "This time, I don't believe there is any fool to save you." Zhonglan, hidden in the shadows in the distance, was very happy. Chapter 53, Earth End number 039, S. Phantom Thor. "This time, I don't believe there is any fool to save you." Zhonglan, hidden in the shadows in the distance, was very happy. Was about to step out, and the shadow avatar in the distance suddenly roared. "Everyone! Come back, go back! Everyone go back!" The sound of his was so exhausted that Zhonglan's raised feet were scared and let go. What happened? Soon, he understood what was going on. Like a statue of Victor, his left hand is pointing at the sky. Zhonglan originally mocked him that he was going to be a lightning rod, and the result was really struck by lightning. Or rather, he did this deliberately, actively attracting one after another thunder to split him. This trademark is a sudden epiphany before dying. What skills did you awaken? It was only delayed until now. Isn't this the ability that the protagonist of the novel should have? Not afraid of danger, you can always awaken a big move at the last moment, and a turnover. Even if your bug has been comprehending small skills in the past, it's okay if trademark can't beat it now, so it's a big move. There were thunderstorms tonight, and a large cloud in the sky covered most of New York and also covered the sky above this battle. At this time, the originally very calm cloud began to flash with light. The positive and negative charge ions in the cloud, under an inexplicable traction, violent friction occurred, a trace of tiny electrical energy accumulated in the cloud, quickly he grew stronger and stronger. Once the momentum was enough, it turned into a lightning bolt in Victor's left hand. Victor, which has been transformed into metal glass, the fingers approved by this lightning have restored the bright silver luster of the original magnetic metal. Although there are few, only about 1/3 of the fingers, it is indeed restored. Little recovery, but more lightning. At the beginning, the brewing was slow, so Victor was successfully set by Zhonglan. The clouds that have been brewed now have accumulated a huge amount of electrical energy, and there is nowhere to vent. After being pulled by Victor, one after another cleavage down, as if the thunder descended, mighty abnormal. That thunderbolt is not only to help Victor restore the body, but also in disguise to block the attack of the Four Wonders. The power of thunder and lightning, there is no proper way, who dares to come close? Zhonglan in the distance looked at the scene in front of him, it was almost crying without tears, how could he be so cheap? What's going on now? He really has no choice. Victor's lightning was slowly recovering. He wanted to come through the baptism of lightning, his ability will evolve a lot, and now he can control the lightning for a short time, who can guarantee that he can't direct the lightning attack? At this moment of anxiety, the bell of the bell tower in the distance rang. 12. Unconsciously, it was already midnight. System, drip, the mysterious system has been successfully refreshed. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Prop card, blood return card, C, 500 energy. Skill card, shadow imitation, B, 900 energy points. Skill card, multiply, B, 880 energy points. Skill card, send bad worm, B, 750 energy points. Skill card, 8 door Dunjia Chow Peacock, A, 1999 energy points. Lineage card, White Eye, C, 999 energy points. Skill card, Bondage, D, 50 energy points. Skill card, Earth Done Beheading in Heart, D, 99 energy points. Skill card, Creation Regeneration 4599 energy points. Skill card, Fairy Mode 4999 energy points. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Only two options are lit, the others are grey and white. One is that the item card does not need to be unlocked, and the other is the redeemed Soil Escape Heart Decapitation. What surprises him most is that the item card, Blood Back card, this time refreshed is sea level. In other words, a card can restore it to its heyday. Check the remaining energy points. Zhonglan, System, I want to buy 3 prop cards, Blood Return card, C. System, Drip, successful deduction of 3500 energy points, successful redemption. System, Drip, there are only 3402 energy points left. Indiana the system, lock all redemption options, and the host will recharge to 5W energy points to unlock. Zhonglan. What the is this? Don't let money spend less money? No time to worry about the system, Zhonglan took a blood return card, C, from the system space and attached it to the forehead. The card instantly turned into a green light and flowed into Zhonglan's body. Starting from the forehead, the cells that passed by were all dying from lifeless to energetic. Sea-level energy recovery takes a certain time, about 10 seconds, Zhonglan has no time to wait, stepping out of the shadows, rushing to the distance. Talking about the exchange of Kung Fu, Victor has completely recovered his freedom. As expected, this guy has been able to simply control the lightning. It is naturally impossible to manufacture lightning from out of thin air, but if it is a simple control of lightning has no problem. Victor, who regained his freedom, the first thing was to control a thunder and lightning to kill the shadow avatar. He didn't know that it was Zhonglan's shadow avatar, but he knew that the current shadow avatar was the opposite brain, and he also hated Zhonglan. Who would you kill without killing you first? The tactful Zhonglan sent her shadow avatar to go, otherwise this time it would really burp. Victor saw that the avatar disappeared, but also realized that this was not Zhonglan himself, or that he got into the ground again. He didn't need to guess, just need to continue attacking. He believed that Zhonglan would come back by himself. No, Victor had just controlled the lightning and flew Ben. Zhonglan rushed out of a dark corner, and ran straight to this side, and his bravery, Victor predicted the speed of Zhonglan. Pulling a lightning to fall. He was running at a sudden speed here, and suddenly stopped at a sudden break. It was not that he had foreseen the landing of lightning, but he found another problem, stopped anxiously, and found a place to continue the cat. Fortunately escaped the killing blow. Zhonglan, System, why do I only supplement half of chakra with a return card, C. System, Drip, the host's body is seriously damaged, and the energy contained in the card can only rejuvenate normal cells. It turned out that because of the rapid recovery of the body before, the cells in the whole body were on the verge of death, and the blood return card, C, was chakra recovered by the recovery of physical energy and mental strength, but his cell loss was too serious. As a result, only half of the cells draw all the energy. After sorting out his thoughts, you read books. Yuyuganshu.com. Zhonglan once again took out a blood return card, and used it directly. And then just went out, completely unaware that his previous move was dangerously recovered. A life. After all, as long as the first flash hits him, then the remaining lightning is one after another, which will directly bombard him to the point where the cells become scum. Now Victor, called the pseudo-Thor of the earth, is also not an exaggeration. Zhonglan, who is moving fast, is also quickly binding his handprints. Right, a chakra eye open. The art of shadow avatar. Ninjutsu avatar technique. Ninjutsu avatar technique. 2. Done beheading in heart. How is not stingy with chakra? A large amount of chakra flows in. First, a shadow avatar is separated, and then the shadow avatar and the body are divided into a large number of avatars, which are diffused under this dark cloud. It is extremely vast, surrounded by Victor. And in this chaotic crowd, Zhonglan's body was cast into the earth and dived to the ground. He was going to find Tony and borrow his steel suit for use. Otherwise, he couldn't get close to Victor. 300 people may be just a number in the eyes of ordinary people, but there are really 300 people around you, and when you rub your hands, that feeling is still very scary. Especially, those 300 people were also people who unified their clothes and their faces. Victor at this time was like this, madly pulling the lightning to the ground, but he was destined to break only one phantom after another, because even if it was defined as a shadow avatar that contained Victor, it was already secretly dived to the side and discussed tactics with Susan. Success or failure, this time, Zhonglan plans to kill Victor directly. Chapter 54, Victor and Number 039, S Super Trick. Scene, a group of avatars procrastinating Victor under the control of the shadow avatars. Fantastic Four spread out under the shadow tactical requirements. Ride and Shadow Doppelgänger traveled far away, and they had to go back to Rhett's laboratory to make a weapon. Then the left and right fire control water guns, and firmly control Victor in the water area, so that he can only use lightning to attack, cannot use the relatively simple and consume small electric shock. For the doppelganger, even an ordinary person's attack will let it dissipate. Susan continued to hide on the side. By the way, check whether there are ordinary people left nearby. There is no shortage of people who die, especially the American partners. It is simply a gift of death. Johnny, it is the heavy responsibility. He found a place far away from the battlefield, exerted his superpowers, and once again showed the supernova ability. Natasha took the firefighters together and put a few fires connected to the fire hydrants. The water gun, continuously spraying the water column towards Johnny, was directly evaporated by the high temperature around Johnny, and turned into thick water vapor floating in the dark clouds of the sky. Here, Zhonglan found Harry 30 meters directly below Victor, but also because this guy can really run, as far as Zhonglan is concerned, there are not so many chakras staying here for so long. Only later discovered that it was not Harry who lurked himself, but was brought down by Tony. The heavy quality of the steel armor did not need to be dragged at all. As long as the soil was elementalized, he sank himself. The two of them together dragged Tony to the ground. There was no way to drive the steel armor in the soil unless he wanted to dig a tunnel to break through. Bang bang bang! The quality knocked on Tony's steel helmet, and Tony opened the mask in coordination. Tony, hey, I just came to you to learn, well, your strange ability, why? Zhonglan, thank you very much for coming, Tony, if you can come 3 minutes late, it will not be so now. Tony leaned out and looked at Victor, who was still booming, and withdrew his head awkwardly. I will compensate for all the losses, but what happened to the little Iron Man? I was charged as soon as I approached him, as if my gadget was leaking. Tony patted the reactor on his chest, very puzzled. Tony, this is the problem. I need to help you clear up the trouble now, so you have to give me your armor. You also saw that without any protective measures, I will be turned into a hot dog. Zhonglan said his real purpose. My suit. Tony hesitated. If it's you, I can temporarily lend you, but the energy is in the chest. I can't borrow this. Also, the suit is tailor-made, how do you wear it? No, I don't need energy, I can solve the problem of figure. It is said that Tony started to dismantle his steel armor himself. In the past few days, he has improved some more. Although he can't dress manually, there is no problem with manually violently removing armor. After spending a lot of time, Zhonglan directly transformed into Tony's image using a transformation, and then put on a steel suit. Hey, the next is Iron Man attack, Tony, watch me brush a wave of fans for you. Under the helmet, Zhonglan's voice with electronic texture came. Don't break it, I will fly back. Tony said uncomfortably. Zhonglan smiled and ignored, looking to the sky, he was waiting for the opportunity. For a time, the scene calmed down. Only Victor, who was obstructed by the water column, tried to use lightning to find Zhonglan in the avatar. This persistent stupidity allowed Zhonglan to take a rest and recuperate, and Victor finally began to think in the way of anti-boss. Tick, tick. Drops of water dripped on Zhonglan's steel suit and made a sound. He who had been waiting for it began to walk toward Victor in the field excitedly. After finally waiting, Johnny's plan was successful. Through a large amount of water vapor, it accelerated the rain time of the clouds and turned the entire battlefield into a world of water. Then Victor's ability to attract lightning, regardless of the principle, but it is always marked by a weak electronic signal. Wrap all targets with a layer of water, which will be a natural protective layer, and the electronic signal will not be able to attach to it, but will be washed away with the water flow. The electronic signal here is not an electronic signal such as a mobile phone, but a technique of positioning by weak electric energy, also called an electronic signal. The rain is getting bigger. Johnny over there still doesn't mean to stop, and still produces a lot of water vapor. I believe this heavy rain will last for quite a long time. You can see that there is no lightning that can accurately split any one of the avatars. Zhonglan's Victor's position is not far, about 100 meters, slowly walked to Victor in front of 5 meters to stand. There were more than 10 lightnings in the middle trying to focus him, but none of them succeeded. Victor, Iron Man? Why, do you still have to give me food? Zhonglan said nothing. It was not the time to start everyone. The steel armor on his body was much heavier than his sand armor. Now he hasn't opened the 8-door dungeon. He still lacks something and needs to wait slowly. Victor saw that Zhonglan did not respond, so he prepared to come over. He thought that it was the Tony who was regarded as a battery by himself. As for why there is no electricity now? This rain is too bad. He can only operate the electrical energy in the body. As for the external body, the ion moves around in the water, and he is also at a loss. See this, knowing that it can't be delayed, just hit it. 8 men Dunjia Shu men open. First open the second door, this door now Zhonglan can be more easily used as a means of fighting to start a short battle. With the mentality of trying, Zhonglan first hit the Victor with a straight punch, and Victor's first reaction was to hit the punch. The electric light flashed at the fist, obviously which of his electromagnetic acceleration skills was used. Clang! With the sound of metal collision, Victor took a step back, and Zhonglan stepped back nearly 3 steps. In terms of strength alone, I will lose slightly, change to gorilla, and delay time. Determined a strategy in his heart, Zhonglan's personal implementation, compared to Victor's body, he is still more flexible and can flexibly avoid Victor's simple horizontal punches. After all, it is a listed company. CEO, there are definitely few fights. For the first time, I was able to crush the same level in combat experience. Victor was obviously annoyed by a monkey-like opponent. After roaring to no avail, his hands flashed electro-optically, bending down and pressing hard against the floor. The rain potential is already very large, the rain on the ground is flooded to the instep, This button, Victor presses in the water, and through whom the body's electrical energy is transmitted to Zhonglan's steel warsuit. Steel is naturally conductive, but unfortunately, steel armor can absorb power. Jarvis, blue, energy recharges 7%. Hearing Jarvis's reminder www.readaloud.com, Zhonglan also found it very interesting, standing on the spot and trembling, pretending to be the same as being charged by Victor. 9%. 11%. 14%. 17%. At 17% of the time, Victor stopped. After all, his stored energy is limited. In the case where it is not convenient for you to supplement, he thinks it is better to save it. Victor, can't move? Now it's time for me to absorb some electricity. It turned out that he was using this abacus, and he was not stingy about using electricity in this way, but now it seems that he is destined to be disappointed. In Victor's extremely unexpected look, Zhonglan raised his hand and opened his palm. The palm of his hand began to light up, and he directly bombarded it. 5% of the bombardment of electric energy just drove Victor back 3 or 4 steps, and the body of steel was not damaged. Zhonglan finally said, "Victor, it's me, don't you want to kill me? I'm here." Although the sound had a metallic texture, Victor immediately recognized Zhonglan's voice, and his eyes were gleaming with electricity. It was really shining with electricity. Victor was very angry. "You yellow monkey again." Among the people, what he wanted to kill most was not Reed, who robbed his woman, not Susan, who refused him, but the person in front of him, a person who repeatedly let him step into the trap. The routine is too deep, people who are routine will always be crazy. Very angry, Victor turned his hands up to the sky, directly mobilizing all the electrical energy of the clouds, bombarded from the sky, without any aim. A floor of water, no need to aim at all. In an instant, in front of the Victor building, dense lightning flashed from the sky like a horror, like the end of the world. Chapter 55, Speed of sound faster than sonic boom. In an instant, in front of the Victor building, dense lightning flashed from the sky like a horror, like the end of the world. Standing in the water, Zhonglan was also very frightened. He directly pinched the fingerprint and wanted to escape into the earth, but the inflexible fingers of the steel armor almost burst into tears. Can't finish printing. After such a delay, the speed of the lightning's light has already fallen into this area. Fortunately, the heavy rain and anger seriously interfered with Victor's accuracy, and no single lightning struck him. Recently, it was only a lightning 3 meters away. The light of the lightning and the steel armor irradiated were all coated with silver. Unexpected things happened. Jarvis even hinted that the armor was charging. 12%. 17%. 25%. After this wave of lightning bombardment, the energy of the steel armor was recharged to a height of 197%, and I don't know how Tony designed the backup energy. The capacity is so large. Zhonglan, who was overcome by Victor, seems to be finished by Iron Man again. With energy, the activity is much easier. You don't need to use brute force to fight an iron lump, and the body is much lighter. Zhonglan knew nothing about the operation of the steel armor, so he didn't think about it anymore. Tony's steel armor was originally borrowed to avoid electric shock. Well, now is the time for revenge. Body skill, instant skill. With the door closed, the instantaneous body technique is used very quickly, and does not require too much energy. It appears directly beside Victor, who is still visiting the black cloud, and kicks it off with one foot. It looks very honest, and it feels very kicking. Thinking so, Zhonglan started the warm-up exercise. Yes, it is the warm-up exercise, losing the threat of electric energy. Victor is just a large super soldier for him. A super soldier with super high armor. Because Zhonglan also has no way to take Victor, the magnetic metal of that body is not generally hard. His attack has no effect other than kicking it as a football. Perhaps, trampling Victor's pitiful self-esteem is a function, After a little exercise, Zhang Lan stopped this meaningless move and stood at a distance of 3 meters from Victor, waiting for the preparation of Shadow Doppelgang and Reed. Victor turned out to be surprisingly quiet. He stared at Zhang Lan in a haze and didn't get up, so he sat on the rainy ground without saying a word. Only the lightning from time to time struck the sky, and the target was all Victor himself. On the other side of the Reed laboratory, the shadow avatar is playing with Reed, a machine, which contains a small piece of silver-white liquid, which was cooled to a very low temperature in the self-made forging instrument of Reed. At this extremely low temperature, the white liquid not only does not freeze, but like a Wangqing Chuan, flowing slowly, the area is gradually expanding. This is an accidental product of Reed's experiment, and this is the only one on Earth. It is a very peculiar metal. It will turn into a liquid at low temperature and slowly expand in volume, but once the temperature returns to above 0 degrees, it will turn into a solid. Even at a high temperature, it cannot be melted. At least, once Johnny used a superplane, he could only warm it to a very high temperature, but he did not see any meaning of softening. Instead, he became harder and hotter. When cutting things, it's like a hot knife cutting butter. When the shadow avatar asked Red if there was anything to cut through Victor's magnetic metal, many hypotheses flashed in Red's mind, all of which were all rejected by the shadow owl. Joke, ion cannon, nuclear fission meter, molecular vibration, and so on. Let's not say he does not understand and understand, just practicality is not enough. Victor is not stupid, with you lying down in the instrument waiting for you to kill. In the end, it was Johnny who proposed this special metal, and then proposed another possibility. Forge this special metal into a weapon, and then it will be heated to a very high temperature by Johnny. Can it cut Victor's body? No one knows this problem, but Reed added that since Victor can be converted into metallic glass, he has the characteristics of metal, but it is harder, then it will certainly have the characteristics of metal softened at high temperature. Shadow Avatar clapped tactics on the spot, and then the division of labor appeared on it. At this time, in the refrigeration equipment, Reed operated the mechanical arm and poured that pool of silver-white liquid into the mold that had been prepared. A 2-meter-long tie knife looks like the shadow of the shadow avatar transformed through the road. Modeled after the Chinese Tang Heng Dao. The island's Taidao itself was spread from China. After pressing the silver-white liquid into the mold, Reed immediately performed the heating process, and the temperature in the instrument began to rise rapidly. When the temperature indicator indicated that the temperature had reached 0 degrees, Reed took it out. Shadow Avatar directly split the vitrified sand with one palm. Come on! The sound of metal falling, the special metal that restores to normal temperature, is no longer white and silver streamer. It shows a pair of dark grey, a very simple Tanghung knife. Reed tried the temperature, nodded at the shadow avatar, and when the shadow avatar saw this, he directly put it into the system space. Shadow Doppelganger, Rat, informed Johnny and Susan to rush to the battlefield to take the next step. Shadow Doppel Solution. Zhang Lan, who was far away from the battlefield, immediately received the feedback from the shadow doppelganger. He stepped back a few steps. His eyes kept paying attention to Victor's movements and took the palm armor into the system space. Printed. Ninjutsu: The Art of Shadow Doppelganger. Because Zhang Lan relied on the corner of a building, the shadow avatar appeared directly on the other side, at an invisible angle to Victor, so he was not found. After summoning the shadow avatar, Zhang Lan took out the simple Tang Heng Dao from the system space and gave it to the shadow avatar and a pale green syringe to the shadow avatar. The latter sneaked silently into the ground. After doing all this, after wearing the armored gloves extremely quickly, Zhang Lan was relieved. He looked at the plan smoothly, and he was relieved. How? Is the plan going well? Victor, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly said. Well, www.readwun.com is not bad, thank you very much for your cooperation. Zhang Lan smiled and didn't care. Oh? It seems that it is not finished yet. Victor stood up, inexplicable tone, so, let's look at my plan first. The normal lightning thunder is chained in branches, and it is impossible to be a straight line, but now Victor's periphery is abnormal. And one line after another is light blue rising slowly from its feet. Rotating around his steel body, the electric light that burst from time to time between the wires told Zhonglan that it was indeed true that the electricity was correct. This is... have new skills? My Nima. If this is an online game, Victor's boss, this is the 5th mutation? Could not allow Zhonglan to vomit. The opposite Victor was already wrapped in a circle of blue electric circles, and Zhonglan, who was careful to guard against, had already opened the riding wheel eyes. What I saw in the riding wheel was that the figure of Victor standing on the spot had not disappeared. Zhonglan himself was flying straight out with a steel armor, and it was 20 meters away. After breaking through a wall, it disappeared. Out of sight. Boom. This is... sonic boom. Victor standing there was slowly dissipating. A white cloud bloomed in situ. In a straight line along the way, the rainwater on the ground was directly separated by a 3-meter channel. There is no trace of water. This is the figure that has reached the starting position before it has dissipated, and has hit the target. The rain along the way is separated by the air pressure generated by its rapid passing, just like the water droplets in myth. Boom, wow lala. Only then did the sound of Zhonglan breaking through the wall. This is, the speed of sound. Is still faster than sonic boom. Chapter 56, Mortal Task. This is, the speed of sound. Sonic speed. Even Zhonglan, who opened the 4 doors, couldn't reach it. Being able to walk in the air is just a form of chakra outburst of body surgery, not the use of pure power. But, the speed of sound. And it's still faster than the speed of sound. Victor panting excitedly in place, this is a powerful force. He did it. This kind of power made him obsessed with abnormalities, and he was too lazy to pay attention to Zhonglan, who knew nothing about life or death. Has the speed of sound in hand, isn't that kid a piece of cake? Violently interrupted Victor's reverie. 8 men Dunjia injured open. A figure swept out of the hole in the wall and moved forward in an S shape. The strength under his feet was great. One step was to step out of a hole and make a rumbling noise. Even if Victor's speed broke through the speed of sound, it was only his instantaneous burst. Zhonglan didn't believe he could use the speed of sound as a daily means of fighting. And Zhonglan noticed that Victor's attack was a straight line. Does this mean that he cannot turn at the speed of sound? Using electromagnetic acceleration can make the speed of sound advance, but can the reflex nerve respond? Like Kakashi, who hasn't got the rim of riding yet, it is not a kind of suicide to use Rachel. Clang! The sound of steel collision sounded. Before Victor over there, he was directly punched by Zhonglan. Clang! Is still on the ground, Zhonglan's next punch is here again. Clang! Is followed by the next punch. One punch after another, making Victor delusional even to the ground. Body technique Lilian Hua. As long as you don't have the time to charge, I don't believe you can be overwhelmed. There is nothing wrong with this idea. However, Victor, who has a talent that is so wicked, was awakened again when he was hit in the air. Through the extremely dense current system, a round shield with electro-optical splashes was prepared by Victor, and the whole person was wrapped in it. Even the sky was burst with lightning, the target it was Victor's large round shield. The electric energy gathered by the round shield is very large. Even in the rainy days with chaotic electronic signals, Victor's position is very clearly located, and the lightning can accurately find the target. How fast is lightning? That is the speed of light. Is there anything faster in the world than light? Maybe only the light itself. Zhonglan retreated helplessly to a tall building, closed the wound door, and stared at the distant round shield with a somber face, helpless. Is a rogue. If you don't need money to break through the battle, how can you fight this? Thinking for a while, there was a fiery red flying in the distance. It was Johnny, whose ability to cremate and fly was not affected much by rainy days. Susan, Rhett, and Stoneman also came one after another. Who has a way? That lightning shield is too annoying. Zhonglan's tone was unprecedentedly serious. If there is material, the conductor can be divided into silver, copper, gold, aluminum, tungsten, nickel, iron according to the conductivity coefficient. The resistivity of silver is 1.59 times 108 omega m, copper is m. Talking began his lecture on scientific knowledge. Stop! Zhonglan interrupted Rhett. How long do I need to prepare? How effective? What do we need to do? Whoa, I need a lot of silver, and a lot of spears. If not, metal rods are also okay. They need to be hard enough, preferably stretchable. Reed spoke a plain English. Nodded. At this time he opened the steel helmet, and had already connected with Fury before. Zhonglan said seriously, Fairy, did you hear me? How long will it take? Fury's voice came from the speaker, arrive in 5 minutes. After a loud bang, the presence was silent again. The victor under him had already put away the round shield, surrounded by a blue coil, and there was no fear of looking for the trace of everyone. The residents nearby have been dismissed by shield, so there is no need to worry about casualties. After sorting out some ideas, Zhonglan carefully explained the details that need to be executed. This time he must kill with one blow. If Victor's 6th mutation evolution, even if Zhonglan is already a support, can't hold it anymore. You must know that Peter, the little spider, has not yet returned. It must be that the Oscar building on the other side is not over yet. Zhonglan must save some strength. Under the deliberate hiding of Zhonglan and others, 4 minutes passed quickly, and Victor had just destroyed some stores, not even a single figure. For the fastest speed, the materials are sent directly by the transport helicopter. It is very dangerous to fly in heavy rain, especially in the case of lightning. The driver who came this time was informed of the risk and came with a mortal heart. His determination was not in vain. Before approaching the battlefield, he had been struck by several lightnings, dangerously evading the past, and successfully flying this mission when flying over the head of Zhonglan and others. Aims. Not far away, he was directly struck by a flash of lightning, burst into a ball of fire in the air, fell into a parking lot, crashed a large number of cars along the way, and triggered a chain explosion. Drivers and soldiers with airborne materials have no possibility of survival. In the distance, Zhonglan on the top of the building looked at the accident with red eyes, and the others such as Reed were busy with their spirits. Now, only successfully completing the next task is the most important thing for them. Good respect. The younger Zhonglan received more blows than the civilian deaths before. For some purposes, Fury informed him that the mission of this trip was voluntary, not mandatory. In other words, these 2 people came voluntarily, to die. There are still 5 groups like this group, docking not far away to prevent the first group from failing to complete the task. The impact of this change on Zhonglan made him originally a nerd of the earth, and began to have some confusion, knowing that he would die. Why should he come? Fury's answer is very simple. www.readaloud.com. The family of these 12 American soldiers is near the battlefield. Zhonglan and others rescued their family members indirectly during the disaster, so Zhonglan needed when they came to help, they came. Yi came back. These words made Zhonglan speechless for a long time, looking at the figure of Victor's wanton destruction and writing next to the jade of the round eye. A little black was slowly emerging, dissipating, emerging, and dissipating. This is a manifestation of great emotional fluctuations. Red and others behind Zhonglan, despite the emotions in their hearts, but the older ones quickly got up and lived in a mess. Under the direction of Reed, after Johnny melted the silver at a high temperature, Susan used his mind to control the liquid silver and evenly applied it to the spear more than 4 meters long. After applying it evenly, the two hands on one side were directly hold the spear that has not been completely cooled, and squeeze it inwards. The tip of the spear is slowly retracted into the spear body, and finally only 1 meter long. Zhonglan, who was lingering aside, listened carefully to the explanation of a weapon agent in his ear. He did not know the metal material used by the spear. In short, it is very hard and expensive. It can expand and contract freely. After the spear tip is stressed, it will pop up strongly. The instantaneous tension when it is stretched is enough to lift half a ton of force. I just want to compress the special equipment needed to compress the spear tip, because it requires great strength, and ordinary people can't do it. Considering that there are stone men on the scene, they were delivered and belonged to the special weapons of shield. After understanding the weapons to be used, Zhonglan took off his steel suit with a replacement card. The tactics to be implemented later required great mobility. This heavy steel suit could not be worn for the time being. Next, it is time to end this long battle. Chapter 57, Unload 8 pieces to see if you die? Stooped down to pick up the silver-plated spear on the ground, and put it into the system space. After confirming the tactics with everyone again, after confirming that there was no omission, a crazy look climbed on Zhonglan's face, no longer hiding, and hurried towards Victor. The exposed skin began to gradually redden, black eye pupil it slowly faded to white, only Guya was still turning tenaciously. 8 men Dunjia injured open. Victor soon discovered the figure of Yang, raising his hand and commanding a few lightning bolts to try his luck, but it was difficult to catch Zhang's rapid figure. The light blue circle on his body rose, intending to support open the shield. Boom! A loud noise, Zhonglan, who had the first mover advantage, drove Victor and dropped heavily at a crossroads. This position was just below where the transport helicopter was shot down. Bounce! The ground was directly crushed by Zhonglan, and his figure hurried to the top of Victor. A silver-plated spear appeared in his hand. Looking at the round shield that had been formed below, the corners of his mouth were mad. Boom boom! The silver-plated spear was thrown fiercely, making a very harsh sound under the friction of the air. The silver on the surface of the spear has high conductivity. When it touches the round shield, it absorbs a small part. Electric energy is transmitted on the spear. Can electrical energy attack electrical energy? Naturally, the silver-plated spear penetrated the round shield as if nothing had happened, missed Victor's metal body, and inserted into the ground behind him, receiving the silver-plated spear squeezed by external force. A 3-meter-long spear body popped from the tail, next to Victor, wearing a round shield. Boom boom! Boom boom! Boom boom! Zhonglan moved quickly in the air, opening the 4 doors. He briefly acquired the ability to use chakra to step into the air, his flexible body moved around in the air, and a silver-plated spear missed Victor's body. The bouncing spear body pressed against him tightly again. The intricate spear body stuck Victor tightly in place. No matter how he moved, he couldn't move. If he wanted to use electromagnetic acceleration to strengthen his own power, the electric energy output by Fang Fang and the round guard, the electrical energy on the shield is like silver, which has good electrical conductivity, and is led into the rainwater on the ground through the spear body. Round shield, electromagnetic sound speed, broken. Now Victor, even a simple electric shock can no longer be released. Zhonglan Bao drinking, Johnny, speed. At the same time, the shadow avatar of the previous leaping out of the ground jumped out of the ground, holding Tang Hengdao, and stabbed directly behind Victor. Boom! The first sound was the sound of metal collision. Both Tang Hengdao and Victor were unscathed, and then the shadow avatar attacked by the energy directed by Tang Hengdao lifted the smoke of the shadow avatar. Tang Hengdao fell to the ground. In the sky, a bright fiery meteor flew, and the extreme temperature of the superplane reappeared again. The flame formed a tornado that swallowed Victor. Susan, who had already groped aside, did not wrap the flame this time. Flame destroyed the surroundings, but concentrated on the energy used to wrap up the Tang Hung knife that fell to the ground so that it could be fully burned by the flame. The hot fireworks evaporate the rainwater around it. The hot air carries water vapor and hits the clouds. It collides with the thundercloud above. The hot and cold convections collide, forming a hurricane. The clouds were blown away by it, and a hole was directly broken in the middle, revealing the clear meniscus behind it. On the side of Zhonglan, Zhonglan has put on a steel suit by changing cards. The right body is wrapped with a thick layer of yellow sand. This was created by the shadow avatar under the ground before. There is too little time to wrap the whole body. The eye of the writing wheel turned rapidly, and the Tang Hung knife lifted by Susan's mind was faintly visible. The blade was still straight under the high temperature of 8,000 degrees Celsius. Victor's body, all integrated, was drowned in the firework storm, and could not see his figure at all. Zhonglan, Susan, wrap me with your thoughts. My life and death depend on you. According to the tactics, it should be Johnny retreating at this time, and then Susan controls the hot Tang Hung knife to cut Victor. But Zhonglan changed his mind, he wanted to ensure that Victor would die. Or, from the beginning, he made up his mind that way. Susan, what? Blue, the temperature is, ah. Susan was obviously shocked. He wanted to remind Zhonglan that Johnny had not retreated. The temperature was 8,000 degrees Celsius. How could the human body go in? Before he finished speaking, Zhonglan had already started his figure, and he had no intention of listening to Susan to continue to speak, so that Susan screamed. Susan screamed that Zhonglan was about to enter the flames, and put a layer of thought on it. Feeling the mental layer on the body, Zhonglan's feet burst out at a slower speed, and his expression rushed into the firework storm. The right hand grabbed Tang Hengdao, who lost control of Susan's mental power. At that moment, Susan in the distance was obviously in body with a tremor, the whole person fell to the ground uncontrollably, and Zhonglan's body of thought shivered, as if to disappear. Didn't think about it. He had seen the bright red Victor, and the metal spear that controlled him around him had already been melted. Victor, who was in extremely high temperature, was trying to release the round shield. Zhonglan held the Tang Hengdao with his right hand in a backhand. His figure flickered and crossed with Victor, which came out of the firework storm. But is this over? No, never. Resolutely turned back, rushed into the firework storm again, and came out from the other end, rushed back again. It was a long story, from the first rush, and Susan fell to the ground, until Johnny withdrew his body in fright, but it was only 2 seconds. Johnny flew out of the firestorm, and tumbling a few times on the floor, this is where he came and turned back to extinguish the firework storm. The flames dissipated, and Victor stood in the same position with red posture, no movement at all, and at his feet, Zhonglan, who didn't know how many times he rushed into the firestorm. Now Zhonglan is very miserable, reading www. Although the flames were extinguished by Johnny, the steel armor of the whole body had disappeared, and the molten iron surrounded him. The place where it touched was chirping, and the temperature of the molten iron was roasting flesh and blood. Or, it is not appropriate to use flesh and blood to describe it. After all, Zhonglan is just a black skeleton with some black objects hanging on his body. It is not clear whether it is charred meat or what. Has no bones in his right hand, and there is only a knife-shaped pothole on the ground of the right hand. A bright red liquid flows in the pothole, intertwined with the molten iron, and the heat is rising. It was that the temperature of Tang Hengdao was extremely high. After melting all the defenses of Zhonglan and his right hand, it fell to the ground, and then the ground was melted into a hole, and the ground was directly heated into liquid lava. The skeleton has been growing new flesh, but the high temperature of the ground is burning into a scorched black. This one arrow stepped up, carefully lifted Zhonglan's skeleton aside. Glanced at Victor, who was still, and saw a corner of his mouth with a trace of evil charm. Very disdainful book, snorted fiercely in his mouth. This sound is like the cry that triggered an avalanche. Victor's bright red body began to slowly climb up the intricate lines, like the patchwork of the building blocks was pushed down, scattered to the ground. 12 knives. Calculated from the number of splits and lines, it takes a full 12 knives. In other words, in those 2 seconds, Zhonglan went in and out of the firework storm at least 12 times. At the 12th or 13 times, he fell to the ground. Visible, the determination to kill this. P.S. Thanks. Different year reward 100 starting coins. Chapter 58, Green Clouds Covering New York. Victor is dead. The skeleton held by Ben has less interference from the extreme environment. When the charred black skeleton stands up, a layer of black bone is removed, exposing the white skeleton, and the bones in the right hand grow very quickly. After the skeleton is complete, tender red granulation emerges, and a trace of granulation swaying and interweaving together, extremely creeping, forming the body's flesh tissue, blood vessels, internal organs, etc. Just in front of everyone's eyes, in just 15 seconds, the skeleton that was originally burnt black was regrown into the shape of Zhonglan, but fortunately Zhonglan has always been conscious, and before his face has grown completely, he first transformed. Surgery. So what the Fantastic Four saw was Hu Ji's handsome face. Reed exclaimed, "Wow, this is a magical scene." Susan lay on the ground, vomit. Johnny, cool, like a bug. Ben, oh, it's disgusting, Lan, you wrapped my arm. Was that Zhonglan was growing too fast? It was too late to put it down, and his arms were wrapped in extremely fast-growing flesh. This made me very distressed, and finally pulled hard with his hand. Ao hiss. You can't be early, Ben. Fang generated Zhonglan of the nerve center and felt extremely painful. In the previous process, due to the protection of the body, the cerebral nerve veins were not immediately generated, so in addition to the blood weirdness, in fact, there is no sensation, but this time, it is just to grasp that after the generation of brain nerves, this ruthless. This book is very honest, sorry, Blue. Zhonglan was a bit uncomfortable. No, Ben, thank you for saving me out, otherwise I will be consumed to death in that place. Taken for granted, this is what I should do, after all, it is the phone I gave you. I really appreciate your coming. After hearing the words, Zhonglan didn't know how to answer it. In fact, if he didn't come, it is likely that the battle had already ended. As for such twists and turns? Thinking of the end of the battle, Zhonglan looked at the wreckage of the uncooled Victor on the side with a complex look. I didn't know what to say. During the previous battle, he was like a different person, fanatical, keen, and disregarding all. Is like a bloodthirsty fighting maniac. This feeling, for Zhonglan, well, very good. He kind of likes this kind of hearty feeling, like the cells in his bones are eager. If he had to let him make an analogy, it would be like the Hulk, but this Hulk is controlled by himself, will only appear when fighting. Can be considered a second personality. The gap of the dark cloud in the sky was blown away, and the hot airflow of the fireworks storm was lost. The surrounding black clouds filled it up again. The rainstorm once again came to this dried area and hit the wreckage of Victor. Is noisy. I don't know why, Victor's last wreckage was not only not recooled under the rain, but also lit up more and more, neither bright red nor light blue, but a strange purple. This gave Zhonglan a very ominous hunch. Go. Immediately, leave here. Zhonglan growled anxiously. Didn't speak much on the side, directly picked up Zhonglan again, rushed away, and Johnny and Reed supported Susan, who was off the power, and walked away quickly. Soon after the people left, the sky was suddenly thunderous and a series of lightning struck Victor's wreckage. The wreckage seemed to absorb the energy of the lightning, and the purple became thicker and thicker. Seemed to reach the threshold, without any sound, without any impact, from the wreckage of Victor spread a circle of purple waves, wave after wave. Looks like calm purple waves, but everything that comes into contact, whether it is a car, the ground, or rain, is wiped off like a pencil drawing of an eraser. Is like it did not exist before. Everyone who avoided this wave of attacks was watching with horror, centered on the location where Victor died, within 30 meters in diameter, including the ground, nothing. Zhonglan, who was taken away by Ben, snorted a few times in his mouth. His body is extremely fragile. He accidentally broke a bone. The cell riot took effect again, which made Zhonglan's body worse. He is very tired now, and he doesn't want to think about it anymore. At present, he has only 14 combat strength. He has no ability to use chakra to isolate rain. Layers of folds are growing on his face. The roots start to gray out, and I feel that the strength of the whole body has been pumped away. This is a manifestation that the cells have begun to age extremely and are about to die naturally. Fantastic Four, after waking up from the fear that Victor brought, they looked at this change in horror and wanted to comfort something, but they didn't know how to speak. Blue, I'm really sorry. Ben said hardly, I didn't think it would be like this is not my intention, if I didn't invite you, you wouldn't. Speaking of which, Ben gently put down Zhonglan, and then the four-finger hands seemed to have nowhere to put, and he covered his face. He was very guilty now. In his heart, all this was caused by him. Wherever you gain, you must pay. Zhonglan's current performance is very strong in expressing his news of his imminent death. He died and resurrected in just 10 seconds, and the price he paid was absolutely the same. Not to mention, before this, Zhonglan had already dead once in the eyes of everyone, that is, the time to lure Victor to release all the electricity. Opened his mouth, Zhonglan did not know how to explain, after all, the existence of the system cannot be explained, then how to say how to recover. In the end, Zhonglan still kept silent and chose to let time explain. Remove the intercom from the system space, produced by S.H.I.E.L.D., and there is no problem with waterproofing. Hey, vampire! Come and collect the corpse for that little Iron Man. If you can still find it, I think you will really want this experimental material. Cough cough cough. The voice is very old. www.mtlnovel.com suddenly coughed violently after speaking about half. Now, he is too weak. After being soaked in this rainstorm for so long, he has already shown signs of fever. This is how everyone reacted. He hurriedly helped Zhonglan to the side to hide from the rain. Standing far away, his strength was too great to dare to touch the now fragile and abnormal Zhonglan. Furry asked, "Is it blue?" Victor has solved it. What's wrong with your voice? It's blocked by dark clouds, and the satellite can't see the image. Zhonglan Kang's old voice, cough, it's me, now that something is wrong, send someone to clean it up, and how about Oscar? Fury, this is exactly what I am going to inform you. Agent Natasha has piloted a helicopter. Oscar over there may need you to help, because, fuck. Hasn't finished speaking yet, Fury is a rare swearing, followed by an urgent order, hurried to hang up Zhonglan's call. It doesn't need to be explained by Fury. The location of Zhonglan and others is inside a commercial building. The original floor-to-ceiling windows have been shattered. The cold wind has blown in from the outside. A chill. However, Zhonglan had no time to take care of it. He stared deadly at the sky. A light green cloud covered the original dark clouds. This light green cloud was obviously heavier than air and was slowly falling from the sky. Is like raindrops. Zhonglan rushed into the heavy rain desperately, and ran to the place where Victor died. The perspective here was very good. Looking around the sky, the pale green clouds couldn't see the edge. The whole New York. The light green clouds covered the whole of New York. Chapter 59, The First Consciousness of Thought. Zhonglan squatted weakly on the ground, and now he doesn't know how to think. Helplessness, dazedness, frustration, self-blame, fear. All kinds of emotions are coming to my mind. Now that he is exhausted, what can he do? Sat stupidly at this crossroads, his face wondering whether it was rain or tears flowing arbitrarily, and thousands of thoughts flashed in his brain. Like an old man, he was about to die. The people who came to read and others could feel a deep sorrow. Mo Ming's nose was sour, and there was a sad but unrelenting boredom. Buzz. The sound of the rotation of the propeller sounded, and a military helicopter flew over and stopped on the road 10 meters away from the crowd. The roads nearby had already been traffic controlled, and there was no need to worry about obstructing the traffic. Natasha came down from the driver's seat and looked at the sad and snowy people in front of her, very puzzled. This is, someone died? Is it Tony Stark? Or Harry? The reason why Natasha thinks it is because these two people are not present. Oh, no, Tony is walking from a distance. As an ordinary person, he is still not as fast as everyone on the scene. He held a double umbrella and walked to Zhonglan's side to cover the rain for him. Hey, I mean, Blue, you look really like the old man in my family, with the same white hair and blue, isn't it funny? Tony talked about a self-righteous stock, and wanted to live up to the atmosphere, but found that apart from Natasha looking at him strangely, Zhonglan didn't even move her eyes. Is much more mournful than heart death. If Zhonglan's state at this time cannot be released in time, if it is maintained for a long time, it will inevitably cause irreparable mental damage. This is a memory-related injury. Except for the heart medicine, or you can figure it out, there is no medicine that can be cured. Natasha on the side also noticed Zhonglan's abnormality. As a survivor of World War II, she knows this situation very well. After the war, veterans will experience various symptoms of physical discomfort such as mental depression, fatigue, headache, insomnia, diarrhea, memory loss, distraction, muscle and joint pain, and breathing disorders. Their unified name is war phobia. Zhonglan's state at this time was the most difficult to treat psychological obstacle. He was subjected to indescribable psychological shocks during the war, thus closing himself and attempting to escape from the reality of a syndrome of depression, autism, and autism. This kind of psychological condition cannot be cured by modern medicine. It can only be assisted by psychological counseling, and then expect the patient's own consciousness is similar to a vegetative, but it is already a walking dead. Although there is hope for recovery, the chance is only so slim. This needs an opportunity. And the opportunity always comes inadvertently. The light green clouds covering the whole of New York sank unhurriedly, and when they got closer, it was found that it was composed of granular suspended particles, green dust particles, and the skin of the human body immediately melted and disappeared. Very unpleasant. Even though Tony is tightly wrapped in a suit and leather, his hands and face are still exposed to the air, so the green dust particles are also integrated into his body. In contrast, Natasha, Reed, Susan, Johnny, and Zhonglan were all invaded by dust particles, but did not respond halfway. As a few superhumans, their physiques are stronger than the medicines themselves, and they will not be transformed naturally, invading Zhonglan's material, and they will be completely swallowed by hungry cells. And Tony, as an ordinary person, very well verified the role of the powder particles. The whole person fell down softly, and the umbrella in his hand fell down in front of Zhonglan, kneeling halfway in his side, pinching his throat fiercely with both hands, vomiting with his tongue. Prolonged and barely exposed layers of green scales can be seen on the skin. The whole person's figure is growing unstoppably. The buttocks trousers are broken by a long lizard tail, and the owner's body is powerful in the air swaying. Endless anger filled Tony's mind, making him raise his hand to slap to the nearest Zhonglan, with Zhonglan's current physique, absolutely slapped to death. On this occasion of a critical attack, the side was alert for a long time to slap the lizard Tony, and before Zhonglan recovered, it was his duty to protect Zhonglan. This incident happened. Zhonglan's eyes rolled a little, and then the second and third times, Ben and the lizard Tony fought in front of his eyes. For Zhonglan's extremely guilty book, no one is allowed to hurt Zhonglan. He has nowhere to express his guilt emotions, and he vents on the lizard Tony. He is not familiar with Tony. Natasha on the side didn't make a sound, even instructed Ryder to refrain from any movement. She knew that it might be the moment when Zhonglan could untie herself. If you watch your best friend die in front of her and are indifferent, then this person must not be saved. While watching the tormented lizard Tony's head, Zhonglan finally twisted his neck innocently and said a word. "Don't kill Tony, don't kill my friend." I heard Zhonglan's old voice and acted, but the movement that originally wanted to turn off the lizard Tony's head also stopped. Look at Zhonglan again. After speaking that paragraph, the original dead eyes slowly emerged from the jade of the writing wheel www.readaloud.com. The black dots appeared again, stretched, extended, and changed into the second hook jade, which was diagonal to the first hook jade. With the awakening of Guyu's writing of Chakra I, Zhonglan's almost sinking soul gradually recovered, and his eyes returned to his eyes. The seemingly old body glowed with incomparable vitality. Almost finished. Thinking about this, Zhonglan took out the last blood return card, C, from the system space and used it directly. His body regained his youth at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The skin became smooth, the hair color was black again, and the waist was slightly curved. Is straight. Even if it did not return to its peak, it was fortunate to break away from the boundaries of waste. "Ben, please come here to protect Tony and Susan, Rat, and Johnny. Are you interested in saving New York with me?" Zhonglan made arrangements as soon as he recovered. Susan is exhausted and definitely has no combat power. With Tony's lizardization, and the quality of this book is too high, too much helicopter load will affect the sensitivity, so it is arranged to stay in place to protect the two. Now New York is an enlarged version of the New York University cafeteria at noon, and the lizardmen are rampant. Naturally agreed in one fell swoop. Regarding Zhonglan's invitation, Reed and Johnny also readily agreed. "Zhonglan, then you, Ride, take a helicopter with me. Johnny, please hurry to the Oscar building to help Spider-Man." Turned around and nodded to Natasha, who had never spoken, and took the lead to the helicopter. Now that he was in a hurry, Peter needed his help, and Harry also rushed to Oscar early on the notice of the shadow avatar. "The mistakes you made, you have to be responsible for redemption." Chapter 60, Unusually Smooth Progress. It is not an exaggeration to call the New York at this time in human purgatory. Most people are transformed into lizardmen. They wantonly smash and destroy everything they can see on the street. As long as they are not lizardmen, they are their targets. Especially after the police were lizardized, this disaster was difficult to contain. Zhonglan on the helicopter looked at the scene below. He opened his eyes wide and forced himself to keep all of this in his mind. These are all living lives and are ordinary people who are affected by himself. Some people who happen to be in a sealed space, they are lucky, they accidentally avoided the lizard ending, and unfortunately, if they are found by the lizardmen, the ending will be very miserable. The helicopter's propellers are very loud, and most of the lizardmen along the way are attracted. Zhonglan holds the silver-plated spear left before. As long as there is a lizardman who wants to attack the helicopter and pose a threat, he throws it without a soft hand. The spear penetrated its head. Now they are the only hope in New York and must not be delayed. With the killing all the way, finally arrived at the Oscar building. The mansion was in an offensive and defensive battle. The giant lizard army, mainly composed of Connors, attacked Peter on the top floor. If it was not Johnny who had already arrived, he would be assisted by the side, fearing that he had already lost the game. On the top floor observation deck, Harry is confronting a lizardman. This lizardman is the culprit of the successful release of the lizard potion. Norman Oscar, Harry's father, founder of the Oscar Group. Connors finds Norman, who is about to die, and uses lizard potion as bait to let Norman help him to complete this crazy plan. What choice will Norman face in the face of death? This is not difficult to choose, or to say, it is not a multiple-choice question for Norman. Peter, who was difficult to support, naturally did not stop the launch of the lizard elixir. Even Harry, who came later, could only restrain Norman. As Norman's only son, Norman still can't be a killer. Tiger poison does not eat children. Then formed a confrontation between Harry and Norman, and Connors led the lizardmen to attack Peter, at which time Johnny arrived. Although the defense was barely defensive, the result was only slightly less tragic. How can Johnny, who only has the ability to flame, stop the lizardmen from attacking? Full of burnt black bodies on the top floor of Oscar, even Natasha's eyebrows jumped straight. Every body here represents the life of an ordinary citizen, and now, almost full of Oscar roofs. There are countless others who fell off the building. After this battle, New York is afraid that there will be thousands or tens of families to be destroyed. Blue, Fury, let me ask you, is this lizardization infectious? Natasha, who was driving the helicopter in the front row, said suddenly. Zhonglan heard that the thoughts in his mind changed sharply, that is, after guessing a few points, he reached for the intercom in Natasha's ear. He didn't put on a walkie-talkie. Fairy, did the group of elders in the House of Parliament have a nuclear bomb to destroy New York? Tell them that the lizard potion is not contagious. In addition, I will solve this questionable. Finally, Zhang Lanshun helped Natasha back to his ears, that is, he jumped from the helicopter. He didn't control the besieged Peter, he still insisted, but his eyes glanced at the scene. Peter did not have the blue gene release agent. According to his father's love for his children and his responsibility for the safety of New York City, Director George, it must have appeared on this floor with the gene-relieving agent. A quick glance quickly confirmed that a lizard man wearing a body armor didn't attack Peter and others, but was delaying Connor's footsteps, as if he were still a New York City commissioner. The spirit is average, even if controlled by anger, it is fighting to defend New York City. In his tight trouser pocket, the writing wheel, I caught a light blue test tube, which must be the antidote made by Gwen. Zhonglan, Rhett, please go up and take a look at the canary device to see if it can still be used. Rhett responded and ran up to the observation deck. Harry, who had been confronting Norman, also started to work. One fireball after another spewed out, restricting Norman's movement. Rhett took the opportunity to wind up and bind it up. Live. No matter who it is, for Rhett, it is first, and Norman is also a long sick body. The body has no previous physical body, and it is a scientific researcher. It is in 3 or 2 times. Rhett extended his upper body and observed carefully around Canary. Zhonglan on the other side, after arranging Rhett, began to release ninjutsu. Connors is much stronger than all the lizardmen, and the data is very different. ********. Name, Kurt Connors / Dr. Lizard. Current physical condition, second personality. Skills, regeneration, tribal leader. Comprehensive ability, B, combat value, 1142. Comprehensive evaluation, the MT of the meat shield type has strong strength and amazing recovery, but the agility is slightly weaker. If it cannot be killed by one blow, it will be entangled to death. Note, as the leader of a lizard group, he can easily control his lizardmen to attack any target. *******. Turned out to be B level. In the systematic evaluation, the Lizardman Legion added a lot for it, and its own individual ability may not reach the level of B level. As far as Peter and his battles are concerned, despite a lot of difficulties, they have not reached the point where they must lose. Ninjutsu Avatar Technique. Ninjutsu Avatar Technique. Ninjutsu Avatar Technique. Continuously released the avatar, and the whole roof slowly filled the figure of Zhonglan. The lizard is a cold-blooded animal. It has a strong sense of heat source and can normally distinguish these phantoms. But will Zhonglan do useless work? Zhonglan, Harry, let the fireball go around. Art fire escape fireball. Art fire escape fireball. Although he didn't know the purpose of Zhonglan, Harry still carried out the same out of trust. The fireballs of the two of them released www.readaloud.com. The temperature around them rose sharply, and then Johnny's fire turned around the Oscar building. When I got up, the temperature in this small place suddenly rose to more than 40 degrees Celsius. Is already higher than the temperature of the human body. The lizardmen who were still indifferent to the avatars were scrambled, and flies generally. Under the clever visual cover of the avatars, most of the lizard folk's claws would hit another lizardman through the avatars. What is the reaction of the violent lizardmen after being attacked by the same kind? Mutual killing. Connor roared on the side, trying to force his men to restore order, and hesitating to stop when they were close, but the lizardman who had killed the red eye in the distance had nothing to worry about, still fighting 2 or 2. In this chaos, Zhonglan's body attacked the George lizardman. It seemed to know Zhonglan, staring coldly at the spot, but there was no action. Zhonglan tried to reach out to get the gene to remove the potion. The process of getting the potion unexpectedly went smoothly, which made Zhonglan panic. Does really go so smoothly? I always feel that something is wrong. Zhonglan thought about the problem in his mind. Where is the problem? In the movie, Connors was able to accurately use the school's chemical agents to create explosions. It can be seen that his thinking is not confusing, but he is just irritated by the influence of the agents. This is an emotional problem. So it is impossible for Connors not to know that Zhonglan and others are likely to use the gene release agent to neutralize the variation of the lizard agent. Why did Connors so indulge a few people? Even if it is a victor, the world difficulty +3 makes it explode a full 6 times. Will Connors be killed as simple as that? No, absolutely not. Chapter 61, Killing Father. Is definitely not that simple. But what is wrong? Thinking about it, Zhonglan had already arrived at the observation deck. Connors didn't mean anything to stop. Instead, he watched coldly, just like watching a farce. Seeing this, Zhonglan's heart jumped inexplicably. There is definitely a problem. Speeding up towards the canary device, Rhett was scratching his head and thinking hard, apparently encountered some difficult problem, which made Zhonglan feel a bit giggled again. Sooner or later, sudden heart attack and sudden death. Read, how is it? Can it be used? Zhonglan asked, and the gene-clearing agent was already in the system space. Blue, the situation is terrible, although I have not made this device, but the principle is clear, it is the medicine that is accelerated by particles. The opening of read is a professional term. Red, speak English. Zhonglan interrupted. Well, to put it simply, the important core device is missing. It is an ion-accelerated balancer. This thing is specially made. If I remake it, it will take 3 days. Reed said a bad news. Fuck, I knew it was not that simple. Zhonglan scolded fiercely. During the conversation between the two, Harry next to him has been silent, and the scene in front of him is still too impactful, but this does not mean that he has no better suggestions, such as now. Harry, Blue, every research on Oscar will have a backup in the secret laboratory. This is a top secret, and I have just been in touch. This canary device will have at least a backup of parts in the secret laboratory. Zhonglan said with great rejoicing, Harry, you take Red over to get the parts, I am here to guard the machine. Harry's face was awkward, but, that secret laboratory needs permission, I don't have it yet. Finally, Harry gave a complicated look at the Norman lizardman. Although he was lizardized, his combat value was obviously low, and he was by Reed. Zhonglan saw this, turned his head to look at Norman, and looked inexplicably. This was a difficult problem, and Norman obviously would not cooperate. But still need to try. Fantasy. The road to nowhere, Norman, who has been in trouble for a long time, is mentally depressed, and even an E-level illusion can't resist. I have to say that the nickname of Ergu Jade Wheel Eye is also known as the replica eye. In the introduction of the system, it can see the operation mode of energy more meticulously, and greatly enhance the dynamic vision, and increase the power of illusion by a small amount. Under this small illusion blessing, Norman was successfully pulled into the illusion by Zhonglan, creating a pseudo-proposition for him, making him revert to the time when he was young and the last time he entered the secret laboratory. Pupillary identification, 34-digit password, secret laboratory authority certificate. The only 3 people who have their own access to the secret laboratory are the laboratory chief, Norman, and vice president. The head of the laboratory has been injured in the last bridge incident and is currently training in Los Angeles. At the other end of the United States, he was ordered bypass. Vice President, now Harry's position, and the old white man in the original movie, under the interesting guidance of Zhonglan, no longer exists with the Oscar Company. Other researchers are all living and eating, and never consider the problem of access. So now, only Norman is the one who has entered the secret laboratory. After learning the news, Zhonglan withdrew from Chakra, and Norman immediately woke up. "What did you do to me?" Norman growled, "How dare you? I'm Harry's father." Hadn't finished speaking yet, Zhonglan closed his mouth with spider silk. Time was pressing. Zhonglan briefly outlined everything he knew for Harry, and then retreated aside. Connors is somehow watching movies from afar, so no matter what, it is the last thing to seize the time to fix and solve problems. And Harry, who is already the executive vice president, is equivalent to having the secret laboratory authority certificate, that is, his face, and the 34 secret Zhonglan has been memorized, and now, Norman's pupil recognition. What is needed is the pupil of Norman's normal state. Now that Norman is lizardized, the pupil will certainly not be recognized. So, how do you get the Norman pupil under normal conditions? Zhonglan's tone as smooth as possible. "Harry, now you have 3 choices. The first is not to make a choice. The second is that I have a tube of Gene Depot. It is also the only one. You look around. If you are given your father, then, third, it's..." At this point, Zhonglan stopped talking, his face shook violently for a few times, and finally he didn't say anything. He couldn't say it and cut off Norman's head. He who had been lizardized would naturally return to the normal state. This is equivalent to forcing Harry to kill his father. No one can shoot for him, or that there is no way, otherwise if Harry also strikes, the current situation in New York, at least hundreds of thousands of civilians will die in this disaster. A number that cannot be accepted by anyone. Harry didn't say anything, his blue eyes stared quietly at Norman, his face sinking like water. Coincided with this moment, Norman freed the spider silk from his mouth. "Harry, I'm your father." Norman felt uneasy. "You can't do this. With this genetic medicine, I can cure your disease. We can create our own kingdom, we." Harry didn't reply, let Norman talk, for a long time, maybe 10 seconds, also 20 seconds, or 1 minute. Harry looked up indifferently, but Zhonglan read out his eyes. Sad and helpless. "Dr. Reed, can you please wrap my father? I need to take him somewhere." Harry's voice trembled violently. Red didn't know how to speak. After nodding, his soft body wrapped Norman tightly, and then Harry carried Norman and Red, who moved violently, step by step toward the OSS building. Go inside. Zhonglan, who was about to him, was surprised to find that Connors was watching this scene of a big act of killing his parents in the same place, and did not mean to stop it at all. This indifference made Zhonglan's heart increasingly uneasy. Absolutely not so simple. After Harry had dissipated from everyone's perspective, Connors finally spoke. Connors clapped his hands. "It's a wonderful drama, I'm going to cry." Zhonglan tentatively, "Dr. Connors, you seem sober." Can't help but Zhonglan doesn't ask this question. Connors's speech is clear and organized, and there is no obvious tendency to anger. He even understands applause and sarcasm. Connors proudly said, "Yes, thanks to the data and materials provided by Norman's spider venom, a new generation of lizard genetic medicine, no more serious violent tendencies such as anger." Zhonglan continued to gather information. "Then, why do you still need Dr. Connors to launch lizard potions in New York?" Connors takes it for granted, better, faster, stronger, more agile, and smarter. www.readaloud.com. Are these reasons not enough? Zhonglan was very excited. "Why? You look at New York now? No violent tendency? Wearing such a green lizard coat, can it still be human?" He couldn't help but be excited. Not everyone will use his strength, and the sudden body changes, according to different people, will have different chain reactions. Now, the people who are raging on the street are those gangsters, robbers, etc. Element. And the lizardmen in New York are obviously exactly the same as the noon campus incident. Will there be no tendency to violence there? Connor's relaxed tone, "Oh, relax, this is an accident. The new generation of gene pharmacy developed is naturally free for me to use. As for others, just follow my assignment." Remarks show that the gene drug that was launched seems to be the first generation unfinished product. Didn't reply to Connors again. He was already a demonic obstacle. This is from the paranoid of cognition, and it is no longer verbal correctable. "Have you nothing to talk about? It hurts the brain, even though I'm ready." Connor's face calmly began to dissipate. "However, to prevent accidents, you are still dead." Finally, around the Oscar building, new lizardmen began to come up, and Natasha in the air could clearly see that the outer surface of the Oscar building was densely covered with lizardmen. The reason why Connors hasn't been moving, but is also gaining momentum. P.S. Thanks. Westlake Shu Juxiang reward 100 starting coins. Chapter 62, Desperate Teaching. There are a lot of lizardmen in all directions, all of which are scum with a value of less than 100 combat power, which is very suitable for being a vanguard. Peter did not dare to kill. After all, these are just innocent civilians. Connors watched this martial arts drama on one side, and did not mean to kill the enemy in person. As a big boss, it was his responsibility to command behind the scenes. Only his witty boss will live longer. Zhonglan and Peter try to limit the movement of the lizardmen by spider silk, which makes the spider silk sprayer consume very quickly. Peter has been fighting for a long time before, and the spider silk has already been exhausted. If it is not Zhonglan, he rushed to replace it in time. With the new spider silk sprayer, the combat effectiveness will drop by at least 20%. For Spider-Man, there is no convenient and quick spider silk, just like a cavalry without horses, how to charge. At present, he is only capable of instantaneous surgery in the second door of the 8 doors Dungia. The way of fighting is still based on the original Spider-Man. Has been waiting for Connors Zhonglan to see this, and his heart is also secretly anxious. It is unexpected that Marvel's boss does not follow the routine. Johnny is also a bit unsustainable. He has consumed a lot of physical strength in the battle with Victor before, and gradually began to lose support. Johnny gasped slightly. "Blue, 10 minutes, I will stick to it for another 10 minutes at most, think of a way, otherwise it will be exhausted." Johnny still believes in Zhonglan's tactical arrangements, at least he has done very well before. The current situation is also very clear. Zhonglan has been thinking about countermeasures for a long time. His eyes were on Peter, who was still fighting hard. He looked at Johnny, who was slightly tired, gritted his teeth, and finally decided the plan. He couldn't protect Peter for life, now it's time for Peter to carry the banner. Ninjutsu: The Art of Shadow Doppelganger. Once again released a shadow avatar. The chakra of Zhonglan's body is nearly exhausted, but it doesn't matter, because he will soon have plenty of chakra to use. At the same time, under the command of the shadow avatar, Johnny began to blast a firework storm on the top of this Oscar building. The power did not reach the point of supernova, just a high temperature of more than 300, the Connors and the lizardmen. The army is temporarily separated. Peter, look good. 8-door dungeon injured open. Shouted, leaving the shadow avatar to explain to Peter in detail. Zhonglan's body quickly became red, and the unique white eyes that appeared only after opening the wound appeared again. Only a few flashes of the figure were left. The lizardman kicked out of the battlefield, and finally appeared on the side of Connors holding hands to watch the movie in the distance. Connors' agility is not high, and his reflex nerves are relatively slow. Before the reaction, he was bombarded by Zhonglan, and his huge body stepped back uncontrollably. Yes, I just stepped back a few steps and was not hit. Zhonglan deliberately controls the power. What he has to do now is not to defeat Connors and to reduce his combat power by half, which he cannot do. If you naively have a lucky mindset that you can win, don't be stupid. The B-level 1100 plus combat value is not a comic. You can win by saying a few words, which is not realistic. As for the use of the Millennium Kill, Connor's tail has been protecting his backyard. He wanted to come to the last school battle, he was also present, otherwise he would not be so prepared. What he is going to do now is to teach Peter to start the 4th door of the 8-door dungeon on the spot and hurt the door. This is currently the only hope. As for Peter's ability to learn in a short time, Zhonglan can only rely on his talents for the physical skill. The shadow avatar stood next to Peter and whispered the skill of opening the 3rd student door. This was already taught before. Peter soon said that he had mastered it. The time was short. The shadow avatar didn't check and started the 4th. The door hurts the teaching of the door. The body over there was already a little tired, and the movement began to be stiff. This is a sign of muscle strain and broken bones. If you don't hurry, you may have no chance. While Peter was hurrying to study, Connors was already out of anger. Zhonglan is like a super flea, chasing around and disturbing his body balance, kicking him like a ball, which makes him self-respected as a new human being. His self-esteem is greatly challenged. Yes, flea, he is full of self-healing talent. Zhonglan's attack is very painful for him, but there is no real harm. Connors tried to catch this slippery guy. Zhonglan, who was writing round eyes, could always easily find his intentions, and then calmly attacked with transposition. If Zhonglan still had the illusion of trying to kill Connors, now he has completely let go. Connors, who has a self-healing but perverted but no load, is not what he can kill now. Is choking even in its heyday. There are already 6 or 7 tails of lizards beating on the floor. How to kill them? In this teaching battle like a game, a minute passed. Zhonglan, who was already bleeding all over the body, was rapidly weakening. The injury door was closed as early as 10 seconds ago. It is now in the 2nd closed door to fight. The speed is just barely equal to Connors, and even slightly weaker. It is now completely relying on the accumulated hatred value and the dynamic vision of the 1st class to delay the time. 8-door dungeon is classified as a forbidden existence. The 4th injury only is the B-level physical skill rank. Even if it has incredible physical skill, it takes time to digest. Fortunately, Connors didn't notice Zhonglan's intentions. Few people thought of learning a tactic of advanced skills in combat, but Zhonglan had this brain hole. But, is it a trick? Still faint? Delayed the past for another 5 minutes. All muscles have been torn, and the legs are lifted by the bones to pull and run. Even Zhonglan, who has experienced many deaths, is still suffering from pain and cold sweat. UU Reading Books www.uuganshu.cco. After has been fully demonstrated, he can only rely on basic 3-body technique to create a small maze to delay the time. Doppelganger created a large number of doppelgangers, which turned into Peter's face, and avatars escaped when the body was forced. The temperature released by Johnny on one side has also dropped from a high temperature of more than 300 to a temperature in the early 100s, barely reaching the boiling point of water. It still has a certain deterrent to lizardmen, but I am afraid that it will not be long. 3 minutes passed. Zhonglan's body had run out of light and was replaced by the shadow points to continue to prolong the time. In this regard, it can be seen that Connor's combat experience as a scientific researcher is a serious shortage, and it has not been discovered for so long. Zhonglan's intentions. Zhonglan leaned obliquely under the lookout. Peter was still trying to do it, but it was always impossible. This was normal. It took a few hours for the second rest last time. Now it takes 10 minutes to learn the fourth. It was too embarrassing to hurt the door. It was really too tired, the face was full of tiredness, the eyelids became more and more heavy, and the writing round eyes had long been closed due to chakra's exhaustion. The body's damage was recovered under the cell riot, but it was getting the cells closer. Death. The appearance of the whole person is almost middle-aged. To make matters worse, Johnny was physically weak and barely rolled into the helicopter driven by Natasha. The lizardman was now surging up, a large number of avatars were directly destroyed, and the rapid compression of space caused the shadow avatar to escape. Connor. Even Sri Lanka's attack will also be attacked by the next lizard man. Eventually, the shadow avatar was also forced to be released. Under the command of Connors, the Lizardman Legion came to press against Lan Lan and Peter. Desperate, has come. Chapter 63, almost fell into the pit of the system. Did not erupt in silence, but died in silence. Zhonglan broke out, but unfortunately lack of power, now, facing death. Body? The appearance is intact, but the inner basic cells can no longer squeeze anything. Spirit? Full-hearted design tactics in many battles, painful torture at the moment of death, unrestrained extraction of chakras, extreme overdraft, and the fatigue of the shadow avatar that was lifted on top of it, superimposed, and it is the limit to support no sleep. System? The mystery shop was blocked by the lack of energy points of the Pit Father, and I couldn't get any help for the time being. Support? The whole of New York has fallen, and the support from a distance, I am afraid it will take a long time to arrive. Reserve? You can also play Handsome Odin Sacred Clothes, Sandstorm Pot without sand, a temporarily useless refresh card, D-level Chakra upgrade card that has exceeded the usage limit, a non-attack replacement card, a tube Blizzard elixir, a difficulty adjustment. Wait. Difficulty adjustment dice. With the last glimmer of hope, Zhonglan reluctantly got up and took out that difficulty adjustment dice from the system space. The ringer must still be the ringer. Perhaps, the opportunity to lift the world difficulty +3 penalty is to adjust the dice on this difficulty. Even if it continues to stack, it is just a death, and it is not that it has not died. In a world that only Zhonglan can see, a dice rolls forward along his palm, and he has no strength to throw even a dice. The dice of the hexahedron rolled far away, straight towards the innermost lizard man, ignoring the volume collision, and directly immersed in the body of a lizard man. I thought I was wearing it, at least Zhonglan's blocked vision. I can't see the dice anymore, so I can only close my eyes weakly. He already has no way, listen to the destiny. What, did you give up resistance? The lizardman's regiment stopped approaching, and Connors, who was about to win, began to feel a bit smug. The moment of victory is always so charming, so many people want to extend it. Connor's proud tone, it is good to give up, for the sake of Peter's parents, I will give you a happy one. Zhonglan raised his head strenuously, opened a slit in his eyes, and couldn't see Connors from his perspective, but he still couldn't stop trying to open his mouth and laugh. When Connors made a lot of boss in this place, the system sounded. System, ding, the host successfully used the difficulty dice *1 to obtain the world difficulty -5, and the current status is world difficulty -2, which takes effect immediately and the time limit is not yet determined. System, drip, the world difficulty +3 penalty has been lifted. At the last moment, the goddess of destiny stood on the side of Zhonglan. The next time the system prompts the sound, Peter, who has kept his eyes closed, has undergone new changes. He was covered in a spider uniform with a blue chakra around his body, very little, but it grew very fast. The turbulent chakra, even a small area, blasted a storm of air from the sky, blowing the sand on the ground. Dust stones splashed all over, partly hitting Zhonglan, who was not fortified, and there was a little pain. 8 men Dunjia injured open. Peter's power to open the fourth injury door is even stronger than that of Zhonglan, because his physical quality is also much stronger than Zhonglan. This is definitely not something a pure talent can do. So, Peter, it's up to you. Zhonglan said quietly in his heart. His spirit relaxed a little, he couldn't hold it anymore, he closed his eyes and passed out. I don't know how long after that, Zhonglan felt a wave of shaking, and he was so tired that he didn't want to bother. A familiar fragrance hit him, and then his lips were kissed by a soft object, and then a burst of air was sent in. His artificial respiration, but who helped him? Natasha? Susan? Or Peter, Harry, Ben? Thinking in the end, Zhonglan, who was extremely frightened, woke up with a pair of unique green eyes, with such rare colors, naturally Natasha. This left Zhonglan's heart down for the most part. Fortunately, it was not Ben or who else, otherwise he would lose money. Ah, Natasha, how long have I been in a coma? How is it now? Zhonglan asked weakly, looking around. The situation is not very good. Natasha's magnetic voice, the canary device has been repaired, and there is no gene release agent. The situation was really bad. Zhonglan looked around, and there was a pile of Connors in his eyes. Yes, a bunch of Connors. He is very sure that these people are Connors, because the system's evaluation of these are B-level combat power value, 1142. ********. Name, Kurt Connors, split body. Current physical condition, mania. Skills, regeneration, division. Comprehensive ability, B, combat value, 1142. Comprehensive evaluation, the MT of the meat shield type has strong strength and amazing recovery, but the agility is slightly weaker. If it cannot be killed by one blow, it will be entangled to death. Remarks: individuals split by Connors have the characteristics of splitting again, provided the tribute is sufficient. *********. This is the perfect splitting skill. Got up and crawled towards the canary device. Zhonglan got the battle situation from Natasha's mouth. Peter, who opened the injured door, was better than Connors's agility and improved again. It was very easy to defeat it, and he could take the time to clean up the lizardman. But Connors's regeneration ability is simply abnormal, and if anything is interrupted, it will grow, which makes the beginning battle become a consumption battle. After all, Peter was still soft-hearted and didn't die. Until a lizard man touched Zhonglan's side and wanted to kill Zhonglan. Fortunately, the driver Natasha, who had been watching nearby, used the helicopter's machine gun to rescue him in time. This was the unknown that made Zhonglan not dead. White. The frightened Peter was determined to cut Connor's neck with the silk. The battle didn't end there. Connor's headless body regenerated another head. What's more terrifying is that the head dropped on the side can also be regenerated from the head, and the same body can be completely regenerated. Became a completely independent individual. Is like an earthworm, and its combat power is not reduced even if it is divided into two. The original split body has no ability to recover. If you are injured, you will be injured, and it will not heal. This gives Peter one stop and one battle. All of this changed after the schizophrenic python swallowed many lizardmen like a swallow, and the schizophrenia began to have the ability to heal itself, and the speed of healing was faster and faster, and finally it was able to split again. The price is to swallow a full 100 lizardmen. Harry also had to join the battle, and there was Johnny, who took a break for a while, which was barely able to maintain the situation. At this critical moment, Reed repaired the canary device, but did not find the gene-clearing agent. Natasha on the helicopter knew that Zhonglan had a special space. Guessed that it might have been collected by Zhonglan, but she could not notify the people below without the communicator and could only jump off the plane. Fortunately, the helicopter of S.H.I.E.L.D. has an intelligent driving system. Then Zhonglan was awakened by an empty breath. The two climbed up to the lookout. Zhonglan took out the gene release agent from the system space and handed it to Ret. Ret held the gene release agent, but found that Zhonglan was still holding on to death, and did not let go. www.mtlnovel.com read urged, Blue, hurry up, 1 minute earlier, New Yorkers will have one less casualty. Zhonglan ignored Ret, but instead put the gene-removing agent into the system space. He used to write a round I just in case, just in the moment when he was about to be handed over to Ret. I saw a faint smile, which was Connors's smile. Others may not be able to tell who the 15 identical Connors below are, but the systematic Zhonglan is capable. This is very unreasonable. When the plan he painstakingly designed is about to be destroyed, he will show a smile of success. There must be something wrong. Zhonglan, system, world difficulty +3 after the end, will the changes made before be eliminated? System, drip. The impact of the world difficulty +3 effective period is a real effect. Even if the punishment is ended early, it only means that it will not be deepened, but it has been effective and cannot be irretrievable. That is to say, if Connors set any special traps before, even if the world difficulty +3 is over, it will still be the same. For example, even when Victor grasped the sonic boom, the world difficulty +3 was over, but he still learned to control the lightning strike, the electric shock characteristics, and the simple version of electromagnetic acceleration. The end of world difficulty +3 is just to represent that Victor may not die again at the end of the purple wave. After understanding the causes and consequences, Zhonglan firmly believes that Connors must still have any conspiracy, which allows him to watch them without fearing to release the gene release agent. Zhonglan, damn, who made this system? Spoiled, if you are awkward, you will be pitted, and almost fell into the pit of the system. Chapter 64, Bet. What is Connor's conspiracy? Zhonglan couldn't guess it, and he wasn't allowed to guess slowly in time. Since there was no time to guess, just ask directly, it was the last choice. Then the question came, why did Connors tell you his conspiracy? He is not an idiot, you will answer your question if you ask him, and the B-level boss who is still in his prime will not be easily psyched by the E-level illusion. There is no meaning to discuss with Ret or Natasha. The world difficulty of +3 will not be understood. Ignoring Ret's anxious questioning and quick change of mind, Zhonglan's hasty determination is a rough tactic, compared with teaching in a desperate situation is a dangerous tactic. Or gambling. Gambling with the lives of Natasha, Peter, Harry, Reed, Johnny, and himself in exchange for the calm that New York may restore. Now he has a world difficulty of -2, he is eligible to bet. Both hands were sealed, and the writing wheel stared at Connaught's body intently. There was only one chance. After the magic effect disappeared, it was bound to greet death, and he must not be careful. Johnny was rushed down from the air by a split body, and fell down from the Oscar building in a hug. Zhonglan didn't move. Harry Chukra was almost exhausted, and had already started to fight with the split body. He was talented in ninjutsu. The scars on his body were added quickly, and Zhonglan didn't move. Peter's tired body could not bear it. After the injury door was closed, under the siege, he was tired of parry and Zhonglan didn't move. The fighting strength of one's own side weakened, the resistance became smaller, and some of the split bodies climbed up the lookout tower. Natasha and Reed struggled to resist, and Zhonglan remained still. As if he had given up all possibilities, Zhonglan squatted beside the guardrail, writing round eyes staring at the body Connors, ignoring any external conditions, as if entering a quiet space, even the sound of wind it is disappearing. In his world, there is only the decomposition of ontology Connor's movement. Until, After the body, Connors lifted his tail in a meaningful way and flicked Peter, who wanted to attack from behind. Zhonglan moved. Body skill Millennium Kill. With the teleportation of the Millennium Kill, Zhonglan, who seized the opportunity, successfully hit the backyard of Ontology Connors, cutting off the center of his energy cycle. The painful wailing of Ontology Connors sounded, and Zhonglan was dumped at the tail. Flew out of the Oscar building, in an emergency, was stuck to the body by a spider silk, to avoid falling from the building. Is the spider silk fired by Natasha? Zhonglan, who escaped by chance, didn't care, but instead opened his eyes wide and stared at Connors. Connors, who shook off Zhonglan, pulled an object from his with a backhand. It was a syringe storing a medicine, and there was still a light blue residue in it. Discard the syringe in his hand, and Connors moved towards Zhonglan. He wants to avenge. Fang walked a few steps. Connors suddenly kneeled on the ground, his body twitched violently, the green scales on his body were abnormally messy, sometimes green, sometimes blue, sometimes faded, and grew rapidly, just like a loop the molting chameleon, with layers of scale coats peeled off to the ground, looks terrifying. For a moment, the surrounding scales were covered with retreating scale coats. When Connors suffered a molting pain, the remaining split bodies fell to the ground. All vital signs were normal, but there was no action force, just like the loss of the body under the command of the soul, turned into a plant lizard. In the last layer of skin, Connors was in the form of a normal person. He lay naked in the pile of scale coats without any scars, including his incomplete right arm, which was not intact. It was not like a normal person. Is indeed not an ordinary person. The golden chest hair on the chest is dense and unreasonable. This is definitely not the posture that ordinary people should have. Whoa, N. After a long sleep, he woke up lazily, looked around in doubt, and then Connor's face quickly became severe. Zhonglan's heart is all mentioned. If he is not as general as he guessed, then the people present are really over. Connors, who had a serious face, stood up, looked at his right arm with some surprise, and then pulled up a scale coat. When his hands were torn, he pulled off a long strip, covering the important parts, barely considered a shame. Roar! Connor roared, and the split bodies lying on the ground stood up again, but instead of attacking the crowd, they helped the crowd to block the approach of the Lizardman Legion, prompting them to turn around and roar backward, followed by the lizard. The man then growled. Like a beacon, what is conveyed in the unique language of the lizard, but in the area where the roar is roaring, the original violent lizard people have all quieted down, even if a small part is still violently destroying what, the nearby lizardmen will also swarm to stop it. Watching that his orders were executed perfectly, Connors lifted his feet to Zhonglan. This action made Peter all highly nervous, and Natasha even fired a subconscious shot directly. Boom! Gunshots sounded, and Connor's shoulders swelled with blood, but this was only the case. The bullet that entered the body was squeezed out of the body by a force, and then the wound recovered quickly. Connors still retains the regeneration ability in the state of lizard. I know you are like killing me. Connors said with a gentle tone, I also want to die, but not now. I need to go down and make a new generation of gene detoxification potion. Trouble make way. Zhonglan's location is just beside the passage down the top floor. Yes. You're right. Barely propped up, Zhonglan turned away from the crowd in front of him, and smiled at Connors. Welcome back, Dr. Connors. Please hurry up now, the people of New York need your ability to rescue. Finally, let go and give the passage behind to Connors. Reed, the only scientist in the group, went down to the laboratory with him. Everyone still didn't trust Connors. There must be a knowledgeable person to stare at. In this respect, biology may be stronger than Reed, but not too big. He might make small movements under his eyelids. The rest of the people looked at Zhonglan with a puzzled face. They didn't understand what he had done, and even reversed the scene directly. Zhonglan leaned weakly on Natasha's body, sniffing the slightly thick fragrance, picking what could be said, and starting to explain the beginning and the end. The first lizard potion was lizard potion number 1, and the spider venom potion was added later, which was lizard potion number 2, and the potions spread throughout New York. Zhang Lan assumed that he was not the above 2 potions, referred to as lizard potion number 3. The reason for the existence of number 3 is that Connors said before that lizardmen only need to obey his command. Obviously, the battle value is only about 100 lizard potions, it is definitely not Connors' injection. Number 2 potion, otherwise Connors may not be able to rule the lizardmen. And in the state of the world difficulty +3, it will certainly not be a simple launch of the number 1 potion. Then, it is the medicine number 3 that was launched, and the gene-clearing medicine of the natural medicine number 1 will not have any effect on the medicine number 3. With this conclusion, Zhang Lan began to think about how to obtain the gene release agent formula of number 3 agent, reading www. In the end, UUGanshu.com can only be sure that Connors is definitely there. So how to let Connors hand over the formula? In the play, the gene release agent in Zhang Lan's hand can allow Connors, who was injected with the number 1 agent, to restore the sanity of normal people. And if Connors injected with the number 2 agent, there are still sequelae in the body, such as brutality, bloodthirsty, combativeness, mania, etc., which is left by the number 1 agent. The number 2 agent solves most of the sequelae, but still one symptom of crazy remained. So does it mean that if this crazy is treated, Connors will be sane? The source of all this is to bet on one point. The spider venom ingredient added by the number 2 agent can perfectly neutralize the negative symptoms of the lizard agent. The crazy is the sequelae of the number 1 agent. Zhang Lan bet that the number 2 potion is a perfect and successful potion, at least it will not deprive people's intellect, and he happens to have the gene of the next number 1 potion released. It turns out that Zhang Lan is right. Or, after the end of the world difficulty +3, it was adjusted to the world difficulty -2. Zhang Lan successfully completed this big bet with the help of the system. Although some of Zhang Lan's key parts are unknown, for example, how did he know that the gene-clearing agent on his hand can treat the sequelae of agent number 1? But this does not hinder everyone's admiration for Zhang Lan, especially Natasha, from the initial worship of his cultivation system, to the undisguised teaching later, to the multiple sets of effective tactical attacks that now look like a multi-star. Zhang Lan is in the evaluation in his mind is already getting higher and higher. That is, you have to appreciate the strong. P.S. Thanks. Fat Man Fat Brother reward 500 starting coins. Chapter 65, Generous Rewards A&D. After a detailed explanation, it is patiently waiting. Zhang Lan, who had bruises all over, wanted to sleep like this, but he couldn't feel at ease without seeing the final result. The task issued by the system has not been prompted to complete, it means that there may be new variables. Hey, Natasha, haven't you told me that you are single now, are you falling in love with Hawkeye? Mocking Natasha, trying to divert his attention, or he would really fall asleep. Natasha just glanced at Zhang Lan, and chose the silence wisely. Zhang Lan was not waiting for her answer, and continued to speak for herself. Ah, if you are still single, consider Harry. He looks reflective in your eyes. Johnny, Reed should also have a relationship with Susan? Susan has been waiting for you for a long time, shall we help him plan a marriage proposal? Harry, just chase after the girl you like, why are you shy, Don't you like Natasha? Is that Gwen? Cough, that's not okay, Gwen is Peter, Did I say our identity? Zhang Lan is also really confused, and even Johnny can probably think of the identity of several people in reality. Fortunately, regardless of whether it is Green Devil, Spider-Man, or Zhang Lan, it is just for the people to see. The presence is all comrades who will fight side by side in the future, and there is nothing to say. Many secret things are only known to those in the circle, which is not surprising. When Zhonglan was talking nonsense, everyone except tired Peter and his conversation was tired and didn't want to look up. He sat down on the ground crookedly, with no image at all. Wait for a long time, and the following Reed and Connors finally came up, holding a tube of light green reagent in his hand. I think it should be a new gene release agent. Zhonglan reluctantly looked up at Rhett. Rhett nodded affirmatively, indicating that there was no problem with the antidote. After getting confirmation from Reed, Zhonglan also relaxed a little, and almost fell asleep. Suddenly thought of something, trying to say something in Natasha's ear. Natasha nodded, and gently put Zhonglan down, then walked to Harry. She was also present, except Connors, who had the best energy. Lying on the ground, Zhonglan Qiang propped up his eyelids. From his perspective, he could see that Connors did not directly activate the canary device, but disassembled it. First carefully took a small warhead from the core structure and put it in a refrigerator that was brought with him, and then the next one. Scanned through the system, it was a chemical bomb, and the concentrated hydrocyanic acid molecules contained in it, once released, could make people below sea level lose consciousness and suffocate to death. It wasn't that simple. Connors took out a dozen of chemical bombs from it, each of which contained different substances, and there was only one thing in common: lethal. If so many broke out at close range, even Connors's own unique regeneration is enough for him to recover for a long time, and the most important thing is that the whole body is exchanged for blood. After taking out 12 chemical bombs, it was not over yet. Connors continued to disassemble, pulled out the entire core device, and threw it aside, picking a piece from the Middle East that was previously dismantled. Core equipment. This is also terrifying. Connors did so much preparation. This made Raid on the side a little awkward, scratching his nose, before he and Zhonglan promised that there was no problem. The result, almost something serious. It's no wonder that Red has specialized in the art industry, and Red is afraid of damaging the machine, so naturally he dare not dismantle it directly for inspection. What if he can't put it back? After doing this, Connors began to put the parts back one by one until the final molding. The overhauled canary device is still the same appearance as before, without any slight changes. Zhonglan, the system really trademark is a big pit. System, drip, please pay attention to the words of the host. This system is automatically generated and has no parents. Zhonglan. In this funny place, Connors still fired the gene release agent into the New York sky, and a light green cloud burst, as before, generally covering the whole of New York, and the suspended matter slowly sinks and merges into the skin of all living bodies. New York is too big for Zhonglan to see, but he can see at the top of the Oscar building. After Director George was in contact with the suspended matter, the green lizard coat of the whole body slowly dissipated, the sharp nails were falling off, the green scales were decaying, and the body pulled up due to the mutation slowly retracted. After returning to normal humanity, Director George fell to the ground with his chest covered, not a sequelae, but an injury that had been suffered before lizardization. Now he loses the resilience of the lizardman state and explodes again. This made Peter, the future son-in-law, panicked and rushed up to calm him down. Don't worry, the rescue will be here soon. However, the entire chest was stabbed with a pair of wearers, and I could not wait for rescue. Secretary George is also aware of this, and he is hopeful that Peter can guarantee to stay away from Gwen, so that Gwen can stay away from harm. System, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main task, Defense Battle in New York, during the system reward evaluation, please receive it later. Hearing this system prompt, Zhonglan could finally close his eyes at ease. He was really tired, too tired. Closed his eyes, the last picture he saw was Natasha holding a green syringe in his hand and slammed it on Secretary George's thigh. At this point, Zhonglan put all his worries down, a smile on the corner of his mouth, trying to cover a white cloth on his face, and lying quietly to be a beautiful man. Opened her eyes. At the end was Natasha's burgundy end. She was lying beside the bed, thinking she was too tired, so she took a rest, but Zhonglan woke up by chance. Didn't disturb Natasha. He continued to close his eyes and looked at the information of the system. He wanted to know what the gain this time was. System, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main task, defense in New York. The system rewards evaluation www.readwn.com. Please get it later. System, drip, evaluation completed. Evaluation is as follows. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. 1. The host successfully resisted the first wave of campus attacks by Connors and rescued 2,420 lizardmen to recover their bodies. Death, 241/person. Injured, 3/person. Evaluation, Grade C. 2. The host successfully blocked 7 mutation attacks from Victor, and when his single ability could not stop, he reasonably used tactics to strike. Death, 32/person. Injured, 0/person. Evaluation, S grade. 3. The host successfully overcomes the blow from the soul, walks out of the psychological obstacles and confronts the crisis as soon as possible, and breaks through himself in the heart, deserves the award. Death, 0/person. Injured, 0/person. Evaluation, SS level. 4. When the host's own conditions fell by half, they were still able to perform dangerous moves, flexibly apply to their own resources, and in the end successfully discovered Connor's conspiracy, and then sought the only way to solve it. Economics, there are generals. Death, 13481/person. Injured, 24787/person. Evaluation, Grade A. In summary, this comprehensive evaluation is rated S and B. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. System, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main task, defense in New York, get the task reward S level rule fragments 1, B level fragments 1. System, drip, during the host's coma, a total of 2.14 million energy points were obtained, and the system has been unblocked. Zhonglan. P.S. Thanks. Indus X Lonely Reward 1000 starting coins. Chapter 66, War will be accompanied by death. Has long been silent. There is no doubt that this time the mission reward is terrifying, and the price paid is also terrifying. The school incident killed 241 school personnel, including many of the same classmates who Zhonglan did not get along with. In the Victor incident, 32 civilians were killed, even though there are many fewer than the school, but is 32 just a number? Connor's incident, a total of 13,481 people died. What is this concept? Counting 3 civilians as a family, this is a total of 4,490 families died in this disaster. There are countless families that have broken down, and there are children who have lost their parents in the disaster, and they even have infants who are still swaddled. How can they survive in the future? These icy numbers penetrated deeply into Zhonglan's heart. He no longer regarded the world as a virtual kingdom. The feelings of affection, friendship, death, pain, distinction, all were so real. So worried. Compared to his previous life, is much more real. If this is just a game, then he was just a walking dead in the previous life. His mind was very disturbed, and he suspended the redemption of the reward, opened his eyes, looked at Natasha around him, and could not help reaching out to touch her hair. On Natasha, he felt exactly the elder sister's gentleness. This feeling is very wonderful, but also very reluctant. In terms of feelings, he is a guy who eats soft but not hard. Gently stroking the docile hair, Zhonglan fell into a long time of thinking. Some ideas that had been hidden in the heart before began to emerge, and he felt that it was necessary to do something. Do something that will save more families from broken things. He is not a saint. He has no broad mind to save and love the people. He just hopes that in the future, he will not suffer from this kind of family broken disaster. If he wants to prevent this disaster, he must cut it from the root. Regarding the safety of Aunt May, when the school went to the Victor building, Zhang Lan vaguely expected that a serious situation might occur, so he entrusted Fury to take Aunt May and left New York temporarily. As for where he is not clear for the time being. As long as he asks Fury, there is no problem. Say cao, Fury is here. The door of the ward is pushed open. Fury with a black blindfold comes in from the outside. This movement makes Natasha, who has been stroking her hair by Zhang Lan, wake up and surprise her even more. It was Zhang Lan who was touching her hair. Is not strange or does not want his hair to be touched by Zhang Lan, just like his brother touching his sister's hair. This is just a relatively intimate action. She was surprised that Zhang Lan touched her hair in her sleep, and she, who was an ace spy, did not wake up. As a spy, she has to be vigilant even when she sleeps. This habit has kept her alive. Fairy entered the door, his face tightened tightly, very serious. Natasha, you go out, I have something to talk with Lan. Fury said to Natasha. Natasha nodded her head and was about to get up and go out, but she was caught by one hand and was Zhang Lan's hand. Say something directly, Natasha is still trustworthy. Zhang Lan said lazily, these actions are completely meaningless, he is still thinking about his own affairs. Natasha glanced back at Fury, and when she saw her helpless nod, she sat down with Zhang Lan's strength. Fury, Lan, a large number of civilians have died in this New York incident. I am going to push Ryder and several of them, that is, the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man to the front. Your identity should not be exposed yet. About. Zhang Lan interrupted, add Harry to it, Connors is from Oscar, and I can't let my friend be the target of the mass attack. Fury nodded, this is no problem, he also participated in the rescue, and then it is about Connors. He is currently detained in S.H.I.E.L.D. We have no way to deal with him for the time being. Do you have any suggestions? Zhang Lan wondered, no way? Can't he kill him? On that day, Connors in human form, but after eating a bullet and then spitting out the pervert, Zhang Lan asked himself that he couldn't do it. It was learned from Fury's story that Connors had attempted suicide himself. He closed himself in a laboratory. When Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, there was blood everywhere in the laboratory. Shooting with his own head, 32 times, he failed to die. Zhang Lan is very speechless, bursting his head 32 times. It's also a fierce man, and it's also a blessing. Fortunately, he found the right way, otherwise how could this guy kill? Then he asked Fury a casualty statistics table. The number of casualties in schools and Victor events is very good, and there is basically no difference from the data given by the system, except for the number of injuries. But the Connors incident is not so good for statistics. At present, there are only more than 7,000 people in the statistics. 13,481, this is the number of deaths this time. I can tell you the answer, but I don't know the specific name. No matter what, Zhang Lan still hopes that these dead people will not remain obscure after death, just a cold number. Fury nodded, and still trusted the figures reported by Zhang Lan. According to the estimates of the S.H.I.E.L.D. experts, it was probably in this range. As for how Zhang Lan knew, he didn't want to ask more about things about the ability of prophecy. The purpose of his personal visit this time was to confirm Zhang Lan's safety, and second, to hope for a better solution to Connors from Zhang Lan, and third, to sign a document. Fury handed over the document he had been holding to Zhang Lan for a long time. Zhang Lan noticed this document for a long time. When he saw Fury handing it over, he took it and read it. The top is a printed report, the reporter's signature name is Natasha. ********. Comprehensive analysis. The strategy is determined, the individual combat experience is inadequate, the team can produce tactical strikes in danger, has good leadership skills, is gentle and kind, and once it enters the combat state, it will be extremely fanatical. Superman Alliance Recruitment Evaluation, Zhonglan, recommended. ********. Zhonglan put down the file. Natasha, I don't know that I am so good. An inexplicable sense of shame is really an incredible evaluation. Natasha also raised her lips, and she was also surprised when she wrote the report herself. For the first time, she evaluated this person so well. Fury solemnly said, in view of this period of investigation and research, coupled with Natasha's comprehensive evaluation of you, I decided to invite you to become the tactical guide of our Superman Alliance, to provide reference for the commander to make tactics, and the position of deputy captain. Zhonglan nodded. Is it the Avengers? This is no problem. How many people are there? Is the captain left for Rogers? Has he been found? This series of questions has a lot of information. www.readaloud.com. Freyna's pale and watery complexion also fluctuated, and then she opened her mouth. I'm just thinking of the Avengers project, and I'm not sure whether it will start. Seriously, I personally hate your ability. The authority of S.H.I.E.L.D. is just a decoration for you. Frey complained rarely, and then continued. The members are you, Natasha, Patton, and then Spider-Man Peter and Green Devil Harry need you to recruit. Finally, Captain Rogers has not found him yet. Are you sure he is still alive? It turns out that the so-called Superman Alliance is the predecessor of the Avengers. As for the problem of the leak, it is not necessary to worry about it, and at the same time, it confirmed that Rogers is still alive. The identity of Peter and Harry was well prepared. After all, the behavior of several people has not left traces. Even the identity of Blue Peter has been known by some friends. But it doesn't matter. Superman's heroic identity itself is to cover up, not to be blocked on the road during daily travel, and then to isolate some of the sinisters. Zhonglan, last question, can I still move freely after joining? Fury, Superman Alliance is under the sole command of the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and can move freely during no mission. Zhonglan, well, that's done, do it. Fury also heard a rare smile, reached out and held hands with Zhonglan, and then issued the first order. Welcome to join, your level is a 7-level agent, now I need to serve you as the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the first task to persuade Connors to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Biological Research Center. Chapter 67, Superhero Charity Fund? Welcome to join, your level is an agent of level 7. Now, as the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I will give you the first task to persuade Connors to join the S.H.I.E.L.D. Biological Research Department. Holding Fury's hand, Zhonglan's heart collapsed. Is there a pit waiting for him? For Connors, Zhonglan's mood is quite complicated. In the Connors incident, more than 10,000 people who died had an inextricable relationship with him, but that was not his own will, but a series of factors. After regaining his consciousness, Connors once again became the wise, gentle, and approachable professor of biogenetics, and tried to make up for another big mistake he made, and committed suicide 32 times in a row with extreme regret. This makes it difficult for Zhonglan to define Connors, but for now, S.H.I.E.L.D. intends to absorb the remaining Hydra troops like the original, to absorb Connors, who has the production of super soldier serum lizard potion talents. Furthermore, Connors, which has the ability to regenerate, still has a B-level overall combat power. I just don't know, will Connors be the next Hydra, or will he make up for the mistakes he made? Fury left, leaving a SHIELD badge and secret agent certificate. Zhonglan is also an SHIELD agent, or a 7-level agent, which is 1 level higher than Natasha. And Natasha squinted in the room, thinking for a long time. Zhonglan also initially determined the next plan. Natasha's evaluation strategy is correct. Zhonglan, who was once a writer, still likes to outline an outline, and then add events in the same way. This mode allows him to do things in an orderly manner. Oscar Building, in the VIP living room on the top floor, Zhang Lan stood in front of the round table and quietly waited for Natasha to issue a paper document to the people present. Someone who participated in the battle yesterday, Harry, Peter, Reed, Susan, Ben, Johnny, Tony, are all present, plus a Natasha, want to be able to gather these superheroes in a short time. Only Zhang Lan is gone. Even Fury, there is no premise for war to come. The people present are not very convenient to contact except the Wonder 4 and Natasha. Everyone was just resting. Tony was even intercepted by Zhang Lan on the special plane. It can be seen that Zhang Lan's current network has been preliminarily rolled out. Is quiet in the conference room, and occasionally the sound of paper turning is issued. Everyone is attentively looking at the files in their hands. There are not many files, only the casualty data and some financial loss reports of this battle. Is also the most shocking data. Called everyone today, Zhang Lan is preparing to implement a long-term brewing in his heart. In this war, he has initially determined the first step plan that needs to be done, or it is to pave the way for a future plan. Whoa, so are you going to let us donate money? Tony finished the first line of 10 lines, this time the loss is enough to compensate me. I can't think of so many people who died. I can donate up to $5 million. Zhang Lan picked up the corner of his mouth, indicating that he was a little restless, and waited for others to read the information. Waited for another half-minute and saw everyone raised their heads. Zhang Lan said this. Everyone has read the data, so I won't mention this anymore.